Chapter 1, The God-Level Profit System. My name is Gao Yan, 20 years old, 178 centimeters tall, with an appearance score of 67. My personal wealth is only 2,213 yuan. Waking up with a hangover, a screen suddenly appeared before my eyes. At first I thought it was a hallucination. I rubbed my eyes and pinched my arm, but the screen remained. I knew this wasn't an illusion anymore. Studying the screen carefully, my heart couldn't help but race. There was a strong possibility I had acquired a system. I took several deep breaths to calm my nerves and excitement, then whispered, "System, what functions do you have?" The system didn't respond verbally, but directly implanted the functional information into my mind. In an instant, I understood. This level 1 system would match my earnings penny for penny. For example, if I earned 80 yuan from a work-study job, the system would return another 80 yuan after payday, essentially doubling my income. If the system reached level 2, the return would become twofold, and at level 3, threefold. Leveling up the system is straightforward. You earn 1 experience point for every dollar you make. To go from level 1 to level 2, you need 10,000 experience points, which means earning $10,000. Each level up also comes with a lottery draw and attribute points as rewards, but what you get in the draw depends purely on luck. What made me particularly happy was that the system gave me a starter pack. I whispered, "System, open the starter pack." The system replied, "Starter pack successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You've obtained 1 super hot pot base recipe." The next instant, my mind was flooded with the intricate details of crafting an ultimate hot pot base. I'm a bit disappointed. What good is giving me hot pot base ingredients with just 2,000 yuan? It's barely enough to set up a street stall, let alone open a hot pot restaurant. Suddenly my eyes lit up. I remembered Chang Hao mentioning that Yang Yu's family ran a chain of hot pot restaurants, with 3 locations right here in Nandu City. I was thinking maybe I should give Yang Yu a try, but Yang Yu is my classmate, and over the past 2 years we've barely interacted, just a nodding acquaintance. She's the rich, beautiful type, while I'm just a broke student. Trying to sell her hot pot base? She probably wouldn't even give me the time of day. But what if it works? Before anything else, I needed to test how this super hot pot base really tasted. I quickly got up, freshened up briefly, then headed out. At the breakfast shop downstairs, I bought 2 large meat buns and a cup of soy milk, eating them as I walked toward the food market. Most of the ingredients in this recipe could be found at the food market, but 3 types of Chinese herbs had to be bought at a herbal medicine shop. Fortunately, there was one near the university district. After an hour of wandering around, I returned to my rented apartment and started frying up the super hot pot base according to the knowledge in my head. In room 503 next door, Lin Imoa was lying on her bed watching a drama on her tablet while snacking, when an enticing spicy aroma drifted into her room. She muttered unhappily, "Ugh, who's poisoning the air at this hour?" The once delicious potato chips suddenly lost their appeal. After about 40 minutes, the super hot pot base was finally ready. Wiping off my sweat, I decided to make a hot pot to taste it. Although the base smelled quite fragrant, I wasn't confident about its flavor. I put about 1/3 of the base into a round pot, added 2 pounds of water, and brought it to the electric induction cooker in the living room. While buying ingredients at the market, I grabbed some fatty beef, lamb, tripe, potatoes, and heart of cabbage along the way. After prepping the potatoes and heart of cabbage, a hot pot broth began boiling in the living room, releasing a rich aroma with subtle hints of herbal medicine. Lin Imoa caught the scent, torn between irritation and hunger. I dipped the fatty beef in the pot for about 10 seconds before fishing it out. Blowing on it briefly, I took a bite. The rich flavor exploded in my mouth, painting my face with pure satisfaction. I picked up some lamb and tried to cook in the pot again. This super hot pot base is so flavorful it doesn't even need dipping sauce. I'm from the southwest, grew up eating hot pot, but this is hands down the best hot pot I've ever had. Bang, bang, bang. A series of urgent knocks echoed, laced with annoyance. Frowning, I put down my chopsticks and went to open the door. Outside stood a girl in her late teens wearing breezy sleepwear. Her hair was slightly messy, with striking facial features and very fair skin like a delicate porcelain doll, her pajamas barely containing her curves. I recognized her as the landlord's daughter, rumored to be a high school senior. I asked curiously, "Your sister Lin's daughter, right? Is something wrong?" Lin Imoa craned her neck to peek inside, sniffing the air before asking, "Are you making hot pot?" Politely, I replied, "Yeah, actually, would you like to come in and have some?" She immediately responded, "That'd be fantastic. Don't mind if I do." She sprinted to the table like a 100-meter dash athlete. Momentarily stunned, I shook my head with an amused smile. Just as I was about to offer to fetch her utensils from the kitchen, she'd already grabbed my chopsticks to swish a slice of fatty beef in the boiling broth. I hurriedly reminded her, "Wait, those are my bowls and chopsticks, let me get you a new set." Without turning her head, she said, "Don't worry, I don't mind sharing with you." I could practically hear her swallowing her saliva. When I returned from the kitchen with a fresh set of utensils, I saw Lin Muir putting a slice of cooked fatty beef into her mouth. Her eyes narrowed with pleasure, her face radiating pure enjoyment. I asked, "How does it taste?" She mumbled with her mouth full, "So good, so good." I smiled, thinking this super hot pot base should fetch a good price. Chapter 2, Yangyu. I didn't buy many ingredients, just enough to test the flavor of the super hot pot base. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Moore and I had polished off an entire plate of fatty beef, lamb, tripe, along with potatoes and Chinese cabbage hearts. "Is that all?" Lin Moore looked at me, her face filled with lingering desire. She usually avoids spicy food, especially hot pot, for fear of breaking out. But after tasting the hot pot I made, she thought even getting 2 pimples would be worth it. "Sorry, I didn't know you were coming. I didn't prepare enough ingredients," I said helplessly, spreading my hands. "Alright then," Lin Moore said somewhat disappointedly, planning to ask her mom to take her out for hot pot that evening. "What's your name?" "I'm Gao Yan. And you?" "I'm Lin Moore, just call me Moore." It was then that Lin Moore realized she had run into my house, a strange man's residence, wearing only her pajamas. Though I was her family's tenant, she still felt somewhat embarrassed and uneasy. "Brother Gao Yan, I'm heading back now. Thanks for your hospitality." With that, she dashed out like a whirlwind. Hearing the door close, I couldn't help but smile. Quite an interesting little girl. If we were to rate beauties on a scale of 100, Lin Moore would easily score at least 92. However, I didn't have any inappropriate thoughts about her. For one, she wasn't old enough, and secondly, her mother Ms. Lin seemed to be someone of importance, judging by her elite attire and the fact she drove a Maserati Quattroporte. After tidying up, I poured some water and sat on the sofa, contemplating how to approach Yangyu about selling the super hot pot base to her family's hot pot restaurant. Treat her to a homemade hot pot meal? Unlikely. Over the past 2 years, many guys, including wealthy second-generation heirs, had pursued Yangyu without success. Inviting her to my place for hot pot simply wouldn't work. Or maybe ask her to introduce me to her family? Whether it works or not, it's worth a try. I study at the business school of Southern Capital University, majoring in business administration. Although it's not a prestigious 211 or 985 institution, it's still a decent undergraduate program. That evening, Lin Xiumin returned home and changed into her loungewear. She pushed open her daughter's door with a smile, feeling pleased to see Lin Moore doing practice problems. "Sweetheart, what would you like for dinner tonight? I'll cook it for you." Lin Moore hugged her mother's arm affectionately. "Mom, I want hot pot." She couldn't stop thinking about the hot pot she had that morning, even while doing her homework. Lin Xiumin was slightly surprised, but since her well-behaved daughter rarely made requests, she nodded and said she'd call to make a reservation. At 7 in the evening, Lin Xiumin drove Lin Moore to Shangshifu, a high-end seafood hot pot restaurant in Nan City. With an average per-person spending of over 500 yuan, it was nothing to Lin Xiumin, whose company earned tens of millions annually. They booked a private room and ordered a split hot pot base. Lin Moore was full of anticipation. As the broth began to boil, she eagerly dipped a slice of fatty beef and popped it into her mouth, only to frown immediately. "What's wrong, sweetie? Doesn't it suit your taste?" Lin Xiumin asked anxiously. "No, it's actually quite good." Lin Moore shook her head. She knew her mother was exhausted from running the company. Although this hot pot couldn't compare to hers, it was still tasty. Not wanting to inconvenience her mother further, she pretended to enjoy it and ate heartily. But deep down, she missed the hot pot I made even more. The next day, Monday, I had just settled into my seat in the classroom when Fatty Chung Hao sidled over. "You alright, man?" "Not a problem. There's no trouble that one good drinking session can't fix. If it doesn't work, just add another round." I chuckled. So what if my confession got rejected? It wasn't like I hadn't failed before. Right now, all I cared about was making money. "You sure you're okay?" Chang Hao pressed again. "Your dad's really fine." I rolled my eyes, though warmth flooded my heart. He and I were the closest in the dorm. I rented a place off campus, partly because Zhou Yuchao and I had major conflicts, and partly because coming back late from work made living outside more convenient. "Guess you're really okay now. But brace yourself, I've got something to tell you." Chang Hao lowered his voice. "Spit it out," I said casually. Baiwei's hooked up with Zhou Yuchao. Chang Hao watched my reaction intently. My face stiffened, a shadow crossing my eyes as I took a deep breath to suppress my anger. "Fine, I get it. Baiwei was the girl I confessed to just 2 days ago. Zhou Yuchao hitting on her was clearly meant to provoke me." Seeing me control my temper, Chang Hao sighed in relief and whispered that Baiwei's no good. She's dated several rich kids at school, has a messy private life, looks down on the poor, and will dump Zhou Yuchao soon enough. "Thanks for worrying, buddy. I understand." I patted his shoulder. At this moment, Yang Yu entered the classroom, and the noisy room quieted down for a few seconds before resuming its normal buzz after she took her seat. "What's the matter? Interested in Yang Yu?" Chang Hao asked with a grin. "No, I know my place." I shook my head. When the bell rang signaling the end of class, the associate professor dismissed us. I stood up and hurried after Yang Yu. "Classmate Yang Yu, can we talk?" I called out when I was 3 steps behind her. Yang Yu turned her head and looked at me in confusion. I'm in a hurry, we can talk while walking. Thank you, I said gratefully, taking a deep breath to calm my nerves, then added with a smile, Yang Yu, sorry to disturb you out of the blue, hope you don't mind. It's fine, she replied flatly, barely remembering who I was except for my name. I have a hot pot base recipe here. I heard your family owns a chain of hot pot restaurants, and I'd like to sell it to you. I believe with this. Before I could finish, Yang Yu suddenly stopped walking and gave me an odd look. Under her gaze, my words faltered, my face flushing. I also noticed the disdain and mockery in her eyes. Feeling the meaning in her gaze, my entire being tensed up, as if a lump of air was stuck in my chest. Gao Yan, Yang Yu said slowly, I understand what you mean, but I'm still a student and must focus on my studies. The family business is managed by professionals, so I can't intervene. I'm afraid I can't help you, I hope you understand. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Watching Yang Yu's graceful figure retreat into the distance, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. Throughout the encounter, she had been exceedingly polite, yet the detachment in her courtesy made one thing abundantly clear, we existed in entirely separate worlds. That was impulsive of me, I sighed inwardly. Still, there was no point in wallowing in frustration or anger. Truth be told, I'd known from the start this venture would fail. I'm just an ordinary student, why would Yang Yu even bother with me? Besides, I have complete confidence in the super hot pot base recipe the system gave me. If she's unwilling to introduce me to her family's hot pot chain, the loss isn't mine, it's hers. With that in mind, I decided to approach other hot pot restaurants instead. Just then, Chang Hao caught up with me, wearing a strange expression. Dude, did you hit your head or something? What? Are you trying to make a move on Yang Yu? Chapter 3, Every cloud has a silver lining, of course not. I shook my head firmly. I just needed to talk to her about something. What about? Chang Hao pressed. After a moment's thought, I said, I've got an excellent hot pot base recipe. Didn't you mention Yang Yu's family runs a chain of hot pot restaurants? So I wanted to see if they'd be interested in buying it. So how did it go? Chang Hao asked with a smile. Complete bust, I replied somewhat gloomily. At this point, Chang Hao seemed lost in thought for a while before asking me, are you sure that recipe of yours is any good? Having known me for 2 years, he understood me well enough to know I wouldn't make baseless claims, so he tended to believe I really did have such a recipe. I said, tell you what, I just happened to prepare a big batch of hot pot base yesterday. Let's go buy some ingredients and cook up a pot to test it. Alright, if your hot pot base is really that good, I'll introduce you to someone who might be interested, said Chang Hao. Thanks a lot. We only had one specialized class in the morning. Chang Hao and I left campus together and bought plenty of ingredients at a nearby market. Upon returning to the rental apartment, I immediately got to work. An hour later, Chang Hao was sprawled on the sofa, his belly protruding, a look of utter satisfaction on his face. I didn't ask whether it tasted good or not, the answer was obvious from his heavily swollen stomach. Bro, your hot pot base is freaking amazing. The stuff cooked and it tastes so damn good. At this point, he looked hesitant. This thing is so good, you're really planning to sell it? What else? I sat down on the sofa beside him. I knew opening a hot pot restaurant with this recipe would be a guaranteed hit. But here's the thing, I've got no money, no connections. How the hell am I supposed to open a shop? Besides, even if the store opens successfully, so what? Can I guarantee the recipe will never be leaked? Once the recipe is exposed, what leverage do I have to compete with big capital? Although I'm only a sophomore, my family's circumstances forced me to mature early. Since I lacked the ability to protect the recipe, selling it for a sum of money might be wiser. As the saying goes, you have to give up something to gain something. I could also use the money from selling the recipe to upgrade my system and obtain greater benefits. A beginner's pack alone could give me a super hot pot base. I'm confident the system will bring me even more in the future. One must have a long-term vision in life. How about we team up to open a hot pot restaurant? You provide the recipe, and I'll handle the funding. Side note, since no additional context or formatting specifics were provided beyond the sample sentences, this translation focuses on maintaining the conversational tone while naturally rendering the idiomatic expression about long-term vision. The quoted dialogue preserves the enthusiastic business proposal dynamic. I looked at him disdainfully. This guy was even poorer than me and had often taken advantage of me before. Chang Hao said, why not? Forget it, this young master won't keep up the act anymore. Honestly, I'm actually a rich second-generation heir. Come on, kid, hurry up and kowtow to your daddy. Daddy'll take you swaggering and soaring. Get lost. I glared at him irritably, not believing a word he said. This stingy fatso was always looking to take advantage of others, dressed plainly, and showed no signs of being a rich kid. Gao Yan, I'm serious this time. Chang Hao's expression grew more earnest. Since you're a rich kid, I'll sell you the recipe. I sneered. Name your price. Daddy will transfer the money right away. Chang Hao flashed a nouveau riche smile. 500,000. If you can cough up 500,000, the recipe's yours. What's your card number? Chang Hao pretended to pull out his phone. I immediately relayed my bank card number to him. After tapping on his phone for a moment, he looked up and said, 500,000 has been transferred to you. Still acting, huh? I scoffed with disdain. Just then, my phone vibrated. Picking it up, I saw to my astonishment a bank deposit notification. I clicked to take a look, and my expression suddenly turned strange as I turned to Chung Hao. Fatty, are you seriously a rich second-generation heir? Because this message showed that my bank account had just received a transfer of 500,000 yuan. Right then, the system's notification tone chimed in. Ding, congratulations host on earning 500,000. The refunded 500,000 has been credited to your account and can be withdrawn through the system. Ding, the system has met the upgrade requirements. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. I silently thought to myself. Ding, the system upgrade is complete. It is now level 2, and every income will be doubled. Congratulations host, you have also received 1 lottery draw and 5 free attribute points. At this moment, Chung Hao's voice rang out. Hee, you've received the money, right? See, Daddy didn't lie to you. Damn, hiding it well, aren't you? Since you're a rich second gen, yet mooched off me for so long, you little shit, tell me, how should I punish you? I advanced toward Chung Hao with a vicious grin. Don't, Brother Yen, I was wrong. Go easy, not the face. Dad, stop hitting me, I swear I'm sorry. After giving Chung Hao a good beating, I finally vented my anger. That damn fatty was too good at acting, pretending to be broke, playing pitiful, and freeloading off me while being filthy rich. And he'd been deceiving me for nearly 2 damn years. Settling back on the couch, I shot Chung Hao a sidelong glance. Spill it. Why the hell did you trick me? Brother Yen, to be honest, there's a reason behind all this. It goes all the way back to high school. To put it simply, during high school, Chung Hao dated a beautiful girl as a wealthy second-generation heir, believing he had found true love and sparing no expense on her. As it turned out, the girl was only after his money and even teamed up with others to scam him. Upon learning the truth, Chung Hao became deeply depressed. Although the girl eventually faced consequences for her actions, Chung Hao's heart was left scarred. From that moment on, starting in college, he chose to pretend to be poor. Chung Hao stood up with a bitter smile and said, Brother Yen, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to deceive you. I've been wanting to come clean with you for a while now, but I just didn't know how to bring it up. 10 lavish meals, and I'll forgive you. My stern face finally broke into a smile. That's way too much, how about 3 meals? Chung Hao countered with a grin, attempting to haggle. 10 meals, not 1 less. Fine, 10 it is. Chung Hao conceded, looking pained at the thought. The next moment, his expression turned serious. By the way, Yen, selling this recipe for 500,000 is way too cheap. How about we price it at 2 million instead? No way, 500,000 means 500,000. If you keep haggling, we won't even be friends anymore. I waved my hand impatiently. To be honest, although this recipe held considerable value, fetching a high price for it wouldn't be easy. For anyone else, even 50,000 would be generous, let alone 500,000. I pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Chung Hao, saying, here's the recipe, take good care of it. Chung Hao carefully pocketed the recipe, his chubby face etched with solemnity as he said, Bro Yen, this time I really feel like I'm taking advantage of you, but don't worry, I won't let you suffer any losses. Oh yeah, do you have any extra base left? I want to take some home for my parents to try, he asked. There's still some left, you can have it all. I replied before heading to the kitchen to pack up the remaining hot pot base into a bag for him. After seeing Chung Hao off, I couldn't wait to confront the system. Reaching level 2 only requires 10,000 experience points. I earned 500,000, which should equal 500,000 experience, so why am I only level 2? Host, the experience points reset with each level up, the system replied. Hearing this, I was utterly speechless. Had I known earlier, I would have had Chung Hao transfer the money in installments. What a waste of 490,000 experience points. Ah, right, leveling up also rewarded me with a draw. So I quickly exclaimed, System, I want to draw a prize. Chapter 4, so-called family ding, lottery begins. Ding, congratulations host for obtaining 32 milk tea recipes. Immediately, 32 methods for preparing milk tea appeared in my mind. This is great. I was quite satisfied with these milk tea recipes. A hot pot base recipe can only be sold, but with milk tea recipes, I could actually open a milk tea shop. By the way, the system also rewarded 5 free attribute points. Remembering this, I summoned the system interface. God level income system, LV2 host, Gao Yen age, 20. Height, 178 centimeters appearance, 67 wealth, Yen 50, 2003. Physique, 70 spirit, 72 charm, 55 income return multiplier, 2x. Lottery, none experience, none stored funds, 500,000, pending claim, free attribute points, 5. I noticed that plus signs had appeared after the numeric values for appearance, physique, and spirit. Clearly, I could allocate these 5 free attribute points to any of these categories. After a brief hesitation, I dumped all 5 attribute points into physique at once. Instantly, I felt a surge of warmth spread throughout my body, lingering for a full 30 seconds before fading away. Then I noticed I felt exceptionally energized, my previously soft abdomen now sported several defined abs, and my once comfortably snug underwear had become uncomfortably tight. It took quite a while before I returned to normal. Remembering the 500,000 yuan still stored in the system, I asked, "System, won't there be any issues with the refunded funds entering my account? With just 500,000 now, surely no one would investigate me. But if the refunded sums grow larger in the future, scrutiny would inevitably follow." The system said, "Host, please rest assured, the rebated funds have been deposited into a futures account registered in your name, and all taxes have been paid. There will be no issues whatsoever." That's good to hear. Hearing the system's explanation put my mind at ease. Just then, the phone rang. Seeing the caller ID on the screen, my brow furrowed involuntarily as I answered to hear an imperious voice demand, "Gao Yan, transfer 1,000 yuan to me immediately, I need it urgently." The person demanding money was my younger brother, Gao Lang. Originally, I was an orphan adopted at age 2 by foster parents who couldn't conceive. In the beginning, my foster parents truly treated me well, showering me with the same care as if I were their biological son. To my surprise, when I was 4 years old, my adoptive mother's infertility was miraculously cured, and she successfully conceived Gao Lang. Later, when my younger brother Gao Lang was born, my adoptive parents naturally poured all their affection into their biological son, and my status in the family plummeted. As we two brothers grew up, the more outstanding I performed, the more uncomfortable my adoptive mother felt inside, and the more displeased she became with me. Her attitude toward me, her adoptive son, grew increasingly worse. However, I bore no grudge against them. Though my adoptive parents treated me less kindly, at least they never deprived me of food and clothing, and they even supported me through university. But Gao Lang, this younger brother, treated me with particular hostility, plainly speaking, out of jealousy. From elementary school through high school, I always had excellent grades, ranking in the top 3 in every exam. If it weren't for catching a fever during the college entrance exams that affected my performance, I would have definitely gotten into a top-tier university like a 211 or 985 institution. Gao Lang, on the other hand, couldn't measure up. He consistently ranked at the bottom of the class in every exam. I also wanted to ease the tension between us as brothers, but unfortunately, Gao Lang simply refused to accept my goodwill, frequently mocking me and calling me hypocritical. This wasn't the first time Gao Lang had asked me for money. Truth be told, my adoptive parents didn't give me much living expenses, only 400 yuan per month. This amount was enough to fill my stomach at the school cafeteria, but it definitely wasn't enough to eat anything particularly good. As a result, starting from my freshman year, I began taking odd jobs outside school. By the second semester of my sophomore year, I didn't even ask my adoptive parents for tuition fees. I paid them all with money I earned from my part-time jobs. Frowning, I responded, "What does a high school student like you need so much money for? What the hell are you asking so much for? Just tell me, are you gonna transfer the damn money or not?" Gao Lang's tone grew increasingly arrogant, as if he had me cornered. Anger welled up inside me too, and I snapped back, "No money, no transfer." "Fine, Gao Yan, you ungrateful bastard. After freeloading off our family for so many years, you won't even fork over $1,000? Believe it or not, I'll call mom right now and have her cut off your allowance." Hearing Gao Lang's words, fury surged in my chest, and my face darkened. I snarled, "Listen up, Gao Lang, I admit I owe mom and dad, and I'll repay them someday, but I don't owe you a damn thing. And since when is it okay for you, my younger brother, to talk to me like that? You bastard. What makes you qualified to call yourself my brother? Let me tell you, Gao Yan, in my eyes you're not even worth a damn." Gao Lang's words grew increasingly vile, making veins bulge on my forehead. If that bastard were standing in front of me right now, I wouldn't be able to stop myself from punching him in the face. I took a deep breath and hung up the phone directly. But Gao Lang wasn't done yet. Within moments, several WeChat voice messages came through. Knowing they couldn't contain anything good, I decisively deleted the voice messages and immediately blocked Gao Lang on WeChat. After some thought, I also blocked Gao Lang's phone number. That feels better. After doing all this, I felt much better overall. But right at that moment, the phone rang again. Seeing the caller's name, I couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. As soon as I picked up, my adoptive mother Yang Huishan's accusatory voice came through. "Gao Yan, I'm asking you, why did you make your brother angry?" Suppressing the discomfort in my heart, I explained, "Mom, Gao Lang called to ask me for money, and I didn't give it to him." Yang Huishan continued, "Why won't you give it? Your father and I raised you and spent so much money on your education. Now your younger brother asks you for just a little money, and you refuse? Do you even regard Gao Lang as your brother? You're just an ungrateful wretch. If we had known this earlier, we shouldn't have adopted you." My adoptive mother's words cut deep into my heart, and I couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. "Mom, I'm still a student. You only give me 400 yuan a month for living expenses. Where would I find money for him?" "Enough. Stop making excuses. If you don't want to give it, just say so. Weren't you earning enough for your tuition by working part-time? From now on, you can earn your own living expenses too. We'll just act like we never had a son like you. As soon as the words were spoken, Yang Huishan hung up the phone directly. Huff! I let out a heavy sigh, but the tightness in my chest remained. Forget it, when I have the money, I'll repay my foster parents double, as a way to thank them for raising me. I secretly made my plans. After staying in the rental room for a while, I got up and headed to school. The afternoon class didn't start until 3. I came early because I had previously noticed a milk tea shop in the University District's snack street was up for sale. Since I had just won a milk tea recipe in a lottery, I wanted to take over the shop. I didn't approach directly, but stood nearby observing quietly for half an hour before walking toward this shop named Meat Milk Tea. The store wasn't large, just over 10 square meters. During the half hour I observed, it only managed to sell 4 cups of milk tea. It's worth noting that this university town has 6 universities, with at least 6 to 700,000 faculty and students combined. As the only concentrated food street in the university town, the pedestrian flow is considerable, yet this milk tea shop's business is so poor. After some observation and analysis, I identified 3 reasons. First is the location. It's at the entrance of the food street. Most students come to the food street with a mindset of exploring and comparing options. With 5 or 6 milk tea shops along the street, they generally don't choose the first one. Second is the issue of decoration. The shop's interior is plain and shabby, yet its target customers are picky college students. Third is the product problem. They use outdated methods to brew milk tea. Though the prices are cheap, the main consumer base, female students, are prone to social comparison. Given other options, they naturally wouldn't choose this place. Of the 4 cups of milk tea sold in half an hour, 3 were bought by male students. Hey there, handsome, care for some milk tea? Seeing me approach, the shop assistant who'd been playing on their phone casually stood up to inquire. I'll take a watermelon-flavored one. Smiling, I added, by the way, what's your favorite flavor? The slightly chubby clerk froze for a moment before answering shyly, I like mango-flavored ones. Then let's have another mango flavor. Soon, the 2 milk teas were ready. I picked up the watermelon-flavored one to drink and pushed the mango-flavored cup toward her. This is for you. Handsome, are you trying to chase me? The female clerk boldly asked. Don't get me wrong, beautiful, I just want to ask you for some information. With the bribe of a cup of milk tea, the girl clerk told me everything she knew. It turned out the owner was a senior about to graduate, heading to work in Shanghai, Magic City. Moreover, the milk tea shop's business was struggling, expenses were exceeding income, and they'd even let go of one clerk. The shop had a 5-year lease with 3 years remaining, and the rent was paid annually. There were just 3 months left before the next year's rent was due. Unfortunately, the summer break was only a month away, and once the students left, business would slow down even more. Thus, the owner was eager to transfer the shop. These past few days, some people had come asking about buying the shop, but the owner turned them down, unhappy with the low offer. When I asked about the owner's expected price, the girl hesitated. I decisively added her on WeChat and sent a 200 yuan red packet, after which she told me the owner's ideal selling price was 30,000. I thanked the salesgirl and called the number on the transfer notice. About 20 minutes later, a tall young man in a white t-shirt and jeans arrived. He was the owner, Hu Bo, a senior at Nandu Business College, a private Tier 2 university. The negotiation went smoothly. One party wanted to transfer, the other wanted to take over. I even offered 1,000 above his ideal price, and we quickly reached an agreement, signing the transfer contract. Cheers to our partnership, Brother Gao. Hu Bo was in much better spirits. Cheers to cooperation. He asked again, Brother Gao, what are you planning to do after taking over this shop? I'm thinking of opening a snack shop. I didn't reveal my intention to continue running a milk tea shop. Hu Bo looked somewhat disappointed and said, I'll be leaving for another city soon for work. These equipment and seats will be useless to me. How about I transfer them all to you? Well, I deliberately hesitated. The seats are one thing, but what would I do with the equipment? It'd be useless to me. You're right. How about I transfer everything in the shop to you for just 1,000 yuan? I continued hesitating, but I don't even need these things. Come on, brother, just do me this favor. After pretending to think it over, I said, alright then, I'll charge you 500 yuan, consider it a favor for Brother Hu. Alright, 500 it is. In truth, he was secretly delighted. Those pieces of equipment had been purchased 2 years ago, and without anyone willing to take them over, they'd only be worth scrap metal. Snagging them all for 500, he was coming out ahead. Of course, he had no idea I was just about to open a milk tea shop and could really use them. I paid Hu Bo part of the transfer fee up front, with the remainder to be settled after formally renewing the rental contract with the university. I arrived at the classroom before 3 p.m., but didn't see Qinghao. After texting him, he replied that he'd taken leave to go home and would return in a couple days. I didn't think much of it, after all, he was originally a local from Nandu. Suddenly, Zhou Yuchao sat down beside me, looking at me with amusement as he said, Gao Yan, By Wei is now my girlfriend. I hope you'll stop harassing her, or else don't blame me for being unkind. I replied calmly, rest assured. We shared a dorm for over a year now, I wouldn't stoop so low as to harass my roommate's girlfriend. He caught the implication in my words, his smile vanishing as fire flashed in his eyes. Lowering his voice, he said, after Bai Wei and I made it official, I took her to a hotel. Is that so? I remained unmoved. If she could go to a hotel with you that easily, she's probably been with plenty of other guys before. Holy shit, he nearly lost his temper. He'd intended to provoke me but ended up being provoked himself. If we weren't in the classroom, he probably would have thrown a punch. After a long silence, he stormed off with threats, to which I just scoffed. Having only gotten the system for a little over a day, my mindset had already shifted dramatically. Faced with his provocation, I stayed ice cold, whereas before, I might have already been trading blows with him. Chapter 6, The Milk Tea Shop. The snack street near the University District was jointly established by 6 universities. The storefront Gao Yan intended to take over belonged to the Southern Metropolitan Business College, so he needed to go to the business university to sign a new contract. The next morning, Gao Yan arrived at the department responsible for the snack street storefronts at Southern Capital University of Business, accompanied by Hu Bo. Hu Bo first presented the old contract. Gao Yan glanced through it roughly and noticed Hu Bo's rental price was shockingly low, only 6,000 yuan per year, with the annual rent increasing by 5% according to the leasing agreement. Moreover, Hu Bo had secured that storefront without any transfer fees. Everyone knows that students' money is the easiest to earn. Therefore, storefronts in the snack street are in extremely high demand, and even newly available ones require a transfer fee. However, Hu Bo didn't pay a single cent in transfer fees. What does this mean? It means he likely has connections higher up. Now that Gao Yan has taken over, he immediately has to pay the rent for the 3rd year. But even though it's 5% higher than the 2nd year, the rent is only about 7,000 yuan. This price is far below the market rate. According to Gao Yan's knowledge, the cheapest storefronts on Snack Street now cost over 10,000 yuan. No wonder Hu Bo refused to budge on the 30,000 yuan transfer fee. Soon, Gao Yan signed a new contract with the Southern Capital Business College and didn't wait until March to pay the next year's rent, he paid it all up front. When parting ways, Gao Yan even stopped by the school's small convenience store to buy a pack of Huazi cigarettes for Hu Bo. Since he'd gotten a good deal on the rent, it was only right for Gao Yan to show some appreciation, though the transfer fee was slightly on the higher side. But if you factor in the rent savings over the next 3 years, Gao Yan actually profited by 7 or 8,000 yuan. Hu Bo politely declined at first but eventually accepted the Hua cigarettes, assuring that the shop owner could call him anytime if there were any issues with the store. Gao Yan just listened to it casually without taking it too seriously. There were no classes this morning, so Gao Yan went straight to the snack street. Boss, you're here? Wang Qin, who had been playing with her phone with her head down, quickly put it away when she saw Gao Yan arrive. She asked nervously, as she wasn't sure whether the new boss would keep her on, because Hu Bo rarely managed the milk tea shop and seldom visited. Business wasn't great, so even when she managed the shop alone, the workload was actually quite light. Let's have a chat, Gao Yan said with a smile. The current decor of this milk tea shop is far too shabby. With the location already being disadvantaged, such dreadful interior design would never attract customers. So, after Gao Yan took over this milk tea shop, he planned to renovate it completely. How much did you earn before? Gao Yan asked. 2,500. Wang Qin replied. Do you still want to continue working here? Gao Yan continued to ask. Wang Qin nodded. Gao Yan said, don't agree in a hurry. I can responsibly tell you that work won't be as relaxed as it is now in the future. Moreover, there'll be a period of renovations. If you really plan to keep working here, I can raise your salary by 500, but you'll have to sign a confidentiality agreement. The milk tea recipes extracted from the system were the key to success, but Gao Yan was still a student and couldn't personally manage the shop. Therefore, those recipes would ultimately need to be taught to the staff. The real worry is that once the milk tea shop takes off, someone might set their sights on stealing the secret recipe. Hearing about the pay raise, Wang Qin's eyes instantly lit up. She had worked here for over a year, and only received a 300 yuan raise when Hu Bo fired another employee a month ago. Now the new boss was offering her 500 yuan more per year. As for the non-disclosure agreement, she didn't take it seriously. This was just a milk tea shop, not some research facility, so she agreed without hesitation. Seeing Wang Qin agree to stay on, Gao Yan also expressed his welcome. After briefly explaining a few things, they left. About 20 minutes later, Gao Yan returned to the shop. This time, he carried an employment contract and a confidentiality agreement for Wang Qin to sign. Wang Qin privately curled her lips, thinking this young boss was making too big a deal out of things. However, considering the 500 yuan raise in her salary, she signed anyway. After signing the contract, Gao Yan gave a few more instructions and posted a recruitment advertisement on the glass door. Wang Qin, do you have the contact information of a renovation company? Gao Yan asked casually. Yes, my cousin's family runs a renovation company. Will they take on the decoration work for our shop? Of course they will. Then give her a call to see if she's available. If she can come over, that's great. If not, I'll go to her company directly. Hold on a moment then. Before long, Wang Qin put down the phone and told Gao Yan that her cousin would arrive within an hour. While there was still time left, Gao Yan took out a whiteboard and wrote, Meet Milk Tea Shop rewards customers 20% off for 1 cup, 30% off for 2 cups, and 50% off for 3 or more. Originally, all milk teas in the shop had a fixed price of 10 yuan. The material cost for 1 cup of milk tea wouldn't exceed 2 yuan. Daily expenses including rent, utilities, and staff wages barely exceeded 100 yuan, making it remarkably cost-effective. Just selling around 10 cups would break even. But Hubo simply had no interest in managing the business. Gao Yan learned from Wang Qin that on their slowest day, they only sold a little over 20 cups, while on busier days they could sell just over 50 cups. Calculating an average of 40 cups per day translates to 400 yuan in revenue, with costs deducted leaving a profit of over 200 yuan. With just one employee, this would yield monthly earnings of 6,000 to 7,000 yuan, but with 2 employees that figure would have to around 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. When Gao Yan hung up the whiteboard display, it definitely attracted quite a few students to spend. A total of 22 cups of milk tea were sold within just an hour. Among them, 6 cups were sold at 20% off totaling 48 yuan, 10 cups at 30% off totaling 70 yuan, and 6 cups at 50% off totaling 30 yuan. The profits seemed incredibly slim at first glance. However, the system would double the refund. Thus, Gao Yan directly received a profit refund of 296 Chinese yuan from the system, along with an additional 148 upgrade experience points. To upgrade the system from level 2 to level 3, 20,000 experience points were required. Before long, Wang Qin's cousin arrived. After some negotiation, they settled on a 15,000 yuan renovation contract. The other party also stated that the renovations could begin by the day after tomorrow at the latest. After seeing off Wang Qin's cousin, Gao Yan returned to help out at the milk tea shop. He also made slight improvements to the current milk tea recipe, significantly enhancing its flavor. Plus, the prices were affordable. More and more students came to buy. Especially around noon, the number of students attracted by the discounts increased even more, forming a queue outside the shop. By around 1 p.m., the flow of customers at the milk tea shop gradually began to decline. Gao Yan took a moment to check the system, including previous profit refunds. The total had actually reached 2,044 yuan. In other words, within just a few hours, the milk tea shop's revenue amounted to 1,022 yuan. Since there were still classes in the afternoon, Gao Yan couldn't stay at the shop all the time, but including the evening hours, the profits should still exceed 1,000 yuan. Wow, boss, business is really good today. If it could always be like this, that'd be great, Wang Qin said quite cheerfully. In the future, it'll definitely be even better than today. Gao Yan chuckled. Hungry? What do you want to eat? My treat. Thanks boss, I want to eat. Gao Yan handed Wang Qin 100 yuan to buy food while he minded the shop alone. Right at that moment, a couple walked hand in hand into the food street. It was Zhou Yuchao and Bai Wei. When he spotted Gao Yan inside the milk tea shop, Zhou Yuchao felt a stirring in his heart. Pulling Bai Wei along, he strode over, draped an arm possessively around her waist, and said in a challenging tone, Gao Yan, found yourself another part-time job, huh? You really push yourself too hard, don't you? Chapter 7, System Exploit. Faced with Zhou Yuchao's provocation and veiled sarcasm, Gao Yan smiled and said, what choice do I have? After all, once we enter university, we're all adults. We can't keep asking our families for money every other minute. What's the difference between that and being an oversized baby then? Hearing the sarcasm in Gao Yan's words, Zhou Yuchao's face darkened. It was painfully clear Gao Yan was mocking him as nothing more than a spoiled brat who only knew how to beg for money from his family. But he wasn't willing to admit defeat either, so he sneered and said, no choice really. My family can't bear to see me suffer. Besides, university is precisely the time to acquire knowledge. If we all focused our energy on earning those measly pennies, that would be forgetting the big picture for small gains. In that case, why even attend university? Might as well go work odd jobs to make money right away, don't you think? Long past pretending with Zhou Yuchao, Gao Yan's words grew increasingly biting as he scoffed. Learning knowledge? I heard someone had to retake their exams twice just to pass last semester. Is this how you learn knowledge? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuchao nearly choked with rage. Just then, Wang Qin returned from ordering food and said to Gao Yan, boss, the orders are placed. They'll bring it over when ready, here's the change. Boss? Zhou Yuchao suddenly widened his eyes, staring at Gao Yan. This milk tea shop is yours? Gao Yan smiled and nodded. Yes, just took over. By the way, would you like 2 cups of milk tea? Since we're classmates, I'll give you a 50% discount. I wouldn't drink it even if it were free. Hearing that the milk tea shop belonged to Gao Yan, Zhou Yuqiu was so furious he nearly spat blood, dragging Bai Wei away with him. Seeing this, Gao Yan couldn't help but laugh, feeling a smug satisfaction at having gotten his revenge. After walking some distance, Zhou Yuqiu suddenly realized for Gao Yan to take over that milk tea shop would cost at least tens of thousands of yuan. Where the hell did that guy get so much money? As far as he knew, both Gao Yan and Chang Hao were dirt poor. There's absolutely no way he could come up with this much money. In other words, this milk tea shop probably doesn't belong to Gao Yan. Bai Wei also felt puzzled. From what she knew, Gao Yan had to work part-time just to cover his living expenses. Yet now he'd somehow managed to take over a milk tea shop? Was he playing the fool to conceal his shrewdness all alone? This thought unexpectedly piqued her interest in Gao Yan. After all, he'd been pursuing her for months. If there were benefits to be gained, perhaps she could throw him some crumbs to keep him hooked. 2:30 p.m. After giving Wang Qin a few instructions, Gao Yan hurriedly left the milk tea shop. There was a major lecture scheduled for this afternoon. The class would be taught by a retired professor who had been rehired. Despite being nearly 70 years old, yet what he spoke about was far from dull, it was actually quite fascinating. However, Gao Yan couldn't quite focus on it. Instead, he was preoccupied with figuring out how to make even more money. The investment for a milk tea shop isn't very high, totaling no more than 100,000 yuan when all is said and done. This means he still has over 900,000 yuan in hand. Suddenly, Gao Yan had an idea. The system was called the God-level income system. It offered rebates as long as there was income, but it didn't specify the method of generating that income. So, what about borrowing money? If this method worked, he could make the system cry from being exploited. Thinking this, he decided to give it a try. So he sent Chang Hao a WeChat message asking him to urgently transfer 20,000 yuan. Chang Hao was quite straightforward about it. Transfer 20,000 directly to him. Ding, congratulations host, experience points have reached the upgrade standard. Would you like to upgrade now? Ha ha, if he hadn't still been in class, Gao Yan would have nearly laughed out loud. Decisively choose to upgrade. Ding, system upgrade complete. Rebate funds will increase to 3 times, reward 1 lottery draw, for attribute points. With a thought, Gao Yan summoned the system panel. Divine level earnings system, LV3. Host, Gao Yan. Age, 20 years old. Height, 178 centimeters. Appearance, 67. Physical, 75. Mental, 72. Charm, 55. Earnings return multiple, 3x. Lottery, 1 attempt. Upgrade experience, 0/50,000. Stored funds, 502,044 yen, to be claimed. Free attribute points, 4 points. Another chance to draw a prize. Gao Yan was just about to start the prize draw. At that moment, the system notification sounded, *, ding. A system vulnerability has been detected. Initiating repair, *, ding. Repair complete. As the host discovered the system vulnerability, you are rewarded with 1 premium prize draw, *. Gao Yan was taken aback, then couldn't help but show a frustrated expression on his face. He had just discovered a way to quickly level up the system, only to realize he was trying to exploit a loophole in it. But it didn't matter. If borrowing money wasn't an option, there were other methods. Come to think of it, the system had also rewarded him with 1 advanced lottery draw. So he asked, System, what's the difference between an advanced lottery draw and a regular one? System, host, draws without prefixes or ordinary draws. Advanced draws will yield premium prizes. So that's how it is. Gao Yan suddenly understood, his heart swelling with anticipation. The next moment, he silently thought, System, start with an ordinary draw. Ding, initiating ordinary draw. Ding, congratulations host for drawing a super seasoning recipe. Another recipe? Gao Yan was stunned. Was the system trying to make him a food tycoon? The next moment, a golden light only he could see shot into his forehead, and instantly his mind was filled with a super seasoning recipe applicable to any cuisine. With this super seasoning recipe, even a novice cook can create gourmet dishes. Opening a fast food restaurant with this super seasoning would guarantee massive profits. Gao Yan secretly thought to himself. Then he commanded again, System, initiate premium lottery draw. Ding, advanced lottery initiated. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Combat Master. Would you like to claim it now? Not for now, Gao Yan replied. The previous 3 formulas had all turned into golden light and rushed into his forehead, but this time it asked whether to claim the reward. Clearly, assimilating the skill wouldn't be as simple as imagined. Better wait until I'm back at the rental place tonight to claim it. Past 5 in the afternoon. After the lecture ended, Gao Yan followed the crowd out of the classroom. He didn't head to the milk tea shop, because he had thought of another way to farm experience points. Gao Yan went straight to a branded smartphone store. He spent 72,000 yuan to buy 15 latest model smartphones. Then he took photos of the phones and posted them in the class group chat, adding, "My relative's phone shop is raising funds and asked me to help sell a batch of the latest smartphones at low prices. Anyone interested can DM me." The message in the group chat had only been sent for about 10 seconds. Someone immediately private messaged Gao Yan. "Vast stars and seas, Gao Yan, is your phone working properly?" Vast stars and seas was the WeChat nickname of Wang Bo, a male classmate. Born talented, all are brand new factory sealed units, only 15 available. Market price 5,000 yuan, now just 4,000, first come, first served. Starry Sea, damn, for real? College students have always been sensitive about prices for phones and computers. So Wang Bo knew Gao Yan wasn't lying. This phone model indeed retailed for 5,000 yuan, and even with connections, you'd save 200 yuan at most. If you can get one for 4,000 yuan, it's an absolute steal. So, he told his roommates about this matter. Probably a scam. The latest fruit phone sells out instantly. If it's this cheap, it's gotta be smuggled goods. Exactly. You get what you pay for. Another roommate agreed with this view. It shouldn't be the case. After all, Gao Yan is our classmate. If he dares to sell counterfeit goods, he won't be able to stay in our class anymore. Wang Bo shook his head. That makes sense. Although I don't know Gao Yan very well, he probably wouldn't deceive people. Another roommate chimed in. After some thought, Wang Bo decided to test the waters by sending Gao Yan a WeChat message. "If I want to buy one, when can I get it? Born talented, right now. Come find me at the Meat Milk Tea Shop on Snack Street. Cash on delivery, phone guaranteed authentic. If there's any issue, I'll pay you double." Starry Seas, "Okay, wait for me, I'll be right there." Wang Bo decided to give it a try. What if it was real? So he told his dorm roommates and hurried out of the dorm. Just as Gao Yan finished dealing with Wang Bo, someone else privately messaged him. By the time he arrived at Meat Milk Tea Shop carrying over a dozen iPhones, he had already secured 5 buyers. About 10 minutes passed. Wang Bo arrived at Meat Milk Tea Shop panting heavily. "Gao Yan, am I too late?" "Not at all, you're the first one here. The phones are all ready." Gao Yan pointed at the 15 phones on the table with a chuckle. Chapter 8, Soaring Upgrade Experience. Wang Bo's eyes lit up as he quickly stepped to the table and picked up a brand new, perfectly packaged fruit phone to examine. As luck would have it, he'd been wanting to get his hands on the latest model fruit phone for a while now. He had only managed to scrape together 4,200 yuan, still short by 7 or 800. Unexpectedly, he saw Gao Yan posting in the class group chat about selling this exact phone at a low price. Since he had been eyeing this phone for a while, he had also researched how to spot counterfeits. Suddenly, he asked Gao Yan, "Hey man, mind if I open it up to check the phone?" "That's definitely not okay." Gao Yan shook his head. "But I was actually planning to change my phone anyway. If you don't want it after opening it, I'll just buy it myself." "Thanks, bro," Wang Bo said gratefully. He knew his request was a bit excessive and had expected Gao Yan to refuse. To his surprise, Gao Yan agreed. Without hesitation, Wang Bo tore open the packaging, took out the new phone, and began examining it carefully. Then he turned it on again to test it, and could confirm it was definitely a genuine version, not a flashed Hong Kong model. The same model of phone in Hong Kong is relatively much cheaper, but after being flashed, the system can develop certain issues and carry some risks. Therefore, some people transport goods from Hong Kong to the mainland to undergo refurbishment before selling them. "How about it? Everything okay?" Gao Yan looked at Wang Bo, who was reluctant to part with the phone, and asked, "Bro, are you really selling this phone for only 4,000 yuan? Wang Bo inquired. Gao Yan explained with a smile, "Yes, just 4,000 yuan. If my relative weren't in urgent need of funds, they wouldn't be selling at a loss. It's up to you to decide, but in my opinion, at this price, it won't stay unsold for long. I'll take it." Since the phone was confirmed to be fine and the price was so low, there was no reason to hesitate. "Will you be paying in cash, WeChat, or Alipay?" Hearing Wang Bo was willing to buy, Gao Yan was quite pleased, even though it seemed like a losing deal at first glance. "I'll transfer it to you through WeChat." Wang Bo promptly transferred 4,000 yuan to Gao Yan via WeChat. The moment the money arrived, the system notification in his mind chimed again, this time with a 12,000 yuan rebate credited to his account. Simultaneously, his upgrade experience points increased by 4,000. After waiting for a while with no system warnings about loopholes, Gao Yan couldn't help but clench his fist. It seemed this experience grinding method could be used long-term. At this moment, Wang Bo, having received his phone, didn't leave but instead said to Gao Yan, "Bro, Yutong and Jia Yangfei want to buy 2 units too." These two were his roommates. Gao Yan naturally wouldn't refuse. "No problem, tell them to come quickly. There are other people coming to check out the phones too. If they're late, I can't guarantee there'll be any left." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 female classmates entered the Meat Milk Tea Shop, Zhang Feifei and Li Yanxue. "Wow, so many phones. As soon as she stepped inside, Zhang Feifei's attention was immediately captured by the fruit brand phones on the table, and she dashed toward them. Owning one of these phones was considered the height of fashion these days. Gao Yan had even seen news reports about people selling their kidneys just to buy one, which earned the fruit brand phones another nickname, kidney machines. Zhang Feifei, Li Yanxue, let me tell you, every one of these phones is 100% genuine. Buying one is like striking gold, I've already got mine. Wang Bo, the first customer to purchase a phone, immediately became an enthusiastic advocate, spontaneously praising Gao Yan to the others. Really? Look, this is what I just bought, try it. Wang Bo handed his phone to Zhang Feifei. Zhang Feifei held it and played with it for a while, truly quite tempted. Then she looked at Gao Yan and said, Gao Yan, can you make it any cheaper? No, 4,000 yuan is already the lowest price. Besides, there are only 14 units left now. Gao Yan firmly refused. Although the system would also give him a rebate, these phones had all been bought by him at 4,800 yuan each. Selling them at 4,000 yuan was already a bargain, he definitely wouldn't lower the price further. Besides, he had just sold a laptop to Wang Bo for 4,000. If he lowered the price for Zhang Feifei, he'd either offend Wang Bo or have to compensate him for the difference. Come on, lower it a bit more. Leave me 200 for living expenses. Zhang Feifei pleaded. Not a penny less. Gao Yan's expression turned cold. He felt Zhang Feifei was being ungrateful, so his refusal was decisive. He couldn't even be bothered to spare another word of explanation. If you give me a discount, I'll set you up with a girlfriend. Zhang Feifei still refused to give up. No need. Gao Yan shook his head. TSK, how stingy. Repeatedly turned down by Gao Yan, Zhang Feifei felt somewhat displeased. Though she wasn't a wealthy beauty like Yang Yu, her looks were still above average, and plenty of boys in class pursued her. Initially, Gao Yan thought Zhang Feifei wouldn't make any more purchases after being rejected several times, but unexpectedly, she and Li Yanxue each bought one anyway. Instantly, Gao Yan received another 24,000 yuan cashback from the system, along with 8,000 experience points. After closing the deal with Zhang Feifei and Li Yanxue, a few more classmates arrived at the milk tea shop. After checking that the phone was fine, they decisively paid for it. Seeing that 6 units were sold so quickly, Wang Bo immediately sent WeChat messages urging his 2 roommates. When only 4 phones remained on the table, the 2 roommates finally arrived, sweating profusely. After the 2 completed transferring the money to Gao Yan for the purchased phones. Having successfully sold 13 phones, Gao Yan's experience points reached 52,000. This already met the upgrade requirements. Ding, host, the system has met the upgrade conditions. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Level up. Ding, system upgrade initiated. Ding, upgrade complete. System refund rate increased to 4x. Reward, 1 lottery draw, 3 free attribute points awarded. With a thought, Gao Yan summoned the system interface. When he saw the experience required for the next upgrade, he couldn't help but frown and asked the system in his mind, System, why has the upgrade experience requirement become so high? Leveling up from 3 to 4 only required 50,000 experience points, but the experience needed to advance from level 4 to level 5 suddenly jumped to 1 million. The system, the first 3 upgrades are considered a beginner protection period. After completing 3 upgrades, the beginner protection ends, and the difficulty of leveling up increases accordingly. So that's how it is. Gao Yan understood and didn't say anything more. After all, he had already gained quite a bit of benefit from the system. After all, for the 13 phones, the system had already refunded him 156,000 yuan. Once the remaining 2 phones were sold, it would be a 4x refund, bringing in another 32,000 yuan. After deducting the 12,000 yuan lost on the phone purchase, a net profit of 176,000 yuan. Just at that moment, 4 more people entered the shop. One was a classmate, while the other 3 were from the same department. All 4 had come to buy phones, but now only 1 remained. Gao Yan sold one to the male classmate and left the remaining phone for the other 3 to decide among themselves. This made the boy in the class extremely happy. He praised Gao Yan for being considerate. After selling all 15 phones, some classmates and even students from other classes rushed to the milk tea shop to inquire. So, Gao Yan quickly posted a message in the class group chat saying the phones were already sold out. Soon, the news of Gao Yan selling phones quickly spread throughout the class. Those who managed to buy one gleefully showed off in the group chat, while those who missed out deeply regretted it. Some classmates also privately messaged Gao Yan on WeChat, asking if he could still get his hands on phones. Gao Yan didn't give a definitive answer either. He simply said he wasn't sure, but if his relative was still looking to offload phones at a low price, he'd be sure to notify the class immediately. The upgrade experience points had already risen to 1 million. To keep selling phones, he'd need to sell another 250 units just to accumulate enough for the next upgrade. So, Gao Yan was also weighing whether he should keep using this method. Chapter 9 Midnight Temptation. At 9:30 that evening, Gao Yan returned to his rented apartment. Thanks to the discount promotion, the milk tea shop broke its sales record today, with total revenue exceeding 2,500 yuan, but it left both him and Wang Qin completely exhausted. Fortunately, a new shop assistant has already been hired and can start work tomorrow. Actually, Gao Yan could have waited until after the renovation to hire new staff, which would have saved some salary expenses. However, he plans to use this renovation period to teach the new employee how to prepare the new milk tea recipes. The system provided a total of 32 recipes, but Gao Yan doesn't intend to use all of them. He planned to start by launching 3 signature milk tea flavors at the Snack Street's tea shop first. They could introduce other flavors when opening branch stores later. Alright, there's still a martial arts master reward and 7 attribute points I haven't used yet. Gao Yan suddenly remembered. With a single thought, the system interface materialized. Divine Earnings System, Level 4. Host, Gao Yan. Age, 20 years old. Height, 178 centimeters. Looks, 67. Physique, 75. Mental, 72. Charm, 55. Earnings return multiplier, 4x. Lottery draws, 1. Experience, 9,480. Stored funds, 690,000, pending withdrawal. Free attribute points, 7. Seeing the stored funds in the system reach 690,000, Gao Yan couldn't help but crack a satisfied smile. Just days ago, he'd been a penniless kid with barely over 2,000 to his name. Never did he imagine that within such a short time, not only would his funds surpass 1 million, but he'd also acquire a milk tea shop. System, transfer 90,000 yuan to my CCB bank card. Suddenly, Gao Yan had an impulse to withdraw a sum of money to his card. Although he believed the system wouldn't scam him, he still wanted to test it. In less than 3 seconds after he issued the command, his phone received the deposit notification. Exactly 90,000 yuan, not a penny more nor less. At that very moment, Bai Wei unexpectedly sent him a WeChat message. He tapped to open it. Vivi the Beauty, Gao Yan, I heard you have the latest fruit smartphone? Seeing this WeChat message, Gao Yan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He had just verbally sparred with her boyfriend that afternoon, and now she was messaging him, the guy who used to pursue her. This woman is really something? A cold smile appeared on Gao Yan's face. His previous pursuit of Bai Wei was simply because she was pretty, to put it bluntly, it was pure physical attraction. Any claim of deep feelings would be absolute nonsense. What's more, he'd already learned about this woman's character from Cheng Hao, so he cared even less. After brief consideration, Gao Yan replied, yeah, but they're all sold out now. Vivi the Enchantress, that's really a pity. Actually, I've been wanting to change my phone for a while. Reading Bai Wei's reply, Gao Yan couldn't help but curl his lips into a mocking smile. This Bai Wei really took him for an obsessed admirer. If it were a genuine simp, they would have immediately promised to get their goddess a premium smartphone. Unfortunately, Gao Yan was not. Born to excel, isn't it simple then? Just ask Zhou Yuchao to buy one for you. Vivi the Enchantress, what kind of person do you take me for? Although Zhou Yuchao and I are dating, our relationship is purely innocent. Pure my foot. Seeing Bai Wei's reply, Gao Yan sneered contemptuously. Clearly, this woman wanted to add him as just another fish in her little pond. Heaven has endowed me with talent. Well, you really are a good girl. Wei so adorable, blushing emoji. Oh yeah, forgot to congratulate you on opening your own milk tea shop. Born talent, thanks, I'm going to shower and sleep now. Let's chat when we have time. After replying, Gao Yan exited WeChat. On the other side, in the girls' dormitory, seeing Gao Yan's reply, Bai Wei felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Soon, she realized that Gao Yan's excuse to end the conversation was precisely the same one she often used to brush off admirers. That jerk! A surge of anger rose in Bai Wei's chest, and she almost wanted to send a message cursing Gao Yan out. Inside the rented apartment, Gao Yan put down his phone and said to the system, fuse me with the combat master. The next moment, a golden light merged into Gao Yan's body. Immediately afterward, he gained a whole new set of memories about mastering combat techniques in his mind, while at the same time, a surge of energy rapidly transformed his physical form. Along with it came an intense, stabbing pain. Now, Gao Yan understood why the system had asked if he wanted to merge. 1 minute later, the transformation was complete. Gao Yan let out a heavy sigh, yet his entire body felt brimming with energy. He was certain even if surrounded by 10 grown men, he could take them down effortlessly. The system interface was summoned again. It was noticed that his personal data had undergone significant changes. Firstly, his height had increased by 2 centimeters, reaching 1 meter 80. There was no change in his looks, but his constitution increased by 5 points, reaching 80 points. A constitution above 60 points is considered normal for healthy individuals. Those below 60 points in constitution are either weak or afflicted by illness. Those who reach 70 points in constitution are generally long-term fitness enthusiasts with robust health. A score of 75 already represents the physique of an athlete or special forces soldier. Scores above 80 belong to the realm of elite special forces. In other words, Gao Yan's current physical condition has reached the level of top-tier special forces. Additionally, through integrating the combat master skill, his mental energy has also increased by 3 points. The biggest increase was in charm. His originally modest 55-point charm rating had unexpectedly skyrocketed to over 70 points. With this thought in mind, Gao Yan stood up and walked into the bedroom. Standing in front of the wardrobe mirror, Gao Yan noticed his appearance hadn't changed, but there was a significant shift in his aura, more confident and masculine. There were still 7 free attribute points left. Where should I allocate them? After some thought, Gao Yan decided to add a few points to his looks. After all, a score of 67 in appearance only meant he wasn't ugly, handsome was still out of reach. So, Gao Yan tapped the plus sign behind his appearance stat 3 times. His appearance points then increased to 70. Simultaneously, he felt his face grow warm and slightly stiff. A moment later, his cheeks returned to normal, but a greasy substance had seeped out across his face. He quickly headed to the bathroom and washed away the oily residue with soap. Catching his reflection in the mirror afterward, Gao Yan found himself noticeably more pleasing to look at. His facial features hadn't changed, but their positioning had subtly adjusted. Beyond this, his skin appeared fairer and noticeably firmer. Originally, he had blackheads on his nose. Now, the blackheads on his nose have completely disappeared. If one were to say he was merely not ugly before, he has now ascended into the realm of being kinda handsome. Should I add the remaining points to my looks? Gao Yan silently thought to himself. After some consideration, he ultimately abandoned this tempting idea. Adding all 4 remaining points to his appearance would create too drastic a change. So decisively, he allocated the last 4 attribute points to his mental faculties instead. Mental energy can enhance intelligence. After allocating points, Gao Yan's mental energy reached 79 points, entering the realm of high IQ. Many forgotten memories gradually resurfaced in his mind. Coo. Suddenly, a loud rumble came from his stomach. Already hungry this soon? He had just eaten dinner a little past 6, and only about 3 hours had passed since then. Well, if I'm hungry, might as well make myself some midnight snacks. It just so happened to be afternoon, so he went out to buy all the spices needed for the super seasoning recipe. Might as well mix the seasoning now and give it a taste. It took him half an hour. Gao Yan successfully prepared the super seasoning. Then he boiled water to cook the noodles. Soon, a bowl of plain noodles was ready. The dish only had some lard and salt added, but then Gao Yan stirred in a bit of the super seasoning. Instantly, an incredibly rich aroma filled the air. Gao Yan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This smells ridiculously good. Gao Yan quickly picked up the noodles with his chopsticks and sent them into his mouth. Then, an expression of sheer bliss involuntarily appeared on his face. Next door, Lin Moore, who was solving problems in her room, suddenly sniffed the air, a craving expression on her face, and couldn't help but say, "So fragrant. Ugh, that guy next door is poisoning us with delicious smells late at night again. Annoying." Chapter 10 Shares in the Hot Pot Restaurant. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Nandu University Business School. Gao Yan walked confidently toward the academic building. Just happened to bump into Yang Yu coming from the other direction. "Good morning, Yang Yu." Gao Yan nodded at her with a smile and headed up the stairs. Yang Yu was slightly taken aback, feeling the boy who greeted her seemed somewhat familiar. But then she immediately remembered, wasn't this the unnoticeable Gao Yan who had pitched her a hot pot base recipe on Monday? How could such a drastic change have happened to him in just 2 short days apart? In the past, Gao Yan was always busy working odd jobs to earn money. He rushed to class each time, and left in a hurry as well. He showed no enthusiasm for joining the student union, nor did he participate in any clubs. He even avoided class-organized group activities whenever possible, dodging them if he could. This resulted in him having an extremely low profile at school and in his class. After nearly 2 years in college, Changhao was practically his only friend. However, when Gao Yan walked into the classroom today, many classmates actively greeted him. This was mainly thanks to the batch of iPhones he had sold at low prices the day before. Gao Yan responded with a smile to those who greeted him. Compared to before, his mindset had undergone a significant change. In the past, he used work as an excuse to avoid socializing with others. To put it bluntly, there was still some lingering inferiority complex. Now, he already possessed the system. Even if he doesn't become the world's richest man in the future, he's definitely destined for a spot on the Xia country's billionaire rankings. Have you guys noticed that Gao Yan seems to have gotten way more handsome lately? Wang Yuding whispered to the girls around her. Hearing this, the other girls instinctively turned their gazes toward Gao Yan. Then someone nodded in agreement. "You're right, I never noticed before, but he really is quite handsome." Wang Yuding asked thoughtfully, "I wonder if he has a girlfriend?" Ma Yuan responded, "He probably doesn't. I heard Gao Yan's family is quite poor, he has to work part-time to earn his living expenses and tuition." Hearing this, the slight interest Wang Yuding had in Gao Yan quickly vanished. "Cut it out. what do you guys know? Gao Yan already owns a milk tea shop on the snack street. At this moment, Zhang Feifei, sitting in the front row, couldn't help but turn around and interject. Yesterday when she went to encounter milk tea shop to buy a drink, she heard the staff call Gao Yan boss. After asking around, she found out he'd taken over that very shop, and he plans to renovate it soon. She estimated that it would take at least 50 to 60,000 to acquire and renovate such a milk tea shop. Though Gao Yan worked part-time jobs, even if he saved every penny without spending on food or drink, accumulating 50 to 60,000 would be impossible. So, in her opinion, Gao Yan must have gotten the money for the milk tea shop from his family. Thus, Gao Yan's family situation probably wasn't as poor as the rumors claimed. In truth, Gao Yan's family wasn't poor at all. His adoptive father, Gao Jincheng, was the owner of an advertising company, with annual net profits ranging from 500,000 to 800,000 yuan. In addition, his adoptive parents owned 3 properties, an 800,000 yuan BMW, and a 300,000 yuan SUV. Moreover, his adoptive father, Gao Jincheng, also dabbled in stocks, and it was said that his stock holdings totaled around 1 million yuan. As for how much money was in his bank account, Gao Yan had no idea. Since the Gao family lived in a 4th-tier city where housing prices weren't as expensive as Nandu, their 3 properties combined were only worth about 2 million yuan. Even so, the Gao family's total assets still exceeded 5 million yuan. They were undoubtedly upper middle class. Hearing that Gao Yan had opened a milk tea shop surprised Wang Yuding and the other girls, especially Wang Yuding, whose thoughts began to stir again. Meanwhile, Gao Yan pulled his phone out of his pocket. He found 2 new friend requests. One was Zhang Feifei, the other Wang Yuding. Zhang Feifei was quite attractive. If there were a beauty scoring system, she'd probably rate around 75 points. With some digital filters, she might even pass as an online goddess. As for Wang Yuding, she had a round face, petite figure, and belonged to the cute type, also scoring above 70. It had to be said, the business school bred beauties. The most outstanding in class was naturally Yan Yu, whose looks and figure were both exceptional, with an overall score definitely above 90 points. Other than her, there were 3 others in class scoring above 80. However, they were all already taken. As for Bai Wei, whom Gao Yan had pursued before, she was also a beauty with a score of over 80. If you asked Gao Yan whether he liked beautiful women, the answer would be yes. In the past, if beauties like Zhang Feifei and Wang Yuding had taken the initiative to add him, he would have been incredibly excited. But now, he appeared remarkably calm. Perhaps he had gained confidence, and his standards had risen accordingly. His first small goal was to find a girlfriend scoring over 90 points in looks. After all, a college experience without romance is incomplete. But Zhang Feifei and Wang Yuding were both female classmates. So, Gao Yan still chose to accept their friend requests. Little cutie, hello Gao Yan, I'm Wang Yuding. Born talent, hello Wang Yuding, I'm Gao Yan. Sweetie, I heard you opened a milk tea shop. If I come buy drinks, can I get a discount? Born talent, of course. We're running a promotion now, just mention my name and you'll get 50% off. Sweetie, thanks. I'll treat you to a meal when I'm free. Born talent, no need, you're being too polite. Who are you chatting with? Just then, Cheng Hao's chubby figure appeared beside Gao Yan. Wang Yuding. Gao Yan replied casually before asking, where've you been these past 2 days? Guess. Cheng Hao said mysteriously. Speak or don't, whatever. Gao Yan wasn't biting. Lowering his voice, Cheng Hao said, alright, no more beating around the bush. I took your recipe back to my parents, and they totally approved it too. Yesterday, I bought a hot pot restaurant, it'll reopen in 3 days. Oh, and here, sign this. What's this? Gao Yan casually took the folder and opened it. 30% equity in the hot pot restaurant, said Cheng Hao. Hearing this, Gao Yan was momentarily stunned and fell silent. He had sold the super hot pot base recipe to Cheng Hao for 500,000 yuan, and now the other party was offering him 30% of the business as well. Feeling deeply moved, yet at a loss for words. Pretty touching, right? Your buddy's got your back, huh? Cheng Hao patted Gao Yan's shoulder and said, Fatso, I really can't take these shares. Gao Yan closed the folder and declined. Although he knew the value of the super hot pot base far exceeded 500,000 yuan, something being valuable didn't necessarily mean it could fetch a high price. Cheng Hao's offer of 500,000 already satisfied him greatly. Are you stupid? Turning down free money? Cheng Hao said anxiously. Gao Yan said earnestly, listen to me, fatty. Our deal is already done, and that recipe now belongs to you. It has nothing to do with me anymore. No, you have to take it. Cheng Hao's face darkened. If you refuse, then you're not my brother. But Gao Yan still refused to back down. Fatty, calm down. The worst thing brothers can do is go into business together. You're my only friend and brother, and I don't want us to end up at odds someday. No way. Cheng Hao shook his head. You've been working part-time just to make ends meet these past 2 years, yet you still used your hard-earned money to help me. I don't believe you'd ever turn against me for personal gain in the future. That's just because you're too thick-skinned for me to refuse, Gao Yan said helplessly. Truth be told, he'd initially found Cheng Hao's freeloading rather annoying, but as they spent more time together, he realized the guy wasn't so bad after all and eventually accepted his mooching ways. Cheng Hao said earnestly, I don't care what you say, there's only one way this ends. Either you accept these 30% shares, or we're done as friends. The two stared at each other for over 10 seconds before Gao Yan finally relented. Fine, I'll sign. Now that's more like it. A smile reappeared on Cheng Hao's face. Fatso, you're not into men, are you? I'm warning you, I don't swing that way. Suddenly, Gao Yan teased. Fuck off. You're the one who likes men. I'm straight as hell. Cheng Hao roared in anger, his voice involuntarily rising. Then all the surrounding eyes turned to look, leaving the chubby guy mortified on the spot. Chapter 11 Chen Yue. Fortunately, the class bell rang just in time, saving Cheng Hao from his public embarrassment. This morning, he had to endure 2 consecutive professional courses. With his mental energy boosted to 79 points, Gao Yan found listening exceptionally effortless, even capable of extrapolating principles analogically. Moreover, he noticed his memory had significantly improved as well. During the break between classes, Cheng Hao also updated him about the hot pot restaurant deal. The acquired hot pot restaurant was a 2-story establishment, a main dining hall on the first floor and private rooms on the second, purchased for 2.4 million yuan. The rebranded restaurant would be called Brothers Hot Pot. Fatty chose it. Gao Yan couldn't help but tease the hot pot restaurant's name a bit. Fatty was the only child in his family. His parents fully supported his entrepreneurial ventures. The fat guy planned to turn this hot pot restaurant into a national chain. For this purpose, he even specially registered a catering company. However, the shares he gave to Gao Yan were only limited to the first hot pot restaurant. If branch stores were opened, Gao Yan wanted to maintain his 30% shareholding. You'll also need to invest the corresponding funds. At this, Gao Yan let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, he didn't want to owe Fatty too many favors. Bro, to celebrate the launch of our venture, I'm treating you to a feast. After class, Cheng Hao spoke up. Not today at noon. Gao Yan shook his head. I've taken over a milk tea shop and scheduled interviews for new staff at noon. If you're free, come with me. After the interviews, I'll treat you to lunch at the snack street. Before class today, he had received another job applicant's call and arranged to meet them at the milk tea shop for an interview at noon. What's more, the new employee he hired yesterday was starting work today, so he needed to go take a look. You actually took over a milk tea shop? It wouldn't happen to be that one on the street, would it? Cheng Hao asked curiously. Yes, that's the one. Cheng Hao, how much was the transfer fee? Gao Yan said, 31,000. This price isn't particularly high. If you wait a bit longer, you could definitely get it for even less. Cheng Hao replied. Why? Gao Yan seemed lost in thought as he asked a question. Cheng Hao explained, originally, this snack street was jointly developed by 6 universities in the college town. But everyone knows these shopfronts are hot commodities. As soon as construction was completed, over 80% of the storefronts were snapped up, then resold, earning tens of thousands in transfer fees effortlessly. That guy Hubo secured his shop back then without paying a dime in transfer fees. But now his milk tea shop barely makes any profit, and since Hubo plans to work out of town, if we just wait until summer break, I bet we could get it for 25,000. It's alright, though the transfer fee is a bit of a loss. The rent isn't high either, Gao Yan said with a laugh. That's true. Cheng Hao nodded. Unlike other shops, many are just subleased. As they chatted, the two of them arrived at the snack street. There were quite a few people lining up at Faya Milk Tea, over a dozen customers waiting. Business is booming, Cheng Hao remarked in surprise. Any discounts though? Gao Yan smiled and said, we're starting the renovation tomorrow. You're right, this decoration is way too shabby. Cheng Hao nodded in deep agreement. Seeing Gao Yan arrive, Wang Qin and Lu Ran, who were busy working, greeted him. Lu Ran was the new shop assistant, 22 years old. After graduating high school, she had gone straight to work at a garment factory. Recently, the garment factory had shut down, so she came to visit her younger sister who was attending school nearby and happened to see the milk tea shop hiring. Gao Yan didn't treat her unfairly either, offering 2,500 yuan during the probation period. If you become a regular employee, it would be 3,000 yuan, same as Zhang Qin. After more than 10 minutes, 2 girls arrived together. They were the ones scheduled for the morning interview. Both appeared quite young, likely still students. Please have a seat. Gao Yan greeted the two of them. Thank you. After the 2 girls sat down, Gao Yan spoke up. Why don't you two introduce yourselves? You can go first. The girl on the left lowered her head and spoke somewhat timidly. My name is Chen Yue. I'm 19 and currently a freshman in the School of Economics at Nandu University. So you're my junior. I'm also from Nandu University, Gao Yan said with a smile, then turned to look at the other girl. This one appeared much more poised. Hello senior. I'm Shen Lingling, You's classmate. Actually, we're here looking for part-time work. Are you still hiring part-timers, senior? Judging by your outfit, you don't seem like someone looking for a part-time job? Gao Yan sized up Shen Lingling, noting that while the girl's attire wasn't flashy, the clothes she wore probably cost several thousand yuan. Senior truly has eyes like torches. Shen Lingling quickly offered some flattery. Actually, I'm just accompanying our family's Yue. Her personality is somewhat meek, easily bullied. I was a bit worried for her. How many hours can you work each day approximately? Gao Yan asked again. We should be able to work 6 hours. Shen Lingling replied. After a moment's thought, Gao Yan said, alright then, if you can guarantee 6 hours daily, I can offer you a monthly salary of 1,800 yuan. There'll also be bonuses for good performance. Yue, what do you think? Shen Lingling didn't care about this level of salary, so she turned to Chen Yue. I think it's fine, Shen Yue said softly. Gao Yan added, here's the thing, I just took over this shop. We'll start renovating tomorrow. During the renovation period, I'll need you both to learn how to prepare milk tea. Is there a salary? Shen Lingling asked. Yes. Then there's no problem. By the way, when you come tomorrow, bring your IDs. You'll need to sign employment and confidentiality agreements. Gao Yan reminded them. Really, senior? We have to sign an NDA just to work at a milk tea shop? Shen Lingling asked in surprise. You'll understand tomorrow. Gao Yan smiled and waved his hand, signaling that the two girls could leave. Alright then, see you later, senior. Goodbye, boss. Watching the two girls walk away, Chung Hao lowered his voice and said that Shen Lingling is quite something. What's the matter, got an idea? Gao Yan chuckled and asked, but honestly, Shen Yue was prettier, it's just that she kept her head down and dressed rather plainly, making her easy to overlook. About 2 months ago, Gao Yan accidentally bumped into Chen Yue in the school cafeteria. When squatting to pick up dropped items, he caught a glimpse of her face. Even without makeup, her beauty slightly surpassed Yang Yu's by half a degree. Exactly so, even after more than 2 months had passed, he recognized Chen Yue at once as the girl he had collided with that day. I was just saying it casually. Chang Hao shook his head. The most important thing right now is to get the hot pot restaurant up and running. By the way, do you want to check out the restaurant this afternoon? After all, you are the co-owner. I won't go. Gao Yan shook his head. I still need to buy some stuff this afternoon. He planned to go out in the afternoon to buy the ingredients for making milk tea. He would teach Wang Qin and the other 3 girls how to prepare milk tea tomorrow. After having lunch at the snack street, Gao Yan returned to the milk tea shop to help out. During that time, he took a break to go out and buy all the ingredients needed to make milk tea. Upon returning to his rented apartment in the evening, Gao Yan got a craving for noodles again, so he went to the kitchen to cook himself another bowl. Next door, the rich aroma of the noodles wafted through the air, leaving Lin Amour visibly torn. In the end, temptation got the better of her, and she went next door to raise her hand and knock. Gao Yan, who was heartily slurping his noodles, felt puzzled by the sudden knocking at this hour. Who could be at the door? Getting up to answer, he was surprised to find Lin Amour standing outside. Chapter 12, Mother and Daughter. The rented apartment, kitchen. Gao Yan was cooking the second bowl of noodles. This bowl was prepared for Lin Amour. Why don't you wait in the living room? Gao Yan turned his head to Lin Amour, who was standing in the kitchen staring at him eagerly, and said, I'm now certain she's definitely a foodie girl. The first time she had been drawn over by the fragrance of his hot pot. This time, she was lured in again by the aroma of his noodles. No need to worry. I also want to see why the noodles you cook smell so amazing. Lin Amour asked curiously. Her family was quite well off, and she was passionate about food, so whenever she had free time, her mother would take her out to enjoy delicious meals. Though she had tasted countless gourmet delicacies, none could compare to Gao Yan's hot pot and perhaps now, even his noodles. Soon, a pot of noodles was ready. After scooping them into a bowl and mixing in the super seasoning, a rich aroma of noodles filled the air. Lin Amour couldn't help but swallow hard. Meanwhile, Lin Xiumin had also returned home. Today, an important supplier came to her company to discuss an order. She needed to accompany him personally. Fortunately, this deal was successfully secured. Just as she changed into slippers, she instinctively glanced toward her daughter's room, only to find the door wide open with no sign of her daughter inside. Sweetheart? Lin Xiumin's heart skipped a beat as she hurried into the room searching for her daughter. No one. He then searched the entire apartment once more, but still found no one. Where have you been so late? Lin Xiumin quickly picked up her phone and dialed her daughter's number. The ringtone echoed from her daughter's room. Could something have happened? The phone was in the room, but her daughter was nowhere to be seen. Lin Xiumin's face paled slightly as she instinctively considered calling the police. Suddenly, she thought of the college student renting next door and decided to ask if he'd seen her daughter. Knock knock knock. Hearing the knocking, Gao Yan wore a resigned expression. Why did someone have to knock again? Couldn't they at least wait until he finished this bowl of noodles? He set down his chopsticks and stood up to answer the door. As soon as he opened the door, a panicked voice cried out, Xiao Gao, have you seen my daughter? She's gone. Lin Jie, don't worry, your daughter is with me. Gao Yan stepped aside, revealing Lin Mo sitting at the table eating noodles under Lin Xiumin's gaze. At the sight of her daughter, Lin Xiumin finally let out a relieved sigh. But suspicion soon followed. Why would her daughter come to Gao Yan's house to eat noodles? When did Gao Yan and her daughter become so close? For a moment, she looked at Gao Yan with added suspicion and wariness. Sensing Lin Xiumin's gaze, Gao Yan felt unfairly accused and quickly explained, Lin Jie, don't misunderstand. I was a bit hungry and cooked myself some noodles. Your daughter smelled the aroma and asked me to make her a bowl. Mor, is that true? Lin Xiumin turned to her daughter and asked, Mom, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's just that brother Gaiyan's noodles smelled so delicious, I couldn't help myself. She had just heard her mother's panicked voice. Her mother must have returned home to find her missing and gotten worried. In Lin Xiumin's heart, her daughter was well-behaved and sensible, and she was inclined to believe her words. But were Gaiyan's noodles really that delicious, enough to lure her daughter all the way from next door? No wonder they've been mother and daughter for so long. Lin Mo could tell from Lin Xiumin's expression that she still had doubts. So she picked up the bowl of noodles and handed it to Lin Xiumin, saying, Mom, why don't you try it? It's really delicious. Lin Xiumin had intended to refuse at first, but the aroma wafting from the bowl made her oddly hungry. She'd only nibbled a little while entertaining clients over drinks tonight, so she nodded and said, let me give it a try. Out of modesty, though, Lin Xiumin only took a single noodle to taste. Instantly, an indescribable fragrance conquered her taste buds. Subconsciously, she reached for more noodles and brought them to her mouth. Then he couldn't stop eating once he started. These noodles are unbelievably delicious. Mom, can you save some for me? Seeing Lin Xiumin devouring bowl after bowl without pause, Lin Mo pleaded plaintively. Hearing her daughter's voice, Lin Xiumin couldn't help but blush deeply. Now she understood why her daughter had been so drawn to the aroma of Gao Yan's cooking. Lin Jie, how about I make a bowl for you too? At this moment, Gao Yan interjected. Lin Xiumin instinctively wanted to refuse, but swallowed her words at the last moment. Then I'll trouble you, Xiao Gao. Don't mention it. Gao Yan smiled, quickly finished the remaining noodles in his bowl, then headed toward the kitchen. Shortly after, a steaming bowl of noodles with rich aroma was served once more. Miss Lin, your noodles are here. Thank you. Lin Xiumin expressed her gratitude again as she reached out to take the noodle bowl. Soon, Lin Xiumin had devoured the entire bowl of noodle soup and couldn't help letting out a satisfied burp. Blushing slightly, she praised, Xiao Gao, your cooking skills are absolutely amazing. If you were to open a noodle shop, it would surely be a roaring success. Then I'll take your kind words as a blessing, Sister Lin. Gao Yan replied with a smile. Right now, he hadn't even managed to open his milk tea shop. Where would he find the time to start a noodle restaurant? However, once the milk tea shop stabilized, he planned to open a Chinese-style fast food eatery. With the super seasoning on hand, he had no worries about attracting customers. Xiao Gao, we've bothered you enough tonight with the two of us. It's getting late, so we'll take our leave now. It's alright, I'll treat you. Goodbye, brother Gao Yan. Lin Mo waved to Gao Yan as well. Goodbye. Closing the door behind him, Gao Yan took the noodle bowl from the table to the kitchen to wash it, then took a shower and lay down on the bed. Casually picking up his phone, he noticed that Woman by Wei had sent him another WeChat message. Checking the time, it was sent 20 minutes ago. At that moment, he had been entertaining Lin Xiumin and her daughter. After some thought, Gao Yan still decided to ignore it, let this woman wreak havoc on Zhou Yuchou instead. Apart from this, Zhang Feifei also sent him a WeChat message. Gao Yan didn't have a favorable impression of Zhang Feifei either. After all, when buying the phone, the other party had been somewhat overbearing. However, considering they were classmates, he still exchanged a few lukewarm words with them before ending the conversation with the excuse of needing to sleep. By the way, I think there's still one more lottery draw. One draw yielded a milk tea recipe, and another produced super seasonings. I bet this draw will probably give me another recipe or something similar. So, Gao Yan decided to save it for now. He'd use it when the time was right. Before he knew it, the next day had arrived. The milk tea shop was set to begin renovations today. Thus, he first went to the milk tea shop to handle the handover matters. Soon after, he received calls from Zhang Qin and Lu Ran one after another. Gao Yan directly instructed them to head to his rented apartment. Afterwards, Gao Yan also sent the rental apartment's location to Chen Yue and Shen Lingling respectively. Zhang Qin and Lu Ran arrived first. Shen Lingling and Chen Yue didn't arrive until 9:10. At the beginning, Shen Lingling still felt that Gao Yan making them sign a non-disclosure agreement was making a mountain out of a molehill. But after tasting the milk tea Gao Yan made, those thoughts completely vanished. Because the milk tea Gao Yan prepared was simply too delicious, even the usually timid Shen Yue drank quite a bit. Senior, will we get free milk tea during work hours later? Shen Lingling said. If you don't need a salary, drink as much as you want. Gao Yan said with a smile, feeling confident after tasting the milk tea he made using the system's formula. He was certain that when his milk tea shop reopened, it would be an instant hit. Chapter 13, Shopping Trip and Running into an Old Classmate. In the following days, Gao Yan began teaching the 4 girls how to prepare 6 different flavors of milk tea. Although the 6 milk teas had distinct tastes, they all shared one common characteristic: they were incredibly delicious. Senior brother, did you develop these 6 flavors of milk tea all by yourself? Shen Lingling asked curiously. You could say so. Gao Yan nodded. After nearly an hour together, he'd already gotten a good sense of Shen Lingling and Chen Youwei's personalities. Shen Lingling came from a good family background and had a lively personality. She was straightforward, saying whatever came to mind without much thought. Chen Youwei, on the other hand, was the kind of quiet, diligent girl who kept her head down and worked hard, never speaking up unless spoken to. So how did you come up with this? You're seriously amazing. Shen Lingling praised with admiration in her voice. She could already tell that with these 6 unique milk tea flavors, Gao Yan's shop was bound to be a huge hit. Alright, let's call it a day. Remember, under no circumstances should you leak our milk tea recipe. Gao Yan emphasized seriously. Don't worry, boss. We understand what's at stake. Zhang Qin quickly responded, while the other 3 girls nodded in agreement. They wouldn't dare risk leaking the recipe anyway, as they had signed non-disclosure agreements. If they revealed the formula, Gao Yan had the right to sue them and demand compensation. Moreover, Gao Yan had taken extra precautions by pre-mixing some of the ingredients in specific proportions. Going forward, the blending of materials would be handled solely by him. As long as the ingredient ratios remained undisclosed, it would be nearly impossible for others to replicate the perfect-tasting milk tea. Seeing it was just a little past 10 o'clock, he only had one lecture today, a public class that started at 2 in the afternoon. Gao Yan decided to go buy himself a few new outfits and shoes. Due to the favoritism of his adoptive parents, his clothes had always been the cheaper kind. After entering university, he earned his tuition and living expenses through part-time jobs, but still couldn't bring himself to splurge on expensive things. Now that he had money, there was no need to deprive himself, especially since after integrating the mixed martial arts master's skills, his height had increased by 2 centimeters and his physique had undergone significant changes. His old clothes no longer fit quite right. Although Nandu wasn't an international metropolis like the capital or Shanghai, it was still a provincial capital city. The university town was located in the eastern suburbs of Nandu, about 7 or 8 kilometers from the city center. Gao Yan's destination was the Wanlong Shopping Mall. The Wanlong Shopping Mall was developed by the Wanlong Group. The Wanlong Group is the largest real estate development company in Yangdong Province. As for Wanlong Group's chairman, Wang Wanlin, he is a star entrepreneur in Yangdong Province, with a net worth exceeding 100 billion, and is a prominent figure nationwide. More than 20 minutes later, Gao Yan took a DD ride to Wanlong Shopping Mall, and took the elevator to the mall's 3rd floor. The 3rd floor of the mall housed various high-end domestic and international brand boutiques. Gao Yan stepped into the Louis Vuitton boutique. There was none of the cliché drama of being looked down upon by sales assistants due to his modest attire. After all, staff at such high-end brand stores undergo specialized training. Openly mocking customers would never happen. At most, there might be some internal judgment. While all these designs leaned somewhat conservative, they suited Gao Yan perfectly. He was never one for ostentation, nor did he fancy dressing flamboyantly. Gao Yan picked out a t-shirt, a dress shirt, and 2 pairs of shorts. He immediately changed into a t-shirt and shorts, then checked himself in the mirror. Whether it was just psychological or not, he felt like he looked noticeably more handsome. Pulling up the system panel, he saw that his charm attribute had indeed increased by 1 point. Clothes really do make the man. Sir, this outfit suits you very well, but you might want to pick out a pair of shoes to match, suggested the young sales assistant standing nearby. Alright, then pick a pair of shoes. So, following the salesperson's suggestion, Gao Yan picked out a pair of casual shoes to try on. When the final bill was settled, damn, for just this little thing, it actually costs 13,800. However, a hint of hesitation flickered in Gao Yan's eyes before he resolutely made the payment. Sir, should we pack up these old clothes for you? The sales assistant asked. No need, could you just toss them out for me? Gao Yan waved his hand dismissively when suddenly, his gaze fell on a pair of sunglasses in the store. He picked up a stylish pair and tried them on, checking his reflection in the mirror with satisfaction. A glance at the price tag revealed they cost a whopping 3,680 yuan. Having already spent over 10,000, there was no point agonizing over 3,000 more. And so, Gao Yan made the purchase once more. Holding the shopping bag that the assistant respectfully handed to him with both hands, he strode out of the LV store with confident steps. Next, Gao Yan went to the Nike flagship store to buy a tracksuit and a pair of basketball shoes. Then he visited the Gucci boutique to purchase a jacket and dress pants. The total spending came close to 30,000. That should do it. Gao Yan decided to end today's shopping spree here. Before obtaining the system, he had never imagined a day would come when he'd spend 30,000 yuan in less than an hour. A bit extravagant indeed. After wandering about for a while, he was starting to feel hungry. Time to head to the fourth-floor dining area for a meal. After his physique improved, not only did his appetite increase drastically, but he also got hungry easily. Fortunately, money wasn't an issue now. Gao Yan? A somewhat uncertain voice called out. Gao Yan turned his head and saw two girls walking arm in arm out of the Chanel boutique. It really is you. Zhuo Jianyue released her companion's hand and quickly stepped forward, stopping about a meter away as she scrutinized Gao Yan from head to toe. With admiration in her voice, she remarked, It's been nearly 2 years since I last saw you, you've changed so much. In truth, Gao Yan hadn't changed much over the past 2 years, his transformation only began in recent days. Zhuo Jianyue was Gao Yan's high school classmate and deskmate. Both of them had been top students in high school, but Gao Yan caught a fever during the college entrance exams and underperformed, failing to get into his dream university. Zhuo Jianyue, who performed as expected, was admitted to Yangdong University of Science and Technology. The truth was, during high school, they had both harbored faint feelings for each other, but due to the pressures of the exams, neither dared to breach that unspoken barrier. Later, after underperforming in the exams, Gao Yan grew somewhat disillusioned with himself. Zhuo Jianyue was quite beautiful and came from a well-off family, while Gao Yan's only redeeming quality was his academic performance. Thus, after failing the college entrance exam, he felt he was no longer worthy of Zhuo Jianyue. Because of this, even though they attended universities in the same city for nearly 2 years, they never once contacted each other. As for why Zhuo Jianyue had taken a liking to him, the reason was quite simple. One day after school, Gao Yan saw Zhuo Jianyue being cornered by some local troublemakers. Without a second thought, he rushed forward to intervene. Instead of playing the hero who saves the beauty, he ended up getting beaten up by those hooligans. From that moment on, Zhuo Jianyue began taking the initiative to reach out to him. You're as beautiful as ever. Gao Yan also took a good look at Zhuo Jianyue. Compared to 2 years ago, she had blossomed into an even more stunning beauty, definitely a 95+ knockout. Well, 2 years apart and you've actually learned to smooth talk? Zhuo Jianyue teased with a smile, but soon a hint of resentment flickered in her eyes. They'd been in the same city for 2 years, yet this guy hadn't once reached out to her. Little did he know, she'd kept the same phone number all this time, for someone's sake. Jianyue, who is this handsome guy? Aren't you going to introduce me? Song Yufei, the abandoned best friend of Zhuo Jianyue, also walked over because she noticed that her normally unflappable friend's body actually trembled slightly after calling out Gao Yan's name moments earlier. Keep in mind, over these past 2 years, her best friend had rejected no fewer than 80 admirers if not a full 100. At best, this Gao Yan guy could be considered moderately good-looking. In terms of attractiveness, he wouldn't even rank in the top 10 among Zhuo Jianyue's suitors. But strangely enough, her best friend got so excited upon seeing him, so she immediately sensed there was something going on between these two. Her burning gossip spirit ignited in full force. Chapter 14, The Roadblock. Facing her best friend's inquiry, Zhuo Jianyue feigned composure as she introduced, Gao Yan, this is Song Yufei, my best friend and classmate. Yufei, this is Gao Yan, my classmate and deskmate from high school. Just a deskmate, not childhood sweethearts or anything like that? Song Yufei teased with a mischievous tone. Blushing faintly under Song Yufei's playful remark, Zhuo Jianyue's expression gave her away. Noticing this, Yufei became even more convinced there was something between her best friend and Gao Yan. Quickly regaining her composure, Zhuo Jianyue retorted, don't talk nonsense, we really were just classmates, otherwise, we wouldn't have gone 2 years without contact. Zhuo Jianyue emphasized the words 2 years with a heavy tone, faintly carrying a hint of resentment. Gao Yan also noticed it, feeling a silent guilt in his heart. To be honest, he had deliberately avoided Zhuo Jianyue, thinking that after 2 years, the faint emotions of that time would have long since faded. He never expected Zhuo Jianyue still held him in her thoughts. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a little proud and happy inside. It's lunchtime now. May I have the honor of inviting you two lovely ladies to join me for lunch? Gao Yan deliberately changed the subject. Sure, but just so you know, plenty of people at school want to treat our Jianyue to meals. We won't just go to any ordinary restaurant. Song Yufei jumped in to reply. Truth be told, Song Yufei was quite attractive herself. Though not as stunning as Zhuo Jianyue, she still scored above 90 points in looks. Don't listen to her nonsense, just eat whatever you like. Zhuo Jianyue quickly interjected. She knew about Gao Yan's family situation and didn't want him to waste money. Still saying there's nothing between you? Defending him so quickly. Song Yufei teased Zhuo Jianyue in a whisper near her ear. Zhuo Jianyue's cheeks flushed red once again. At that moment, Gao Yan spoke up, no problem. It's my honor to treat two beautiful ladies to a meal. You can choose any restaurant upstairs, I can definitely afford it. He knew Zhuo Jianyue was trying to save him money, which warmed his heart. In the past, he felt unworthy of Zhuo Jianyue, but now, with the system by his side, he was no longer the impoverished boy he once was. A girl as wonderful as Zhuo Jianyue was naturally worth pursuing. Hearing this, Zhuo Jianyue looked at Gao Yan with some skepticism. From what she knew, he wasn't the type to pretend to be something he wasn't. Don't worry, young miss, eating out won't bankrupt him. Just the outfit he's wearing costs over 10,000 yuan, Song Yufei said with a laugh. Her eyes were sharp enough to spot that Gao Yan's clothes and accessories were all Louis Vuitton even if he wasn't loaded with cash. He certainly wasn't short on pocket money. So the three of them headed to the fourth floor of the mall. This Sichuan cuisine restaurant looks good. How about eating here? Jianyue, Song Beauty, what do you think? Gao Yan sought the opinions of the two girls. Both Gao Yan and Zhuo Jianyue were from southwestern China and enjoyed spicy food. Neither of the two women objected. Handsome guy, beautiful ladies, how many in your party? The waiter approached and asked. Just the three of us. This way, please. After being seated, the waiter brought over the menu. Gao Yan invited the two girls to order. You should decide, after all, it's your treat, Zhuo Jianyue said with a smile. Sure. Gao Yan took the menu and asked Song Yufei, can our beautiful Ms. Song handle spicy food? She's a Hunan girl, she can handle both fiery and numbing spice. Zhuo Jianyue said. That's perfect. Gao Yan nodded and ordered mapo tofu, stir-fried diced chicken, twice-cooked pork with fermented black beans and garlic sprouts, as well as shredded potatoes with sour and spicy sauce and a meatball soup. Hearing the dishes Gao Yan listed, Zhuo Jianyue felt a sweet warmth in her heart. These were all dishes she particularly liked. She hadn't expected him to still remember her preferences after 2 years. Similarly, Song Yufei, who knew Zhuo Jianyue quite well, showed a knowing smile upon hearing the order. If there wasn't something going on between these two, she'd wash her hair standing on her head. Gao Yan and Zhuo Jianyue thoroughly enjoyed their meal as they chatted about high school memories throughout dinner, while Song Yufei sitting beside them couldn't get a word in edgewise, so she could only eat quietly by herself. Before she knew it, she had eaten too much. The meal wasn't expensive either, costing only about 200 yuan. Gao Yan, thank you for treating us to dinner. Let me buy you some milk tea in return, Zhuo Jianyue said with a smile. Sounds good, I won't stand on ceremony then. Do you still like lemon flavor? Zhuo Jianyue asked again. That's right. Gao Yan nodded. Alright, I'll go buy it now. Watching Zhuo Jianyue head towards the milk tea shop, Song Yufei quickly called out, Jianyue, you haven't asked me yet? Don't you like taro ball flavor? Zhuo Jianyue countered. I want to change things up today, I'm going for Hong Kong style. Song Yufei felt slightly ignored, and a tinge of sourness crept into her heart. Alright then, wait here for me. Gao Yan, be honest, what exactly is your relationship with our Jianyu? Song Yufei stared at Gao Yan as she asked. High school classmates and deskmates, said Gao Yan. Cut the crap, who are you trying to fool? Song Yufei smirked disdainfully. You remember what dishes Jianyu likes, and she knows exactly what flavor of milk tea you prefer. How could you possibly be just classmates and deskmates? It's really just like that. Gao Yan repeated. How boring. Song Yufei pursed her lips. But I have to remind you, at our school, Jianyu has many high-quality suitors. If you want to pursue her, it won't be easy. Thanks for the reminder, I got it. Gao Yan nodded. In the past, he would have chosen to back down, but now, with the system by his side, he had the confidence to defeat all other competitors. Moreover, he could already sense that Zhu Jianyue had feelings for him, which alone gave him an absolute advantage. Aren't you going to ask about Jianyue's other suitors? Song Yufei teased. Then I'd appreciate some guidance from the gorgeous Song. Gao Yan said earnestly. So you're seriously planning to pursue Jianyue? Song Yufei said smugly. Do I look blind to you? Gao Yan asked with a laugh. Song Yufei was stunned. What do you mean? Gao Yan said, it's simple, I'm not blind. Why wouldn't I pursue someone as outstanding as Jianyu? Makes sense. Song Yufei nodded and continued, truth be told, while Jianyu has many suitors, there are only two you really need to worry about. One is Chen Jian, the student council president. His background is hard to pin down, but his abilities and looks are exceptional. He's gentle, refined, and already secured a spot for graduate studies. The university sees him as a key talent, and within the student council, he's been quite attentive to Jiang Yu. Feeling the pressure yet? Gao Yan nodded in acknowledgement. Song Yufei continued, the second person you need to watch out for is named Deng Yu. That guy is a spoiled rich second gen. Rumor has it his family holds a major stake in Wanlong Group. He's extremely arrogant and unruly, having harmed quite a few girls. The worst part is how spineless he is. Any suitor he sees as competition, he'll find a way to ruin. If you want to be with Jianyue, he's your biggest obstacle. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan felt a chill. Thanks for the heads up. I'll keep that in mind. Here's an idea, let's add each other on WeChat. If anything happens with Jianyue, you can reach me. Sure, scan me. After exchanging WeChat contacts, Zhu Jianyue returned with 3 cups of milk tea. Chapter 15, Dinner at the Landlord's Place. Zhu Jianyue originally planned to invite Gao Yan to watch a movie, but she still had classes in the afternoon, and attending the movie would definitely make her late, so she had to tactfully decline. However, Gao Yan took the initiative to invite Zhuo Jianyue to watch a movie together this coming Saturday. After a slight hesitation, Zhuo Jianyue agreed. When they parted, Gao Yan took the initiative to ask for her WeChat and also gave her his phone number. 2 p.m. Gao Yan arrived punctually in the lecture hall and walked directly to sit beside Chung Hao. The professor for this class also arrived shortly after. 2 hours later, after class, Gao Yan headed to the snack street to check on the milk tea shop's renovation progress, while Chung Hao went to inspect the improvement work at the hot pot restaurant. The milk tea shop wasn't very large, so the renovations progressed quickly. By now, the ceiling work has been completed, and we're currently applying plaster to the walls. However, Gao Yan spotted an unexpected figure in the shop. Chen Yue, come out here for a moment. Gao Yan called her out and asked, why are you here? As always, Chen Yue kept her head lowered and replied meekly, boss, I can't just take the salary without working. I knew the shop was being renovated, so I came to help, hoping to open sooner. You're such a silly goose, Gao Yan said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. The shop's renovation is fully contracted to a decoration company. If you came to work, you'd essentially be working for the decoration company for free while I pay your wages. Alright, hurry back and get some rest. Come back after we open for business. Understood, boss. Chen Yue nodded. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Gao Yan called Chen Yue back and quickly bought her a bottle of drink from the shop across the street. Even though you didn't actually help me, you had good intentions. Consider this drink a reward for your kindness. Boss, no need. Chen Yue waved her hand in refusal. If I tell you to take it, then take it, or I'll really get angry. After a moment of silence, Chen Yue reached out to accept the drink and murmured a soft thank you. Alright, head back now. Gao Yan waved his hand. Watching Chen Yue walk away, Gao Yan couldn't help but smile. In this day and age, it was truly rare to find a girl as guileless and sincere as Chen Yue. Afterward, Gao Yan went back into the shop to hand out cigarettes to the renovation workers before leaving. He originally planned to go to the grocery market to buy some meat and vegetables to cook for himself. Unexpectedly, just as he stepped out of the university district, he received a call from his landlord Lin Xiumin, who invited him to her place for dinner. Gao Yan initially wanted to decline, but Lin Xiumin's insistence was firm. He had no choice but to agree. Still, it was his first time visiting his landlord's home. Can't go empty-handed, after all. Since there happened to be a fruit shop outside the neighborhood, he went ahead and bought some fruit to bring along. Back at the rented apartment, Gao Yan first washed his face, then returned to his room, turned on the air conditioning, and lay on the bed playing with his phone. Checking WeChat, he noticed that Zhu Jianyue had messaged him an hour ago, asking if he planned to return to his hometown this summer vacation. To be honest, Gao Yan didn't feel any sense of belonging to that household. The favoritism shown by his adoptive parents always made him feel like an outsider. So apart from returning once during his first semester's winter break, he hadn't gone back since, using part-time work as an excuse to avoid visiting during subsequent semester breaks. He didn't want to go back during this break anyway. Returning home would mean facing Gao Lang's provocations and his adoptive mother's nagging. He wasn't a masochist. Why should he go back just to suffer? Natural talent. Sorry, I was in class earlier with my phone on silent, didn't see your message. I probably won't be going back this summer break. How about you? Are you going back? Yangdong Institute of Technology, the girls' dormitory. Zhuo Jianyue was reviewing her lessons, but her gaze kept drifting toward her phone resting nearby. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. A new WeChat message had arrived. She hurriedly picked up her phone and saw that the guy had finally replied to her message. A faint smile appeared on her face as she unlocked the screen to read it, but after seeing the content, she couldn't help feeling somewhat disappointed. But considering Gao Yan's family situation, she could somewhat understand why he didn't want to return. During high school, though they never explicitly confessed, they had shared many things with each other. After a brief contemplation, Zhuo Jianyue typed a reply. My supervisor has a research project and needs to select a few assistants. If I'm chosen, I won't return. If not, I probably will. Actually, just yesterday, her supervisor had asked for her opinion on whether she'd be willing to work as an assistant. Due to her consistently outstanding performance, she had earned the appreciation and affection of Qin Yiren, the youngest associate professor in the science department at Yangdong University. Generally, in such cases, professors would choose graduate students as assistants, with seniors being the minimum requirement. Appointing a sophomore like her as an assistant was undoubtedly an exceptional promotion. Being involved as a research assistant would be recorded in her academic records, providing significant advantages if she pursued a teaching career at the university in the future. Born talented, as expected of the academic goddess, already serving as the professor's assistant in your second year. Zhuo Jianyue, not at all, nothing's confirmed yet. Born talented, I believe in you, you'll definitely get chosen. When it happens, I'll treat you to a feast. Zhuo Jianyue, forget the feast, I want hot pot. Born talented, sounds good. I know a hot pot place with amazing flavor, but it's not opening until this Sunday. Let's go together then. Shuo Jianyue, awesome, awesome. Chatting with Shuo Jianyue relaxed Gao Yan so much that he didn't even notice it was already 6 p.m. Lin Xiaomin called again, so he ended the conversation with Shuo Jianyue. Turning off the AC, he left the bedroom, picked up the fruit basket, and headed next door to room 503. The door was slightly ajar. Gao Yan pushed it open and called out, "Sister Lin, it's your neighbor Xiao Gao. May I come in?" Wearing home clothes and an apron, Lin Xiaomin emerged from the kitchen with a smile. "No need to be so polite, come on in. There are new slippers on the shoe rack." "Okay, Sister Lin." After changing into slippers, Gao Yan saw Lin Imor skipping out of the room. "Brother Gao Yan, you're here. And you brought a gift? What is it? Let me see." "Imor, don't be so rude. Hurry up and pour Brother Gao a glass of water." Then she turned to Gao Yan and said, "Xiao Gao, have a seat first. There's just one last soup to finish and we can eat." In no time, Lin Xiaomin invited Gao Yan to sit down. Tonight Lin Xiaomin had prepared 4 dishes and 1 soup. Originally, Gao Yan assumed that a wealthy woman like Lin Xiaomin would be an average cook, but to his surprise, the dishes she made turned out to be quite delicious. "Lin Jia, I didn't expect you to be such a talented cook." "Is that so? Then eat up," Lin Xiaomin said with a smile. "In that case, I won't hold back." Responding enthusiastically, Gao Yan immediately began devouring the food with gusto. In the end, more than half of the 4 dishes and 1 soup ended up in Gao Yan's stomach. Lin Xiaomin didn't mind at all. In fact, she seemed quite pleased. Especially when she saw Gao Yan devouring the food with gusto, her own appetite improved considerably. When Gao Yan finally put down his chopsticks and noticed both mother and daughter sizing him up, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "The food you made is just too delicious, Sister Lin. I couldn't help myself, hope you'll excuse my lack of restraint." "It's alright, seeing you eat with such relish has improved our appetites too." "That's right, Brother Gao Yan, I ate a third more than usual today." Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Chapter 16, Earning 960,000 in a Frenzy. After the meal, Gao Yan offered to help clear the dishes, but she was rejected by Lin Xiaomin. Instead, she brought out some pre-cut fruits and pastries from the kitchen and placed them on the coffee table, asking Lin Imor to accompany him to chat on the sofa. Lin Xiaomin should be at least 36 or 37 years old, yet she looks no older than 27 or 28. Before, he wasn't familiar with her, and she gave Gao Yan the impression of being aloof and hard to approach. But today, he once again sensed Lin Xiaomin's gentle and virtuous side. "Brother Gao Yan, Mom told me you're a student at Nandu University. Could you tell me about your school?" Lin Imor, already a senior in high school and about to take the college entrance exams soon, was full of longing for university life. Faced with Lin Imor's request, Gao Yan truly didn't know where to begin. Because in the past 2 years, his college life had been extremely dull, either studying or working part-time. He didn't participate in student council activities, didn't join any clubs, and tried his best to avoid class gatherings and events. After 2 years, Gao Yan couldn't even confidently say he was familiar with the campus he'd spent those years at. After some thought, he replied, "Relatively speaking, the university learning environment is more relaxed than high school, where teachers chased you to study. If you just want to scrape by for a diploma, as long as you don't fail exams, no one cares if you play games or binge shows. Even during class, as long as you don't disturb others, teachers won't say anything about you doing other things. But if you're planning to pursue graduate studies, you need to start preparing from freshman year. In today's society, the requirements for academic qualifications are becoming increasingly higher. It's quite challenging to land a well-paying job with just a master's degree from Nandu University." Before obtaining the system, Gao Yan had planned to pursue graduate studies at Yangdong University of Science. As a result, apart from working part-time, he devoted almost all his energy to studying. With his natural talent, his academic performance remained consistently strong in class. But now, after acquiring the system, he no longer needs to work for others, and his desire to pursue graduate studies isn't as intense as before. After all, isn't getting a good education precisely to land a better job and earn more money? In no time, Lin Xiaomin came out from the kitchen and noticed Gao Yan chatting quite congenially with her daughter, so she smiled and asked, "What are you two talking about?" Lin Imor said, "I was just asking Brother Gao Yan some questions about university life." "Xiao Gao, you'll be a junior next semester, right?" Lin Xiaomin asked. "Yes, Sister Lin." "Then do you plan to take the postgraduate entrance exam?" Lin Xiaomin asked again. Gao Yan replied, "I've been preparing all along, but it's hard to say for sure at this point." Lin Xiaomin nodded. "If you're considering postgraduate studies, it's best to start preparing early. Are you planning to take the exam at your own university or elsewhere?" "Previously, I intended to apply for Yangdong University of Science and Technology's postgraduate program." Gao Yan answered directly. "That's ambitious. You'll need to work hard then. Yangdong University of Science and Technology's postgraduate program isn't easy to get into," remarked Lin Xiaomin, noting that Yangdong ranked among the top 10 universities nationwide. In the south, it's second only to Zhejiang University. It's just an idea, no guarantee whether it'll work out or not. Gao Yan chuckled. By the way, where's your hometown? Lin Xiumin asked again. From Jiangsu City, Southwest Province. Gao Yan replied. I've been there before, the scenery is quite beautiful. Gao Yan, yes, our area has quite a few scenic spots, 2 or even 5 great tourist attractions. One is the giant panda base, and the other is the snow mountain. It's really nice to soak in hot springs after skiing there during winter. Mentioning skiing in hot springs brought back a flood of memories for Gao Yan. During winter break in his first year of high school, his adoptive parents debated where to travel before finally deciding on skiing and hot spring trips at the snow mountain. He secretly felt happy for a while. Yet, his adoptive parents only took his younger brother Gao Lang, leaving him behind to watch the house. The family of 3 returned cheerfully only after the New Year celebrations. Meanwhile, he could only stay home alone. From that moment on, he understood one truth: a biological son will always be a biological son, and no matter how outstanding an adopted son performs, he can never become a true son. After chatting about daily life with Lin Xiumin for a while, Gao Yan took his leave and left. After returning home, he showered and lay down on his bed. Gao Yan pulled up the system interface. The experience points are still over 9,000, with no increase. Can't just be satisfied with a bit of money now, gotta keep grinding experience to level up the system and increase the rebate multiplier. Although reuniting with Zhuo Yuayu today no longer made Gao Yan feel insecure, he was well aware that Zhuo Yuayu came from a fairly well-off family. Zhuo Jianyue's father was an official in one of their cities, exactly what rank Gao Yan didn't know, but it certainly wasn't low. Her mother was also a formidable businesswoman. The scale was not small either. Therefore, Zhu Jianyue never lacked money since childhood. At present, Gao Yan had neither a house nor a car, and with just over 1,000,000 yuan to his name, he couldn't even afford a decent-sized flat in southern capital. Once he and Zhuo Jianyue get married, this minor achievement would surely be underwhelming. So, he must keep striving. Then, how can he grind for experience? Continue selling phones? Now that the system offers a 4x return, selling just one fruit phone earns a rebate of 16,000 yuan. After deducting the 800 yuan purchase cost, the net profit reaches 15,200 yuan. For now, this method works quite well. So Gao Yan decided he would go to the city the next day to buy a batch of fruit phones and resell them at school. The next day, Friday, there were 2 professional courses in the morning and no classes in the afternoon. So, before class began, Gao Yan opened the class WeChat group and told everyone, my relative still hasn't gathered enough funds and needs to sell a batch of genuine fruit phones at a low price. Same as last time, 4,000 yuan each. I'll head downtown this afternoon to pick up the goods. Interested classmates, please have cash ready, no credit. After this message was sent, the quiet group chat suddenly became lively. Last time, over 10 classmates from our class had already purchased phones, all completely genuine, and after using them, everyone felt quite satisfied. One of them, Zhang Pengfei, even resold it to a friend for 4,600 yuan, pocketing a clean 600 yuan profit. Seeing that Gao Yan was about to offload phones again, he couldn't help brainstorming. After all, he still had a few friends who wanted to get their hands on discounted phones. So he went straight to Gao Yan's seat and asked, Gao Yan, how many phones do you have this time? You want to buy more? Gao Yan looked at Zhang Pengfei and asked. That's right. Zhang Pengfei nodded. I mailed the last one to my younger sister. Now I want to get one for myself too because after she showed it off in our family group chat, even my cousins want to buy it. Zhang Pengfei's nonsense held no water with Gao Yan. He saw right through the guy's probable scheme to flip phones for profit, but that suited him just fine. So he asked, how many do you want? Will 50 grand do? Zhang Pengfei inquired tentatively. Sure, but it must be a simultaneous exchange of money and goods. Gao Yan reminded. That won't be an issue. Zhang Pengfei nodded in agreement. Several more classmates came over to ask shortly after. This actually made Cheng Hao puzzled. He asked when Gao Yan had started selling phones. Still, Gao Yan stuck to his story about a relative needing funds for cash flow issues. After 2 specialized classes ended, Gao Yan hurriedly took a taxi downtown, sweeping through several phone stores one after another, and finally managed to gather 60 brand new latest model smartphones. On his way back, he sent WeChat messages to the classmates who intended to buy phones and arranged to meet at a small pavilion on campus. When Gao Yan arrived, he found not only the promised few classmates waiting, but also students from other classes had come. Altogether, there were over 30 people gathered. Zhang Pengfei was the most enthusiastic, directly transferring 20,000 yuan to Gao Yan via WeChat and taking away 5 phones. Among the remaining people, some also saw the business opportunity, with some buying 3 units and others purchasing 2. Consequently, within less than 10 minutes, all 60 units of the latest fruit brand phones were completely sold out. Meanwhile, the refunded amount in the system account reached 960,000 yuan. However, the upgrade experience only increased by 240,000 points. The total experience points approached 250,000. A few more times, and the system can level up again. Gao Yan felt life was getting more promising by the day. Chapter 17, The First Date. Collecting himself, Gao Yan headed to the milk tea shop once more. After consulting with the decorators, he learned the renovation could be completed in 2 days at most. Anticipating booming business after reopening, Gao Yan realized he'd need to order a batch of brand new equipment. So he browsed on his phone and spent over 5,000 yuan to place an equipment order. The supplier was locally based in Nandu, and they agreed to deliver the goods tomorrow morning. However, since he had a date with Zhuo Jiangyue tomorrow, Gao Yan called Wang Qin again, asking her to come over the next morning to receive the equipment. He went to the vegetable market, bought half an old hen, a little over half a pound of white beans, and half a pound of rapeseed, then carried them back to his rented room. Gao Yan had been assigned cooking duties by his foster mother since he was 10 years old. Therefore, his culinary skills were quite decent. After starting college, while living in the dorm, he ate at the cafeteria. When he moved into his own place, he began cooking for himself. Often just stir-frying 2 dishes would last him the whole day. It was clean and cheap. Even now with money, he finds it hard to break frugal habits and splurge carelessly. The concept of sudden wealth leading to retaliatory spending simply doesn't apply to Gao Yan. What's more, he still had that super seasoning recipe at home. With this recipe, the dishes he made would undoubtedly surpass even those prepared by master chefs. After washing half of an old hen's meat, Gao Yan threw it into a pot with water, added the super seasoning, and started stewing without needing any other seasonings. The amazing thing about the super seasoning was its versatility. It could be used for stewing soup, stir-frying, making cold dishes, and more, simply a panacea. And the dishes made with it all have different textures. If this super seasoning were promoted nationwide, chefs might lose their jobs. After stewing the old hen, Gao Yan prepared the rapeseed shoots next. Then he started washing the rice to cook. While putting rice in the cooker, Gao Yan unconsciously wondered if Lin Amour, that little foodie, would be drawn over again. As if guided by some whimsical impulse, he washed and cooked a little extra rice. The old hen was already stewing, and the rice was cooking. Gao Yan then picked up a professional textbook from his desk in the bedroom and started reviewing. The exams were less than a month away. His academic foundation was usually quite solid, and he was confident he wouldn't fail any subjects, but he still wanted to achieve better grades. Moreover, as his mental power grew, both his memory and comprehension abilities improved significantly. High-efficiency studying had become a kind of enjoyment for him. After about 7 or 8 minutes, a rich chicken soup aroma wafted from the kitchen and drifted into Gao Yan's nostrils. So fragrant! Gao Yan couldn't resist taking 2 deep whiffs of the enticing scent. He got up and went to the kitchen, lifting the pot lid slightly to leave a gap, preventing excess steam from building up and causing the broth to boil over and extinguish the stove flame. Unconsciously, more than an hour passed. Gao Yan returned to the kitchen, scooped up a piece of chicken, and poked it with chopsticks. Just another half hour of stewing should do the trick. So he added another ladle of water to the pot. 5:40 a.m. Gao Yan tested the chicken's tenderness again. It had become quite soft. Thus, he turned the stove to its lowest setting and prepared to stir-fry. Outside the door, the elevator doors opened, and Lin Amour stepped out with her backpack. She suddenly sniffed the air. Wow, what a delicious chicken soup smell. Is brother Gao Yan cooking something tasty again? Should I go over for a free meal? Lin Amour hesitated slightly. Forget it, mooching off meals all the time isn't good. Lin Amour shook her head, opened the door, and dropped her heavy backpack. But she had somewhat overestimated a foodie's resistance to delicious food, especially when the aroma kept involuntarily wafting into her nose. Never mind, I'm going to mooch a meal. Knock knock knock. Hearing the knocking, Gao Yan couldn't help but smile. It was probably Lin Amour again, drawn by the delicious aroma. He quickly went to open the door and said, "Come on in. I'm just finishing up the cooking. Wait a couple more minutes and we can eat." Before Lin Muir could answer, Gao Yan turned back into the kitchen. Lin Muir's cheeks flushed slightly. Her Gao Yan Gage wasn't the least bit surprised by her arrival, clearly expecting her to come for a meal. Does he think I'm just a little foodie in his eyes? Then she walked in with somewhat heavy steps and stopped at the kitchen doorway, asking, "Gao Yan Gage, do you need any help?" Gao Yan replied, Then start by serving the rice." "Oh, right, the bowls are in this cabinet." "Got it." Before long, at the dining table in the living room, Gao Yan smiled at Lin Amour. "Let's dig in. Then I won't stand on ceremony." The tantalizing aroma wafting from the dishes had long made Lin Amour unable to hold back. This meal left Lin Muir exceptionally satisfied. Subconsciously touching her stomach, she realized it had already rounded out. Lin Muir then insisted on washing the dishes, arguing that since she'd come to freeload a meal, cleaning up was only proper. Gao Yan tried to refuse but couldn't dissuade her. So in the end, Gao Yan didn't stop her. After washing the dishes and tidying up the kitchen, Lin Amour waved goodbye. "Gao Yan, I should head back now, or Mom will worry if she can't find me when she returns." "Let's head back." Gao Yan nodded slightly. At the door, Lin Amour turned back and flashed him a bright smile. Brother Gao Yan, thank you for your hospitality. Gao Yan replied, you're welcome. After Lin Mo left, Gao Yan went to the kitchen and found it spotlessly clean, a testament to her thoughtfulness. It occurred to him that both tomorrow and the day after would be quite busy. Deciding to capitalize on the opportunity, Gao Yan resolved to make another trip into town that evening to purchase another batch of phones for Monday's campus sales. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Gao Yan trudged back to his rented apartment with a bulging backpack full of iPhones. After a night of running around, he managed to purchase a full 100 units of the latest model fruit phones. Selling them all would net him another 400,000 experience points, with a system rebate reaching up to 1.6 million. At 8:30 the next morning, Gao Yan arrived by car outside the Wanlong shopping mall. With a quick glance, he spotted Zhuo Jianyue sitting on a bench outside the mall. How long have you been here? Gao Yan quickened his steps and went forward to ask. Just got here. Here's breakfast I bought for you. Zhuo Jianyue handed Gao Yan 2 large meat buns, a cup of soy milk, and 2 tea eggs. Thank you. Gao Yan took it and sat down close to Zhu Jianyue's side. Have you eaten yet? He asked. I've already eaten. Zhuo Jianyue gave a sweet smile. You eat the buns first, I'll peel the tea egg for you. Thank you. Gao Yan thanked her again, picked up a bun and started eating while carefully observing Zhuo Jianyue. Feeling the intensity of Gao Yan's gaze, Zhuo Jianyue became slightly bashful. What are you looking at? I'm checking out that pretty girl. Gao Yan chuckled with a sly grin. Since when did you become such a smooth talker? How many girlfriends have you had? Zhuo Jianyue asked casually, as if making small talk. Not even one. Gao Yan replied without hesitation. Hearing that Gao Yan had never had a girlfriend, Zhuo Jianyue felt inexplicably happy inside, but she continued asking, why didn't you date anyone? Because I knew someone liked me quietly all along. Gao Yan stared at Zhuo Jianyue with burning intensity. Under his fiery gaze, Zhuo Jianyue paused momentarily, then playfully retorted, as if anyone would quietly like you. Is that so? Gao Yan replied with a smirk. Zhuo Jianyue couldn't help feeling flustered. She directly shoved the peeled tea egg into Gao Yan's mouth and said in a mock-angry tone, eat it now. Gao Yan reached out to take it, took a big bite, and beamed brightly. Delicious, he exclaimed. Chapter 18, Taking It Further. Gao Yan made a date with Zhuo Jianyue to watch a movie, but this time slot wasn't really suitable for watching films. After some discussion, they decided to first visit local attractions in Nandu, have lunch, and then go to the cinema. The two were clearly smitten with each other, a classic case of mutual affection. During their outing, Zhuo Jianyue nearly slipped on a banana peel, but Gao Yan reacted quickly and caught her. Seizing the opportunity, he took her hand and never let go. Zhuo Jianyue made a half-hearted attempt to pull away but soon realized it was futile. After shooting a glare at the shameless guy, she tacitly accepted his hand-holding. The establishment of romantic relationships seldom hinges on formal confessions, it's more often a silent understanding between hearts. Relationships that require explicit declarations are often the ones built on shaky ground. For example, when Gao Yan confessed to Bai Wei earlier, he couldn't grasp what she was truly thinking in her heart. At noon, the two had lunch at a specialty restaurant in the scenic area. Not only were the prices outrageously expensive, but the taste of the food was honestly mediocre. After dinner, after leaving the scenic spot, they found a movie theater to watch a film. She couldn't remember what the movie was actually about, but Zhu Jianyue seemed genuinely moved by it. Meanwhile, he was entirely preoccupied with playing with her delicate little hand, earning himself more than 5 eye rolls from her and a few warning pinches to his soft waist. After the movie, the two found a coffee shop to chat. As time passed, Gao Yan suggested heading to a well-known seafood restaurant for dinner. Zhuo Jianyue said there was no need to go to such an expensive place, as she knew Gao Yan's circumstances and wasn't the type of girl who despised poverty and worshipped wealth. Gao Yan smiled and replied, don't worry, I'm not trying to keep up appearances beyond my means. I've already started my own business and made some decent money. This piqued Zhuo Jianyue's curiosity, but Gao Yan kept it a secret, saying he'd tell her only after scaling up the venture. They thoroughly enjoyed this lavish seafood feast. To be honest, this was also Gao Yan's first time dining at such a high-end restaurant. His adoptive parents came from a well-off family, but they never took him along whenever they dined at upscale restaurants. After dinner, the two strolled hand-in-hand along the inner river of Nandu City. Newly smitten lovers are always inseparable. At 9 o'clock, when Gao Yan sent Zhuo Jianyue back to the university, he clearly sensed the attachment and reluctance in her eyes. One hug, see you tomorrow. Gao Yan smiled and opened his arms. Zhuo Jianyue hesitated for merely a second before throwing herself into Gao Yan's embrace. Breathing in the subtle fragrance emanating from Zhuo Jianyue, Gao Yan felt a wave of emotion. He had never dreamed that someone as exceptional as Zhuo Jianyue would become his girlfriend. Thank you, system, he silently thought to himself. System, you're welcome, host. They embraced for about 10 seconds before the shy Zhuo Jianyue took the initiative to break away from the hug. After all, at this time, there were still quite a few students coming and going near the university gate. Only after watching Zhuo Jianyue's figure completely disappear into the campus of Yangda University did Gao Yan decisively turn around and take a taxi to leave. However, their embrace had already fallen into the sight of many onlookers. Zhuo Jianyue was one of the most well-known figures in Yangdong's science department and the goddess in the hearts of countless male students. Now, this goddess had actually hugged a guy right at the university gate. Someone posted a photo of the two embracing on the campus forum. In just 20 minutes, it was pushed to the top trending headline. Fortunately, the lighting at the school gate was dim, and Gao Yan's face wasn't clearly captured, otherwise, some male students might have come knocking with knives. Inside the lavish private room at Yujing Clubhouse, Deng Yu was reveling in the pleasure of having women on both arms. Suddenly, the phone rang. Deng Yu picked up his phone and pushed the woman beside him aside to answer the call. "What is it?" "Yu Xiao, it's bad news. Zhang Yu has a boyfriend." A woman's voice came through the phone. She was the spy he had planted near Zhuo Jianyue, also one of Zhuo Jianyue's roommates, named Chen Mei. Immediately, Deng Yu's face darkened with rage as he roared, "Who is it? Is it that bastard Chen Jian?" Among all of Zhuo Jianyue's suitors, Deng Yu cared little about the others, but Chen Jian was the sole exception, someone he deeply distrusted. While others might remain oblivious to Chen Jian's background, he was well aware of it. Had it been some penniless nobody who posed a serious threat to his pursuit of Zhuo Jianyue, he would have long found a way to crush them ruthlessly. "Yu Xiao, it's not Jian Chen. Seems like the guy isn't even from our school," replied Chen Mei. "Then who the hell is it?" Deng Yu roared. "Yu Xiao, don't worry, I'll help you find out," Chen Mei quickly reassured him. Taking a deep breath, Deng Yu calmed down slightly. "Fine, find that guy for me as soon as possible. I won't treat you badly. Yu Xiao, I've got my eye on an LV bag." Chen Mei began laying out her terms. With average looks, she knew she couldn't catch Deng Yu's eye. The only reason she was willing to serve as his informant was to reap some benefits. Of course, there was another reason, her envy toward Zhuo Jianyue. "Alright, someone will contact you tomorrow to take you shopping for a bag. Once we find out who that guy is, I'll send you another 10,000 yuan red envelope," Deng Yu said. "Thank you so much, young master Yu," Chen Mei said with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mei cautiously glanced around, then put away her phone and walked back to the dormitory as if nothing had happened. At this moment, the other two girls in the dorm were eagerly asking about the guy hugging Zhuo Jianyue on the campus network. Song Yufei naturally understood everything clearly. As for Zhuo Jianyue, she merely smiled with no intention of revealing Gao Yan's identity. She was a smart girl and knew Deng Yu, who had been persistently pursuing her, was no good man. Exposing Gao Yan's identity might bring him unnecessary trouble. Seeing Zhuo Jianyue remain silent, Chen Mei grew anxious. "Jianyue, just tell us. We can help you evaluate whether he's worthy of you. What business is it of yours whether she's good enough or not?" Song Yufei retorted coldly without hesitation. "I've never seen you be so concerned about anything before." Chen Mei had an unlikable personality. Not only was she fond of petty gains, but she was also overly opportunistic. Others might tolerate her even if they didn't like her, but Song Yufei wouldn't. As she put it, everyone was living for the first time, why should anyone indulge her? So whenever Chen Mei did something wrong or rubbed her the wrong way, she would speak her mind. Naturally, their relationship was far from good. At first, Chen Mei would even go head-to-head with Song Yufei. She badmouthed Song Yufei wherever she went. As a result, one time when she was talking bad about her, Song Yufei caught her red-handed. Song Yufei didn't hold back either, immediately slapping her twice hard across the face. From then on, Chen Mei became much more subdued. She didn't dare to confront Song Yufei directly anymore. "You?" Hearing Song Yufei's words, Chen Mei was left speechless with anger. "Enough, Yufei. We're all roommates here, let's not say anything more," Zhuo Jianyue intervened. Back at the rental apartment, Gao Yan first called Wang Qin to inquire about the equipment situation, and she informed him that the equipment had been received with no issues. Then, he made another call to Cheng Hao, because Brother Hot Pot Restaurant would be opening its doors tomorrow. In the afternoon, Cheng Hao had called to invite Gao Yan, the co-owner, to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony, but Gao Yan had declined. Chapter 19 Tang Ye's Test. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan couldn't help but laugh. During the call, Cheng Hao had told him he'd invited all their classmates to have hot pot at his restaurant. The fact that this fatty could play poor for 2 whole years proved he wasn't the type who liked showing off. But this time, he'd gone and invited the entire class. Was it to show off? Of course not. No, it was because of Yang Yu. He wanted to stand up for his buddy Gao Yan. After all, didn't Yang Yu reject Gao Yan back then? Cheng Hao wanted to use this method to tell Yang Yu, "You're blind for missing such a golden opportunity." Regarding Cheng Hao's kind intentions, Gao Yan didn't respond with unnecessary hypocritical words. After all, they're all young people who doesn't have some pride buried in their heart. Though to be clear, he didn't start resenting Yang Yu just because she rejected him, but he could see Yang Yu's regret and remorse over this matter. He was quite willing, after all. His first thought had been to approach Yang Yu precisely because they were classmates. Why let the fat water flow to others' fields? There was still plenty of time. Gao Yan first went to take a refreshing shower. Then he picked up his professional textbooks and started studying. Right now, it felt like his memory and comprehension had been buffed. Learning was genuinely exhilarating. The clock struck 11. Gao Yan set aside his books, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. 9 o'clock the next morning. Gao Yan took a taxi to Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant. Bro Yan's here. Let me show you around our turf. Chung Hao enthusiastically pulled Gao Yan through both floors of the hot pot restaurant before asking, so, what do you think? Impressive. Gao Yan nodded. He could tell that Chung Hao had indeed put a lot of thought into this hot pot restaurant. Hee, that's good. Chung Hao said proudly with a smile. The ribbon cutting is at 10:40. The time was specially chosen by a master fortune teller. You should join us later. No need. Gao Yan waved his hand. I'll just quietly be a shareholder, leave the spotlight stealing to you. Are you sure you're not going? Chung Hao laughed. If people knew you were also one of the owners of this shop, plenty of girls would be chasing after you. You'd never have to worry about finding a girlfriend in the future. No need. I already have a girlfriend. Gao Yan's mind flashed with the image of Zhuo Jianyue. When did this happen? I had no idea. Chung Hao exclaimed in astonishment. We just made it official yesterday, and she's coming today too. Gao Yan said with a smile, I'll introduce you to her later. At that moment, the roar of a powerful engine suddenly erupted. A bright red Ferrari 488 pulled up onto the vacant spot outside the hot pot restaurant. The car door swung open. A slender, pale leg stepped out first, followed by a blonde bombshell with bright red lips, voluminous wavy hair, and sunglasses emerging from the car. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, with a noticeably retro style in both her makeup and attire. On anyone else, such a look would likely appear overdone and suggestive, giving off an air of trying too hard to be seductive. Yet on her, it exuded an unassailable queenly aura. The woman strode into the hot pot restaurant, removed her sunglasses, and called out loudly, Little Mouse, aren't you coming out to greet your queen? Ayo, my dear sister, I'm the boss now, could you save some face for your little brother? Chung Hao hurried downstairs from the second floor, saying with an apologetic smile, Little punk trying to play me now. Tang Yi curled her lips disdainfully, amusement glinting in her eyes. Chung Hao's face flashed with a bitter smile, knowing he couldn't argue with this lady. When did you return to the country, sis? He asked. You should have told me, I would have picked you up from the airport. Cut the fake niceties, she scoffed. Tang Yi waved her hand dismissively. Go ahead, tell me why you'd think of opening a hot pot restaurant. With such a huge family business waiting for you to inherit, why on earth would you mess around with hot pots? Sis, you don't understand, there's a reason I'm opening this hot pot restaurant. At that moment, Chung Hao motioned to Gao Yan. Gao Yan, let me introduce you, this is my cousin, Tang Yi. Sis, the reason I'm opening this hot pot place? It's all because my buddy Gao Yan gave me an absolutely unmatched hot pot base recipe. Hello, Sister Tang. I'm Gao Yan. Gao Yan smiled and greeted, but didn't extend his hand. Tang Yi scrutinized Gao Yan with a critical eye before forcing a smile onto her face. You're the only friend Little Mouse has left. Help him well, as long as you don't harbor ulterior motives. We certainly won't treat you poorly. Hearing this, Chung Hao's expression immediately changed, while Gao Yan also felt somewhat uncomfortable, detecting clear tones of warning and condescension in her words. At once, Chung Hao confronted her. Sis, Gao Yan is my closest brother. What exactly do you mean by that? You owe him an apology. Gao Yan's mouth opened slightly too, but he held his tongue. If he spoke up to retort Tang Yi, the one caught in the middle would only be Chung Hao. Clearly, Tang Yi had mistaken him for some social climbing opportunist. To be honest, if Chung Hao hadn't insisted on giving him 30% of the shares, he wouldn't have wanted them at all. Moreover, that super hot pot base recipe, if handled properly, could absolutely generate profits in the billions. Even if Chung Hao gave him 30% of this shop for free, Gao Yan would accept it without a shred of guilt. He certainly didn't feel like he was taking advantage of Chung Hao. Moreover, with the system by his side, he was confident that his future achievements wouldn't be anything to scoff at. That's why he never even considered the idea of currying favor with anyone. But Tang Yi clearly mistook him for exactly that kind of person. Facing Chung Hao's challenge, Tang Yi raised an eyebrow with a mocking grin. Little Mouse, you've grown quite the backbone. Are you really sure you want me to apologize? Confirm. A flicker of fear flashed in Chung Hao's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by resolve. You just got back and know nothing about this. The shares in this hot pot restaurant were forced upon Gao Yan by me. I can guarantee he never approached me with ulterior motives, so I won't let you insult our friendship. Alright, I apologize. Tang Yi nodded, then said to Gao Yan, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. It's fine, I understand. I know you meant well for Hausi. Gao Yan inwardly shook his head, also realizing his own weakness. Though he had no intention of clinging to Chung Hao, his lack of strength still made others assume he was trying to. Chung Hao was rather surprised, not expecting Tang Yi to actually apologize. He also breathed a sigh of relief inwardly and said, "Sis, thank you for understanding." Tang Yi waved her hand. "Alright, I was just testing you earlier. I heard from Auntie about you and little Gao." Despite his own tough situation, he still stepped up to help you. Clearly he sees you as a true friend. And you dared to stand up to me for him, which shows you've really grown up and can handle things on your own now. Deeply moved, Cheng Hao replied, "Sis, thank you." But Gao Yan didn't fully believe Tang Yi's words. Perhaps she really was testing Cheng Hao, but why drag him into it? Clearly, she didn't take him seriously at all. Yet he didn't show it, because a weakling's bark is meaningless, it only invites ridicule. The only solution was to grow stronger, so no one would dare overlook or casually humiliate him. "My aunt raved endlessly about your family's hot pot. Let me taste it first, little brother." Tang Yi chimed in again at this moment. "Trust me, sis, one taste and you'll remember it for the rest of your life." Shang Hao hastily added. Chapter 20, an extra 1.5 million for you. Brother Yen, I apologize on behalf of my sister, she really meant no harm. Please don't take it to heart. After escorting Tang Yi to the private booth upstairs, Shang Hao made a point of returning to Gao Yan's side to say, "Come on, I'm not that fragile. Besides, didn't your sister already apologize?" Gao Yan chuckled, giving Cheng Hao's shoulder a reassuring pat. "Bro, thanks for understanding." Cheng Hao responded gratefully, "By the way, I should go keep my sister company. Mind keeping an eye on the shop for me?" "Alright, go ahead." Gao Yan waved his hand dismissively. 10 minutes later, inside the private room upstairs, the broth in the copper pot had begun boiling, releasing an intense hot pot aroma. Under Cheng Hao's urging, Tang Yi picked up a slice of tripe and dipped it into the bubbling broth. After over 10 seconds, she picked up another slice of tripe with her chopsticks, blew on it to cool it down, then popped it into her mouth and began chewing. "How does it taste, sis?" Cheng Hao, who had been closely watching her expression, asked nervously. "It's even better than I imagined. Right?" Cheng Hao's face immediately broke into a smile. "Even someone as picky as you finds it delicious, so business will definitely be booming in the future." "Xiao Hao, I want to ask you something." Although Tang Yi had been completely won over by the hot pot's flavor, she resisted the urge to keep eating, set down her chopsticks, and spoke with a serious expression. Cheng Hao's heart tightened again. "Sis, what do you want to ask? Did you buy this hot pot base recipe from Gao Yan?" Tang Yi inquired. "That's right." Cheng Hao nodded, looking somewhat smug as he replied, "Originally Gao Yan wanted to sell this recipe to Yang Yu's family, but that woman Yang Yu was too arrogant, she didn't even give him a chance. I just happened to scoop up this bargain." "Then did you sign an acquisition contract?" Tang Yi pressed further. "That's not the case." Cheng Hao shook his head. "Sis, I know what you're worried about. Gao Yan and I are closest brothers, and I trust him completely." Hearing this, Tang Yi frowned slightly. "Xiao Hao, you need to understand one thing, friendship is friendship. But business is business. What's more, human nature is the most unreliable when tested. To be honest, the current model of hot pot restaurants has already been figured out by others. To grow stronger and bigger, you must win through taste. If your hot pot restaurant wants to dominate, then the hot pot base recipe is your ultimate weapon. But right now, this weapon isn't solely in your hands. During your future expansion, it could become your biggest vulnerability." "Sis, what do you mean?" Cheng Hao asked solemnly. Tang Yi said resolutely, "Sign a transfer agreement with Gao Yan. Isn't this inappropriate? Wouldn't signing an agreement clearly show we don't trust him?" Cheng Hao shook his head worriedly. "This has nothing to do with trust." Tang Yi said in frustration, "If he truly considered you a brother, he should understand you and not put you in a difficult position. However, the 50 million acquisition offer is a bit low. If he's willing to sign, we can compensate him with an additional 150 million. And he'll still retain a 30% stake in the hot pot restaurant. The annual profits alone would be enough to keep him wealthy for life, but beyond that, he'll have no further claims." Cheng Hao wrestled with his thoughts, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Sis, I still believe in Gao Yan. He's my only friend and brother. I don't want this to create a rift between us." "You foolish boy." Tang Yi was so exasperated she nearly laughed. "I've made myself perfectly clear, sentiment is one thing, business is another. I'm only telling you this for your own good. What if, in the future, someone sets their sights on this hot pot base recipe? They might not dare to target you, but do you really think they'd hesitate to go after Gao Yan? Only by plugging all the loopholes can Gao Yan avoid being put in a dilemma, and the bond between you brothers can last. Don't you agree?" Cheng Hao nodded. It made perfect sense. Having grown up in a business family, his father had intentionally nurtured him by sharing tales of the cutthroat deceptions common in the commercial world. "But sis, I still can't bring myself to say those words." Seeing Cheng Hao being persuaded, Tang Yi also breathed a sigh of relief. Truth be told, she didn't want to be the bad guy either, but this task had been handed to her by her aunt. Tang Yi said, "Alright, since you can't bring yourself to say it, as your cousin, I'll speak for you. There, no need to dwell on it. Go and call Gao Yan and I'll talk to him alone." "Fine, but sis, please don't say anything too harsh," Cheng Hao reminded her uneasily. Don't worry, he's your good brother. Sis will definitely consider your feelings, Tang Yi promised. In no time, Cheng Hao stepped out of the private room and spotted Gao Yan busy working in the shop. He quickly walked over and whispered, "Bro Yan, my sister wants to talk to you." Noticing Cheng Hao's somewhat evasive expression, Gao Yan nodded and said, "Alright, I'll go right now." Knock knock. Come in. Gao Yan pushed open the private room door and walked in, seeing Tang Yi unhurriedly placing a piece of blanched tripe into her mouth. Without speaking, she pointed to a chair, signaling for him to sit down and talk. After swallowing the food in her mouth, Tang Yi finally spoke, "Xiao Gao, pardon my manners, this is the first time I've tasted such delicious hot pot. As long as Sis Tang likes it." Bang! Tang Yi set her chopsticks down on the plate again. She gazed at Gao Yan with a faint smile and asked, "I heard you sold this hot pot base recipe to Little Mouse for 500,000 yuan? Yes. Gao Yan nodded, also wondering why Tang Yi wanted to meet him alone. Did she think the price was too high? The price is too low. Tang Yi spoke up again. Now, Gao Yan grew even more uncertain about her intentions. He said, "Sister Tang, actually this price isn't low at all. I'm already very satisfied with it. Don't rush, let me finish first." Tang Yi waved his hand. "With this hot pot recipe, we could totally establish a nation-spanning chain of hot pot restaurants across major cities. So, the hot pot base formula you provided is extremely valuable, it's the key. That said, launching such a large-scale hot pot chain requires massive capital investment. Since you're Cheng Hao's friend, we can't take advantage of you. Therefore, I've decided to compensate you with an additional 1.5 million yuan. Gao Yan was startled. He hadn't expected Tang Yi to call him in just to offer compensation. However, he wasn't the same person he used to be. In the past, 1.5 million would have seemed like an astronomical figure to him. But now, he could earn that much just by selling phones a couple more times. So he waved his hand. "Sis Tang, there's no need. I'm already more than satisfied with 500,000. You really surprised me." Tang Yi was also somewhat astonished. She hadn't expected Gao Yan to resist the temptation of 1.5 million, especially since she'd heard from her aunt about his family circumstances. Gao Yan smiled. "If there's nothing else, Sis Tang, I won't disturb your meal any further." "Wait!" Tang Yi shouted, "Don't worry, Xiao Gao. Although we plan to give you an extra 1.5 million, there are conditions." "What's the catch?" Gao Yan sat back down again. "You must sign a formal transfer agreement. After receiving this 1.5 million, you cannot transfer your hot pot base recipe to anyone else, otherwise you'll face hefty compensation fees." Hearing this, Gao Yan suddenly understood Tang Yi was worried he might leak the hot pot base recipe in the future and wanted to seal this loophole through a formal contract. So, the smile vanished from his face as he said calmly, "Fine, I agree." Chapter 21, System Upgrade Again. Seeing Gao Yan agree, Tang Yi's face also lit up with a smile. "Xiao Gao, thank you for understanding. Actually, signing this agreement is for your own good. After all, once the hot pot restaurant expands, there will inevitably be people eyeing its profits. If others can't touch the Chang family, they'll try other avenues. So having this agreement is also a form of protection for you. Besides, I was the one who suggested this. I hope it won't affect your friendship with Xiao Hao." "I understand, Sister Tang." Gao Yan nodded. Though he felt slightly uncomfortable, he also believed Tang Yi's approach wasn't wrong, especially since she had compensated him with 1.5 million yuan. With this 1.5 million, his system could be upgraded again. "Tang Yi, I'm glad you understand. Xiao Hao is lucky to have a good brother like you. By the way, here's a transfer agreement, you can review it. If you're unsure, feel free to consult a lawyer too. Let me take a look." Gao Yan reached out to take the agreement and began reviewing it carefully. First, Cheng Hao would fully acquire his hot pot base recipe for 2 million yuan. Second, after signing the agreement, he could no longer transfer the recipe to anyone else. Finally, if he violates the agreement, discloses the recipe, or transfers it to someone else again, he will have to pay a penalty of 100 million yuan. "Miss Tang, I'd finished reading." Gao Yan raised his head and said, "Any questions?" Tang Yi asked. "No problem, we can sign right now." "Good to know." Tang Yi handed over a pen, which Gao Yan took and quickly signed his full name on the designated spots of the agreement. Moments later, Tang Yi then called Cheng Hao in to sign as well. "Bro Yan, enough already, stop dawdling and sign it quickly. After all, I'm getting an extra 1.5 million out of this," Gao Yan said with a laugh. After the agreement was signed, Tang Yi gave Gao Yan one copy and asked for his bank account number. Less than 5 minutes later, a sum of 1.5 million yuan was deposited into Gao Yan's bank account. The system's experience pool was also full, prompting him to choose whether to upgrade. Gao Yan naturally didn't hesitate. He decisively chose to level up. God-level income system, level 5. Host, Gao Yan. Age, 20 years old. Height, 180 centimeters. Appearance, 70. Physique, 80. Spirit, 79. Charm, 70. Earnings return multiplier, 5x. Lottery, normal lottery x1, intermediate lottery x1. Experience, 0. Stored funds, 7.56 million, pending withdrawal. Free attribute points, 2 points. This upgrade, the system rewarded an intermediate lottery draw and 2 attribute points. Most crucially, the stored funds within the system have reached 7.56 million. Breaking through the 10 million mark in net worth is just around the corner. Keep the regular draws for later, but the intermediate draw can be used now. So, Gao Yan commanded, system, I want an intermediate draw. Ding, initiating intermediate draw. Ding, congratulations, host, for drawing the 1-month future trend information of a soaring stock. Immediately after, a golden light invisible to outsiders directly entered his mind. Then, information about a particular stock materialized in his thoughts. Starting next Wednesday, this stock, which had been declining for nearly 3 years, would finally turn around. In just 1 month, its price would multiply several times over. This is a veteran pharmaceutical stock. 3 years ago, they invested heavily in developing a new breakthrough drug, resulting in annual financial losses coupled with internal chaos. Consequently, the stock price plummeted from its original 120 yuan to the current 40 yuan, shrinking assets by 2/3. Overall, however, the decline has been relatively steady. However, starting about a month ago, the stock price has been dropping abnormally. By Friday's closing, the price had already fallen to 22 yuan. Clearly, someone's manipulating the market, deliberately driving the prices down. Because once this company announces the success of their new drug research, the stock price could skyrocket in a single day. According to the information in his mind, next Monday the stock price would continue to decline, stabilizing eventually at 15 yuan and 50 cents. That would be his best opportunity to enter the market. Meanwhile, that pharmaceutical company would announce the successful development of a new drug on Wednesday. So, he had 2 days to buy in the stock. No longer thinking about stocks, Gao Yan turned his attention to the 2 attribute points. After a slight hesitation, he allocated those 2 attribute points to his mental stats, raising his mental power from 79 to 81. The reason for boosting his mental power was that it could enhance memory, comprehension, analytical skills, and reasoning ability. Sure enough, as his mental attribute reached 81 points, Gao Yan felt his mind becoming even clearer. Time quickly arrived at 10 o'clock in the morning. Chang Hao's invited classmates arrived one after another, each bringing congratulatory flower baskets. Chang Hao had already reserved 2 large private dining rooms upstairs, each containing 2 tables perfectly accommodating their class of nearly 40 people. Classmates, thank you all for coming to support us. Gao Yan and I don't have much to offer, but please eat to your heart's content, don't even think about saving money for our sake. Hearing Chang Hao drag him into this, Gao Yan felt utterly speechless. The way their classmates looked at Gao Yan suddenly changed. They'd originally assumed the shop was solely Chang Hao's venture, never expecting it to be a joint operation with Gao Yan. Bro Yan, want to say a few words? Chang Hao said with a grin. Gao Yan's face flashed with a trace of helplessness. Classmates, I don't have much to say, just hope everyone can eat happily and drink to your heart's content. If you need anything, feel free to call on me or Chang Hao, we'll make sure you're all thoroughly taken care of. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone applauded in unison. Some people cheered, shouting Boss Chang is awesome, and Boss Gao is awesome, while others playfully threatened to beat them out of business. However, Zhou Yuchao didn't show up today. He had conflicts with Gao Yan, and since Chang Hao was his close friend, it was only natural that his relationship with Zhou Yuchao wasn't much better either. What's more, seeing the 2 guys he didn't get along with suddenly turn their fortunes around, one opening a milk tea shop and the other launching a hot pot restaurant, left him feeling extremely bitter and resentful. Soon, a waiter promptly delivered the hot pot broth. Without waiting for orders, plates of assorted meats and vegetables were directly served. Additionally, 6 crates of chilled beer and soft drinks were brought to each private room. Gao Yan, why are there no dipping sauces? Where do we get your house dipping sauces? Suddenly, Zhang Feifei, dressed up to the nines, called out to Gao Yan. Gao Yan said, our family's hot pot is different from others, it doesn't need dipping sauce. Try the flavor first. If you still think it tastes better with sauce, I'll mix some for you. Hot pot without dipping sauce has no soul, Gao Yan. Just make us some sauce, Lu Wei declared loudly. This guy had originally been Gao Yan's roommate. However, both he and their other roommate, Wan Ming, were quite close to Zhou Yuchao and didn't have a great relationship with Gao Yan and Chang Hao. Alright then, I'll have the kitchen prepare some dipping sauces for you. Gao Yan couldn't be bothered to argue with Lu Wei, because using dipping sauces would actually ruin the original flavor of the hot pot. This was the conclusion Chang Hao and his team had reached after numerous trials. Soon, the broth came to a boil, releasing an irresistibly rich and fragrant aroma. Everyone couldn't resist putting ingredients into the pot. The first to cook were naturally items like duck intestines, goose intestines, and beef tripe. Wow, so delicious. It even has a hint of herbal fragrance. Zhang Feifei scooped up a piece of tripe and put it in her mouth, instantly conquered by the hot pot's amazing texture. After tasting it, the others nodded in agreement, with many foodies especially widening their eyes in delight. Yang Yu also took a bite, and then was completely stunned. The hot pot base at her family's restaurant had cost a considerable amount of money to develop specifically. While its flavor surpassed many other hot pot restaurants on the market, compared to the taste of Cheng Hao and Gao Yan's hot pot place, the difference was quite significant. As far as she knew, the Cheng family's business had nothing to do with the food industry at all. Why would the heir of the Cheng family open a hot pot restaurant? Could it be? She suddenly remembered that on Monday, Gao Yan had approached her to promote a hot pot base recipe. Could it be that this hot pot base was provided by Gao Yan? If that were truly the case, she had missed out on a golden opportunity. Chapter 22 Sister-in-law or brother's wife. The group of students was utterly captivated by the hot pot's flavor, each eagerly tossing ingredients into the bubbling broth. The moment the food was cooked, they hurriedly fished it out and stuffed it into their mouths. He couldn't spare a moment for chatting or drinking. Seeing this scene, Gao Yan and Cheng Hao couldn't help but exchange knowing smiles. This was guaranteed success. With such delicious hot pot, they wouldn't have to worry about lack of customers. The group of classmates started eating at around 10 o'clock. They kept eating until 11:30 before finishing. They were also quite satisfied with the taste of the hot pot. Knowing the restaurant still needed to operate, they all thanked Cheng Hao and Gao Yan before leaving. As they left, Gao Yan and Cheng Hao gave each classmate a 100 yen cash voucher. Next time they came to dine, they could deduct 100 yuan. Meanwhile, as the aroma of hot pot wafted through the air, customers began arriving voluntarily starting at 11 a.m. Currently, there were 2 groups of diners in the upstairs private rooms and 7 tables already seated in the downstairs hall. As these customers enjoyed their meals, the scent of hot pot quickly spread in all directions. Passers-by outside the shop couldn't resist inhaling the fragrant aroma. At this moment, Gao Yan's phone rang. It was Zhuo Jiangyue calling. Answering the call, Gao Yan quickly walked out of Brother Hot Pot restaurant and happened to see Zhuo Jiangyue and Song Yufei stepping out of a taxi. "You're here?" Gao Yan stepped forward and took Zhuo Jiangyue's hand. Seeing this, Song Yufei couldn't resist teasing. "I never expected you two would hook up so quickly." When photos of them embracing appeared on the campus network yesterday, Song Yufei still found it hard to believe. Over these past 2 years, countless suitors, including many outstanding and handsome ones, had pursued Zhuo Jiangyue, yet her best friend had never shown interest in any of them. Even if her best friend felt some affection for Gao Yan, her high school classmate and deskmate, she wouldn't have entered a relationship so swiftly, right? But now, seeing the two holding hands intimately, how could she not understand they were truly together? "Yufei, what do you mean by hooking up? We're openly and properly dating," Zhuo Jiangyue protested indignantly. "That's right, my wife speaks the truth," Gao Yan quickly chimed in. "Shameless, who's your wife?" Zhuo Jiangyue's cheeks flushed red. "Who else could it be but you?" "Alright, you two stop spreading your PDA here, I'm worried I won't have an appetite later," Song Yufei said exasperatedly. "Let's go, we should head in." Gao Yan chuckled slyly. "This hot pot restaurant just opened, I wonder how the food tastes." Looking at the flower baskets placed at the entrance, Song Yufei remarked, "Even though it's newly opened, this hot pot place definitely won't let you down." Gao Yan said with considerable confidence, "The owner of this hot pot restaurant is both my classmate and good buddy, and I also have a small stake in it." "Oh, not bad at all. So you're a hot pot restaurant owner too?" Song Yufei teased. "Why didn't you say so earlier? I could have bought a couple of flower baskets." Zhuo Jiangyue complained playfully. "It's fine, your presence means more than any gift." Gao Yan looked at Zhuo Jiangyue and said, "Hey you two, could you cut out the sappy talk already?" Song Yufei complained discontentedly. Hearing this, Gao Yan and Zhuo Jiangyue exchanged a knowing smile. "Gao Yan, is this your better half?" Seeing Gao Yan walk into the hot pot restaurant hand in hand with an extraordinarily beautiful girl, Cheng Hao behind the counter showed a shocked expression before quickly stepping forward to greet them. "What do you mean better half? Call her sister-in-law." Gao Yan shot Cheng Hao a glare, then turned to Zhuo Jiangyue and said, "Jiangyue, Song Beauty, this is my good buddy Cheng Hao, also the owner of this hot pot restaurant. Haozi, this is Zhuo Jiangyue, my girlfriend, and this is Song Yufei, my girlfriend's best friend." "Hello, Cheng Hao, I'm Zhuo Jiangyue, Gao Yan's girlfriend," Zhuo Jiangyue said shyly, though a hint of regret flickered in her heart. That guy hadn't even confessed to her yet. How had she suddenly become his girlfriend? Exchange of pleasantries ensued. Gao Yan led the two women into a small private room on the second floor. He didn't call a waiter but attended to the two girls personally. "Gao Yan, you sly dog, how did you suddenly land such a beautiful girlfriend?" Cheng Hao grabbed Gao Yan's arm the moment they stepped out of the private room, asking enviously. "Heh, we were desk mates in high school, you could say we're childhood sweethearts," Gao Yan replied smugly. "How come I never heard about this before?" Gao Yan said, "We had feelings for each other back in high school, but I underperformed in the college entrance exam, while Jianyu got into Yangdong Science University. We lost touch for 2 years. Unexpectedly, we bumped into each other at Wanlong Mall last Friday, had a date yesterday, and naturally started dating. Changhao exclaimed, "Damn, your girl is actually a top student from Yangdong Science High School, and so gorgeous to boot? You lucky bastard. And you managed to win her over in just one day? Since when did you have such skills?" Impressed? Gao Yan asked with a grin. "Still a bit tight." Gao Yan said, "That's easy. Now that you've regained your status as a rich second-generation heir, why worry about finding a girlfriend? Once you return to campus, I bet tons of girls will be throwing themselves at you. PFSH. I wouldn't even look at women who only care about my money. If they don't care about your wealth, what should they care about? You've got to have something worth caring for first." Changhao wasn't just overweight, he stood only 1.7 meters tall with average looks, no extraordinary talents, leaving wealth as his sole advantage. Not utilizing his only advantage, so for these 2 years, he has been single just like Gao Yan. "Gao Yan, I'm cutting ties with you." Changhao was furious. "Fine, I won't mess with you anymore. I need to go tell the kitchen to serve the dishes." Gao Yan ran away with a laugh. A few minutes later, Gao Yan returned to the private room carrying a jug of freshly squeezed watermelon juice. After updating the two women on the ingredients he had arranged, he asked, "Is there anything else you'd like to eat? If so, I can have it prepared. Also, would you like some alcohol?" Zhuo Jianyue said, "There's already plenty of food here, I don't need anything else." "What about you, Yufei?" Song Yufei replied, "Let's start with this, and we can always order more if needed. But drinking alone is no fun, Gao Yan. I'll only drink if you join me." "Fine, do you want hard liquor or beer?" Gao Yan asked. "Beer's too weak, let's go for liquor." Song Yufei waved her hand dismissively. "Alright then, I'll get the drinks." In no time, Gao Yan entered the private room carrying a bottle of mutai. Song Yufei's eyes lit up. "This is good stuff, pour it quickly." Gao Yan unwrapped the packaging, unscrewed the cap, first poured a glass for Song Yufei, then one for himself, before turning to Zhuo Jianyue. "Jianyue, would you like some too? Then I'll have a little too, just half a glass for me." After pouring the wine, Song Yufei raised her glass and said, "Congratulations on your happy ending, I'd like to propose a toast to both of you." "Thank you." Gao Yan lifted his glass, and the three clinked their cups together. After downing the white liquor in one gulp, Gao Yan instinctively glanced at Zhuo Jianyue, only to find that she had effortlessly downed half her glass without batting an eye. "Alright, the broth's boiling, let's try the hot pot first and see how it tastes." Gao Yan smiled and spoke warmly, then proactively picked up a slice of tripe with his chopsticks, dipped it into the boiling pot, and placed the cooked portion into Zhuo Jianyue's bowl. Song Yufei had initially planned to get Gao Yan drunk. Who did this guy think he was, sneaking off with her best friend without even giving her a heads up? But after tasting the hot pot's rich flavors, all thoughts of that vanished from her mind. She couldn't wait to toss the ingredients into the broth and immediately fish them out to devour. Chapter 23 Mixed Intentions. At this moment, Gao Yan and his two companions were happily feasting on hot pot. Meanwhile, Deng Yu, another suitor pursuing Zhuo Jianyue, was flying into a rage after receiving photos sent by Chen Mei, because among them was a photograph of Gao Yan and Zhuo Jianyue holding hands. To find out who Zhuo Jianyue's new boyfriend was and benefit from Deng Yu's reward, Chen Mei even cancelled her date with her own boyfriend. She knew that newly in love couples couldn't resist sticking together all day long. There was a high chance Zhuo Jianyue would meet that man today. So she kept making excuses to linger in the dorm, waiting for her opportunity. At 11 o'clock, Zhuo Jianyue and Song Yufei finally left the dormitory laughing and chatting, so she followed them all the way to Brother Hotpot restaurant, and secretly took a photo of Gao Yan holding Zhuo Jianyue's hand in the car, sending it to Deng Yu. Looking at the man in the photo, Deng Yu couldn't see what made this guy better than him in any way. "You damn bastard, how dare you compete with me for a woman? I won't let you off the hook." Deng Yu's face darkened as he muttered to himself, then picked up his phone and dialed a familiar number. The phone connected. An elderly voice answered, "Young master, what are your orders?" Deng Yu said coldly, "Uncle De, I'll send you a photo shortly. Find out who this person is as quickly as possible." The arrogance and unruly behavior were merely Deng Yu's facade, but in reality, he was quite cautious, knowing exactly who he could mess with and who was off limits. So even though he was furious and itching to break Gao Yan's limbs, he would still send people to investigate his background before making a move. After hanging up the phone, Deng Yu sent the photo to Uncle De. Staring at the image of Gao Yan, he muttered darkly, "Kid, I hope you've got a background intimidating enough to make me think twice, otherwise, I'll teach you exactly what happens to those who dare steal women from me." Meanwhile, Gao Yan, completely unaware he'd been targeted, was happily enjoying hotpot with Zhuo Jianyue and Song Yufei. At the same time, back in Gao Yan's dormitory, a conversation was also unfolding about Changhao and Gao Yan. "Lu Wei, where do you think those two guys Changhao and Gao Yan got the money to open a hot pot restaurant?" Wan Ming asked with genuine confusion. This question had been nagging at him the entire way back. In Wan Ming's mind, Gao Yan had always been a poor kid who needed to work part-time just to get by, while Chang Hao was even worse off relying on handouts from the penniless Gao Yan. Now, these two had completely turned their fortunes around and opened such a massive hot pot restaurant together. Who are you asking? Who should I ask? Lu Wei snapped irritably. Although Gao Yan and Chang Hao had treated them to an unforgettable hot pot meal for free that day, and even gave them a 100 yuan voucher upon leaving, he felt not an ounce of gratitude in his heart. On the contrary, he was rather displeased, because in the past, he always felt a sense of superiority when facing Chang Hao and Gao Yan. Now, the two guys he once looked down on had suddenly turned their fortunes around and become figures he had to look up to. How could he possibly be pleased about that? Wan Ming continued, I've looked into it. That hot pot shop's location is prime. Yearly rent alone would cost at least several $100,000. Add in renovations and other expenses, you'd need at least $2 million to get it up and running. Damn it, it's insane how those two broke losers managed to cough up $2 million. I heard Gao Yan also took over a milk tea shop on the snack street, and it's under renovation right now. Lu Wei added. I wonder what kind of lucky break these two stumbled upon. Wan Ming grumbled irritably. Could they have won the lottery? Lu Wei ventured a guess. Out of the question. Wan Ming immediately dismissed the idea. Those two are so stingy they'd never spend money on lottery tickets. Besides, if they really won a big prize, word would have spread through all the nearby lottery shops by now. Have you heard about anyone hitting the jackpot recently? That's true. Lu Wei pulled out a pack of cigarettes, tossed one to Wan Ming, and lit his own before continuing. Could it be that one of those guys is pretending to be broke? Maybe one of them's actually a rich kid? That's actually possible. Wan Ming nodded in agreement. TSK, hasn't Zhou Yuchao always had a bad relationship with those two? Imagine how he'd feel if he found out they teamed up to invest over $2 million in opening a hot pot restaurant? What do you think? Lu Wei smirked darkly. He'll probably feel as miserable as if he'd eaten shit. He. Wan Ming let out a strange laugh. The fact that they are close to Zhou Yuchao does not mean how good their relationship is, but Zhou Yuchao likes to fill his head and often invites the two of them to dinner and sing K and the like. Meanwhile, Yan Yu did not return to school. Instead, he returned to his family's villa and saw his father, a rare sight, reclining on the living room sofa reading a newspaper and sipping tea. I heard you went to that Cheng kid's hot pot restaurant. How was it? Yang Yujiang asked casually. The Yang family primarily operated chain hotels and had recently ventured into the catering industry over the past 2 years, planning to establish a large hot pot chain. For now, we haven't expanded beyond Yangdong province. But within Yangdong province, there are already 23 chain stores. Dad, we might have another competitor soon. Yang Yu said solemnly. Why do you say that? Yang Yujiang asked. Yang Yu replied, because the Cheng family hot pot restaurant's flavor profile is far superior to ours. Hearing this, Yang Yujiang furrowed his brows. Are you certain? To be honest, the hot pot industry was hardly a new market anymore. Before the Yang family entered this business sector, they had conducted extensive market research. Moreover, they had invested considerable funds in developing their own hot pot recipe. The results were truly remarkable. Although the business still couldn't compare to Hei de Leo, their flavors ranked them second only to Hei de Leo within Yangdong province. Otherwise, they couldn't have expanded to 23 stores in just 2 short years. Now there's a hot pot restaurant with better flavors than their Yang family hot pot, which will inevitably become an obstacle to the Yang family's expansion. If the new restaurant owner were just an ordinary person, they could have used various means to bankrupt the hot pot shop and acquire its secret recipe. But unfortunately, the restaurant belongs to the only son of the Cheng family. The Cheng family's resources and connections ran far deeper than their Yang family's. Particularly the Tang family, who were marriage allies of the Chengs, made him even more wary. Yang Yu said, Dad, you can send someone to investigate and you'll find out. Yan Yuzhong nodded, picked up his phone to dial a number, and instructed, Xiaozhou, take some people to investigate a newly opened hot pot restaurant called Brothers Hot Pot on Huainan Road, then prepare a report and send it to me. After Yan Yuzhong hung up the phone, Yang Yu hesitated and said, Dad, I actually suspect that the Cheng family's recipe might have come from my classmate Gao Yan. Why do you say that? Yang Yujiang asked. Yang Yu smiled bitterly, because Gao Yan and Chang Hao are close friends, and this past Monday, Gao Yan approached me wanting to sell a hot pot-based recipe. At the time, I didn't take it seriously. I thought he was just using it as an excuse to chat me up. Then, less than a week later, Chang Hao opened a hot pot restaurant. He must have realized how good Gao Yan's recipe was and decided to start the business. Upon hearing this, Yan Yujiang showed a contemplative expression. In that case, go and approach that Gao Yan tomorrow. If he really has the recipe, we'll figure out a way to get it. After all, the Cheng family only has one shop, while we have 23. Once we have the same recipe, we'll hold an absolute advantage. Got it, Dad. Yang Yu nodded, feeling quite confident in her charm. Chapter 24, Revenge. After Gao Yan and his 2 companions finished their meal and stepped out of the private room, they noticed the downstairs hall was already fully packed, with people even queuing at the entrance. It seemed the private rooms upstairs were fully occupied too. Gao Yan, you're about to strike it rich. Business is booming right from the opening day, Song Yufei said with a laugh. Then I'll take your kind words as a good omen. Gao Yan responded with a smile, then handed Song Yufei a gold card. This is for you. From now on, just show this card when dining here for a 30% discount. Are you trying to bribe me? Song Yufei asked jokingly. Exactly. You're Jiang Yu's best friend after all, you've got to put in a good word for me sometime. Gao Yan played along with her teasing. Don't worry, since you're being so sensible, this young lady will definitely help you, Song Yufei assured. Can you two at least make your deals behind my back? Chua Jiangyue couldn't help but interject. As they spoke, the trio descended the stairs. Chang Hao, who was at the cashier's desk, quickly came forward to greet them. Sister-in-law, Miss Song, were you satisfied with our hot pot? It's absolutely delicious. Next time we crave hot pot, we'll definitely come back here, exclaimed Song Yufei. Good to know. Hey, Howsy, could you tally up how much our meal comes to? Gao Yan spoke up at that moment. Chang Hao shot back irritably, are you messing with me? This is your first time bringing your girlfriend along, how could I charge you? Besides, you're technically a co-owner too. Gao Yan shook his head firmly. Business is business. Just because I'm a shareholder doesn't mean I eat for free. He chuckled before adding, but since I am a partner, how about giving me a discount? I agree with Gao Yan. Chang Hao, hurry up and calculate the bill for us, Zhuo Jiangyue chimed in. Alright then. Chang Hao didn't insist further. Truth be told, the food the three of them ate wasn't expensive, the priciest item was that bottle of Mutai liquor. In the end, the total came to exactly 3,000 yuan. Chang Hao said, Gao Yan, since you're determined to pay, I'll give you a 50% discount. Just give me 1,500 yuan. Gao Yan pondered for a moment. Let's calculate it at a 40% discount. From now on, whenever we treat guests to meals, we'll apply a 40% discount. Alright then. So, Gao Yan cheerfully took out his phone and scanned the QR code to pay. After paying, Gao Yan asked again, is the upstairs full too? Chang Hao nodded excitedly, except for your table, all the others are full, and there are still 12 groups of customers waiting outside. We're about to make a huge splash. Can you handle the workload? Gao Yan asked again. Don't worry about taking your wife out to enjoy herself. I anticipated the business would boom and have already hired over 10 new employees. Everything's completely under control. Alright then, I'm off now. Go, have fun. Cheng Hao waved his hand. After leaving the hot pot restaurant, at Song Yufei's suggestion, they took a taxi to a chain KTV to sing. However, since it was the weekend, business was really booming. There were no small rooms left, so they had to book a medium-sized one. Earlier at the hot pot restaurant, Song Yufei had been too busy eating to make Gao Yan drink much, but once they arrived at the KTV, she showed no mercy. At first, Gao Yan felt a bit uneasy. He seldom drank alcohol, his limit had never exceeded 2 bottles of beer or half a pound of baijiu in the past. Faced with Song Yufei's aggressive drinking tactics, he found himself overwhelmed. But soon, he discovered that his alcohol tolerance seemed to have increased significantly. After downing several bottles of beer, he felt absolutely fine, just a bit bloated. He guessed it must be related to the improvements in his physique and mental state. Thus, he decisively launched a counterattack. In the end, it wasn't Gao Yan who got drunk, but Song Yufei herself who ended up overindulging. What should we do? Shuo Jiangyue gave Gao Yan a reproachful glance. It's not my fault, she had malicious intentions first. How about we get a hotel room to let her sober up? Gao Yan suggested, thinking it would be easier than sending her back to school. Alright then. Shuo Jiangyue thought briefly before agreeing. Gao Yan said, there's a hotel in this building. Watch her here while I go book the room. Then hurry back as soon as you can. Soon enough, Gao Yan went to the first floor to book a room, then returned to the KTV with the keycard in hand. Then, together with Zhuo Jiangyue, each supporting one of Song Yufei's arms, they headed outside. Everyone knew that a drunk person is hard to support, making her feel especially heavy. Gao Yan's enhanced physique allowed him to stay steady, but it was quite challenging for the delicate beauty Zhuo Jiangyue. Jiang Yu, how about I carry her instead? Zhuo Jiangyue didn't have any ulterior thoughts, she simply asked, can you handle it? Don't worry, I've still got some strength left. Alright then. So, Gao Yan directly picked up Song Yufei and took the elevator to the hotel room on the 13th floor. Gao Yan had booked a deluxe standard room. After dealing with Song Yufei, Zhuo Jiangyue thoughtfully handed over a bottle of mineral water. Tired? Have some water. Thank you. You're welcome. In the following hours, Song Yufei didn't throw up or make a fuss, she just obediently fell asleep, which actually saved Gao Yan and Zhuo Jiangyue quite a bit of trouble. Although the two had already established their relationship, having not seen each other for nearly 2 years left them with plenty to talk about. As they chatted, Gao Yan's hands grew restless, slipping around Zhuo Jianyue's slender waist. She squirmed uncomfortably and shot him a glare. Unfortunately, Gao Yan was thick-skinned. He kept his arm firmly in place regardless of her glare. For a moment, Zhuo Jianyue wore a helpless expression, but since Gao Yan didn't push his luck further, she quietly accepted his behavior. Meanwhile, Deng Yu also received the investigation report from Uncle Day. After reading the profile of Gao Yan's background, Deng Yu laughed in frustration. Damn it, how could I lose to such a penniless nobody? Losing to Qin Jian would still have been somewhat understandable, but losing to a poor kid with no background nor money, he simply couldn't stomach it. So he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Tiger bro, as usual, help me break someone's legs. I'll transfer the money directly to your account. Then I appreciate young Master Deng's support, came a booming voice from the other end of the line. 6 o'clock in the evening. Song Yufei finally woke up. She took a shower at the hotel, then the three of them went to a nearby restaurant for a meal. Gao Yan had originally planned to drive them back to school, but Zhuo Jianyue refused. After the commotion they caused yesterday, taking them back today would likely draw attention again. Zhuo Jianyue didn't want her relationship to become such a spectacle. After seeing the two women into a taxi, Gao Yan also hailed a cab back to his rented apartment. He planned to go back and research how to speculate in stocks, since he had never dealt with stocks before. More than 20 minutes later, the taxi arrived outside the residential compound. As soon as Gao Yan got out of the car, he spotted a rundown minivan parked not far away. Inside the minivan at this moment, the burly bald man with tattoos running down both arms narrowed his eyes at Gao Yan getting out of the car and growled to his men, "That's the kid. Make it quick." "Got it, brother who?" The car door swung open, and two burly subordinates wearing baseball caps and face masks leapt out, heading straight for Gao Yan. Seeing the two men approaching him with ill intentions, Gao Yan's heart grew wary. Sure enough, the next moment, the two men suddenly accelerated their pace, and Gao Yan also noticed one of them now brandishing a gleaming dagger. "What do you want?" Gao Yan roared fiercely, his body tensing up in response. "Kid's pretty sharp there. Come along quietly with us, or don't blame my knife for not recognizing faces." The dagger-wielding man sneered viciously. As they spoke, both men simultaneously reached out to grab Gao Yan by the shoulders. Chapter 25, Martial Skills Show Their Might. Facing the current situation, Gao Yan didn't feel afraid. Instead, he was somewhat eager to try. After all, since obtaining mastery in martial arts, he hadn't encountered an opportunity to demonstrate his skills. These two guys clearly didn't look like good people, perfect for testing my moves on them. The martial arts master skill didn't just include combat techniques from various schools worldwide, it also incorporated grappling methods, weapon combat, and more. So in Gao Yan's eyes, their attempts to grab his shoulders were riddled with flaws. In an instant, his mind conjured up dozens of lethal techniques that could finish them with a single strike. But these tactics clearly couldn't be used, or he might end up facing a murder charge. Gao Yan's body suddenly retreated half a step as both his hands shot out simultaneously, accurately seizing the two men's wrist joints. With a downward tug, two distinct crack sounds followed as their wrist joints were dislocated. Simultaneously, Gao Yan's right foot lashed out in rapid succession, striking precisely at both men's knee joints. Another pair of crack sounds echoed before they collapsed to the ground with agonized screams. A dagger clattered from one assailant's grip during the fall, which Gao Yan swiftly kicked aside the moment it hit the ground. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds. It wasn't until they hit the ground that the two lackeys realized they'd kicked an iron plate. "Who are you people? Why are you grabbing me?" Gao Yan fixed his stare on the two men. "Damn it, what useless trash." Inside the van, Brother Tiger cursed angrily at the sight. Never expected his two underlings to be so useless. He grabbed a baseball bat and charged out of the vehicle with murderous intent in his eyes, heading straight for Gao Yan. Just then, a Maserati Quattroporte pulled up at the neighborhood's entrance. The driver was Lin Xiumin, who happened to witness Tiger Brother swinging a baseball bat towards Gao Yan's head. "Stop!" she instinctively shouted, but Tiger Brother wouldn't listen to her. Just as Gao Yan was about to be hit, he suddenly crouched low, planted his hands on the ground, and spun his legs in a sweeping motion that knocked Tiger Brother's burly frame to the ground. Then he quickly stepped forward and delivered a precise knife hand strike to Tiger Brother's neck as the thug struggled to get up. The opponent let out a muffled groan before passing out. At that moment, the two underlings crawled up from the ground. Seeing their boss already knocked out, they limped away in panic toward the minivan. "Humph!" Gao Yan let out a cold snort, quickly caught up with the two, and knocked them unconscious with chopping strikes. Meanwhile, the minivan driver, still in the vehicle, took one look at the scene and decisively drove off. "Xiao Gao, what just happened here?" At this moment, Lin Xiumin got out of the car and walked over, asking, "I don't recognize these three either." Gao Yan shook his head. "I was attacked by them as soon as I got out of the taxi." "Are you okay?" Lin Xiumin asked with concern. Previously, she hadn't paid much attention to Gao Yan, but after their recent two encounters, her impression of him had become quite favorable. "Thank you for your concern, Sister Lin. I'm fine. What do you plan to do about it?" Lin Xiumin asked again. There's nothing else to do but report it to the police, Gao Yan replied. Lin Xiaoming thought for a moment and said, let's not rush to call the police. I have a friend who works in the city's criminal investigation division. These people definitely didn't attack you for no reason, they were probably acting on someone's orders. Then I'll have to thank you, Sister Lin. Gao Yan wasn't entirely clear about the details, but he knew one thing, Lin Xiaoming surely wouldn't harm him. 20 minutes after Lin Xiaoming made the phone call, a police car arrived. 3 plainclothes officers stepped out, 2 men and 1 woman. Lin Xiaoming immediately addressed the middle-aged plainclothes officer in charge, Wang Dong. This is Xiao Gao, my tenant. He was attacked by these 3 men as soon as he got back to the neighborhood. Take them in for questioning and find out what's going on. Oh, and there was another accomplice who drove away. Captain, this guy looks like Yin Hu. The female plainclothes officer with them clearly recognized brother Hu's face and couldn't help exclaiming in excitement. Hearing this, Wang Dong's expression also changed. Are you sure? No mistake about it. It's definitely him. I just reviewed his file a couple of days ago. The female plainclothes officer said with absolute certainty, though he's gotten much fatter than before, there's no mistake about his identity. Handcuff him immediately, Wang Dong commanded in a deep voice. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoming asked curiously, is something wrong with this man's identity? Wang Dong said solemnly, this guy is a Class A wanted criminal. We thought he had already fled Nandu long ago, but he actually sneaked back under our noses. What a bold move. Suddenly, Wang Dong thought of something and asked, who knocked out these 3? That was me, Officer Wang, replied Gao Yan. Hearing this, the gazes of Wang Dong and the other 2 instantly shifted to Gao Yan with curiosity. Wang Dong smiled and said, you've got some serious skills. Yan Hu was a former martial arts champion. Have you trained before? Yeah, I've been practicing for a while. Gao Yan replied casually. What should I call you, young man? My name is Gao Yan. Alright then, come with me to the city bureau to assist with the statement. By the way, Yen Hu is a wanted criminal, and since you're the one who caught him, you'll be eligible for a reward. Hearing about the reward, Gao Yan couldn't help but feel delighted. He quickly responded, understood Officer Wang, I'll cooperate fully. Half an hour later, City Bureau Criminal Investigation Brigade. Wang Dong took people to interrogate Yen Hu and the other 2. The plainclothes policewoman from earlier began taking Gao Yan's statement. Her attitude was quite gentle, and she even reassured Gao Yan not to be nervous. After asking for his name, gender, and age, police officer Gao Weilan inquired about Gao Yan's profession once more. Upon learning that Gao Yan was still a sophomore in college, she couldn't hide her surprise. I didn't expect you to be a university student. Please describe the incident in detail. Gao Yan nodded and recounted the fight scene. After hearing his account, Gao Weilan wore an odd expression. Are you certain everything you've said is the truth? Gao Yan nodded. It's true. Sister Lin saw me knock out Yen Hu with 1 punch. Gao Weilan still found it hard to believe an ordinary college student could easily overpower 3 armed thugs in direct combat. One of them was even a former Sanda champion who had previously killed 1 person and severely injured 2 others. Alright, there are surveillance cameras at our neighborhood entrance. You can check the footage, Gao Yan reminded them. We've already sent someone to retrieve the surveillance footage. Let's continue. Since the incident wasn't complicated, Gao Yan's statement was completed quickly. Officer Gao, can I go home now? Gao Weilan replied, please wait a moment, the colleague fetching the surveillance footage will return soon. Once we verify your statement matches the footage and you sign it, you're free to go. Would you like some water? Let me pour you a cup. Thank you, but I don't need it. Another 5 minutes passed, and the officer retrieving the surveillance footage returned. Driven by curiosity, Gao Weilan checked the footage and couldn't help but gape, because Gao Yan hadn't been lying. He really had effortlessly taken down Hu Yan and his 2 companions, with strikingly crisp and decisive moves. Even she wouldn't have been able to pull that off under those circumstances. Therefore, when she reappeared, there was a newfound peculiarity in her gaze as she looked at Gao Yan. Gao Yan, who did you learn those combat skills from? Watching videos, Gao Yendao said. At once, Gao Weilan gave you a look that said, are you trying to fool a ghost? There was no way such masterful combat and grappling techniques could possibly be learned merely from watching videos. Officer Gao, may I leave now? Alright, just keep your phone on. We'll give you a call if we need anything. Alright then, Officer Gao, I'll be heading back now. Wait up, let me walk you home. Won't this interfere with your work? Gao Yan asked hesitantly. It's fine, I'm just doing odd jobs here anyway. Gao Weilan said nonchalantly. She had just graduated from police academy. Her parents had originally wanted her to take a desk job, but she'd insisted on joining the city's criminal investigation unit instead. But under her father's protection, even after joining the criminal police squad, she was still only assigned trivial errands. Important cases never fell to her. Chapter 26, The Hot Pot Shop's First Day Revenue. In no time, Gao Yan and Gao Weilan walked shoulder to shoulder out of the municipal bureau building. Then, led by Gao Weilan, they arrived before a white Grand Cherokee. I never expected a woman to drive such a domineering car, but considering her profession, Gao Yan quickly let it go. However, judging by her appearance, Gao Weilan seemed only 23 or 24. Being able to drive a Grand Cherokee clearly indicated her family was well off. After fastening his seatbelt in the car, Gao Weilan skillfully reversed, turned the car around, and drove out of the municipal bureau compound. Then merge into the main lane. Xiao Gao, your combat skills aren't bad at all. How many years have you been training? Gao Weilan asked while driving. She had offered to give Gao Yan a ride specifically because she was interested in his combat skills. She had spent considerable time honing her combat and grappling skills, but at best she could defeat 3 unarmed opponents. Facing armed adversaries, defeating even one was a stretch, and she couldn't guarantee walking away unscathed. So, in her eyes, Gao Yan was undoubtedly a master. I just practice casually whenever I have free time. Gao Yan brushed it off with a casual remark. Without anyone to guide you, you managed to reach this level. Seems like you're the legendary martial arts prodigy people talk about. I trained for years at the police academy, yet in terms of combat, I'm still far behind you. Gao Weilan joked. You think so too? I also believe I'm a martial arts prodigy. If I'd been born in ancient times, even if I couldn't become a general leading armies into battle, I could have at least been a chivalrous hero who fought the strong to protect the weak. Gao Yan nodded in profound agreement. Seeing Gao Yan shamelessly admit it, Gao Weilang was somewhat exasperated, but she continued, I watched the surveillance footage. You used grappling techniques against those 3, and each strike targeted their joints. That kind of skill isn't something you pick up from casual practice. Hee, you found me out, Officer Gao. Let me tell you a secret, Gao Yan said with a mysterious grin. What secret? Gao Weilan's eyes lit up. Lowering his voice, Gao Yan continued, actually, I'm a reborn king of soldiers. All my combat skills were learned in my previous life. Hearing this, Gao Weilan couldn't help but roll her eyes dramatically. A reborn king of soldiers? Why don't you just say you're the reincarnation of the heavenly sovereign? Officer Gao, you read web novels too? Gao Yan asked with a chuckle. Gao Weilan replied somewhat gloomily, yeah, normally I'm just running errands at the station. When I've got nothing to do, reading novels is the only way to kill time. Since you're so good at fighting, maybe you could teach me? Don't you have any skilled fighters in your police force? No need for me to teach, right? Gao Yan asked, surprised. Of course, Gao Weilan said, our captain is really strong, but he's always busy with cases. He doesn't have time to teach me. I think you're probably just as good as Captain Wang. If you're willing to teach me, I can even pay you. Sorry Officer Gao, I'm pretty busy myself. Humph. Gao Weilan curled her lips dismissively. Don't think I don't know what you college students are up to, spending your days chasing girls and playing games. What else could possibly keep you busy? Gao Yan rebutted, Officer Gao, you've got us college students all wrong. I admit there are plenty like what you described, but there are also many who work extremely hard, especially those aiming for grad school. They start preparing from freshman year, and the workload is no lighter than senior year of high school. So you're planning to take the grad school entrance exam too? Asked Gao Weilan. I spent the last 2 years preparing for grad school, but recently I've started my own business. Starting a business as a sophomore? What are you planning to do? Open a milk tea shop. Poof. Gao Weilan burst out laughing. Calling a milk tea shop a business? Gao Yan felt no embarrassment whatsoever. How is a milk tea shop not considered entrepreneurship? If I develop it into a chain, it could even go public someday. Alright then, I wish you an early IPO. Gao Weilan laughed, though privately she didn't believe Gao Yan could actually take a milk tea shop public. Chatting and laughing along the way, the two soon arrived at their destination. Before getting out of the car, Gao Weilan brought up the old topic again. Xiao Gao, have you thought about what I mentioned earlier? What thing? Gao Yan deliberately pretended not to know. Gao Weilan's face darkened. You know, about teaching me martial arts skills? Oh, that matter, but I'm really busy right now. I'll pay you 500 yuan per lesson? Upon hearing this, Gao Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. Currently, the system's income return multiplier was 5 times, meaning he could earn 3,000 yuan from just one lesson. After a moment's thought, Gao Yan said, I'll teach for 1,000 yuan per lesson, and you'll need to arrange a venue near the school. The reason he agreed was partly to expand his connections. Alright, it's settled then. When do we start? Gao Weilan said excitedly. After you find a suitable venue, but no classes on Saturdays and Sundays. Gao Yan replied. Right now, his relationship with Zhuo Jianyue was at a critical stage. Weekends were reserved for dates. How could he possibly spare the time for classes? Alright, let's add WeChat. I'll notify you once I've secured the venue. Beep. Scan successful. Gao Yan accepted Gao Weilan's friend request. Officer Gao, goodbye. Putting away his phone, Gao Yan pushed the car door open and stepped out. But just as he entered the neighborhood, his phone vibrated in his pocket again. When he checked, he saw Gao Weilan had transferred him 20,000 yuan. She also sent a message saying she'd buy 20 lessons first to test the results. Seems this Officer Gao is quite the wealthy woman. Gao Yan thought to himself without hesitation, then clicked to accept the transfer. The upgrade experience bar previously emptied now had an additional 20,000 points, and the system account balance increased by 100,000. It's worth mentioning that the experience required to advance from level 5 to level 6 had risen to 5 million. Returning to the rental apartment, Gao Yan sent a message to Lin Xiumin, informing her he had returned from the municipal bureau and expressing his gratitude for her assistance. Lin Xiumin only replied with one line, "It's alright." After spending the entire day outside and sweating profusely due to the sweltering weather, Gao Yan first took a shower, then lay on his bed picking up his phone to chat with Zhuo Jiangyue for a while. Next, he searched for stock market knowledge to study. His memory and comprehension abilities now far surpassed his former self. After just over an hour of studying, he had gained significantly greater understanding of stock market principles. "I was just planning to read for another half hour before going to bed." Chang Hao called. "Gao Yan, hey Hao, what's up?" "Chang Hao, Yan bro, guess how much our hot pot shop made in sales today?" Gao Yan pondered for a moment, 50,000? Chang Hao, too low, guess again? Gao Yan, 80,000? Chang Hao, keep guessing. Gao Yan announced, 100,000. Chang Hao replied, "Let me tell you straight, today alone, we sold 138,000 yuan. Gao Yan clicked his tongue in amazement, "That much?" Chang Hao chuckled, "It's mainly because our hot pot tastes amazing. Plus, since it's opening day, we ran short on ingredients. Otherwise, we definitely could have hit 150. Gao Yan, congratulations to you." Chang Hao, same to you, same to you. After all, you're a shareholder too. After chatting with Chang Hao for a while longer and hanging up, Gao Yan suddenly thought of something and directly asked the system, I also have 30% shares in the hot pot restaurant. Why hasn't there been any profit return? System, shares must exceed 50% to receive profit returns. If the host receives dividends, they will be returned as well. Hearing the system's explanation, Gao Yan couldn't help but show a thoughtful expression. He still had over 7 million lying idle in his system account. If he used this money to acquire a stake in some shop, wouldn't he be able to just lie back and collect profits as long as he secured a 50% share? Chapter 27, Grand Opening Blessings. It was now Monday. Gao Yan got up at 6:30 today. After a quick wash, he carried 100 iPhones and went to a breakfast stall outside the neighborhood, buying 2 meat buns and a cup of soy milk to eat as he walked toward the University District's snack street. The milk tea shop renovation had been completed yesterday. He had arranged with Wang Qin's cousin to inspect the store at 7 a.m. this morning. With the inspection completed without any issues, a quick cleaning would make it ready for business. Gao Yan arrived at the milk tea shop and rolled up the shutter door. After checking around, the interior decoration was indeed flawless, though it looked somewhat messy. So, he began cleaning up. To his surprise, after just a short while, Wang Qin, Lu Ran, Shen Lingling, and Shen Yue arrived one after another. "Why are you all here so early?" Gao Yan asked with some astonishment. Wang Qin eagerly claimed credit. "Yesterday my cousin mentioned that you'd be coming at 7 to inspect the renovations, boss. And since cleaning would definitely be needed afterward, I took the initiative to notify them all to come together. Have you all had breakfast yet?" Gao Yan asked again. "Not yet. In that case, after we finish cleaning the shop, breakfast is on me." "Thank you, boss." Before 7 o'clock, Wang Qin's cousin arrived. After brief greetings, Gao Yan cheerfully paid the remaining balance. The other party assured him to contact her anytime if there were any issues with the renovation. The 5 of them cleaned together and quickly tidied up the milk tea shop, arranging all the machines and chairs in place. "Senior, what's in this bag of yours?" After finishing her work, Shen Lingling stared at the travel backpack filled with phones and asked. "The latest fruit phones," Gao Yan replied. "No way, all of them are phones?" Shen Lingling clearly didn't believe it. "Then open it and take a look." With Gao Yan's permission, Shen Lingling opened the travel bag and discovered that it was indeed filled with brand new, unopened smartphones from Fruit. "Senior, why did you bring so many fruit phones here?" Shen Lingling asked again. "For a promotional event," Gao Yan said. "You're not planning to do a buy milk tea, get a free phone promotion, are you?" Shen Lingling asked with a strange expression. "Do I look like an idiot to you?" Gao Yan joked. "How much can a cup of milk tea cost? My promotion offers a brand new 5,000 yuan smartphone upgrade for just 4,000 yuan when customers top up 500 yuan. After buying phones the last 2 times, Gao Yan realized he had somewhat underestimated the appeal of the latest fruit phones to students. So, in a stroke of inspiration, he came up with the idea of topping up at the milk tea shop to purchase a phone at a discounted price. If these phones are all genuine, then it's quite a bargain, Shen Lingling said straightforwardly. "The phones are all genuine, absolutely no issues," Gao Yan assured. Then he took out another 100 yuan and handed it to Lu Ran. "Sister Lu, could you go buy breakfast? Just tell Lu Ran whatever you'd like to eat." "Boss, what would you like to eat?" Lu Ran asked. "I've already eaten, don't worry about me." Gao Yan waved his hand dismissively. After Lu Ran left, Shen Lingling approached Gao Yan somewhat hesitantly. "Senior, could you sell me one of these phones? You're not short on money, are you?" Gao Yan asked with a smile. Shen Lingling replied, "Who said I don't need money? Besides, why wouldn't I want to buy a genuine phone at a discount? In that case, whoever wants to buy a phone can take it for 4,000 yuan. Gao Yan said. "Wow, thank you, senior. Wonderful," Shen Lingling exclaimed happily. "Boss, I want to buy one too." Wang Qin also chimed in. "Actually, after seeing Gao Yan selling phones last time, I'd already been tempted. I just didn't have enough money on me then. But this time, for the store renovation, my cousin gave me 2,000 yuan as a referral fee." Both girls paid the money without hesitation. The upgrade experience increased by 8,000 points, while the system's stored funds grew by another 40,000. "Shen Yue, are you buying or not?" Glancing at Shen Lingling and Zhang Qin, who were happily unpacking their new SIM cards, Gao Yan turned to ask Shen Yue. "Thank you, but I don't need it." Shen Yue shook her head. Even though buying a phone from Gao Yan would save her 1,000 yuan, she didn't want to waste money. If she had extra cash, she'd rather send it back to her hometown than spend it on a phone. Before long, Lu Ran returned with breakfast. Seeing Wang Qin and Shen Lingling playing with their new phones, she couldn't help but feel curious. Upon learning that they had bought the phones cheaply from the boss, she became quite tempted. Over the past 2 years working at the garment factory, she had managed to save up some money. She didn't have many requirements for a phone herself, just being able to make calls and use WeChat would suffice, but her younger sister had always wanted a certain fruit-branded smartphone, so she gritted her teeth and decided to buy one too. "What time are your classes today?" Gao Yan asked Shen Lingling and Chen Yue. 9 in the morning, it's the last class this semester. After that, we have to hit the books for finals. Shen Lingling replied. "Did the exams go alright?" Gao Yan asked again. "Yue's fine, but I think I'm screwed," Shen Lingling said with a bitter expression. After struggling through the hardships of senior high, she'd gone completely wild once reaching university, resulting in failing 2 courses last semester. This term, though, she's actually trying to study properly. But a heart set free isn't so easily reined in. Fortunately, Chen Yue was there to tutor her. 8 o'clock. The contracted material supplier delivered all the necessary ingredients for milk tea to the shop. The 4 staff members also started bustling about. Meanwhile, Gao Yan wrote the promotion details on the small whiteboard. "All customers who recharge 500 yuan in our store will get a 20% discount, and can also purchase the newest model of fruit phone, market price, 5,000 yuan, for just 4,000 yuan. Limited quantity available, while supplies last." After hanging the whiteboard outside, Gao Yan began preparing the milk tea powder mixture. The clock struck 8:30. Finally, the first customer arrived. Gao Yan priced all 6 types of milk tea at 10 yuan each, adopting a strategy of small profits but quick turnover. After handing the freshly made milk tea to the girl, Zhang Qin began promoting the recharge activity. "Is this for real?" The girl looked somewhat unconvinced. "Here, see for yourself, it's this exact phone model." Zhang Qin pulled out her iPhone to show the other person. After seeing it, the girl was also quite tempted. Unfortunately, she didn't have enough money on her and could only reluctantly give up. However, after tasting the milk tea's flavor, her eyes lit up, then narrowed into slits as she marveled inwardly. "This milk tea is absolutely delicious." As the first cup of milk tea was sold, more and more people came to buy it. Among them, 5 people participated in the recharge promotion. The time came to 8:50. Shen Lingling and Chen Yue had to return to class, but they said they would come back to help after the lesson. With the departure of the 2 girls, the manpower became slightly insufficient, so Gao Yan also joined in making milk tea. When the clock struck 10, the milk tea shop entered its busiest peak period. Fortunately, Shen Lingling and Chen Yue arrived just after their classes ended, otherwise, there would have been no way to handle the rush. At the same time, the number of people participating in the prepaid phone purchases increased to 26. Gao Yan estimated that all the phones would surely be sold out by today. Moreover, this promotion could be run long-term. When noon arrived, a significant number of students came to participate in the low-cost phone recharge and purchase event upon hearing the news. In less than half an hour, the remaining 50 or so fruit phones were completely sold out. Gao Yan hurriedly took down the small whiteboard, but students kept coming to inquire, so Gao Yan had no choice but to inform them that the event had ended, though it would continue tomorrow. After sending those students away, Gao Yan pulled up the system interface to check. The 100 smartphones had earned him 400,000 upgrade points, while the milk tea shop had contributed over 50,000 points. More than 90% of the milk tea shop's points came from prepaid orders, yet the actual revenue barely exceeded 3,000. He estimated that once the milk tea shop's reputation was established, daily revenue would reach at least 7 or 8,000, possibly even over 10,000. Combined with the experience from selling phones, earning the 5 million upgrade experience wouldn't be a problem at all. Chapter 28, Yang Yu's Invitation. Currently, the system's return multiplier was 5 times. Therefore, for every phone sold, Gao Yan received a rebate of 20,000 yuan. After selling 100 phones, he earned a total rebate of 2 million yuan. The milk tea shop also generated over 50,000 in income, resulting in nearly 260,000 yuan in rebate funds. Combined, the system's stored funds were approaching 10 million, and with the cash in his bank account, he was undeniably a multi-millionaire. Today marks exactly 10 days since he acquired the system, averaging 1 million earned daily. This is absolutely insane. Gao Yan couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Now with millions in cash, Gao Yan felt it was time to buy a car. After all, he often needed to travel into the city. Plus, dating Zhuo Jianyue would be inconvenient if they always had to rely on taxis. Coincidentally, he planned to visit a securities firm in the city to open an account that very afternoon. The securities company was on lunch break, perfect timing to get the car situation sorted. Half an hour later, Gao Yan appeared at an auto mall. The auto mall was massive, offering everything from domestic brands to joint venture vehicles and luxury imports. On his way over, Gao Yan had already decided exactly which car to buy. He is still a student, and his purpose for buying a car is for convenience, so there's no need to purchase a so-called luxury car. Therefore, he plans to buy an Audi A4, with a total price of around 300,000 yuan, because he already has a target in mind. When the car sales consultant arrived, Gao Yan directly asked her to take him to see the Audi A4. The Audi A4 model is quite impressive overall, with an attractive design and smooth lines. Gao Yan pointed at a white Audi A4 and asked, "How much is it?" "Sir, the listed price for this model is 298,000 yuan. The car sales consultant replied, "Including purchase tax, vehicle and vessel tax, and insurance, the total on-road price would be 318,000 yuan. Any discounts available?" Gao Yan asked. "I'll have to check with the manager about that," the car sales consultant replied. "Then go check for me." "I'm sorry sir, we need to confirm you're genuinely interested in purchasing the vehicle before we can check. Hope you understand. How can I confirm it? First, pay a deposit of 2,000 yuan. Allowed." After Gao Yan scanned the QR code to transfer the 2,000 yuan, the car sales consultant went to negotiate the price with the manager. After some haggling, they finally reduced the price by 5,000 yuan. Once the price was settled, the car sales consultant started pitching their loan services to Gao Yan. Unfortunately, to her disappointment, Gao Yan purchased the car outright with full payment. Gao Yan had previously heard that 4S dealerships don't make much profit from the actual car sales, their main income comes from loans and insurance. This was precisely why the sales consultant felt disappointed upon hearing Gao Yan's full cash payment. After completing the payment, Gao Yan asked, "When can I take delivery of the car? If everything goes smoothly, it should be ready by tomorrow morning." The car consultant added, "By the way, Mr. Gao, would you like us to handle the license plate registration for you? For just 1,000 yuan, we can save you a lot of time." "Alright then, go ahead and handle the license registration for me." Gao Yan nodded in agreement. By the time he left the 4S dealership, it was already 2:20 p.m., so Gao Yan hurriedly hailed a taxi to head to Nandu Securities. There are several securities companies in Nandu. After checking online last night, I found that Nandu Securities has quite a good reputation and service. This is also the reason why Gao Yan chose them. With the guidance of the securities company staff, Gao Yan quickly opened a stock account and deposited 8 million yuan into it. The employee serving Gao Yan was startled to learn that he had actually deposited 8 million into his account. Instantly becoming extremely enthusiastic, the employee offered to upgrade him to a premium client, granting him access to the VIP trading room and even providing him with a free account manager. They also added him to an exclusive VIP group chat, explaining that their company's senior analysts would regularly share stock market insights daily. After leaving the securities firm, Gao Yan hurriedly hailed a taxi and rushed to a phone store to stock up on new devices. Since he had another class this afternoon, he needed to make the most of his time. In the taxi, Gao Yan pulled up the system interface to check. During his absence, the milk tea shop sales remained strong, bringing in nearly 2,000 yuan more. Even excluding prepaid customers, the total revenue had already exceeded 5,000 yuan, and they wouldn't close until 9 p.m., earning 8,000 yuan effortlessly. Since Gao Yan had just been there to stock up not long ago, the staff at the mobile phone store were all very familiar with him. Gao Yan's luck was particularly good today. The first store alone yielded 40 fruit phones. "Brother Gao, why are you buying so many phones?" As he finished paying and was about to leave, the manager of the phone store couldn't resist asking out of curiosity. "I own a shop. I'm taking these phones back for a promotion," Gao Yan replied truthfully. Brother Gao is really going all out, using the latest fruit brand phones for promotions. The manager of the phone store looked at him with astonishment. Gao Yan didn't chat much with him and hurriedly carried the phones to the second store. 3:30 in the afternoon. Gao Yan rushed into the classroom. The teacher entered right after him. "How's your milk tea shop doing?" Chang Hao asked in a low voice. Not bad at all. Including prepaid memberships, we've already passed 50,000 in revenue. Gao Yan replied quietly. Originally Chang Hao had planned to visit the milk tea shop in person, but Gao Yan had refused him. Still, Chang Hao had sent 2 congratulatory flower baskets over. Apart from this, Yang Yu also sent 2 pairs of flower baskets. This actually surprised Gao Yan quite a bit. After this class ended, it was time for the review phase. Actually, university exams are relatively relaxed. Most questions can be found in the textbooks. As long as you paid attention during lectures and put in a bit more effort during revision, you would almost never fail. After class, Chang Hao left in a hurry. Because the hot pot restaurant's business was still booming today, and this being his first time as a boss, he couldn't help but worry if he wasn't there to keep an eye on things. Classmate Gao Yan. Gao Yan was about to head to the milk tea shop when Yang Yu unexpectedly called out to him. Is something the matter, Yang? Gao Yan asked. How about having a cup of coffee together? Yang Yu revealed a faint smile. Great. After a slight hesitation, Gao Yan agreed. Seeing this scene, the surrounding students all showed looks of surprise and shock. Yang Yu actually took the initiative to ask Gao Yan out. Damn it all. Especially Zhou Yuchao. After witnessing this, he felt extremely uncomfortable inside. At this moment, Wan Ming beside him said, I heard that Kid Gao Yan's milk tea shop is doing really well too. That's right. Lu Wei chimed in. I heard that just the prepaid deposits at his milk tea shop totaled nearly 50,000 yuan. Hearing this, Zhou Yuchao's expression grew even gloomier. Noticing Zhou Yuchao's reaction, Wan Ming and Lu Wei exchanged knowing smirks. These two had deliberately said those things to provoke him. Zhou Yuchao was always putting on airs, and they wouldn't have bothered targeting him if they couldn't gain some advantage from it. Wan Ming and Lu Wei had long since stopped bothering with him. Now that Gao Yan had suddenly come into money, they weren't happy about it either. If they could get Zhou Yuchao and Gao Yan to feud with each other, they'd be more than happy to watch the show. Off-campus coffee shop. Gao Yan stirred his coffee with a metal spoon and asked, Classmate Yang Yu, you didn't just invite me here for coffee, did you? To be honest, Yang Yu was quite surprised by the change in Gao Yan. Just last week, he had been practically invisible in her eyes, yet in the span of a single week, he had undergone a remarkable transformation radiating confidence and positivity. As a result, she couldn't help but wonder what had caused such a dramatic shift in him. Gathering her thoughts, Yang Yu fixed her gaze on Gao Yan and asked, Indeed, if I'm not mistaken, is it you who supplied the hot pot base ingredients to Brother Hot Pot Restaurant? Yes. Gao Yan nodded without any intention to conceal the truth. Last time you approached me, were you trying to sell me the hot pot base ingredients? Yang Yu pressed further. Exactly. Gao Yan nodded once again. After receiving Gao Yan's reply, Yang Yu felt an inexplicable pain in her heart, as she had already learned that the Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant's daily revenue had exceeded 130,000 yuan on its opening day. Moreover, today's business was even more booming than yesterday's. If nothing unexpected happens, surpassing 150,000 yuan in revenue today shouldn't be a problem. Generally speaking, the profit margin for hot pot restaurants ranges between 30 to 50%. Even at the lowest 30% profit margin, daily revenue exceeding 150,000 yuan would yield a single-day profit of 45,000 yuan. Monthly profits would reach 1.35 million yuan. Annually, the profits could reach tens of millions. If this hot pot base recipe were implemented across the Yang family's 23 hot pot restaurants, conservative estimates suggest annual profits could reach 200 million yuan. In other words, the hot pot base recipe Gao Yan provided was absolutely a golden goose. Chapter 29, A New Idea. Is that hot pot base recipe still in your hands? Yang Yu asked with a hint of desperate hope. Truth be told, she knew this possibility was unlikely. Surely the Cheng family wasn't foolish enough to leave such a crucial thing out of their grasp. It's already been sold to Qinghao. Gao Yan mused that Yang Yu had treated him to coffee, so he could guess her intentions. She came for the hot pot base recipe. He wasn't arrogant enough to assume Yang Yu had taken a liking to him. Did both parties sign an agreement? Yang Yu asked again, unwilling to give up. Hearing this, Gao Yan sneered inwardly. Yang Yu was seriously underestimating him. Even without a transfer agreement, he would never sell the recipe to her. Yet he showed none of it on his face, replying coolly, the contract's already signed. The Cheng family gave me 2 million plus 30% equity in Brotherhood Hot Pot. Oh, and the penalty for breach is 100 million. At this, Yang Yu was completely speechless. With a bitter tone, she muttered, congrats, then. Right now, regret gnawed at her like a twisting gut. If only she hadn't refused Gao Yan's pitch back then. By utilizing this hot pot base in her family's hot pot restaurant, she was confident that their shop could become the second Hey De Leo, or even surpass Hey De Leo entirely. Thank you. Gao Yan replied politely before taking a big sip of his coffee. Classmate Yang Yu, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. With that, Gao Yan stood up and walked out of the cafe. Yang Yu, meanwhile, sat in a daze for a while before finally picking up her phone to call her father. Yang Yu Zheng, Dad, I just spoke with Gao Yan. The Cheng family's hot pot base really does come from Gao Yan himself. Is there a way to get it? Money isn't an issue, even if it costs more. Yang Yujiang said solemnly. Yesterday, he had sent his assistant to investigate the Brother Hot Pot restaurant. This morning, the investigation report was delivered to his desk. If nothing unexpected happens, Brother Hot Pot will become the biggest rival to their young family hot pot in the future. That's precisely why he was so eager to obtain that hot pot base recipe. Yang Yu responded with a bitter smile, "Dad, it's too late. Gao Yan has already signed a transfer agreement with the Cheng family, and the penalty for breach is 100 million. There's absolutely no way we can secure it." Hearing the 100 million penalty for breach, Yang Yuzheng fell silent. If the penalty had only been 10 million, they might have been able to cover it for Gao Yan. But 100 million, they simply couldn't fork it out. Even if they could, no one would sink 100 million into a single hot pot base recipe. Is there any other way to get our hands on that hot pot base recipe? Yang Yujiang asked persistently, refusing to give up. "Dad, I really can't think of any other way." As she spoke the last word, Yang Yu paused, suddenly grasping the implication in her father's words. He most likely wanted her to use her charms to their advantage. At this moment, Yang Yuzheng persuaded her, Yeah, you're my only daughter. Everything I have will be yours someday. The hotel industry has been getting harder to sustain these years, and switching to hot pot shops was our only option. Just when we were starting to see some success and were about to expand beyond Yangdong province, suddenly this Brother Hot Pot shop pops up. If they grow too big and strong, how will we ever survive? Hearing these words, Yang Yu fell silent. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, "Dad, I'll try my best." "Yang Yu, you've suffered unfairly." Yang Yujiang sighed. "Dad, it's alright. After all, I'm also a member of the Yang family," Yang Yu said firmly. As the campus goddess of Nandu University, countless male students secretly kept their eyes on her every day. She still couldn't believe that, even with her taking the initiative, she wouldn't be able to handle someone as insignificant as Gao Yan. All she needed was to coax the hot pot base recipe out of Gao Yan. As for how he would later deal with the Cheng family, that was none of her concern. Meanwhile, Gao Yan had initially planned to go to the milk tea shop, but after some thought, he decided to return to his rented apartment to fetch his phone first so he could continue running the top-up campaign at the shop. This time, he brought back a full 150 units of the latest fruit brand phones from the city. If he manages to sell them all, the system's rebated funds would reach 3 million. And after deducting the 120k procurement loss, he'd net a clean 2.88 million, plus the 100 units he'd already sold today. The income was getting close to 5 million. When Gao Yan arrived at the milk tea shop carrying a large bag of phones, he noticed that even with all 4 employees working behind the counter, there were still 7 or 8 people waiting in line. He entered the store first. Then he hung up the small whiteboard again and announced loudly, "The recharge promotion is back. Hurry if you want to buy the latest fruit phone at a low price." Wow, awesome. I heard about this in the morning, but by the time I got here, the promotion was already over. A girl in line cheered, "Boss, hurry and take my recharge, I want to buy a phone. I'll recharge 500 too." The first guy in line decisively pulled out his phone to scan the payment code. Gao Yan had somewhat underestimated the students' fervor for the fruit brand phones. In less than 20 minutes, a large crowd of students had rushed over upon hearing the news. In less than an hour, all 150 fruit brand phones were completely sold out. The balance in the milk tea shop's prepaid account also increased by 75,000 yuan. But students who arrived later expressed dissatisfaction. "Boss, is this promotion still going on? I didn't manage to grab it in the morning, and I missed it again in the afternoon. This is just too unlucky." "Definitely none left today, but we'll have the promotion again tomorrow," Gao Yan hastily replied. After sending away these students who failed to purchase phones, Gao Yan began contemplating. Offline transactions could never match the speed of online deals. What if he launched an online discount mall? The profits would be astronomical. He'd heard about something called Black Friday discount events in America. He could completely emulate this model by launching a similar discount mall online. Thinking this, he took out his phone and searched for information about Black Friday. He found that during Black Friday in the US, items were typically 25% to 20% off. Special deals could offer discounts of 60% to 50% off, mainly on low-priced daily necessities. As for domestic e-commerce, they've also created many shopping festivals, like Double 11, Double 12, and so on. And during each shopping festival, these e-commerce platforms always make a killing. If he were to hold weekly sales promotions and reach a certain scale, he'd probably end up bankrupting all these e-commerce companies. After all, with his system rebates, when it comes to discount power, who could possibly outdo him? Thinking it through, Gao Yan's heart began to race with excitement. He decided to first draft a detailed business plan, then establish a company and create an online discount mall. With that, Gao Yan gave a few quick instructions and hurriedly left the milk tea shop. Before he knew it, it was already 8 p.m. Shaking his sore wrist, he realized it was time to buy a computer. After hours of diligent typing, he had finally finished the proposal. His stomach had been growling in protest for quite some time. Just had a burst of inspiration, so I decided to finish the business plan in one go before eating. With a thought, I pulled up the system interface for a look. Holy smokes, after deducting prepaid amounts, the milk tea shop's daily sales have already exceeded 10,000. I bet all 4 shop assistants must be exhausted. So he returned to the milk tea shop once more. Boss, you're here? Zhang Qin greeted him with exhausted enthusiasm. Truth be told, she was thoroughly worn out. It had been ages since she'd endured such an intense workday. Have you all had dinner yet? Gao Yan asked. Yes, I have. Gao Yan smiled and said, alright then, we'll close at 9 o'clock. I'll treat you all to supper to celebrate our grand opening, and I'll also give each of you a red envelope as a bonus. The mention of red envelopes instantly perked up the 4 girls. Chapter 30, Yang Yu initiates adding friends. Before closing time, Gao Yan took several business cards from his pocket and dialed each number listed on them one by one. These business cards all belonged to the managers or store directors of mobile phone shops. Today, he had already cleared out all the iPhones in their stores. But he would continue the promotional activity of low-price phone purchases with top-ups tomorrow, so he needed to remind them to stock up in advance. Regarding the demands of Gao Yan, their big client, the managers and store directors of several mobile phone shops all promised to arrange urgent deliveries overnight. Some even offered door-to-door delivery. Naturally, Gao Yan had no reason to refuse. The clock struck 9. Although some students still lingered on the snack street and staying open would surely sell more milk tea, he decisively chose to close shop. You've all worked hard today, here's a red envelope for each of you. Gao Yan handed over the red envelopes he had prepared in advance. The 4 women who received the red envelopes all thanked him as their boss. Senior brother, how much money is inside the red envelopes? Shen Lingling asked. Just open it yourself and you'll find out, Gao Yan said with a laugh. Then, Shen Lingling indeed opened the red envelope, exclaiming in delight afterward, wow, there's actually 400 yuan inside. Seeing the 4 bills in Shen Lingling's hands, Zhang Qin and Lu Ran couldn't help but exchange glances. They had expected Gao Yan to give them no more than 200 yuan, but to their surprise, it turned out to be 400. Senior brother Gao, isn't 400 yuan too much? Shen Yue whispered at this moment. Silly girl, just take what senior brother gives us. All we need to do is work hard in the future to repay him, Shen Lingling quickly interjected. Though straightforward by nature, she wasn't foolish. If Chen Yue refused the 400 yuan and returned it to Gao Yan, wouldn't Zhang Qin and Lu Ran have to follow suit? Doing so would surely earn Zhang Qin and Lu Ran's lifelong resentment. Gao Yan glanced at Shen Lingling and said, indeed, Shen Lingling is right. The best repayment you can give me is to work hard from now on. Besides, today's sales exceeded 130,000, so giving each of you a 400 yuan bonus isn't too much. Wow, today's sales actually reached 130,000 yuan? Shen Lingling exclaimed in astonishment. Most of it is prepaid revenue, but the actual turnover just crossed 10,000, which is pretty good already. Gao Yan explained, though the investment for this milk tea shop was less than 60,000 yuan, having daily sales exceeding 10,000 yuan on the first day was already outrageously good. Factoring in prepaid memberships alone, he had already recouped his investment. Adding the system's cashback rewards, his total profit had skyrocketed to 670,000 yuan. As for level up experience points, they had already surpassed 1.15 million. Zhang Qin and Lu Ran were also astonished by the business figures. Gao Yan reminded them, alright, let's hurry to the barbecue shop for some food, or the school gates will close. Both Shen Lingling and Shen Yue were still freshmen, and generally, first-year students weren't allowed to rent off-campus housing, so they had to return to school by 10:30 p.m. 10:25 p.m. Gao Yan returned to his rented apartment once more. He took out his phone, unlocked it, opened WeChat, and noticed a new friend request. When he tapped to check, it turned out to be Yang Yu. Instantly, Gao Yan's expression turned slightly odd. Had this woman still not given up? After accepting the friend request, Gao Yan had no intention of chatting with the other party. He set down his phone and went to take a shower first. There were 2 things to do tomorrow. First was picking up the car at the auto mall, and second was buying that pharmaceutical stock. The girls' dormitory. Yang Yu stared at her phone with growing irritation. Gao Yan had clearly accepted her friend request, yet 2 whole minutes had passed without him sending her a single message. Does he expect me to make the first move? She fumed internally. Though she'd planned to use her charms on Gao Yan, her pride remained intact in her mind. All she needed was to drop the slightest hint, and he should have come chasing after her already. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. 5 minutes had passed, yet Gao Yan still hadn't sent her a message. After finishing his shower, Gao Yan picked up his phone and lay down on the bed, opening the stock trading app to search for shares of that pharmaceutical company. As the system provided message stated, the closing price of this stock was 15.5 yuan. After searching for some stock knowledge online and watching for a while, drowsiness set in, so he decisively turned off the lights and went to bed. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Gao Yan woke up promptly at 7 o'clock. After a quick wash, he went to the breakfast shop outside the neighborhood for a meal before heading toward the milk tea shop. The materials he prepared yesterday were almost used up. Today, he needed to prepare a new batch. Before 8 o'clock, Zheng Qin and Lu Ran arrived one after another. The two instinctively began cleaning up the shop. In no time, Chen Yue and Shen Lingling also arrived. They joined in on the cleaning as well. 8:30 p.m. Gao Yan received a call from a phone store manager. The other party said they had urgently transferred 40 fruit brand phones overnight and could deliver them if he wanted. Of course, Gao Yan wouldn't refuse, and gave them his address. Approaching 9 o'clock, he received another call from them. Gao Yan walked out of the milk tea shop and spotted a BMW 320 parked at the edge of the snack street. The car door opened, and the manager of the phone store stepped out. The man had brought 40 of the latest fruit phones. After verifying the goods, Gao Yan promptly made the payment. "Brother Gao, would you like another shipment tomorrow?" the manager of the phone store asked. "The more, the better," Gao Yan replied. "Alright, I'll do my best to arrange the stock for you and deliver it tomorrow." The store manager remarked that while the latest model of the fruit phone didn't have any trouble selling, he was still quite pleased to encounter a big buyer like Gao Yan. "Then thank you so much, Manager Huang." Gao Yan expressed his gratitude. "Hold on, Manager Huang. This milk tea shop is mine. Since you've come all this way, let me treat you to a cup of milk tea." "Brother Gao owns a milk tea shop? Don't tell me you're planning to use these phones for a promotion at your shop?" Manager Huang asked. "Yeah," Gao Yan nodded. "So how is this promotion structured?" Manager Huang continued to inquire. "Deposit 500 yuan, and you can buy a phone for 4,000 yuan. Gao Yan replied truthfully. Holy crap! Now it was Manager Huang's turn to be dumbfounded. Even adding the 500 yuan recharge amount, he'd still be losing 300 yuan per phone. Keep in mind that Gao Yan had purchased each device from him for 4,800 yuan. What on earth was this guy thinking? Or maybe the guy was some rich second-generation heir. Does he simply not care about losing money at all? Gao Yan carried his phone to the shop and returned shortly with a cup of milk tea in hand. "Manager Huang, here, try it and tell me how it tastes." "Thank you, young Master Gao." Manager Huang had already concluded that Gao Yan was a wealthy second-generation heir with money to burn, so naturally, his manner of address shifted accordingly. "You're welcome." Not long after seeing Manager Huang off, Gao Yan received another phone call. It was from Gao Weilan. She told him that Yan, who was tight-lipped, no matter how they interrogated him, he refused to reveal who had instructed him. After all, his previous crimes were already enough to warrant the death penalty, and even if he confessed, it wouldn't change his sentence to life imprisonment. Under such circumstances, why would he confess at all? It was actually his two underlings who confessed. Unfortunately, those two underlings only knew that Yan who was acting under someone's orders, but they had no idea who that person was. Meanwhile, Gao Weilan also informed him. The capture of Yan who had already been reported, and the reward money would be processed this week. Gao Yan asked and was surprised to find it was 50,000. He was quite pleased with the system's rebate, that would make it 300,000. That nearly covered the money he'd spent on the car. After finishing their business talk, Gao Weilan mentioned that she had already found a venue nearby. She would arrange for someone to set it up today, and tomorrow they could go there for her to teach combat practice. Since the payment was already received, Gao Yan naturally wouldn't refuse and assured her it was completely fine. Shortly after, Gao Yan received a call from the Audi Forest dealership, asking him to pick up his car at 10:30. After hanging up, the clock struck exactly 9:30. Gao Yan decisively logged into the stock trading app on his phone, located that pharmaceutical stock, and began purchasing. Chapter 31, Stock Acquisition. It took about half an hour. Gao Yan had converted all 8 million yuan in his account into Almay Pharmaceutical shares. Don't be fooled by this stock's continuous price decline, but genuinely few people are selling their shares. Some believe Almay Pharmaceutical stock has bottomed out, holding onto it might yield a rebound eventually. Others suspect certain parties are deliberately accumulating shares. But none of this concerns Gao Yan anymore. He had bought everything he needed to buy, and all he had to do was wait for the stock price to reach its peak before selling it off. Suddenly, the phone rang. The call came from the employee at Nandu Securities who had helped him open his account. The reason for the call was that they noticed he had spent all the money in his account on stocks of Almay Pharmaceuticals and wanted to remind him that the company's stock had been falling for years. "I hope he'll be careful." After thanking the other party, Gao Yan stated that he had already decided on the Almay stock and wouldn't sell it in the short term. Seeing that it was about time, Gao Yan left the milk tea shop and took a taxi to the auto mall to pick up his car. Picking up the car went smoothly. The dealership had arranged a small delivery ceremony, but Gao Yan declined. The Forest store gave him a temporary license plate. As for the official plates, he'd need to wait 2 more days. The dealership would notify him when it was time to visit the vehicle management office to select his number. Driving his new car, Gao Yan visited several mobile phone stores in succession. Because he had called the night before, these stores had prepared considerable stock of phones for his visit. Gao Yan bought them all without hesitation. Combined with the 40 units purchased in the morning, the total astonishingly reached 205 devices. He wasn't sure if he could sell all 200 plus phones he'd brought back in a single day. Unexpectedly, he had underestimated students' enthusiasm for the latest Fruit brand smartphones. By 3:20 p.m., all 205 units were sold out. The system's refunded capital reached 4.1 million yuan. Additionally, the cashback from recharge amounts also totaled 512,500 yuan. The cash balance had also reached 8.52 million yuan. Meanwhile, the upgrade experience points had accumulated to 1.92 million. Gathering his thoughts, Gao Yan headed towards the university campus. Just as he took his seat, Zhang Pengfei and Wang Bo arrived together. "Something on your mind?" Gao Yan asked, looking at the two of them. "Brother Gao, stop." Gao Yan raised his hand to interrupt Zhang Pengfei's form of address. "We're all classmates here, just call me by my name. Class is about to start, so if there's something, just say it." "Big bro Gao, we want to get some phones from you." Zhang Pengfei lowered his voice and said. News of Gao Yan offering iPhones at low prices through recharge deals at his milk tea shop had long spread, and Zhang Pengfei and Wang Bo naturally knew about it too. After tasting the sweet profits of reselling, they discussed and decided to approach Gao Yan together to see if they could buy a batch of phones from him to continue their reselling business. After all, the profit from a single phone ranges from 600 to 800 yuan. "How many do you plan to take?" Gao Yan asked. 10 units, Wang Bo replied. "How about 4,200 each?" Gao Yan asked with a smile. "Wasn't it 4,000 yuan? Their expressions shifted slightly. Gao Yan explained, "You probably know I've been running promotions with these phones at the milk tea shop. Demand far exceeds supply. Selling them at 4,000 yuan not only gets me a 500 yuan recharge but also locks in a long-term customer. The reason I'm offering them to you at 4,200 is purely out of classmate solidarity. If you're interested, we can do the exchange tomorrow morning, cash on delivery." After brief consideration, both decided to go for it. Even at 4,200 yuan per unit, they could still make a minimum profit of 400 yuan. No sooner had the two left than the class bell rang. Chang Hao didn't show up today. Since classes for the semester were already over, students could choose to review either in the classroom or on their own, and the teacher wouldn't take attendance anymore. Gao Yan pushed aside all other thoughts and picked up his textbook to focus on reviewing. However, during this time, he noticed quite a few gazes secretly lingering on him. One of these gazes actually belonged to Yang Yu. The class bell rang, and the teacher got up and left. Gao Yan also packed his things, ready to leave. "Gao Yan, are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you to a movie." Looking at the slightly shy Wang Yuding, Gao Yan chuckled and shook his head. "Sorry, classmate Wang, I have something to do tonight and can't accompany you to the movie." Everyone knows he owns a 30% stake in Brother Hotpot restaurant. What's more, he opened a wildly popular milk tea shop on the snack street. Most importantly, his looks and charm have improved significantly, making him the target of many single girls. Wang Yuding was the first to make a move on him, but it definitely wouldn't be the last. Hearing Gao Yan's refusal, a flash of disappointment crossed Wang Yuding's eyes. He smiled at her. Then he walked out of the classroom. Through the phone purchase promotion, Meat Milk Tea Shop had already attracted over 400 recharge customers. The addition of 6 flavors of milk tea was indeed quite delicious, so business at the milk tea shop today wasn't one bit slower than yesterday. In fact, the revenue might even surpass yesterday's. "Gao Yan, wait up." Just as he stepped away from the teaching building, Yang Yu caught up to him from behind. Gao Yan turned to look at her. "How about having dinner together tonight?" Yang Yu said. Last night, after she took the initiative to add Gao Yan's WeChat, he hadn't sent her a single message since then. Regarding this, Yang Yu analyzed 2 possible reasons. First, maybe Gao Yan was just a straight guy who couldn't grasp her hints. Second, Gao Yan might have known his place well, aware of the gap between them and therefore didn't dare to pursue her. As for the possibility that Gao Yan wasn't interested in her, that was something she refused to believe. When it came to her looks and figure, she was extremely confident. Since Gao Yan wasn't making the first move, she would have to take the initiative herself. "Sorry, Yang Yu, I don't have time tonight." Gao Yan shook his head. He didn't think Yang Yu had asked him out to dinner because she was interested in him. It was almost certainly about that hot pot base recipe. "Don't even have time for a meal?" Yang Yu felt both angry and annoyed. She had taken the initiative, yet the other party had actually rejected her. "I have plans tonight and other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first." Watching Gao Yan's retreating figure grow increasingly distant, Yang Yu's eyes brimmed with resentment and defiance. At the same time, she began to doubt her own charm. Was she really that unwelcome? Gao Yan took out his phone and logged into the stock trading app. Noticed that Ame Pharmaceuticals' stock price had risen by 50 cents. But starting tomorrow, this stock's price is going to skyrocket like a rocket. Arrived at the milk tea shop. Seeing the students queuing up to buy milk tea, Gao Yan couldn't help but smile warmly. So far, the milk tea shop's revenue has already exceeded 7,000. There are still over 4 hours until closing time in the evening. And the evening is the peak period for the milk tea shop, where breaking 10,000 in sales is easily achievable. Just as Gao Yan had anticipated. By 5:30, the milk tea shop entered its peak business hours. Even with all 4 staff members working non-stop, the line of customers showed no signs of getting shorter. Gao Yan then ordered 5 takeout meals. After eating one himself, he took over the counter to let the other 4 take their dinner break. The continuous rush only began to subside around 7 o'clock when the queue finally disappeared. The turnover had already surpassed 10,000 and reached 11,000, exceeding yesterday's sales. Shen Lingling, Chen Yue, come here for a moment. Gao Yan called out. Senior, what are your instructions? Shen Lingling replied weakly. Originally, you only needed to work 6 hours a day, but these past 2 days, you've both put in over 8 hours. As your senior, I'm no heartless landlord, I'm raising both your salaries to 2,500 yuan. Hearing Gao Yan announce their pay raise, both girls were delighted, especially Chen Yue. A rare smile flashed across her face, though she quickly lowered her head again when she noticed Gao Yan smiling at her. Next, Gao Yan called over Zhang Qin and Lu Ran. Your salaries will remain unchanged for now. However, I plan to open a second branch in the city. A manager will be selected for that location. The better performer will become the city branch manager with a salary of 4,500 yuan, while the other will stay here with a 4,000 yuan salary. Work hard. Hearing they could get both a raise and a promotion, the 2 women felt highly motivated and quickly assured Gao Yan they wouldn't let him down. Chapter 32, Wanting Both. Nighttime. Inside the rental apartment, Gao Yan lay on the bed chatting with Shui Jianyue about where to go for their weekend date. Nando still has quite a few interesting attractions. For example, Jinxia Lake, Qiyun Mountain, the Marine Zoo, and so on. In the end, the 2 decided to go boating at Jinxia Lake. By 10:30, they bid each other goodnight. For the next 2 days, Gao Yan didn't plan to attend classes. Today's lecture had already helped him review old knowledge while gaining new insights. Coupled with his previously solid foundation, handling exams wouldn't be a problem at all. In the coming days, he planned to open a new milk tea branch. Besides this, he also intended to launch a fast food restaurant, since he still had that super seasoning recipe in hand. Because the online discount store he planned was far from being achievable with his current limited funds. After all, even if the online discount store offered rock-bottom prices, without traffic, it would be pointless. And to generate traffic, large-scale advertising campaigns would be necessary. That would require no small sum of money. It wouldn't even be unusual to burn through tens of millions in a single month. The next day, Wednesday, Gao Yan drove his new Audi A4 into the city. He first swept through several phone stores to purchase 348 units, then drove to a real estate agency. Sir, how may I assist you? A female employee first invited Gao Yan to take a seat, then served him a cup of tea before asking with a smile. Gao Yan said, I'm planning to open a milk tea shop. The requirement for the location is somewhere with high foot traffic, and the space doesn't need to be too large. Does your company have any suitable properties? Yes, sir. The female employee quickly responded, there are 3 locations that meet your requirements. 2 of them are shops inside Wanlong Plaza and Hangda Plaza, and the other is located near Nandu No. 7 Middle School and Nandu Elementary School. Among them, after listening to the female employee's detailed introduction, Gao Yan requested if he could visit the site in person. Of course, no problem. May I ask if you've driven here, sir? The employee inquired. Yes. Gao Yan nodded. Mr. Gao, would you like to take my car or drive separately? The female employee asked again. Let's just take your car, said Gao Yan. The employee who received Gao Yan was named Han Yume. She was slightly plump and appeared to be around 30 years old. It seems that in web novels, whenever the protagonist buys a house or a car, they always meet a beautiful woman. And him? Whether buying a car or renting a place, I never encounter any beautiful women. Shouldn't anyone who gets a system be considered a protagonist? This protagonist's luck seems a bit lacking. They first went to the street where Nandu No. 7 Middle School and Nandu Elementary School were located. The shop was situated between the 2 schools, no more than 100 meters apart. Originally, this shop was a small, nondescript eatery with a modest area of just over 60 square meters. Logically speaking, opening a restaurant here shouldn't fare too poorly business-wise. But in reality, authorities have been placing increasing emphasis on food hygiene standards for primary and secondary school students in recent years. Since small eateries primarily compete on low prices, stricter regulations naturally squeezed out their survival space. Compounded by the exceptionally high rent in this location, small restaurants found it increasingly difficult to stay in business. Overall, everything else is satisfactory. It's just that this storefront appears somewhat shabby. Moreover, Gao Yan also planned to imitate the strategy used at the university town snack street, attracting customers by selling phones at low prices to encourage prepaid plans. However, the target customers here were primarily elementary and middle school students, and this approach probably wouldn't work. So after a brief hesitation, Gao Yan ruled out this store. He didn't even bother asking the price. Han Yumei could tell that Gao Yan wasn't impressed with this shop, so she took him to the one in Wanlong Plaza. This shop is located on the 4th floor of Wanlong Shopping Mall. The total area is much smaller than the one near the school, just over 10 square meters. What's more, there are already 3 milk tea shops on this floor, making the competition quite fierce. How much is the rent? Gao Yan asked. Han Yumei replied, the foot traffic at Wanlong Plaza is quite good. This shop covers 18 square meters, with a monthly rent of 620 yuan per square meter. The payment method is 1 month's deposit plus 3 months rent in advance. Gao Yan did a quick mental calculation. The monthly rent would amount to 11,160 yuan. The maximum renovation cost would be 10,000 yuan, plus the investment in equipment, totaling about 60,000 yuan. It was nothing to him. Although he had the idea of renting the place, Gao Yan still wanted to check out the shop in another mall. The shop in Hangda Plaza was located on the basement level. The area is also larger than Wanlong Plaza, approximately 30 square meters. The rent is slightly cheaper than Wanlong Plaza, costing only 580 yuan per square meter per month. Mr. Gao, what do you think? Han Yumei asked. Gao Yan already had a plan in mind, so he said, let's discuss this back at the office. Alright. Hearing Gao Yan's words, Han Yumei immediately realized he must have taken a liking to one of the shops. They returned to the real estate agency. Gao Yan spoke bluntly, I've taken a liking to shops in both malls, and I can pay the rent annually. But the price has to come down. If you can satisfy me on this, I have an even bigger deal to offer you. Hearing that Gao Yan wanted to acquire 2 shops at once, Han Yumei couldn't help but feel delighted. As for the bigger deal he mentioned, she didn't take it too seriously. As a seasoned agent, she knew it was common practice for clients to dangle carrots to push for better terms. Mr. Gao, rest assured I'll contact both mall properties immediately and negotiate the lowest possible price for you. Gao Yan nodded slightly, signaling, I'll wait for your response. After about 5 minutes, Han Yumei returned. At Wanlong Plaza, she had negotiated the price down to 600 yuan, while at Hangda Plaza she got it down to 550 yuan. However, there was a condition: payment must be made annually, with the deposit still being 1 month's rent. Sounds good. Go ahead and prepare the contract. Gao Yan pondered slightly before nodding in agreement. Mr. Gao, please wait a moment. Han Yumei stood up excitedly. This deal had gone remarkably smoothly. With these 2 shop fronts sold, she stood to earn at least 2,000 yuan in commission. Soon enough, the contracts were signed. Gao Yan also paid a 30% deposit up front, with the remaining amount to be settled after the formal handover. Han Jia, I'm also planning to rent an entire office floor. The location doesn't need to be too prime, around 800 to 1,000 square meters would be perfect. Please help me scout for options in the meantime, and I'll come see you again next week. Hearing this, Han Yumei couldn't help but be overjoyed. Mr. Gao appeared to be only in his 20s, yet he wanted to rent an 800 square meter office space to start a company. Most likely a rich second generation starting a business. Rest assured, Mr. Gao, when you come next week, I definitely won't let you down. Gao Yan nodded in agreement. Alright then, I'll wait for Sister Han's good news. I'll take my leave first. On the way back, Gao Yan received a phone call from Gao Weilan. The venue is ready. Ask if he has time this afternoon. So both parties settled on 3:30 p.m. Meanwhile, Gao Weilan sent him the location. Gao Yan checked it, just 300 meters from the university district, super close. At this moment, inside a standalone villa in the Zijin Lake Villa complex, a gray-haired old man stood before Deng Yu and said, Young master, rest assured, Yan who hasn't confessed to anything. Furthermore, this old servant has already arranged for someone to send word inside. He definitely won't recklessly implicate others. Hearing Uncle De's words, Deng Yu also let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, the fury in his heart grew even fiercer. Uncle De, I want to teach that kid a lesson he'll never forget. Do you have any ideas? Uncle De hesitated slightly before replying, that Gao Yan has impressive skills. Most people wouldn't be able to handle him, but this old servant does know someone who might be suitable. Deng Yu's eyes lit up. Who? Chapter 33, Persistent Haunting. Uncle De said, that man is named Li Feng, a filial son. He has practiced traditional martial arts since childhood, and his strength has reached the late stage of Mingjin. 10 Yanhas combined wouldn't match him alone. Currently, his mother suffers from an extremely severe liver disease and urgently needs a large sum of money for treatment. To pay for his mother's treatment, he fights in Wei Wu's underground boxing ring. However, young master, you know Wei Wu is notoriously greedy. But this Li Feng was stubbornly proud, refusing to cooperate with Wei Wu and throwing the fight. This infuriated Wei Wu, who spent a fortune hiring a Muay Thai master from Elephant Country to deal with Li Feng. Rumor had it this fighter was the prized disciple of Nai Mu, one of Elephant Country's 3 grandmasters of Muay Thai. Given Li Feng's abilities, his defeat seemed almost certain. The match is scheduled for Sunday night this week. If we can get him to eliminate Gao Yan before the fight, and then let him die in the ring against that Muay Thai master, well, dead men tell no tales. After hearing Uncle De's account, Deng Yu felt that Li Feng was the perfect candidate. Uncle De, I'll leave this matter in your hands. Try to make sure that Gao Yan spends the next year or so bedridden. Right away, young master. Uncle D accepted the order and left. After driving back to school, Gao Yan notified Wang Bo and Zhang Pengfei to come pick up their phones. After waiting a few minutes, the two arrived in a hurry. After they took away 10 iPhones, Gao Yan's upgrade experience increased by another 42,000, officially surpassing 2 million points. The refunded amount also grew by an additional 210,000 yuan. They moved all the phones into the milk tea shop. Gao Yan hung up the small whiteboard again. Students who heard the news rushed to recharge and purchase phones. Not long after, in front of the tiny Eugene milk tea shop, a crowd of over 100 people had gathered. This sight made the owner of the milk tea shop diagonally opposite seethe with envy. The original Eugene milk tea shop had been barely surviving. I never expected business would boom so much after changing owners. And the better the business at Meat Milk Tea Shop became, the worse their own shop fared. Originally, their milk tea shop had daily revenues between 3,000 to 5,000 yuan. But starting Monday, their shop's sales kept declining. Monday was still manageable, they at least made 2,800 yuan, but by Tuesday, which was yesterday, they only managed to sell a mere 1,800 yuan. As for today's opening until now, only a little over 10 cups of milk tea have been sold. Brother-in-law, don't worry, I've looked into it. The owner of Meat Milk Tea Shop is just losing money trying to attract customers. He probably won't last much longer. The younger sister-in-law, who served as the manager, reassured him. That's true. Ling Dong nodded. He had already inquired about this competitor's promotional tactics. Their main strategy was attracting customers by selling fruit phones at low prices. Originally priced at 5,000 yuan, the fruit phones were sold for just 4,000 yuan after a 500 yuan recharge, meaning they lost hundreds on each phone sold. He reckoned that once this promotion ended, their sales would plummet dramatically. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Gao Yan possessed the God-level earning system. No matter how cheaply he sold the products, he would never suffer losses. 12:07 p.m. All 338 fruit brand phones were completely sold out, and the milk tea shop gained 338 new prepaid customers. The upgrade experience points skyrocketed once more by 1,521,000 points. The total experience has reached over 3.53 million. Only a little over a million more is needed to level up. Barring any surprises, selling another batch of phones tomorrow should do the trick. As for the refunded funds, they amounted to a staggering 7.6 million, bringing the total funds close to 15 million. Thinking about this, Gao Yan took out his phone and logged into the stock trading app. Wow! This morning, the stock price of Almay Pharmaceuticals had already hit the upper limit, reaching 17.05 yuan, and his profits had nearly reached 800,000 yuan. According to the display in his mind, Almay Pharmaceuticals would continue to hit the upper limit in the afternoon. In that case, he could make another 880,000 yuan. Fragrant. Damn, it smelled amazing. With the system's 5-fold cashback, that'd be 8.4 million. In other words, he'd earn 10 million in a single day. Suddenly, Gao Yan didn't want to strive anymore. After quite a while, Gao Yan finally returned to normal. He checked the day's turnover. Not bad, today's milk tea shop revenue hit another record high. Even excluding prepaid customers, the daily turnover exceeded 5,000 yuan. It's only noon. Perhaps by evening, it could break 12,000 yuan. The phone rang. Although it was an unfamiliar number, Gao Yan still answered. Hello, this is Gao Yan. Who might I be speaking with? I'm Yang Yu. Persistent ghost. Gao, oh, it's Yang Yu. What's up? Yang Yu, this Friday is my birthday. I wanted to invite you in person this morning, but you didn't come to class, so I had to ask someone for your number. Are you free to come celebrate on Friday? Gao Yan thought for a moment and said, since the beautiful Yang is personally inviting me, even if I were busy, I'd make time. Yang Yu, great, it's settled then. I'll send you the address on Friday. Gao Yan, sounds good. After hanging up, Gao Yan sneered coldly. He didn't believe for a second that Yang Yu's birthday was this Friday, because he distinctly remembered she'd just celebrated her birthday shortly after the semester began. As for how he knew, it was because one of Yang Yu's admirers gifted her jewelry worth over 100,000 yuan at her birthday party. But Yang Yu didn't accept it. However, the incident spread throughout the school. Now Yang Yu fabricated a birthday out of thin air, likely because her dinner invitation was rejected yesterday, so she found a reason he couldn't refuse. As for Yang Yu's intentions, Gao Yan understood them clearly. They were simply about the hot pot base recipe in his possession. For a moment, Gao Yan also felt irritated. He had already explained to Yang Yu that he had signed a transfer agreement with a penalty as high as 100 million, yet she still tried to scheme. If the other party managed to extract the recipe from him, he didn't believe the Yang family would help him pay the 100 million yuan penalty. In that case, the 1 billion penalty would inevitably fall on his shoulders. At this thought, a cold glint flashed in Gao Yan's eyes. So you want to play the honey trap game? Then don't blame me for turning the tables, taking the bait but leaving nothing behind. 3 p.m. Gao Yan arrived at a residential area near the university town following the WeChat location. After calling to confirm the exact address, he went to the 6th floor of Building 5, Unit 1. After knocking on the door, Gao Weilan opened the door for him. This is a 2-bedroom apartment with the master bedroom converted into a training room by Gao Weilan, equipped with sandbags and fitness training equipment. This is a training outfit, and the room next door is the changing room. Gao Weilan took out a set of clothes and tossed them to Gao Yan. Without hesitation, he took the clothes to the next room to change, then returned to the training room shortly after. As for Gao Weilan, she had already changed into a fitted tank top and camouflage pants, without shoes. Gao Weilan's looks didn't reach 90 points, but she should score about 88. Not particularly busty, but her figure was extremely well proportioned, and she had a pair of long legs to boot. Teacher Gao, where should we begin? Gao Weilan asked. Gao Yan pondered for a moment and said, since you've graduated from the police academy, you already have a foundation in combat. As for physical training, you probably know how to condition yourself, so I won't teach you that. Instead, I'll focus on combat techniques directly. Let's start with a practical session first. I want to see what your current combat skills are like. Great! Gao Weilan had been itching for action. No sooner had the words left his mouth than she launched a flying kick, eager to gauge Gao Yan's true mettle. Bang! Gao Yan slightly crouched, his right palm landing on Gao Weilan's knee. Instantly, her entire leg went numb, followed by a fierce gust of punching wind. Only then did she realize that Gao Yan's fist had already come to rest right before the tip of her nose. In a real fight, she would have already lost. For a moment, she felt disheartened. Despite years of training at the police academy, she couldn't even withstand a single move from Gao Yan. Yet, almost immediately, a thrill of joy surged within her. Didn't this prove that Gao Yan was truly a master? With him guiding her combat training, she was bound to improve by leaps and bounds. Chapter 34, Upgrade Card. Gao Yan retracted his fist and explained, in modern combat techniques, there's a saying, if you can punch, try not to use kicks. Unlike traditional Chinese martial arts that emphasize lower body training, contemporary fighting styles don't focus much on legwork. Kicking might work against weaker opponents, but when facing someone of equal or greater skill, it can easily throw you off balance. The combat mastery skill Gao Yan acquired wasn't just about fighting techniques, it also came with years of training memories documenting how an ordinary person becomes a combat expert. Therefore, he wasn't merely skilled in fighting, but also knew exactly how to train others. Gao Yan continued, as a police officer and a woman, you're particularly suited for various grappling techniques. I'll start by teaching you some holds. Next, Gao Yan first explained all the grappling techniques he had mastered. Then, he demonstrated them once through. Finally, he broke everything down meticulously to teach Gao Weilan step by step. And when Gao Weilan heard Gao Yan's explanation, her eyes couldn't help but light up. She felt she had gained immensely, as if her own abilities had significantly improved. Of course, this was all her illusion. Finally, Gao Yan concluded, no matter how much combat knowledge you grasp, practical experience is essential. Now, I'll be your sparring partner, try using the techniques I've taught you on me. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Yet here was Gao Weilan, sweat dripping from her forehead, her vest soaked through. Her expression was one of frustration and defeat. Because during the earlier sparring session, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't lay a finger on Gao Yan. At this moment, Gao Yan spoke again. Actually, your strength and speed are quite good, but your biggest issue is that you can't fully utilize them. Let me teach you the XINE3 posture stance. It will help you integrate your strength and gain better control over your body. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan demonstrated 3 movements and then had Gao Weilan mimic them. Her comprehension was excellent. After just a few corrections, she grasped the essence. Practice this 3-body stance for an hour every morning. Gao Yan's mastery of combat skills didn't just include fighting techniques from around the world, it also encompassed the national martial arts of Daxia. According to the realm classifications of Daxia's national martial arts, his level was at the peak of Ming Jin, but with his profound understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of each boxing style in the national martial arts system, in actual combat, even an early-stage Jing practitioner might not be his match. With weapons in hand, he was confident he could sweep through all Dark Jin masters, but against even a single Hua Jin master, he stood no chance. Because Hua Jin masters had cultivated their strength into every inch of their bodies, their perception and reflexes already transcended ordinary humans. Forget cold weapons. Even if firearms were used, it would be extremely difficult to kill them. Teacher Gao, how about one more class? Gao Weilan suggested proactively. No need. Gao Yan waved his hand. Your stamina and energy are nearly depleted. If we continue, you won't have enough focus. As they say, more haste, less speed. By the way, Officer Gao, when will my bonus arrive? Are you really that short on money? Asked Gao Weilan. Of course I am. Gao Weilan said, I heard your milk tea shop is doing great business, and you even have a 30% stake in Brothers Hot Pot. You shouldn't be hurting for cash, right? Gao Yan replied, both shops are newly opened. How about I double your hourly rate? Gao Weilan teased. I wouldn't object. Gao Yan agreed wholeheartedly. This left Gao Weilan dumbfounded. I thought you'd refuse? Why would I refuse? Gao Yan retorted, I'm earning money based on my skills. Besides, if my lessons didn't satisfy you, would you have voluntarily offered to increase my pay? Hearing Gao Yan's sophistry, Gao Weilan couldn't help but laugh helplessly. Alright then, your hourly rate is raised to 2,000. Then thank you very much, boss. Gao Yan said happily. What a money grubber. Gao Weilan rolled her eyes. Shortly after, Gao Yan changed out of his training clothes, put on his own outfit, and took his leave. He drove back to his rented apartment. Gao Yan took a shower first, then pulled out his phone to log into the stock trading app. As expected, after hitting the limit up in the morning, Almay Pharmaceuticals stock price surged to the limit up again in the afternoon, reaching 18.75 yuan per share, a gain of over 3 yuan in a single day. According to the information in his mind, this stock would trigger 2 more limit ups tomorrow and the day after, on Thursday and Friday. Over the next 20 plus days, though not as dramatically as these 3 days, the stock price would continue to soar. Actually, Gao Yan still wanted to keep buying more stocks. Unfortunately, there's only a buyer's market now, not a seller's market. After all, with Almay Pharmaceuticals' new miracle drug hitting the market and its outstanding clinical trial results, even a fool could tell the company would at least bounce back to its peak performance. Who would be foolish enough to let go of such a stock? Moreover, as early as a month ago, market makers had already conducted a shakeout, leaving very few shares in the hands of retail investors. If Gao Yan hadn't seized the opportunity and entered the market yesterday, trying to buy in today would have been impossible. There simply wouldn't have been any shares left to grab. Time flew by, and soon it was noon on Friday. A delightful system upgrade notification chimed in Goyan's ear. Ding. The system has met the upgrade requirements. Host, would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Upgrade. Gao Yan responded decisively. Ding, system upgrading. Ding, system upgrade successful. Congratulations, host. The God-level income system has reached level 6. The return multiplier will now be 6 times. Reward, 1 intermediate lottery draw and 2 free attribute points. With a thought, the system interface appeared. God-level earnings system, LV6. Host, Gao Yan. Age, 20 years old. Height, 180 centimeters. Appearance, 72. Physique, 80. Spirit, 81. Charm, 70. Earnings refund multiplier, 6x. Lottery, normal lottery x1, intermediate lottery x1. Experience, 0. Stored funds, 23,459,600 yuan, pending collection. Free attribute points, 2. System, use the regular lottery first, commanded Gao Yan. Ding, regular lottery initiated. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level herbal liquor recipe. The next moment, a golden light shot forth from the void and pierced Gao Yan's forehead. Immediately afterward, a medicinal liquor recipe materialized in his mind. No, I should say it's 2 portions. Because the same herbs, when used in different proportions and quantities, can produce medicinal wines with varying effects. These 2 medicinal wines each possess distinct effects. One enhances overall physique, while the other nourishes yin and boosts yang. One offers comprehensive improvement, the other focuses on targeted enhancement. The potency of the first medicinal wine was so formidable that Gao Yan hesitated to market it recklessly, but the second one, he sensed vast commercial potential. Once produced, it would undoubtedly become a fresh revenue stream for him. System, use intermediate lottery draw. Gao Yan commanded further. Ding, intermediate lottery draw initiated. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a skill upgrade card. Looking at this golden card resting in the system space, after a slight hesitation, Gao Yan decided to use it on his master combat skill, because this was the only skill he had. After all, the more wealth he accumulated, the more people would covet it, inevitably putting his life in danger. The previous attack led by Yan, who was the perfect example of this. The skill enhancement card dissolved into a golden light that entered his body. Immediately after, Gao Yan felt a flood of memories surge into his mind, lasting several seconds before fading away. At the same time, his body was also undergoing transformation. After 1 minute, the transformation was complete. His physical stamina surged by 10 points to reach 90, mental energy increased by 5 points to 86, and charm also rose by 10 points, reaching 80. As for combat power, though it only rose by 1 level, his battle strength had unquestionably multiplied several times over. According to the classification of traditional martial arts realms, he had already reached the peak of Hidden Jing, Dark Force. With the various combat techniques and fist styles he had mastered, he could definitely rival someone at the early stage of transforming Jing, Huajin. Alright, there are still 2 attribute points left unused. After some thought, Gao Yin decided to directly allocate them to his appearance stat. Instantly, his face began to itch, and after about 10 seconds, the discomfort vanished. Gao Yin turned and headed to the restroom of the milk tea shop. Looking in the mirror, he noticed he had become even more handsome. Senior, why do I feel like you've gotten so much more handsome? As soon as he stepped out of the restroom, he happened to run into Xin Lingling and Chen Yue entering the shop. The moment she saw Gao Yin, she couldn't help but blurt it out. In a light-hearted mood, Gao Yin teased, "Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, could it be, junior sister, that you have a crush on me?" Pfft, not at all. Shen Lingling's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted. An ugly guy teasing a girl is called harassment, while a handsome guy doing the same is called charming. Gao Yan could now absolutely be called a handsome devil. Therefore, Shen Lingling wasn't the slightest bit angry at his teasing. Instead, she felt her heartbeat quicken. Chapter 35, Stand Tall and Look at Me. Today, Gao Yan had managed to bring back 300 iPhones. The system has already leveled up after selling just 200 units. The remaining 100 units should all be sold today, but the system's rebate will increase to 6x, yielding even greater rewards. Now, about the recent surge in Almay pharmaceutical stock. Yesterday morning saw a price limit up, with the closing price at 20.62 yuan. Although it didn't hit the limit up in the afternoon, the stock still rose by 8 points, closing at 22.26 yuan. This morning, it didn't hit the limit up again but still rose another 9 points, closing at 24.26 yuan. According to the information in his mind, there would be another limit up in the afternoon, pushing the closing price to 26.68 yuan. In just 3 short days, the stock price had surged by 11.1 yuan. Next Monday, the stock price in Gao Yan's hands would double. Moreover, he estimated that by the time he sold his stocks, he would have already upgraded the divine level income system to level 7. At that point, the stock returns would be multiplied 7-fold, and his net worth would easily surpass 100 million. Exactly as Gao Yan had predicted. By 4 p.m., the remaining 100 phones were all sold out, increasing his wealth by another 2.7 million. Compared to the past few days, today's phone sales were a bit slower. After all, the fruit phones aren't cheap even with Gao Yan's discounted price of 4,000 yuan. Ordinary students couldn't afford them. Thinking about this, so Gao Yan decided that starting tomorrow, he would reduce the number of phones available. It's worth mentioning that the 2 shops in Wanlong Mall and Hangda Mall have been secured, and currently, cousin Zhang Qin's renovation company has already started working on the interiors. He'd already arranged for milk tea machines, tables, chairs, and other materials. Gao Yan planned to open both milk tea shops simultaneously next week. For this purpose, he recruited 8 additional employees. Shen Lingling, come here for a moment. Gao Yan beckoned to Shen Lingling. Senior brother, what's the matter? Having been lightly teased by Gao Yan at noon, Shen Lingling, who had just regained her composure, felt her heart tighten again upon hearing his summons. Zheng Qin and Lu Ran will both be transferred to the city to become store managers. Would you be interested in taking over as manager of this store? Gao Yan asked. Actually, Gao Yan had also considered Chen Yue. But this girl always keeps her head down and has a bit of an inferiority complex, so she probably can't be the manager. Therefore, Shen Lingling is the only option left for promotion. Me, as manager? Shen Lingling was stunned. Senior, I'm just a part-timer here. Besides, summer break is coming soon, I have to go back to my hometown. Fair point. Gao Yan nodded thoughtfully. Shen Lingling's family was well off, so she definitely wouldn't want to spend her summer working here. Senior, why not let Yue give it a try? Shen Lingling suggested quietly. I've considered her too, Gao Yan said hesitantly. But you know her personality, she's shy and hardly speaks. I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to manage the other staff. Senior, actually Yue is really outstanding. She has the best grades in our class and wins scholarships every term. Although she's a bit shy, everyone can grow. And I've already asked Yue, she's staying this summer to keep working and won't be going home. Senior, could you give her a chance? By the end, Shen Lingling's tone had taken on a coaxing note. Alright then, call her over. I'll talk to her. Gao Yan nodded. Got it, senior brother. Shen Lingling bounced over to Chen Yue and whispered a few words. Chen Yue then approached nervously and called out, Senior brother, have a seat. Gao Yan pointed to the stool. Junior sister Chen, I'm planning to have you be the manager of this shop. What do you think? I can't do it. Chen Yue waved her hands repeatedly, her pretty face flushed with nervousness. Why can't you? Gao Yan retorted, I heard from junior sister Shin that you have excellent academic performance, winning scholarships every semester. Managing a milk tea shop shouldn't be a problem for you, right? I'm sorry, senior, I really can't do it. Please find someone else. As she spoke, Chen Yue was about to flee, but Gao Yan commanded sharply, sit down and hear me out. Chen Yue instinctively sat back down, though her expression looked somewhat aggrieved. Gao Yan continued, I know you're soft-spoken and shy, but have you ever considered what will become of you after graduation if you don't change your temperament? Do you really want to spend your entire life as an overworked and underappreciated junior employee? Since change is inevitable sooner or later, why not start now? Follow my command, head up, chest out. Senior brother. Chen Yue dared not resist and could only obey, lifting her head and straightening her posture. Looking at Chen Yue's strikingly beautiful face adorned with a pitiful expression, Gao Yan momentarily lost himself in a daze. However, Chen Yue still didn't dare to meet his gaze, so he barked again, eyes forward. With her head slightly bowed, Chen Yue couldn't help but look up at Gao Yan. She rarely made direct eye contact with him, but this time, she noticed her senior brother was actually quite handsome. For a moment, she forgot to look away. Does it look good? Gao Yan asked with a grin. Chen Yue flushed with embarrassment, immediately retreating like an ostrich, the blush spreading all the way to the tips of her ears. Seeing this, Gao Yan felt a mischievous urge bubble up inside him. He wanted to tease her further, but considering how shy Chen Yue already was, he worried she might not be able to take it. So he steadied his voice and said, I'm not some man-eating tiger, what are you so afraid of? Listen to me, from today onward, hold your head high and walk tall. We're not stealing or cheating, so why should you be scared? Besides, you're outstanding, you're beautiful, no less than any other girl. Why do you think you're beneath anyone? Hearing these words from Gao Yan, Chen Yue was momentarily stunned and deeply moved. She slowly raised her head, gazing at him. Senior brother, I will. That's more like it. Starting next Monday, you'll be the manager of this shop, with a salary increase to 4,000 yuan. Gao Yan said, while Zhang Qin is still here, take these few days to learn more from her. If there's anything she can't resolve, you can also come to me. I understand, senior brother. Chen Yue nodded firmly. But senior brother, isn't my salary too high? I'm just a part-timer. It depends on your performance. If you do well after taking the position, your salary will be 4,000 yuan. If your performance isn't great, it will be reduced by 500 yuan. Thank you, senior. I'll strive to perform well. Alright, get to work. Having settled things with Chen Yue, Gao Yan felt quite a sense of accomplishment. In her, he vaguely saw his own past self. If not for the system he had obtained, he would probably keep feeling inferior. 5 o'clock. Gao Yan received another call from Yang Yu. She invited him to come downtown for a meal. She had already sent him the restaurant's address via WeChat. Gao Yan had guessed Yang Yu's intentions. She had specially arranged a birthday dinner for him, though he wondered what kind of surprise she had planned. For a moment, Gao Yan felt a flicker of anticipation. After exchanging a few quick words, Gao Yan got up and left the milk tea shop, unaware that behind him, a pair of eyes silently watched his retreating figure for a few seconds. The place Yang Yu chose wasn't some high-end hotel. Rather, it was a private kitchen with Suzhou garden-style architecture. Gao Yan had heard of private kitchens before. After coming into money, he was still busy earning more. This was his first time coming to a place like this. Yet, he didn't feel the slightest bit intimidated. After all, in just a month at most, he'd become a billionaire. You're here. As soon as Gao Yan got out of the car, he caught sight of Yang Yu waiting gracefully not far away. Today, she was clearly dressed with deliberate care, appearing even more radiant than usual. A snow-white miniskirt, sheer stockings with high heels, and a platinum necklace with a jade pendant adorned her snowy neck. As the gaze traveled downward, the contours beneath became subtly visible. Gao Yan secretly swallowed hard, but he quickly suppressed the restlessness in his heart and stepped forward. Classmate Yang Yu, you look absolutely beautiful today. This is the birthday gift I bought for you. I hope you like it. Go big or go home. Though aware that Yang Yu wasn't truly celebrating a birthday, Gao Yan still spent several hundred yuan on a hair clip at the mall. Chapter 36, Yang Yu's plan. Thank you, I love it. Yang Yu perfunctorily uttered these words while putting away the gift box, then ushered Gao Yan inside. Yang Yu voluntarily walked shoulder to shoulder with Gao Yan, the distance between them not exceeding 30 centimeters. Suddenly, a faint fragrance drifted into Gao Yan's nostrils. As they walked, Yang Yu introduced that this private kitchen's owner and head chef was a friend of her father's. Before opening the private kitchen, the chef had previously worked at a state guest house. His most skilled culinary styles were Shandong and Sichuan cuisine. China has 8 major culinary traditions, with Lu cuisine being the most prestigious among them. As they spoke, the two stepped into an elegantly antique private dining room. Inside the private room sat 4 lovely young women around 20 years old. Yang Yu smiled and introduced, Gao Yan, let me introduce you to my 4 closest friends. This is Du Wei, here's Qin Lan, Su Shuet, and Zhou Yuan Yuan. Hello everyone, I'm Gao Yan. a classmate of Yang Yu. Gao Yan also greeted the four girls with a smile. It must be said that all four girls were quite beautiful, two approaching a score of 90, and the other two surpassing 90, just slightly less stunning than Yang Yu herself. The four girls were very welcoming as well, inviting Gao Yan to take a seat. She proactively asked about his relationship with Yang Yu and teasingly remarked that Yang Yu had never brought a boy to meet their close circle of girlfriends before. An average guy would have been utterly dazzled by now, losing all sense of direction. But Gao Yan remained fully alert, sensing that today's gathering might very well be a hongmen banquet in disguise. Amidst the banter, the waiter began serving the dishes, and they were all famous Shandong cuisine specialties, such as braised intestines and brown sauce, braised sea cucumber with scallion, Dazhou braised chicken, and fourjoy meatballs. Additionally, several Sichuan dishes were also served. It was an exceptionally sumptuous spread, and just the sight of it made Gao Yan's mouth water uncontrollably. Unfortunately, before he could eat much, this brigade of women took turns stepping up to toast him. I have to admit, these ladies are true masters. Their sweet talk makes it impossible for Gao Yan to refuse another drink. Yang Yu, however, warned the four women not to go too far, but they only doubled down, pouring drinks even more aggressively. Fortunately, Gao Yan's physical endurance had skyrocketed again today. Otherwise, even with his previous boosts, he wouldn't have been able to handle it. I can't drink anymore. Seeing that the time was right, Gao Yan began feigning drunkenness. At this point, Yang Yu also stepped in pretending to be the Good Samaritan. That's enough from all of you. If you keep making him drink like this, he'll end up in the hospital. Gao Yan, are you okay? Here, have some tea. Thank you. Gao Yan took the teacup and gulped it down in one swift motion. At this moment, Yang Yu placed another dish into Gao Yan's bowl and said, "Here, eat some more to recover." Seeing this, the four girls started teasing again, saying Yang Yu hadn't even married yet but was already protecting her future husband. Meanwhile, Gao Yan kept chuckling foolishly. Seeing this, a glimmer of triumph flashed in Yang Yu's eyes. Initially, she thought winning over Gao Yan would have been easy, but this guy just wouldn't take the bait. Left with no choice, she had to put on her thinking cap. She came up with the idea of getting Gao Yan drunk, then fabricating the illusion that they had slept together. After that, she could force him to hand over the recipe, or else she'd report him and have him thrown in jail. If Gao Yan didn't want to go to prison, he'd surely hand over the hot pot base recipe without a fuss. As for these four women, they weren't her close girlfriends but rather employees from her father's company's public relations department, absolute experts at persuading people to drink. Out of caution, Yang Yu didn't take Gao Yan to a hotel immediately after dinner. Instead, she had Du Wei and Xin Lan support him as they headed to a KTV. Inside the KTV private room, receiving Yang Yu's instructions, the four women began forcing liquor on Gao Yan once again. I can't hold it anymore. I need to go to the bathroom. Before Yang Yu and the other girls could react, Gao Yan stumbled out of the private room. Yang Yu didn't mind at all. Instead, she said with a laugh, "When he comes back, you all keep pouring drinks until he's completely drunk. That's when we'll call it a night. Don't worry, Mississippi. With the four of us working together, there's no man we can't handle." The four women declared with full confidence, as they were the four golden flowers of the public relations department under Boss Yang's command. After Gao Yan left the private room, his drunken demeanor vanished completely. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face as he wondered how Yang Yu planned to deal with him. But he was certain of one thing: they must be trying to get him drunk first. But what about getting her drunk? Even in his drunken state, he couldn't reveal the hot pot base recipe. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Could this woman be planning to? It must be said that after his mental energy surged, Gao Yan's mind had become remarkably sharp. He vaguely began to discern Yang Yu's plan. Staggering to the restroom, Gao Yan relieved himself first. Though he wasn't drunk, the sheer volume of alcohol had undoubtedly put significant pressure on his bladder. Then, he simply found a stall and locked himself in. Time slowly passed by. Back in the private room, Yang Yu grew restless. Gao Yan had been gone for 10 whole minutes. She had gone to great lengths to invite Gao Yan out under the pretext of celebrating her birthday. If she let him slip away now, wouldn't all her efforts be in vain? So, she gave some instructions to the four girls. Then she got up to go find him. Arriving outside the restroom, she first asked the attendant if they had seen Gao Yan go in. When she learned that Gao Yan hadn't come out yet, Yang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. So, she waited outside the restroom. But another 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and Yang Yu grew impatient. She then went to the restroom door and called out, "Gao Yan, are you okay?" After calling out several times with no response, Yang Yu then asked the waiter to go check. Soon, the waiter finished checking and told Yang Yu that Gao Yan was likely in a toilet stall. He had knocked several times without getting a response, so he must be drunk. That bastard. Yang Yu was furious. He'd actually fallen asleep in the toilet. She had to get him out immediately, or her plan would fail. So she instructed the waiter to stand guard outside the restroom and entered alone. Fortunately, the KTV's cleaners maintained the place diligently, leaving no unpleasant odors. Approaching the stall where the waiter had pointed, she knocked and called out, "Gao Yan, are you in there?" Gao Yan deliberately let out an indistinct mumble. Yang Yu's face lit up with joy. "Hurry up and open the door, it's me, Yang Yu." "You, wait a moment," Gao Yan replied, then slowly opened the bathroom door after some delay. And Yang Yu also saw Gao Yan sitting on the toilet. "Get up now," Yang Yu said with a look of disgust. Gao Yan tried to stand up, but each attempt ended with him weakly collapsing back down. "Trash." Yang Yu frowned and cursed under her breath, reluctantly stepping into the restroom stall. She grabbed Gao Yan's arm and said, "Here, let me help you up." "Great." Just as Yang Yu exerted her strength, an unexpected force suddenly surged against her. Caught off guard, Yang Yu was pulled straight into Gao Yan's embrace. Gao Yan's hands were even wrapped around the area below her waist, seeming to give a restless squeeze. This infuriated Yang Yu so much that she couldn't help but curse, "You jerk." The next moment, Yang Yu struggled to sit up and found Gao Yan staring at her with half-lidded eyes and a silly grin. "Shoot." To avoid repeating past mistakes, Yang Yu called in the waiter to help support Gao Yan back to the private room. After returning to the private room, the four female hostesses began forcing Gao Yan to drink again. Within a few glasses, Gao Yan was completely passed out drunk. Seeing this, Yang Yu heaved a huge sigh of relief. She then called over 2 attendants, tipping each 200, and had them help carry Gao Yan upstairs to a hotel room. Chapter 37, Take Advantage and Run. Hotel room. The 2 KTV attendants had already been dismissed by Yang Yu. "Miss, have we completed our mission?" Du Wei, who had followed her into the room, asked. "Alright, thanks to all of you today. You may all head back now." Yang Yu waved her hand dismissively. "Miss, should one of us stay behind to assist? What if this guy gets handsy after drinking?" Du Wei voiced her concern. "No need." Yang Yu scoffed dismissively. "This guy is completely wasted, what could he possibly do?" Du Wei and the other 3 girls nodded subconsciously, agreeing with her. At the private dining room, they'd already poured Gao Yan nearly 1.5 pounds of white liquor, and at the karaoke bar, they'd forced more beer down his throat. Given how drunk he currently was, he probably wouldn't wake up even by tomorrow, absolutely no threat whatsoever. After Du Wei's group left, Yang Yu finally let out a sigh of relief. After all, what she was about to do wasn't exactly honorable, and she didn't want others to witness it. At this thought, her gaze fell on Gao Yan, who was sprawled unconscious on the bed. A flicker of disgust flashed in her eyes as she approached the bedside, shaking him while calling out, "Gao Yan! Gao Yan!" After several unsuccessful attempts to rouse him, Yang Yu decided it was time to proceed with her plan. She then reached out to remove Gao Yan's clothes, but at that very moment, Gao Yan, who had seemed completely passed out drunk, suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed Yang Yu's wrist, staring at her with a teasing expression. "Classmate Yang Yu, what are you trying to do?" Yang Yu was utterly stunned. How could someone who had been dead drunk suddenly wake up like this? For a moment, panic flickered across her face. "Gao Yan, don't misunderstand. I saw you had too much to drink, so I brought you to the hotel to rest." "Is that so?" Gao Yan's expression turned icy as he sneered. "I doubt your intentions were that simple." To get the hot pot base recipe, the esteemed young lady Yang actually resorted to such underhanded tactics. At the KTV, Gao Yan had only vaguely suspected Yang Yu's plan, but when she brought him to the hotel and started undressing him, he realized she was likely setting him up for a honey trap to force him into handing over the hot pot base recipe. "What nonsense are you talking about? I only brought you to the hotel because I saw you were drunk. If I had known, I shouldn't have bothered. Such kindness is repaid with scorn," Yang Yu retorted disingenuously. "Ha ha." Gao Yan looked at her with disdain. "Seems even now, you're still making excuses. Today isn't your birthday, is it?" Hearing this, Yang Yu's expression shifted. Gao Yan continued coldly, "Also, Du Wei and the others aren't your close friends, are they?" Their toasting tactics were way too professional. From start to finish, they had only one goal, to get me drunk. For a moment, Yang Yu's face grew increasingly grim. "Let me predict what you'll do next." Gao Yan analyzed unhurriedly. "If I'm not mistaken, you'd first strip me naked, then fake evidence that I assaulted you to blackmail me into handing over the hot pot base recipe. If I comply, your goal is achieved, but I'd be saddled with 100 million in breach penalties. If I refuse, you'd probably threaten to call the police to force me. And if I still resist, your Yang family could use this as leverage to send me to prison, am I right?" Hearing Gao Yan's analysis, Yang Yu was utterly shaken, realizing he had guessed 99% of her plan, including her intention to pay him a sum after obtaining the recipe. The money wasn't given out of her kindness, but rather to silence the Chang family. By paying them off, the Changs couldn't blame her family anymore. The fault would fall squarely on Gao Yan for being money-grubbing. This way, the Yang family could shift all responsibility onto Gao Yan. "Miss Yang, anything else you'd like to say?" "Let go of me." Yang Yu struggled twice, only to find her wrist clamped as if by an iron shackle. No matter how she fought, she couldn't break free. letting you go? Do you really think I'd forget how you schemed against me just like that? Gao Yan said coldly. What do you want then? Yang Yu gave up struggling and gradually regained her composure. Gao Yan, scheming against you was my mistake. I apologize. If you want compensation, I'm willing to make it up to you. Hearing her words, Gao Yan nodded inwardly. She was indeed a formidable woman. After going through this incident, Yang Yu probably wouldn't dare to scheme against him anymore. Yet he couldn't afford to completely fall out with the Yang family either. Though he had some money now, compared to the Yangs he was still small fries. As for extorting money from Yang Yu would probably be thrilled if he did, just that it'd give her the perfect excuse to turn the tables on him. But to let himself be played like this without getting anything in return rankled Gao Yan. So, with a slight tightening of his grip on Yang Yu's wrist, Gao Yan pulled her into his arms, then flipped her over and pinned her beneath him. Instantly, Yang Yu panicked, her face going deathly pale. Gao Yan, what do you think you're doing? Don't you dare MMPH. 2 minutes later, Gao Yan got up, put on his shoes, and headed toward the door. Before leaving, he turned to Yang Yu, who was still on the bed, and said, Miss Yang, this time, I'll settle for just a small lesson. If there's a next time, don't blame me for being ruthless. With those words, Gao Yan decisively opened the door and left. At the sound of the door closing, Yang Yu sat up on the bed and couldn't help but curse. Gao Yan, you bastard. I won't let you off the hook for this. How pathetic. Gao Yan lowered his head as he stepped into the elevator, inwardly cursing. He had only intended to teach Yang Yu a small lesson earlier, but nearly lost control of himself. To avoid making a mistake, he had no choice but to leave early. He took a taxi back to his rented apartment. After a cold shower, Gao Yan finally felt the restlessness within him subdued. But this isn't the way to go about it. We need to win over that girl Zhuo Jianyue as soon as possible, otherwise we'll have to find another solution. There's no denying that as his wealth grew, Gao Yan's heart became increasingly restless. Before, it wasn't so bad. But after tonight's incident, he felt like some strange valve had been opened within him. Lying in bed, he took out his phone, logged into WeChat, and chatted with Zhu Jianyue for over half an hour. After settling on a meeting time for the next day, he finally put down his phone and went to sleep. Early the next morning, after getting up and washing, Gao Yan hurried out the door. First, he took a taxi to the private kitchen to retrieve his car, then drove to pick someone up near Yangdong University. As soon as he arrived at Yangdong University, Gao Yan suddenly recalled what Song Yufei had said to him. Connecting this with Yan Hu's attack, he faintly suspected that the other party had likely been instructed by Deng Yu. After all, before obtaining the system, he had been a nobody. The only person he'd had any conflict with was Zhou Yuchao. At best, Zhou Yuchao came from an ordinary family with slightly more money, and he wouldn't have had any opportunity to interact with someone like Yan Hu. After gaining the system, Gao Yan had been too busy making money anyway. He hadn't offended anyone either. That's why he believed it was Deng Yu, one of Zhuo Jianyue's suitors, who targeted him. After all, this guy had prior offenses. Deng Yu's father was one of the shareholders of Wanlong Group. Unless he barged in relying on his martial arts mastery, it would be virtually impossible to retaliate against the Deng family through other means. But this is a society governed by law. What could he achieve by storming their house? At most, he'd beat up the Deng father and son. Could he really kill them? Still, this grudge could be noted for now. When he had the power, he'd take his time settling the score. Chapter 38, A Man's Words. After waiting in the car for a while, Gao Yan saw the charmingly dressed Zhuo Jianyue walking out of the school gate alone. Just as he was about to push the car door open and step out, a black Mercedes-Benz G-Class suddenly sped over and stopped right in front of Zhuo Jianyue. The door swung open, and out stepped a tall, handsome young man. What a coincidence, Jianyue, where are you headed? I happen to be free, let me give you a ride. Deng Yu said with a smile. At the sudden appearance of Deng Yu, Zhuo Jianyue couldn't help but frown slightly and replied coldly, no need, a friend is picking me up. Hearing this, Deng Yu immediately grew furious because he knew Jianyue was practically attached to Song Yufei. They even went to the bathroom together. Now she had come alone outside the school gates, clearly about to go on a date. Luckily, Chen Mei had been helping him keep watch and informed him in time. Otherwise, after Zhuo Jianyue went out with that poor nobody, who knows what could happen between two people alone together. The more he thought about it, the angrier Deng Yu became, losing control of his emotions as he roared, is it that poor guy named Gao Yan? Who does he think he is? How dare he try to take my woman? Hearing Deng Yu mention Gao Yan's name, Zhuo Jianyue's expression shifted slightly. Just as she was about to warn Deng Yu not to make trouble, a voice suddenly chimed in. I may not know what kind of person I am, but I do know you're certainly not a good one. If you were respectable enough to openly pursue Jianyue, I might actually admire you. But instead, you resort to underhanded means to threaten your rivals. Someone like you, even if Jianyue were to remain single for life, she'd never consider you. Right, Jianyue? As he spoke, Gao Yan walked over and stood firmly by Zhuo Jianyue's side. interlacing his fingers with hers. Gao Yan's act of standing up made Joyuela very happy, but soon after, a sense of worry arose in her heart. She knew Deng Yu was a man without principles, and since Gao Yan had provoked him like this, there was a real possibility he might resort to underhanded means to retaliate. As for Deng Yu, his eyes were now wide with fury. He had pursued Joyuela for so long without even touching her hand, and now this sudden upstart had the audacity to interlock fingers with her. Gradually, his breathing grew ragged, and he finally roared at Gao Yan, "Kid, take your damn hands off her. What business is it of yours if I hold my girlfriend's hand?" Gao Yan showed no fear at all, instead throwing down a taunt. "You're fucking asking for death." Unable to suppress the fury and hatred in his heart any longer, Deng Yu swung his fist straight at Gao Yan's face. "Look out!" Zhuo Jiangyue's expression drastically changed, instinctively moving to block the punch for Gao Yan. Gao Yan moved even quicker, kicking the charging Deng Yu straight out with a single blow thud, sending him crashing into the Mercedes-Benz G-Class with such force that it left a massive dent in the car's body. Useless! Looking at Deng Yu sprawled on the ground, Gao Yan sneered mockingly, "Even Yenhu, the guy you hired, was no match for me. How dare you lay a hand on me? Utterly foolish." At the mention of Yenhu's name, Deng Yu quickly regained his composure. Slowly rising from the ground, he glared venomously at Gao Yan. After a long pause, he uttered darkly, "Gao Yan, mark my words, you'll regret what you did today." With those parting words, Deng Yu swiftly climbed into the G-Class and drove off. "I underestimated this rich second generation," Gao Yan said somewhat disappointedly. He had originally thought that in a fit of rage and impulse, Deng Yu would directly admit to hiring Yenhu to deal with him. He had even turned on the recorder in advance just for this moment. Unfortunately, the other party didn't take the bait. Although the recording couldn't be used as evidence in court, handing it over to the police would still give them a direction for their investigation. "Gao Yan, what's this about Yen who you mentioned earlier? Did Deng Yu send someone to beat you up?" Zhuo Jianyue asked with concern. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm actually quite good at handling myself." Gao Yan smiled and said, "I suspect it was arranged by Deng Yu, but I don't have any proof." "That's good to hear." Zhuo Jianyue also breathed a sigh of relief, but soon her face showed disgust. "I can't believe Deng Yu still hasn't changed his ways. Should we report this to the police?" "Useless." Gao Yan shook his head. "The police have no evidence. At most they'll ask him to cooperate with the investigation. They can't do anything to him. Anyway, let's not talk about that disgusting guy anymore. What if he sends someone to deal with you again in the future?" Zhuo Jianyue asked worriedly. "Don't worry. If I didn't have some skills, how could I dare provoke him? I'm not stupid," Gao Yan replied with a confident smile. "Still, you should be careful. Deng Yu's family background isn't simple," Zhuo Jianyue reminded him. "I know, I will." Gao Yan could sense that Zhuo Jianyue genuinely cared about him. Suddenly, Zhuo Jianyue remembered something. "Gao Yan, how come I never knew you had such incredible fighting skills before?" You see, back in high school, when Gao Yan saw her being harassed by some thugs, he rushed in to play the hero but ended up getting beaten up instead. At the time, she thought the guy was a bit silly, but strangely enough, she felt deeply moved inside. Also, although Deng Yu is a rich second-generation kid, he practices freestyle combat and could easily take on 3 or 5 opponents. Yet today, Gao Yan knocked him flying with a single kick. That definitely proves Gao Yan's martial skills are exceptional. Faced with this, Gao Yan wasn't the least bit nervous. Instead, he looked earnestly at Zhuo Jianyue and said, "What can I do? You're a femme fatale, so stunningly beautiful. If I didn't have good combat skills, how could I possibly stand tall against your suitors? That's why, ever since graduating high school, I've been training hard in martial arts. After 2 years, the results are pretty good." "Ugh, I'm not some femme fatale who brings trouble," Zhuo Jianyue coquettishly retorted, giving Gao Yan a playful punch on the chest, though inwardly, she was utterly delighted and proud. After all, Gao Yan had gone to such lengths for her, dedicating so much time to mastering combat just to defeat that despicable Deng Yu. Suddenly, Gao Yan noticed the atmosphere had grown unusually quiet. Turning his head, he noticed Zhuang Jianyue gazing at him with an infatuated look. "What's wrong?" "Gao Yan, thank you," Zhuang Jianyue said tenderly. "Any reward? How about a kiss?" Gao Yan teased. Instantly, Zhuo Jianyue's face darkened, secretly blaming this guy for ruining the mood. Gao Yan chuckled and pulled out his car key, pressing it to make the headlights of an Audi A4 2 meters away flash. "Is this your car?" "Yeah, just bought it. Since dating you without a car was inconvenient, I went ahead and got one," Gao Yan replied honestly. "Where did you get the money?" Zhuo Jianyue asked curiously. "Of course, I earned it myself," Gao Yan replied shamelessly. "Besides studying these past 2 years, I've also been researching stocks. The market happened to be quite good during this period, so I made some profits. I withdrew part of the money to open a milk tea shop and bought a car." "You've had a tough couple of years, haven't you?" Zhuo Jianyue felt her eyes grow moist because she knew Gao Yan's family situation. They likely couldn't support him, so he had to rely solely on himself. Gao Yan chuckled softly and shook his head. Not tough at all, because I've always carried someone in my heart. Every time I thought of her, I'd feel filled with strength. Hearing his words, Zhuo Jianyue couldn't help but make the connection. No wonder Gao Yan hadn't reached out to her in these 2 years. He had been silently working and striving for their future all along. Seeing the visibly moved Zhu Jianyue, Gao Yan inwardly sighed with shame. If not for the system, he wouldn't have had the confidence to say such words to her. For a moment, he couldn't help but thank the system again in his heart. Chapter 39, The Showdown. Meanwhile, Deng Yu drove his car recklessly down the road, rage fueling his speeding. He snatched up his phone and quickly dialed Uncle De's number, venomously saying, "Uncle De, move the plan forward early. The best outcome would be to turn that kid into a vegetable, a worthless waste lying in bed for the rest of his life." "Young master, I'm afraid that won't be possible." Uncle De replied hesitantly. Li Feng is a practitioner of traditional martial arts and has a proud spirit. If we change the plan, he might not agree to it. Deng Yu roared, "To hell with his pride. I can't wait any longer. I want him to act now. If that doesn't work, double the price. His deadbeat mother can't just get treated without needing retirement funds, right? Offer him double the money. I refuse to believe he won't be tempted." "Alright, young master, I'll go give it a try," Uncle De said somewhat helplessly. Half an hour later, Uncle De arrived at the hospital ward with 2 bodyguards. Inside the ward, a burly man was patiently assisting an elderly man with his meal. Noticing Uncle De's arrival, Li Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. However, he paid no immediate attention until he had helped the elderly woman finish her porridge and thoughtfully wiped her mouth clean before saying, "Mom, a friend needs me for something. I'll be stepping out for a bit." Li Feng rose and left the ward, walking straight to the end of the corridor. Uncle De waved his 2 bodyguards to stay put, then followed after him. "Why are you here? I already agreed to it, didn't I?" Li Feng said with a hint of irritation in his voice. "Mr. Li, I sincerely apologize for bothering you again, but circumstances have changed. We need you to act sooner," Uncle De whispered urgently. "No." Li Feng refused outright. Taking action today might draw police attention, jeopardizing his participation in tomorrow night's boxing match. With his abilities, he wasn't afraid of Fifth Master Wei, but he had a seriously ill mother to care for. Breaking the agreed-upon boxing match was out of the question. "Mr. Li, don't be so quick to refuse. Please hear me out first." Uncle De smiled faintly. "If Mr. Li is willing to act today, we can double your payment. Besides that, we can also provide you with a safe hiding place to ensure you make it to tomorrow night's boxing match." "No need. I'll fulfill my promise to you, but I won't act today." Li Feng remained unmoved. He was a proud man too. Taking Uncle De's employment was a last resort, but he had no intention of being manipulated either. "Mr. Li, forgive this old man for speaking bluntly, but you might want to hear me out." Uncle De continued, "Though you've raised the medical fees now, that Fifth Master Wei is no easy man to deal with. In tomorrow's boxing match, there's no guarantee you'll leave unscathed. If anything happens to you, who will care for your mother? But if you take action today, aside from the medical expenses, the remaining money can serve as your mother's pension. Moreover, we promise that once your mother recovers and leaves the hospital, we'll safely escort her out of Nandu. After all, no one can say for sure that Fifth Master Wei won't take his anger out on your mother. He dares." Li Feng's eyes widened with a murderous glint. "Mr. Li, don't ever overestimate Fifth Master Wei's moral boundaries. Your refusal to cooperate with his fixed fights has already enraged him. He spent a fortune hiring experts from Elephant Country to deal with you. Even if you die, he might not let this go. And your mother is your only family. Just imagine if he decides to vent his anger." At these words, a dangerous flicker passed through Li Feng's eyes, his killing intent intensifying. Seeing this, Uncle Dick continued, "Mr. Li, do you intend to kill Fifth Master Wei? When a common man rages, blood will spill within 5 paces, why not?" Li Feng said in a low voice. "Useless." Uncle De shook his head. As the saying goes, a crafty rabbit always has 3 burrows. Over these years, countless people have tried to assassinate Fifth Master Wei, whether through covert plots or open confrontation, yet none have succeeded. Although Mr. Li's strength is formidable, Fifth Master Wei is far too cunning and cautious. You don't even know where he is, how can you possibly kill him? Hearing this, Li Feng fell silent. "Mr. Li, why not consider my proposal? Even if you won't do it for yourself, at least think of your mother." Uncle De pleaded once more. "Fine, I agree." A flicker of conflict and frustration flashed through Li Feng's eyes. At once, Uncle De couldn't help but smile. He took out a bank card and handed it to Li Feng. "This card holds 1 million. The password is 6 sixes, enough for your mother to live out her remaining years in peace." "Thank you." Li Feng's face flushed red as he accepted the card. As the saying goes, even heroes are stumped by lack of money, and being a master of martial arts was no exception. At that moment, Uncle De took out a phone and passed it to Li Feng. by the way, take this phone, Mr. Lee. We'll send you the target's location. After completing the mission, please destroy it. Also, when you strike, it'd be best to conceal your face, it'll help us cover your tracks. As for the hospital, we'll arrange for people to look after your mother, so you can act without any worries. Thanks for the reminder, I understand. Li Feng nodded. Well then, Mr. Lee, this old man will take his leave now. Hurry and bid farewell to your mother. Uncle De left these words before swiftly departing with his 2 bodyguards. To be honest, the original plan would have been the safest option. Had Li Feng died in the boxing match, there'd be no evidence left to trace. But the young master insisted on acting today. Although he's confident about preventing Li Feng from exposing anything, who can guarantee there won't be any unforeseen accidents? But there was nothing he could do. After all, Deng Yu was the young master, and he was just a servant. Meanwhile, Gao Yan and Zhuo Jianyue drifted across the sparkling lake surface. Every time she spotted fish swimming near the boat, Zhuo Jianyue would childishly reach out to catch them. Drifting on the lake for an hour, the sun above gradually grew scorching. Thus, Gao Yan began paddling back toward the shore. Suddenly, he felt a sensation of being watched by a wild beast. Subconsciously glancing over, he noticed a tall masked man standing beneath the willow trees along the lake shore hundreds of meters away. Yet in the blink of an eye, the figure vanished without a trace. What sharp perception! Frowning by the lakeside, Li Feng realized with surprise that his target had detected his observation despite being hundreds of meters apart. But now the arrow was already on the bowstring and must be fired. After a short while, Gao Yan and Zhuo Jianyue stepped ashore. Jianyue, go buy me a Coke at the KFC up ahead. Wait for me there after you get it, I need to use the restroom first. Alright, but don't take too long. Watching Zhuo Jianyue walk away, Gao Yan hurried toward the restroom. Come out. Arriving at the back of the restroom, Gao Yan called out coolly. Then, the tall masked man swiftly emerged from hiding. Little brother, I bear you no ill will, just doing someone a favor. My apologies. Li Feng wasted no time with words. The moment he appeared, he launched an attack against Yao Yan, employing the 8 extremities fist style. Bang! The opponent's elbow tore through the air with a rumble, like a sledgehammer aimed straight at his chest. Hidden lotus beneath the leaves. Gao Yan twisted his body, not only dodging the opponent's attack but also slipping his hand like a nimble fish under their armpit. Thud! The opponent staggered backward, their feet cracking the blue bricks beneath them as they exclaimed in astonishment, Bagua fist. Good eye, let's go again. Gao Yan gave a soft cry, his feet gliding in the 8 trigrams dragon step as his arms trembled with momentum before pouncing forward. Bang, bang, bang. After several collisions, Gao Yan's palm lightly pressed against Li Feng's dantian, and with a sudden release of hidden force, he sent the opponent flying and tumbling to the ground. Put! A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed from Li Feng's mouth as he stared at Gao Yan in shock. You've actually mastered hidden force already. Speak up, who sent you? Gao Yan looked down imperiously at his opponent. Li Feng remained silent. If you won't talk, then I'll have no choice but to call the police. Gao Yan frowned and said. At this moment, Li Feng spoke in a hoarse voice. Can you give me 2 days? If I'm still alive after 2 days, I'll come back to apologize, and you can deal with me however you want. Gao Yan stepped forward and removed Li Feng's mask, to which the other man offered no resistance. What's your name? Gao Yan asked. Li Feng replied, my name is Li Feng, from Shangma village in Nandu. Tomorrow night I have a boxing match. If I survive, I'll come find you. How can I trust you? Gao Yan pressed further. Here's my ID card. I'll leave it with you as collateral. Li Feng took out his ID card from his pocket and handed it to Gao Yan. Gao Yan glanced at it and said, alright then, I'll trust you this once. With that, he gave Li Feng's abdomen a pat, neutralizing the hidden force he'd previously injected into the young man's body. Then he turned and strode toward the KFC. At the same time, he had some doubts in his mind. Were traditional martial arts masters really this down on their luck? A peak Mingjin expert actually reduced to being someone's hired thug? Chapter 40, The Terrifying Deng Family. Then, Gao Yan's eyes turned cold. Just over an hour ago, he had kicked Deng Yu, and now the latter had immediately found a traditional martial arts master to deal with him. No, that's not right. Gao Yan shook his head inwardly. He could tell this Baji Quan expert named Li Feng had his own sense of pride. Getting Deng Yu to do his bidding probably wouldn't be that easy. Most likely, he had already planned to use this Li Feng against him. It's just that after kicking Deng Yu this morning, he had unknowingly accelerated the other's plans. However, having revealed his strength as a hidden force expert today should discourage Deng Yu from making any rash moves. 2 attacks, this matter couldn't just be let go like that. With this in mind, he realized it was necessary to thoroughly understand the Deng family's situation in order to formulate a targeted revenge plan. And the information about Deng Yu was provided by Song Yufei. So, does Song Yufei actually understand the Deng family's background? After happily spending the whole day with Zhuo Jianyue, Gao Yan drove her to the gates of Yangdong University. This time, Zhuo Jianyue didn't request to be dropped off nearby. She had gotten off nearby earlier because she was worried Deng Yu might find out and seek revenge against Gao Yan. Since they've already had a falling out, there's no need for that now. How about we buy some fruits to bring back for your roommates? Gao Yan had a sudden inspiration and suggested. No need, I'll just grab some snacks to bring back later. Zhuo Jiangyue declined. Nonsense, we absolutely have to buy some. After all, I've picked the most beautiful flower from your dorm, shouldn't I offer some compensation? Oh, you always know just what to say. Hand in hand, the two arrived at the fruit market and picked out some fresh produce. How about I drop you off right at your dorm building? Otherwise, it's quite tiring. Gao Yan suggested again. Then I'll trouble you with this. He drove to drop Zhuo Jiangyue off at the girls' dormitory entrance and watched as his girlfriend disappeared inside before finally driving away. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Call up the system interface. After several consecutive days of sweeping purchases, Gao Yan had become quite familiar with several phone stores. As a result, he no longer needed to go to their shops to pick up goods, they would deliver them straight to his doorstep. So even though Gao Yan wasn't in the shop today, they still sold 100 iPhones. But just as he had expected, having already squeezed the students dry in previous days, it took until 4 p.m. today to finally sell those 100 phones. Now with the six-fold rebate kicking in. Therefore, the 100 phones brought him a total profit of 2.22 million, just over a million short of reaching 30 million yuan in cash. Should I buy a house? Gao Yan pondered thoughtfully. After some consideration, he decided to hold off for now. He still planned to launch his discount online shopping platform first. After all, Nandu is a provincial capital city. Although the university district is located in the suburbs, it's still considered school-zone property, with the average housing price exceeding 30,000 renminbi per square meter. Meanwhile, property prices within the city remained above 20,000 per square meter. If we're buying a house, we might as well go all in from the start, get a villa. So, it's better to use the money for starting a business first. It's not too late to buy a house after withdrawing the money from the stock market. After closing the system panel, the phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, but it was labeled as Southwest Jiangsu City. So he picked up the phone. Gao Yan, it's me. I'm out eating with friends and I'm a bit short. Transfer me 500 yuan. The voice was unmistakably Golong's. Gao Yan was speechless. Last time they'd already fallen out, and he'd even blacklisted the guy's number and blocked him on WeChat. Never imagined the guy would still have the nerve to call asking for money. However, with his changed mindset, Gao Yan didn't immediately lash out. Instead, he asked, is 500 yuan enough? On the other end of the line, Gao Lang was taken aback before hastily asking, how much can you give? I just earned 2,000 yuan from a part-time job. How about giving you 1,000 yuan? 1,000? That won't do. Give me 1,500 yuan instead. Don't worry, I'll put in a good word for you with mom and dad. Gao Lang said smugly, though inwardly he mocked Gao Yan as an idiot, thinking he'd ever speak well of him? Maybe in the next life. Gao Yan, alright, I'll deposit the money in the bank now and transfer it to you once it's done. Gao Lang, hurry up then. Gao Yan, okay, got it. After hanging up, Gao Yan couldn't help but flash a cold smirk. Southwest, Jiangsu City. After finishing his phone call, Gao Lang strode back into the private dining room and declared with grand enthusiasm, brothers, if there aren't enough dishes or drinks, just order more, don't even think about saving money for me. Hearing Gao Lang's words, the young men in the private room naturally didn't hold back and promptly ordered several more premium dishes along with 2 bottles of baijiu priced over 200 yuan each. Gao Yan made a quick inspection of the shop before leaving. The main issue was that the milk tea shop had too many staff. Employees from both new stores in the city were here for training. Seeing that he couldn't be of much help, Gao Yan simply slipped away and returned to his rented apartment. Then I contacted Son Yufei on WeChat, asking if he had detailed information about the Deng family. Unexpectedly, the other party directly called me. Son Yufei, Gao Yan, why do you need info on the Deng family? Did Deng Yu cause you trouble? Gao Yan, just preparing for a rainy day, I want to better understand the Deng family's situation. Son Yufei, I have intel on the Deng family, but what will you trade for it? Gao Yan, well, I'm not sure what you want. Why don't you just tell me directly? Son Yufei, then owe me a favor? Gao Yan, that won't do. My favors aren't worth much. How about this, I'll gift you a designer bag worth 50,000, or you can pick one yourself. I'll foot the bill up to 100,000. Favors may seem cheap, yet there are times when they prove priceless. Son Yufei, no way, I insist you owe me one. After a brief hesitation, Gao Yan chose to agree. Then Son Yufei asked him to send her an email address. After about 20 minutes, Gao Yan's email received a document. He opened the document and began reviewing it carefully. After reading the information about the Deng family, Gao Yan felt somewhat heavy-hearted. The Deng family's strength exceeded his expectations. Even with his system, it would be very difficult to defeat them quickly. First of all, the Deng family operates numerous businesses. These include real estate, hotels, supermarkets, restaurants, entertainment, investments, and more. The real estate industry holds the dominant position in the Deng family's portfolio. Firstly, the Deng family is the largest shareholder of Wanlong Group, holding 17% of the shares worth approximately 30 billion yuan. Neither Wanlong Group's current scale nor its chairman's achievements would have been possible without the Deng family's investment and support. Secondly, the Deng family also operates its own real estate company. However, Wanlong Group's direction differs as the Deng family's real estate company primarily develops villa-type properties. Over 90% of this real estate company's shares are controlled by the Deng family. Although its market value falls far short of Wanlong Group's, it still reaches around 80 billion. Combined with their other industries, the Deng family's assets comfortably exceed 100 billion. Moreover, the Deng family remains an established local powerhouse. His network connections are exceptionally vast. If it were an ordinary wealthy family, someone as reckless as Deng Yu would have been dealt with long ago, yet Deng Yu remains unscathed to this day. Thus, for Gao Yan to take on the Deng family using business tactics alone would be akin to scaling Hell's Heights. Still, he had no intention of giving up. Going solo against the Deng family would leave him outmatched. But once he builds his own strength, forming alliances could tip the scales in his favor. Because within Yangdong province, the Deng family also had many enemies. For this reason, Gao Yan couldn't help but give Song Yufei a thumbs up. She had actually sent him the information on the Deng family's enemies as well. Consider it a favor well spent. And so, he thanked Song Yufei once more over WeChat. Chapter 41 Turning Hostile. Inside the rented apartment. The sharp ring of a phone cut through the air once more. It was Gao Lang calling again. Gao Yan unhurriedly answered the phone. Immediately, Gao Lang's roaring voice erupted. Gao Yan, what the hell is going on? Why haven't you transferred the money to me yet? I'm waiting to settle the bill here. Facing Gao Lang's interrogation, Gao Yan deliberately spoke with an apologetic tone. Sorry, Gao Lang, the ATM near campus is malfunctioning and can't be used. I was planning to go into town to withdraw the money, but a teacher suddenly needed me for something, which delayed me. I'm already on the bus heading into town now. Just wait another 10 minutes or so, and I should be able to transfer the money to you. Gao Lang, well, hurry up. I'll give you 20 more minutes. If you don't transfer the money by then, don't blame me for disowning you as my brother. Hearing this, Gao Yan sneered but replied, don't worry, 20 minutes is definitely no problem. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan decisively blacklisted this number as well. If Gao Lang had shown even the slightest respect or courtesy to his stepbrother, or offered him some money, things might have been different. But Gao Lang had never treated him like an older brother, always ordering him around, cursing him out at the slightest displeasure, and worst of all, constantly tattling to their foster mother. And their foster mother never cared to distinguish right from wrong. Whenever Gao Lang complained, she would immediately scold Gao Yan. He wasn't an ungrateful wretch. Despite his foster parents treating him poorly, they had, after all, raised him and even put him through college. He planned to return to his hometown after summer break, aiming for an honest conversation with his foster parents to completely separate himself from that family. As for the money they had spent on him all these years, he would repay double. It must be said that when it comes to asking for money, Gao Lang is quite persistent. Even though Gao Yan had already blocked that number. 20 minutes later, he called again using a different one. Gao Yan, are you fucking messing with me? Gao Yan laughed. Yeah, you just noticed? This instantly sent Gao Lang into a fury, and he began hurling curses wildly. Gao Yan couldn't be bothered to listen. He hung up the phone and blocked the number again. Several minutes later, the foster mother's call came through. Gao Lang, that little brat, must have tattled to their foster mother again. After the last phone call, Gao Yan had completely lost faith in their foster mother. Even if they answered, all they'd face would be accusations and scoldings. So, Gao Yan had no intention of picking up at all and hung up directly. This infuriated the foster mother, who was far away in Jiangsu City. Cursing Gao Yan, she immediately redialed. But Gao Yan still hung up. Fuming with anger, his adoptive mother could only vent by sending him a barrage of abusive messages. In the past, such hurtful words would have deeply unsettled him. But the repeated instances of favoritism and painfully cutting remarks had long eroded Gao Yan's feelings toward his adoptive parents. Moreover, he had already decided to completely sever ties with this family. In his eyes, his adoptive parents were barely better than strangers. Thus, he could face it all with calm indifference. He simply deleted the messages without a second thought. Thinking that the milk tea shops in Hangda Plaza and Wanlong Plaza would open on Monday, Gao Yan called several mobile phone store managers and supervisors to ask for their help in preparing a batch of phones. At this moment, in the Zijin Lake Villa community, Uncle De stood respectfully before Deng Yu, his face etched with bitterness. Young master, our people have found Li Feng. According to him, that Gao Yan is a hidden force expert. A hidden force expert? How could that kid possibly be a hidden force expert? Deng Yu exclaimed in astonishment, as acquiring mastery of hidden force practitioners was no common feat to his knowledge. there was only one such individual, his father's head of security, who not only commanded an annual salary of 12 million renminbi but also received company dividends. The man's name was Liang Fong, aged 48. According to his father, securing Liang Fong's services was only possible because his grandfather had once done the man a great favor. Without that debt of gratitude, not even doubling the 12 million yuan salary could have persuaded Liang Fong to take the job. The combat prowess of hidden force experts was frankly terrifying. Liang Fong had thwarted multiple assassination attempts on his father and effectively deterred those who dared to scheme against the Deng family. Uncle De continued, Li Feng probably wouldn't lie about this. Young master, we may need to postpone the plans against Gao Yan for now. Even though the Deng family has Liang Fong, a hidden power expert, guarding them, Gao Yan has the advantage of youth. He reached hidden power at just 20 years old, who's to say he won't become a master of transformative power in the future. If he ever achieves that level, it would spell doom for the Deng family. Is there any way to get Uncle Liang to take care of him? Deng Yu probed cautiously. Uncle De was startled and quickly advised, young master, it's best not to. Why? Deng Yu frowned in dissatisfaction. Uncle De analyzed, first, Liang Fong may not necessarily be able to deal with Gao Yan. After all, if he can't win, he can still escape. If that happens, we'll have made a deadly enemy. Second, Gao Yan has reached the level of a hidden force master at such a young age. Who knows if there's an even stronger presence backing him? If we provoke the junior, we might just wake up the senior. There's also the possibility that he might have connections with a martial arts family. If Gao Yan turns out to be from one, our entire Deng family could be wiped out because of this. Young master, with your background, what kind of woman can't you get? Why make a deadly enemy out of a hidden force master over a mere woman? I may not oppose him, but that doesn't mean he'll let me off. Deng Yu said with an ugly expression. Young master, find an opportunity to resolve this feud. It's always better to reconcile than to make enemies. Uncle De advised, after all, our Deng family isn't made of clay. Although you arranged 2 attacks against him, you didn't actually cause him any harm. With a sincere attitude and paying a certain price, the other party might be willing to resolve this feud. Deng Yu's face shifted through several expressions before he finally waved his hand in frustration. Fine, let's do it your way. Call old Su and have him send 2 clean girls here. I need to blow off some steam. Being the sole heir of the Deng family, his father had confided certain secrets to him upon reaching adulthood, including the existence of martial arts clans. These martial arts clans might not be as wealthy as their Deng family. However, it's best not to provoke these martial arts clans, for they don't necessarily hold much regard for the law. Once you provoke them, they might make you disappear without a trace. The next morning, the dawn sunlight bathed the earth. Gao Yan drove to the real estate agency. Han Yumei had already found several office buildings that met his requirements over the past few days. Both parties agreed to meet today for the viewing. As a major client, Gao Yan received exceptional attentiveness from Han Yumei. Knowing Gao Yan would arrive soon, she waited at the entrance of the agency. Later, under Han Yumei's guidance, they arrived at an office building in the high-tech zone. This office building was constructed 2 years ago and currently has relatively low occupancy. Joining them for the property viewing was a property manager named Zhong Maoxin. The space they viewed was on the 15th floor of this office building, covering just over 1,000 square meters. After the tour, the topic of rental rates was brought up. Zhong Maoxin's quoted price was 2 yuan per square meter per day. Calculating based on 1,000 square meters, the daily rent would be 2,000 yuan, amounting to 60,000 yuan per month and 720,000 yuan per year. Han Yumei had been quite meticulous, having prepared the materials in advance. Gao Yan had already reviewed them on the way here. So he said, Manager Zhong, this office floor has been vacant for over half a year, and due to its location, renting it out won't be easy. Hearing this, Zhong Maoxin immediately realized Gao Yan had come well prepared. What does young Master Gao mean? Zhong Maoxin tested the waters. If it's 1.5 yuan, I can sign the contract today, Gao Yan stated. Zhong Maoxin forced a bitter smile. Young Master Gao, this price is truly too low. Just the other day, another company offered 1.6 yuan and still couldn't secure it. Don't be so quick to refuse. Gao Yan waved his hand and said, if you're willing to rent it to me for 1.5 yuan, I can sign a 5-year contract and pay the rent annually. This way it's convenient for both of us. After all, there aren't many companies that can lease such a large area all at once. Even if there are, they probably wouldn't sign such a long-term contract with you. Even if you rent it out at 2 yuan, if you end up with several months of vacancy, the losses would be significant, don't you think, Manager Zhong? Zhong Maoxin was also quite tempted. Gao Yan made a valid point. There really weren't many companies looking to lease an entire floor. As for the top-tier corporations, they wouldn't even consider this place. Why would they? With their deep pockets, renting office space in the CBD was clearly the better choice. So he said, young Master Gao, please wait a moment. I'll make a call to report to my superiors and see what their opinion is. Alright, Manager Zhong, feel free to join us as we continue the tour. Gao Yan nodded. figuring the deal was pretty much sealed. Chapter 42, Apologies and Upgrades. After a short while, after finishing his call, Zhong Maxin walked over with a smile and said, "Young Master Gao, after discussing with my superior, he's basically agreed to your terms, but he has one condition of his own." "Go ahead." Gao Yan looked at the other party and said, "The leader's intention is that if we proceed at 1.5 yuan per square meter, the rent will increase by 5% annually." "That won't do." Gao Yan shook his head decisively. "There's no denying housing prices rise every year in our country, but the office market isn't doing well. If I recall correctly, this year's office market has declined significantly compared to last year. If the rent increases by 5% annually, wouldn't I just become an easy mark?" "What does young Master Gao mean by that?" Zhong Maxin countered, having long known Gao Yan would never agree to such terms. "How about this?" After some thought, Gao Yan proposed, "How about 1.5 yuan this year, 1.6 yuan next year, increasing by 10 cents annually?" Adding 10 cents per square meter would raise costs by 100 yuan daily, amounting to over 36,000 in additional annual rent. Gao Yan's suggestion seemed quite reasonable to Zhong Maxin. The high-tech district had never been particularly lively, and office building prices were somewhat inflated. So Zhong Maxin added, "Forgive my bluntness, but what kind of company does young Master Gao plan to establish?" Gao Yan replied, "An internet company. Conservatively speaking, we'll be investing 1 billion in the first year." "For real?" Zhong Maxin's eyes lit up. The main reason the high-tech zone hadn't developed was the lack of prominent companies. If Gao Yan could invest 1 billion in the first year, it definitely wouldn't be a small operation. Once Gao Yan's company takes off, it would become the model enterprise for the high-tech zone. So he said, "Young Master Gao, please wait a moment. I need to call my superiors to report this again. Soon." After finishing the call, Zhong Maxin returned, "Young Master Gao, in principle, the leadership agrees to your proposal, but they have one condition: you must invest at least 300 million in the first year, and this must be written into the contract. If you meet the investment target, we can maintain the original rental rates for the coming years." Gao Yan gave it a brief consideration before agreeing, because he had originally planned to make the discount online mall his main business venture in the future. Thus, both parties happily signed the contract, and the property management even gave Gao Yan 15 days for renovation. "Manager Zhong, do you have any good recommendations for headhunting companies?" After signing the contract, Gao Yan inquired with Zhong Maxin. "Yes, we do." Zhong Maxin promptly replied, "I have the contact number of the vice president of Nandu's largest headhunting company. I'll send it to you right away." "Then thank you very much." After exchanging a few pleasantries with Zhong Maxin, he followed Han Yumei to the agency to settle the commission fee, then called a headhunting firm to convey his requirements. Then he drove to check the renovation progress at the milk tea shop. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered Wanlong Plaza, someone stopped him. "Sir, is there something I can help you with?" Gao Yan looked suspiciously at the white-haired Uncle De and asked. "Your servant is Chen De." "Greetings, Mr. Gao. Might I trouble you to step aside for a conversation?" Uncle De spoke in a courteous tone. "We don't know each other, do we?" Gao Yan frowned and said. Uncle De replied, "We truly don't know each other, but there's been some misunderstanding between my young master and Mr. Gao. I've come specifically to apologize and make amends to Mr. Gao." "Is the young master you're referring to Deng Yu?" Gao Yan's expression turned cold. "That's correct, Mr. Gao." Uncle De nodded. "Our young master has realized his mistake, which is why he sent this old man to apologize and make amends." "Then why didn't he come himself?" Gao Yan sneered. At these words, a flash of embarrassment crossed Uncle De's face. In truth, he had urged Deng Yu to come personally and apologize, but Deng Yu couldn't swallow his pride. To settle this matter conclusively, he had no choice but to step in himself. "Mr. Gao, although my young master did not come in person, he is genuinely sincere about resolving the feud between our two sides." Uncle De spoke with heartfelt sincerity. "Oh, how do you propose to resolve this?" Gao Yan replied indifferently. Having learned of the Deng family's influence, he had no intention of confronting them immediately and thus had no plans to take action. Never did he expect the other party to come offering apologies and reparations. He immediately guessed that Deng Yu must have learned about his strength as a dark force martial artist through Li Feng's words, making him wary. "Mr. Gao, would you mind stepping aside for a detailed discussion?" Uncle De extended the invitation again. "Great." Soon after, the two arrived in a private room at a cafe on the 4th floor. "Now, you may speak," Gao Yan said in a deep voice. Uncle De took out an embroidered box and handed it over, saying, "Mr. Gao, this is one of our young master's gifts of apology. You might as well open it and take a look." With puzzlement, Gao Yan opened the box, only to find a bank card inside. "Just listen to Uncle De introduce, Mr. Gao. This card contains 10 million, we hope you'll accept it gladly." Then, he took a document folder from his bodyguard and placed it in front of Gao Yan. "These are the transfer documents for a villa worth 18 million. Just sign here, Mr. Gao, and we can proceed with the transfer immediately. Your young master truly spares no expense." Gao Yan said coolly. If he hadn't obtained the system, facing 10 million in cash and a villa worth nearly 20 million would have surely driven him wild with joy. But now, he appeared remarkably composed. At this moment, he was deliberating whether to accept or refuse. He'd only interacted with Deng Yu once, yet could tell the man was the type to seek revenge for the slightest grievance, only submitting now out of respect for his status as a martial artist who'd mastered internal force. The moment Deng Yu gained confidence in overpowering him, he would undoubtedly strike again without hesitation. He himself lacked the strength and capital to contend with the Deng family, so he also needed time to develop. Therefore, accepting Deng Yu's apology was more beneficial than harmful. Moreover, he could use this money to upgrade the system. Uncle De couldn't quite grasp Gao Yan's thoughts and said with a smile, Mr. Gao, at such a young age, you're already a dark force master, one whose future advancement to transforming force is within reach. Our Deng family naturally has no desire to make an enemy of someone like you. By the way, Mr. Gao, there's a third gift of apology. Please accept it with our compliments. As he spoke, Uncle De handed over another card encrusted with diamonds. He said, this is the diamond card of Tianyun Club, and fewer than 10 such cards exist across all of Nandu. If Mr. Gao is interested, I can share the exclusive privileges that come with this diamond card. Great. Gao Yan nodded. I accept your young master's apology, but pass this message to him. If he ever harasses my girlfriend again, no amount of apologies will make things right and he'll regret it dearly. Hearing this, Uncle De sighed in relief. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Gao. Rest assured, my young master will steer clear of Ms. Zhou whenever their paths cross. Good to know. Gao Yan nodded. Then, Gao Yan signed his name on the villa transfer agreement. Uncle D assured him that all the necessary documents would be delivered to him within 3 days, along with a list of services available with the diamond card of Tianyun Club. After Uncle De left, the system's upgrade notification sounded immediately. Soon, the system has completed its upgrade, reaching level 7. The cashback multiplier has increased to 7x, while the required upgrade experience has also risen to 100 million. Additionally, the system rewarded 1 intermediate lottery draw and 2 attribute points. System, initiate the lottery draw. Ding, intermediate lottery drawing begins. Ding, congratulations host for drawing. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Gao Yan couldn't contain his joy. Who would have thought the intermediate lottery would yield such an incredible prize this time? Chapter 43, Gambling on Raw Jade, First Update. Gao Yan never dreamed that a single intermediate draw would actually grant him a supernatural ability. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining the primary golden eye. The next moment, a streak of golden light shot straight into Gao Yan's eyes. Immediately afterward, he felt them begin to ache and swell, tears streaming down uncontrollably. He realized it was the system transforming his eyes. After about 10 seconds, that uncomfortable feeling disappeared. Taking a tissue to wipe away his tears, he began reading about the information regarding the golden pupil in his mind. First of all, the supernatural ability he obtained was only at a beginner level. Its scanning range was limited to 1 meter. Target must be inanimate objects. Daily usage limit is 10 times. With this in mind, Gao Yan activated his golden pupils to gaze at the coffee cup on the table. Instantly, a series of images flashed through his mind. Subsequently, he gained complete knowledge of the cup's origin, year of production, and even its market value. With the golden eye ability, it's almost impossible to make a mistake when hunting for antique treasures. Unfortunately, it can only be used 10 times a day. System, can the golden eye be upgraded? Gao Yan asked. System, yes. Gao Yan asked again, how do I level up? System, draw an upgrade card, fuse 2 more primary grade golden eyes, or directly draw an intermediate grade golden eye. After all, the golden eye has 10 uses per day, it'd be a waste not to use them. Gao Yan began plotting a trip to the antique market to hunt for bargains. By the way, it's worth mentioning that his assets have already exceeded 100 million. Deng Yu's apology gifts totaled a staggering 38 million in value. This included 10 million in cash, an 18 million villa, and surprisingly, that diamond card was also worth 10 million. Gao Yan never expected that not only cash would be refunded, but even physical items would be converted into corresponding monetary values for cashback. Therefore, the system directly refunded him 228 million yuan, instantly boosting his wealth to over 260 million yuan. It must be said, the feeling of enemies making you stronger is fantastic. As for the 2 attribute points awarded by the system, Gao Yan directly allocated them to his physique, raising it to 92 points. The renovation progress of the milk tea shop is quite good. It will be completed this afternoon. So, he called Zheng Qin and Lu Ran respectively, asking them to bring people over to clean up after the renovations of the 2 milk tea shops are finished this afternoon, and to direct the workers in installing various milk tea machines so they can open for business tomorrow. Meanwhile, Gao Yan drove to the antique street in Nandu City. Although he had obtained the golden pupil, when it came to antiques, Gao Yan was still a complete novice. Therefore, after arriving at the antique street, he proceeded to use the golden pupil on 5 items that appeared to be antiques. The results were deeply moving. All 5 of these antiques he had high hopes for turned out to be modern handicrafts, with the most recent one being manufactured just 3 days ago. This shows just how deep the waters run in the antique trade. However, he had only been examining items from roadside stalls. He decided to try a different approach. So he selected a large antique shop and walked in. The name of this antique shop was also quite grand, called Treasure Gathering Studio. The shop had 2 floors. After Gao Yan entered the shop, the portly owner lounging in the traditional armchair merely gave him a perfunctory "please browse at your leisure" before ignoring him completely. So Gao Yan activated his golden pupils on 3 antiques that caught his eye. Then he inwardly exclaimed, "Wow!" To his surprise, what the antique shop was selling turned out to be replicas too. However, the antiques in this shop looked far more convincing and elaborate, with much more complex craftsmanship. For instance, one jade pendant he examined with golden pupils had been soaked in a mixture of sheep's blood and urine before being buried underground for several months. Forget it. Gao Yan decisively turned and walked away. The chubby shop owner didn't try to stop him either. In his eyes, young people like Gao Yan weren't serious buyers, they were just greenhorns new to the scene, blindly hoping to strike it rich by finding hidden treasures. Such individuals couldn't even be considered amateurs. Still one last chance to use it. Gao Yan was about to randomly pick an antique that caught his eye to use his last golden pupil ability before leaving. Just then, he happened to hear some news. It turned out that someone at the Hong Yun Stone Workshop on this street had cut open a piece of ice-type jadeite. Gao Yan only had a vague understanding of jadeite because he'd read about it in novels before, but he only remembered the glass-grade imperial green jade. Filled with curiosity, he followed those 2 into the Hong Yun Stone Workshop. At the same time, he took out his phone to research knowledge about jadeite. Online information about jadeite was quite messy, but Gao Yan's current memory and comprehension were remarkably sharp. After absorbing and summarizing this knowledge, he barely managed to understand the grading system of jadeite. The value of jadeite primarily depends on its type, transparency, color, clarity, and craftsmanship. Type refers to its structure and texture, categorized into glass type, ice type, glutinous rice type, and bean type, with glass type being the most valuable and bean type the least. Transparency refers to how clear or translucent the jadeite is. Color pertains to its hue, with imperial green being the most premium shade of jadeite. Clarity refers to the presence or absence of flaws. The final aspect is craftsmanship. For the same material, a jade jewelry piece carved by an apprentice will inevitably have lower value than one crafted by a master. At this moment, most people in the stone gambling shop have gathered in the stone cutting area. Nearly 100 people are observing the stone cutting process. It's rising again. Just then, shouts of astonishment echoed through the air. Gao Yan squeezed forward past several annoyed glances and saw a jade cutter examining a freshly cut surface with a high-powered flashlight. "Stop cutting! Hong Kong Jewelry will take this raw gemstone for 3 million. A middle-aged man shouted loudly. 3 million for such a large piece of ice jade is ridiculous. We, Dafu Jewelry, offer 4 million. 4.2 million. 4.5 million. Watching the rapidly soaring prices, Lu Dong, the owner of this raw stone, trembled with excitement, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Today he had already cut 5 raw stones, and every single one of the previous 5 had turned out worthless. Over 500,000 yuan had gone down the drain in vain. Yet unexpectedly, the last desperate gamble, the one raw stone he had high hopes for, ended up skyrocketing in value. Not only did he instantly recover his investment, but he would also make a fortune of several million yuan. Soon, Dafu Jewelry still had the deepest pockets, forcing others to back down by pushing the bid up to 5.2 million yuan. "President Lu, should we continue cutting?" The stone-cutting master asked Lu Dong, who was a regular at this jade gambling house and quite familiar with the master. Hearing this, Lu Dong wore a conflicted expression. If another side were opened, the price of this jadeite rough stone could certainly rise by another million or 2. Of course, if nothing were revealed, the stone's value would plummet. At this moment, Gao Yan stepped forward until he was just 1 meter away from the rough stone, then activated his golden eye for the last time. His eyes penetrated straight through the weathered outer layer of the raw jade stone, seeing right through the entire piece. Beneath 3 centimeters of rough crust, he discovered flawlessly integrated ice jadeite, and the golden eye priced it at 15 million yuan. Immediately, Gao Yan made his decision and said to Lu Dong, "I'll offer 6 million, will you sell?" "Little brother, isn't this approach of yours somewhat improper?" The manager of Daifuku Jewelry frowned and said, "How's it petty? They never agreed to sell it to you. If you're not happy about it, just offer a higher price." Gao Yan remarked coolly, 620,000. The manager of Dafu Jewelry also got fired up. 7 million. Gao Yan smiled and said, "If you continue bidding, I'll let you have it." However, the manager of Dafu Jewelry hesitated. Although there was a high probability this rough stone contained ice jadeite, there was still some risk involved. His bid of 5.2 million was based on Dafu Jewelry having master-level carvers. Even if they didn't profit from the raw jadeite material alone, they could still make profits by crafting it into exquisite jewelry. But now, this sudden newcomer has pushed the price up to 7 million. Even if his family has master-level engravers, they wouldn't make any profit, probably even take a loss. At the same time, his curiosity about Gaoyan's background grew stronger. Someone so young yet able to produce 7 million must come from no ordinary family. Since this young friend is willing to offer 7 million, we from Dafu Jewelry will withdraw. Thanks then. Gao Yan neither pressed aggressively nor backed down. He then turned his gaze to Lu Dong and asked, Director Lu, are you willing to transfer this piece of raw jade to me for 7 million? Lu Dong had initially planned to wait for a higher offer, but now, with Dafu Jewelry bowing out and the price soaring by an additional 1.8 million, he was more than satisfied. With a smile, he said, Deal. I'm willing to transfer it. Chapter 44, Don't Talk to Me About Magnanimity. Hongyuan Stone Workshop had ready-made contracts. Thus, in less than 5 minutes, both parties signed a formal transfer agreement. Gao Yan also requested Lu Dong's bank account number and transferred 7 million from the system account to him. Upon seeing the 7 million arrive in his account, Lu Dong was so delighted he almost started dancing with joy. His attitude toward Gao Yan grew increasingly warm and respectful. After all, a young man who could casually produce 7 million clearly had considerable wealth and background, someone worth currying favor with. Young Master Gao, should we continue cutting this raw stone? The stone-cutting master inquired politely. Make an incision on every side, Gao Yan declared decisively. Coming right up. Just a moment please. The stone-cutting master acknowledged with a grunt and promptly began his work. Meanwhile, the customers in the Jade gambling house quickly gathered around. Soon, another rift opened. After rinsing with water, the crowd erupted in waves of exclamations once more, because it had cut green again. Witnessing this scene, Lu Dong felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment for some reason. Young Master Gao, are you selling this raw stone? Our Dafu Jewelry offers 8 million, said the manager of Dafu Jewelry. Hearing this, the people around couldn't hide their envious looks. Earlier, when Gao Yan spent 7 million to buy the raw stone, many considered him a sucker. But now, just minutes later, the 7 million yuan stone had already increased in value by 1 million. As for the previous owner of the raw stone, Lu Dong also showed a look of regret. If he had cut it one more time before selling, he could have made an extra million. No sale. Gao Yan said, of course, if you're willing to offer 12 million, I might consider it. Hearing this, the manager of Dafu Jewelry nearly choked on his words. At Gao Yan's signal, the stone-cutting master continued to cut an opening on another side of the raw stone. Soon, a new opening appeared. Then, damn it, the value shot up again. Almost everyone present was green with envy, it was just too damn infuriating. As for Lu Dong, his fists were clenched tight, and his eyes even turned slightly red. He regrets it. Mr. Gao, 1 million. As long as you're willing to sell, I'll arrange the transfer immediately. The manager of Dafu Jewelry said excitedly. Although one side hadn't been opened yet, it was basically confirmed that this raw stone was going to yield something big. Keep chopping. Gao Yan couldn't be bothered to acknowledge the other person and simply ordered the stone-cutting master to open up the last remaining edge. The outcome was self-evident. The final cut was opened, and yet again, it revealed jade. At this point, the manager of Dafu Jewelry didn't quote further, as the outcome was already clear. It would be better to wait for Gao Yan to finish cutting the jade before discussing the acquisition. After another half hour, the stone-cutting master fully extracted the entire piece of jade, a flawless, uniformly intact ice-type jade with relatively pure color. Then, the Dafu Jewelry manager directly offered 14 million yuan. At the same time, he felt some regret. If he had agreed to Gao Yan's earlier asking price of 12 million yuan, he could have still made a considerable profit. As for Lu Dong, the joy of receiving a 7 million windfall had completely vanished, leaving only endless regret, and even a trace of resentment toward Gao Yan. If he had insisted on cutting the jade, he wouldn't have earned 7 million, but over 14 million. 15 million. Our Hangjin Jewelry wants this piece of jade. At this moment, a woman's voice sounded. Gao Yan found the voice somewhat familiar. Turning his head, he was surprised to see Tang Yi. Unlike their last meeting, today Tang Yi was dressed completely differently. She wore a professional office lady suit, paired with black stockings and high heels, exuding an air of an enchanting older sister. Our Dafu Jewelry bids 15.5 million, from the manager of Dafu Jewelry. 16 million. Tang Yi didn't even glance at the manager of Dafu Jewelry, speaking directly to Gao Yan instead. President Tang, you're intentionally driving up the price. The Dafu Jewelry manager said discontentedly. Tang Yi gave the other party a casual glance and said dismissively, what right does a knockoff jewelry company like yours have to compete with me? You? The manager of Dafu Jewelry flushed instantly upon hearing this, as their company name closely resembled the renowned Chow Tai Fook Jewelry, making them undeniably suspect of being a copycat. What do you mean you? If you're not going to bid higher, step aside. Don't distract me from conducting real business, Tang Yi declared with dominating arrogance. Then, the manager of Dafu Jewelry slunk away in humiliation, because he knew staying any longer would only invite further disgrace. Though Tang Yi had only recently taken over Hengjin Jewelry, her sweeping reforms had already squeezed out a significant portion of Dafu Jewelry's market share. How about it, Gao Yan, willing to sell this piece of jade? Tang Yi looked at Gao Yan with a smile as she asked. Sell. Gao Yan answered decisively. After all, selling it to anyone was the same, and Tang Yi's arrival had already earned him an extra $1,000,000. Why not take the opportunity? And so, under the witness of Hongyun Stone Workshop, both parties signed the jade transfer agreement once again. After the contract was signed, Tang Yi immediately had someone transfer the money. Not long after, 16 million instantly hit my account. The system rebate arrived to a full 112 million with the 7x multiplier. His total assets officially surpassed 300 million, just shy of 400 million by a mere 10 million or so. Let me buy you coffee, are you free? The transaction was completed, and Tang Yi extended an invitation to Gao Yan. She suddenly felt a hint of curiosity about him. She had already reviewed Gao Yan's records. There was no way he could have afforded to spend 7 million on raw stones. Yet, against all odds, he had produced the money. So, where had his funds come from? Actually, what intrigued her even more was the origin of Gao Yan's hot pot base recipe. Besides, she also suspected that Gao Yan's expertise in stone gambling was no ordinary matter. Where did he get such confidence? Wasn't he worried about losing those 7 million like throwing money into water? In fact, she had arrived right as Gao Yan began cutting the stone. From start to finish, she noticed that he never showed even a trace of nervousness or concern, as if utterly convinced the raw stone would yield massive gains. Even someone like her wouldn't have been able to remain perfectly calm under such circumstances. Sorry Sister Tang, I've got something to take care of, maybe next time. Gao Yan politely declined. He didn't think he and Tang Yi would have much to talk about, most likely. She was trying to pry some secret out of him. Hearing his refusal, Tang Yi furrowed her delicate brows. Are you still upset about what happened last time? Yeah, Gao Yan responded with a chuckle. He was a bit petty by nature, though he wouldn't go so far as to seek revenge against Tang Yi. Was it too much to expect him to at least show a little attitude? Don't give him any lectures about broad-mindedness or magnanimity. Having to endure grievances without showing it and pretending not to care, at least for now, he simply couldn't manage that. Tang Yi was momentarily stunned by Gao Yan's reply. Truth be told, his response had genuinely taken her by surprise. My apologies, I want to apologize for what happened last time. No need, you've already apologized last time, I'll be going now. Watching Gao Yan depart, Tang Yi couldn't help but smile softly, murmuring, what an interesting young man, leaving the antique street behind. Instead of heading to campus, Gao Yan went straight to Xinhua bookstore and bought over 20 books in one go. Among the books he purchased, some were about antique appraisal, some were related to jadeite, and others covered stock trading and finance. Although he possessed the golden pupil, allowing him to directly discern the authenticity of antiques and whether raw stones contained jadeite, he still needed to familiarize himself with the relevant knowledge. Plus, his learning speed was incredibly fast now, so acquiring more knowledge certainly wouldn't hurt. Chapter 45, 1,000 per cup, will you drink it? Third update. As noon approached, the bookstore was only a kilometer away from Yangdong Science Academy. After placing all the purchased books in the trunk, Gao Yan drove straight to Yangdong Science Academy. Soon, he dialed Zhuo Jianyue's number, but she didn't answer. A few minutes later, the call was returned. Sorry Gao Yan, I was with my advisor earlier and couldn't take the call. Did you need something? Gao Yan, I happened to be near your campus and wanted to have lunch with you. Zhuo Jianyue, then you'll be disappointed. I went to a county town with my advisor. How about you owe me a meal? Gao Yan, that offer expires. By the way, is your advisor male or female? Zhuo Jianyue, what, are you jealous? But before Gao Yan could reply, Zhuo Jianyue explained, don't worry, my advisor's a woman, the youngest associate professor at our Yangdong University. Her name's Qi Niren, you can find her info on our school's official website. Gao Yan, alright, take care then. Zhuo Jianyue, I understand. Okay, gotta go, my advisor's rushing me. I'll call you when I get back to Nandu. Since Zhuo Jianyue wasn't on campus, Gao Yan made a U-turn at the next intersection, heading back to his rented apartment to cook for himself. To be honest, he somewhat missed the dishes made with the super seasoning. Inside the rented apartment, Gao Yan had already prepared 3 dishes. One was braised pork ribs with potatoes, another was spicy kimchi, and the last one was pickled cabbage with vermicelli soup. He had just placed the dishes on the table and hadn't even had time to serve himself rice. There was a knock at the door. He stood up and opened the door. Seeing Lin Moore standing gracefully outside, Gao Yan smiled slightly. Come in. Thank you, brother Gao Yan. Lin Moore gave a sweet smile. Help yourself to the rice. Got it. Without standing on ceremony, Lin Imo rushed to the kitchen to fetch a bowl and chopsticks, serving herself a generous portion before diving in heartily. It's the weekend today. Is your mother not home? Gao Yan asked. Lin Muir had a piece of spare rib in her mouth. She spat out the bone, swallowed the meat, and then answered, the company ran into an emergency and needed her to handle it. Gao Yan nodded and didn't pursue the matter further, as he noticed that Lin Muir, with her single-minded focus on food, was completely absorbed in eating. 20 minutes later. The plate of meat, vegetable, and soup was completely wiped out by the two of them, with not even half a grain of rice left in the nearly empty pot. Gao Yan's physical fitness had increased by over 20 points, and his appetite had at least doubled. Lin Imo, a young girl, had an unexpectedly hearty appetite. She actually ate 3 bowls of rice. Wow, brother Gao Yan's home-cooked food is so delicious I could eat it for the rest of my life. Lin more comfortably leaned back in her chair, patted her slightly protruding belly, and said, but immediately realized her gesture was a bit unladylike. She quickly withdrew her hand and sat up straight. How about this, whenever I cook from now on, I'll make an extra portion. Just come right over when you catch the scent. Gao Yan said with a laugh. He genuinely liked Lin more. Not only was she delicately beautiful, but she was also straightforward and endearingly clumsy, impossible to dislike. Of course, this fondness wasn't the kind a man harbors for a woman. It was more like how an older brother cherishes a younger sister. That feels too improper. Lin Imo said somewhat coyly. No problem, as long as you're in charge of washing dishes each time. Brother Gao Yan, don't worry, I'm best at washing dishes. Lin Imo hurriedly assured him. Lin Imo didn't stay at Gao Yan's house for long. After washing the dishes, she even mopped the floors spotless before returning to study. With the college entrance exams approaching, she dared not slack off despite her good grades. Meanwhile, Gao Yan tore open a newly bought book, made himself a cup of tea, and settled down on the balcony to read while reclining. Before he knew it, he had flipped to the last page of the book. Closing his eyes to reflect, he realized he had already grasped about 70 to 80% of the book's content after just one reading. Suddenly, he recalled the medicinal wine recipe he had previously won in the draw. Since he had free time today, he decided to prepare both types of medicinal wine. An hour or so later, gazing at the 2 new glass wine jars now sitting in the living room, Gao Yan felt a budding sense of anticipation. According to the recipe, these 2 medicinal liquors only need to be infused for 7 days to take effect. The first type boosts physical fitness and will be useful to him, while the second type enhances certain functions, though he has no immediate need for that. 5 p.m. Gao Yan appeared at the milk tea shop on the University Town's Snack Street. Only Chen Yue, Shen Lingling, and 2 new employees remained in the shop. As for Zhang Qin and Lu Ran, they had already taken their staff to clean the new milk tea shops in the 2 shopping malls. Today's batch of 50 iPhones had been successfully sold, converting into 50 new subscription users, earning Gao Yan another 1.57 million yuan in rebates. At the same time, business at the milk tea shop was booming, especially at Chen Yue's location, where the queue stretched over 20 people long and every single one of them was male. In contrast, while there were also lines forming at the other 3 girls' stalls, each had only a handful of people. It was obvious that these 20-plus male students had all come for Chen Yue's beauty. Junior sister Chen, come over here for a moment. Gao Yan called Chen Yue over. Although Chen Yue didn't lower her head again, she still felt a trace of nervousness when facing Gao Yan. Have you been adapting well these past 2 days? Gao Yan asked. It's been alright, Chen Yue replied softly. Tired? Gao Yan continued to inquire. It's not tiring. It's much easier than working back in my hometown, Chen Yue replied. In that case, take a break. I'll take your spot for a while. Gao Yan spoke again. Chen Yue was stunned for a moment, then said gratefully, thank you, senior brother. Ever since she lifted her head and revealed her beauty, many more guys had come to the milk tea shop, ostensibly to buy drinks but really to catch a glimpse of her, and many took the opportunity to ask for her WeChat or phone number. Just this morning, there was even someone who confessed their feelings to her, though that bold suitor was promptly scolded off by the fiery Shen Lingling. As for the others whose intentions weren't purely about milk tea, she couldn't exactly say anything about them either. This caused Chen Yue no small amount of distress. Gao Yan stood up and walked to the workstation, taking Chen Yue's place. Seeing this, the boys in line couldn't hide their displeasure. Hey man, what flavored bubble tea do you want? Gao Yan asked the boy at the front of the line with a smile. Get someone else to make it, I won't drink the milk tea you brew. The guy retorted rudely. Move aside if you're not drinking, let the next person come up. Gao Yan narrowed his eyes and retorted irritably. Sorry dude, but I won't be drinking the milk tea you made, we only drink what that pretty lady just served. The guy in second place shouted loudly. That's right, we only want milk tea made by the beautiful Chen. The guys in line all chimed in unison. You hear that, pal? Better scram and let the beautiful Chen take over. The guy at the front of the line said with a mocking grin. It seems you're looking for trouble? A cold glint flashed in Gao Yan's eyes. Facing his gaze, Zhao Chong somehow felt inexplicably flustered and blustered. We're not looking for trouble. We're customers, and customers are gods. We have the right to choose. God's my ass. Gao Yan said speechlessly, you're talking about the customer is God for a 10 yuan milk tea? If you spend 1 yuan to use a public toilet, do you expect someone to wipe your ass too? The crowd burst into laughter immediately, while Zhao Chang's face turned crimson with embarrassment. However, Gao Yan suddenly shifted his tone. But if you want godlike service, it's not impossible. How about 1,000 yuan per cup? Would you drink that? Hearing this, Zhao Chong at the front of the line grew even more awkward and prepared to slip away. At that moment, someone in the queue shouted, I'll drink it only if Beauty Chin feeds me mouth to mouth. Who said that? Step forward now. Gao Yan's gaze turned cold as he sharply scanned the crowd in line. Chapter 46, Soaring Cyclone Kick. What I said, got a problem with that? A towering young man over 6 feet tall stepped forward from the crowd, giving Gao Yan a provocative look. Gao Yan glanced at him briefly before turning to walk straight out of the operations room, but Shen Lingling grabbed his arm. Senior, don't act rashly, she urged. It was mainly because the guy's height and build were too intimidating, and Shen Lingling was worried about Gao Yan getting hurt. Senior brother, don't go. Chen Yue anxiously ran over as well. I heard your name is Gao Yan, so what if you own some rundown milk tea shop? What's there to be so arrogant about? The tall, burly guy continued to taunt, if you've got balls, come out and settle this one-on-one. Or maybe you can only hide behind women. At that moment, Gao Yan abruptly shook off Shen Lingling's grip, vaulted over the meter-high counter in one leap, and swiftly strode up to the other guy. Say that again, he demanded. Yang Chenwei looked down at Gao Yan with disdain and sneered. I said, if Chen Yue feeds me milk tea mouth to mouth, I'll pay $1,000. Slap. A sharp slap rang out as Gao Yan struck Yang Chenwei full across the face, sending him stumbling backward. Yang Chengwei stared at Gao Yan in disbelief. He never expected Gao Yan would dare to lay hands on him. Soon, a menacing glint flashed in his eyes. You fucking bastard. How dare you touch me? You're finished. As soon as the words fell, Yang Chenwei, with his massive frame, charged at Gao Yan like a raging bear. At the sight of this, Chen Yue, Shen Lingling, and the other 2 staff members couldn't help but turn pale with shock, immediately shouting out in alarm, look out! Meanwhile, the boys waiting in line smirked with schadenfreude, thinking, serves the owner of this milk tea shop right for being so arrogant as to lay hands on Yang Chenwei. Yang Chenwei was quite the celebrity at Yangdong Sports School, famously unbeatable, even specialized martial arts students couldn't best him. Thus, he reigned as the undisputed bully of Yangdong Sports School. Yet the outcome defied all expectations. Just as Yang Chenwei was about to crash into Gao Yan. At this moment, Gao Yan kicked Yang Chenwei squarely in the chest with a loud bang, sending him stumbling backward. Then with a flying charge, Gao Yan leaped gracefully into the air and delivered 2 more successive kicks to Yang Chenwei's chest, knocking the opponent flying several meters away before crashing clumsily to the ground. Meanwhile, Gao Yan used the recoil to neatly execute a backflip before landing steadily on his feet. Holy shit, those aerial combo kicks, what badass moves. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. I'm in love. Who knew guys could look so cool when they fight? A girl waiting in line for milk tea exclaimed with sparkling eyes. Senior is actually this amazing. Shen Lingling also expressed considerable astonishment. Boss is awesome. The 2 new employees shouted in unison. Boss is awesome. Boss is the best. The male students queuing for milk tea were also impressed by Gao Yan's strength, joining in the enthusiastic cheers. As for Zhao Chong, he secretly felt relieved that Gao Yan hadn't targeted him, otherwise, he might have ended up just like Yang Chenwei. Gao Yan stepped forward and stood over Yang Chenwei, looking down at him with disdain. Still want that mouth-to-mouth milk tea? No more, boss. I was wrong, I shouldn't have harassed your staff. I apologize. Yang Chenwei wisely backed down. Against Gao Yan, he stood no chance of resistance. Being someone who only yielded to those stronger than himself, he was now completely subdued by Gao Yan. Meanwhile, the students who had flocked to witness the excitement eagerly asked what had happened. Upon learning that Gao Yan had stood up for the harassed shop employee, many silently praised him as a good boss. Some girls even joked, he seems so dependable, I wonder if the milk tea shop is still hiring? You shouldn't apologize to me. Go apologize to Chen Yue. Gao Yan said sternly. Alright, I'll do it right away. Yang Chenwei hurriedly scrambled up from the ground, approached Chen Yue, and bowed deeply. I'm sorry, Miss Chen. My words were careless, I sincerely hope you can forgive me. It's alright, please get up. Chen Yue said nervously. Thank you. Yang Chenwei breathed a sigh of relief, then hurried back to Gao Yan's presence. Boss Gao, Miss Chen has forgiven me. Do you think this is acceptable now? Get lost. Gao Yan waved dismissively. Thank you, Boss Gao. Yang Chenwei bowed to Gao Yan once more before swiftly departing. Seeing that even Yang Chenwei had been dealt with, the boys who had been queuing earlier also prepared to make a quick exit. At that moment, Gao Yan shouted, Wait up, you lot. Hearing this, the boys' faces showed signs of bad premonition. You wanted to buy milk tea, didn't you? Where do you think you're going? Stay in line, I'll have Chen Yue make it for you. No, please. We dare not. One of the boys repeated nervously. Don't worry, as long as you all behave properly, I won't make things difficult for you. Gao Yan continued. Thank you, boss. Next, Chen Yue returned to the workstation, but the boys in line were exceptionally well behaved. Not only did they not dare ask for WeChat or phone numbers, they didn't even dare glance at Chen Yue more than necessary. This incident was posted by some students on short video platforms and the campus forum. And just like that, Gao Yan went viral. Chen Yue also became popular. The meat milk tea shop followed suit in gaining popularity. This resulted in a massive influx of students coming to the milk tea shop to buy drinks. Buying milk tea was secondary. What truly drew them in was watching Gao Yan, the protective and martial arts skilled boss, along with the beautiful shop assistant Chen Yue. This kept Chen Yue, Shen Lingling, and the other two working non-stop from 6 p.m. until closing without a break. Mainly because the milk tea shop's business was booming. When Gao Yan did the accounts, he found that even excluding prepaid customers, today's sales had exceeded 20,000. You've worked hard, here's a red envelope for each of you. Gao Yan, happy about earning money, gave everyone another red packet, still 400 yuan each. Early the next morning, Gao Yan received a summons from his academic advisor. You're here? When they met again, the advisor Fan Xin looked at Gao Yan with great interest, then pointed to a stool. Have a seat. Brother Fan, what do you need me for? Gao Yan asked with a smile. You've changed quite a bit recently, Fan Xin remarked. In his impression, Gao Yan had always been a rather silent, socially withdrawn student with somewhat low self-esteem. However, he'd been quite satisfied with Gao Yan's academic attitude. The young man had consistently ranked at the top of the class. But yesterday evening, after seeing the video of Gao Yan taking action, he only then realized that this seemingly unremarkable student in his eyes actually had such impressive skills, and had even opened a super popular milk tea shop on the snack street. As for why he knew it was popular, because last night he personally went to check out the snack street. Originally, he intended to buy a cup of milk tea to support his student's business, but the line was just too long, forcing him to abandon the idea. People always have to grow, right? Gao Yan replied unhurriedly. True, a man's growth often happens in just a moment. Fan Xin nodded thoughtfully. I heard you haven't been attending classes lately. You've been doing well these past weeks, don't let this term be the one you fail. Don't worry, Fanji, I've already finished reviewing. I promise I won't fail. Oh, by the way, I'm planning to take a few days off. Why? Today, 2 new branches of my milk tea shop are opening. I need to go check on them. Gao Yan explained frankly. You're opening new branches already? Fan Xin looked utterly astonished. Yes, one at Wanlong Plaza, and another at Hangda Plaza. So how many days off are you planning to take? 3 days. Alright, just submit your leave request to your class monitor later. Fan Xin waved his hand and added, also, you're quite skilled, but incidents like yesterday shouldn't happen again, it creates a bad impression. Thanks for the reminder, brother Fan, I'll keep that in mind. After leaving the counselor's office, Gao Yan drove straight to the city center. Chapter 47, The Interview. 2 milk tea shops opened simultaneously. Lu Ran served as the store manager at Wanlong Mall branch, while Zhang Qing managed the Hangda Mall milk tea shop. To celebrate, Gao Yan prepared 200 iPhones for promotional activities at each store. In this day and age, what young person doesn't own an iPhone? During crowded gatherings, people even hesitate to pull theirs out. Gao Yan headed to the Wanlong branch first. The boss is here. Lu Ran greeted him warmly. Having only worked at the milk tea shop for a week, she had already become the store manager, with a salary that far exceeded what she earned at the electronics factory. Naturally, she felt quite grateful toward Gao Yan. Everything going smoothly? Gao Yan casually asked. Lu Ran nodded, and then Gao Yan noticed the 4 pairs of high-end flower baskets placed outside the milk tea shop. Surprisingly, the names on 2 of the flower baskets indicated they were sent by an entertainment company, while the other 2 were from Wanlong Shopping Mall. Who sent these flower baskets? Gao Yan pointed at the floral basket from the entertainment company and asked. Lu Ran replied, the person was an elderly man in his 50s, followed by 2 bodyguards. He said his name was Chen De. I see, Gao Yan nodded. Are we open for business yet? Lu Ran answered, we've already sold over 10 cups of milk tea, and 3 people have recharged to purchase phones. Alright, I'll leave this to you. Call me anytime if there's a problem. After that, Gao Yan came to the store at Hangda Plaza. Generally speaking, shopping malls see the majority of foot traffic during lunchtime and evenings. Just as Gao Yan expected, only a dozen or so cups of milk tea were sold at Hangda, but 5 people recharged their accounts to buy phones. Likewise, at the Hangda branch, Chindi also sent a floral bouquet. After staying here for a while, finding everything in order, Gao Yan soon left. Checked the time. The stock market had already opened. Although he knew that Almay Pharma's stock price would continue to rise today, Gao Yan still couldn't resist checking it. Just as he anticipated, Within just half an hour of the market opening, Almay Pharma's stock had already surged by 3 points, showing remarkable strength. According to the information in his mind, the stock price of Almay Pharmaceuticals would rise by 9 points today. The closing price would reach 29 yuan. Calculating based on today's closing price, the initial investment of 8 million had already grown to 14.96 million. All this had taken less than a week. After that, Gao Yan drove to the high-tech zone again. The office space he had rented was already under renovation, using the same decorating company owned by Zhang Qin's cousin. The renovation was expected to take about 12 days. There was still no news from the headhunting company. But speak of the devil. Gao Yan had just inspected the renovation progress of the office building when he received a call from a headhunting agency. This time, the headhunters recommended 6 candidates to Gao Yan. 2 general manager candidates, 1 financial manager candidate, and 3 senior programmers. Shortly after ending the call, the headhunting company sent the resumes of the 6 candidates to Gao Yan's email. Gao Yan parked the car by the roadside, downloaded the 6 candidates' profiles from his email to review them, then called the headhunting company again to schedule interviews. The headhunting company informed him that 4 candidates could be interviewed this afternoon, but the remaining 2 programmers were currently still in Shanghai City and would only arrive in Nandu tomorrow. So Gao Yan decided to proceed with interviewing the 4 candidates first. 2 p.m. Starbucks coffee shop. Gao Yan was in the middle of an interview. Sitting across from him was a middle-aged man with a protruding belly named Yang Senian, 42 years old, who had served as deputy general manager for 3 years at a state-owned enterprise. After resigning and failing in his entrepreneurial venture, he was now recommended by a headhunting firm to interview for the general manager position at Gao Yan's company. Although Gao Yan had no prior workplace experience, during the brief few minutes of their exchange, he didn't take a liking to the candidate. The person gave off an impression of being boastful and carried an overwhelming sense of superiority. Alright, Mr. Yang, that concludes today's interview. I'll notify you promptly if there are any updates. After dismissing Yang Senian, Gao Yan waited another 10 minutes in the coffee shop. The candidate interviewing for the financial manager position arrived. She was a mature woman in her 30s named Zheng Hui, who had served as the financial director for a full 2 years at a major company in Nandu. Before the interview, Gao Yan had crammed management and financial knowledge. Though he hadn't reached mastery, at least he'd risen above complete beginner level. After some conversation, Gao Yan asked, Ms. Zhang, I have one final question. Why did you leave Tonda Company? This? Zheng Hui showed a hesitant expression. What's the matter? Is it inconvenient to say? Gao Yan continued to ask. Zheng Hui replied, actually, it's not like I can't say. I refused to cook the books, so I was forced to resign. Gao Yan nodded. Then what are your salary requirements? Zheng Hui asked nervously, would 6,000 yuan be acceptable? Hearing her request for merely 6,000, Gao Yan found it odd. Your annual income at Tongda reached 100,000, why ask for only 6,000? With a bitter smile, Zheng Hui replied, Boss Gao, you've just started your business, so you might not realize this. Typically, a company's CFO is either the boss's trusted confidant or a promoted senior accountant. Though my skills are solid, no other company would let me be CFO. At best, I'd start as a regular accounting clerk. I'll be honest, I've been jobless for 3 months now. If I don't find work soon, I won't be able to pay the mortgage or support my child. Gao Yan suddenly recalled that Zheng Hui was divorced. Ms. Zhang, congratulations on being hired by our company. The internship salary is 6,000 yuan, and after regularization, it will be 8,000 yuan. When can you start work? Upon hearing that she was hired, Zheng Hui was overjoyed and repeatedly thanked Gao Yan, stating that she could start immediately. Gao Yan added, by the way, Sister Zhang, are you familiar with the company registration process? To be honest, although I've already rented office space, our company hasn't been registered yet. If you know the registration procedure, this will be your first task after joining. Ah! Zheng Hui was taken aback to learn that Gao Yan hadn't even registered the company yet. She couldn't help but feel amused and exasperated. However, as an experienced finance professional, she was quite familiar with the company registration process. However, Zheng Hui still suggested finding a scalper to help with the registration, as it would save a lot of time. The time came to 3 p.m. The third interviewee arrived. Her name was Fang Jinjin, and her resume was impressive. She held dual master's degrees in management and economics from Harvard University in the United States. After graduating from university, she directly joined a major Wall Street company for employment. Within just 2 years, she had already risen to a managerial level position. Half a year ago, she resigned and returned to her home country. And the position she's applying for this time is also that of general manager. Fang Jinjin was strikingly beautiful oval face, delicate willow leaf eyebrows, and fair, flawless skin. Her tall, slender figure carried an unmistakable air of self-assurance. Gao Yan also noticed her choice of clothing and the handbag she carried. She clearly wasn't short on money, because the bag she carried was one he'd seen in the LV store, worth over 100 grand. Miss Fong, with your qualifications, landing a job at a big corporation shouldn't be difficult. Why would you come to my small company for an interview? Gao Yan asked bluntly. To put it simply, it's unchallenging, and I don't like being bossed around. Fong Jinjin answered with equal candor. Since that's the case, why don't you start your own business? Gao Yan asked curiously. Your own financial situation shouldn't be bad, right? I have no experience in starting a business, so I need to find a place to practice first. Fong Jinjin replied with her usual frankness. Hearing this, Gao Yan couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. So you're treating my place as your training ground. Chapter 48 300 million. Gao Yan gave it some thought. The main purpose of setting up this online discount mall was still to obtain system rebates. Whether the mall made a profit or not wasn't important. After all, no matter how much the company earned, it could never compare to how much he made from system rebates. Now that Fong Jinjin wants to use his company as practice, why not just toss it to her and let her run wild? Wouldn't it be nice to just lie back and earn money? So he asked, Miss Fong, what are your salary expectations? Fong Jinjin waved her hand. Let's not talk about salary yet. I have another question. If I get the job, will you delegate power? This is a demand that probably 90% of bosses would struggle to meet. Gao Yan pondered for a moment before replying. To be honest, Miss Fong, I'm currently still a college student. If you're hired successfully, I won't interfere with the company's daily operations. However, when it comes to the company's major directions, you'll need to follow my lead. Fong Jinjin was quite satisfied with Gao Yan's response and continued. I heard you've rented an entire floor of office space in the high-tech zone. What will be the company's main business direction, and how much do you plan to invest? Gao Yan said, I plan to create an online discount mall. Since you studied in the United States, you're probably familiar with Black Friday. My discounted online mall takes inspiration from that model. Fong Jinjin's eyes lit up. That's actually quite a good model with potential to carve out a niche. However, if you're just doing ordinary discounts, you'll likely face suppression from the two major e-commerce platforms as soon as you start scaling up. The initial investment definitely won't be small. If you're just planning to dabble in it, I'd advise you to consider a different project. I know this. Gao Yan nodded. The discounts will be substantial, but I'll keep the exact extent a secret for now. As for funding, don't worry, I plan to invest at least 1 billion yuan into this project this year. Are you sure? Fong Jinjin looked at Gao Yan with surprise, thinking to herself, is this guy some kind of ultra-rich heir? Still in college, and his family is willing to give him 1 billion to start a business? Of course, my company hasn't been registered yet, but once the registration is complete, I'll transfer 200 million to the company account first. Gao Yan asserted with absolute certainty. Alright then, let's discuss the salary issue. Fong Jinjin thought to herself, if this guy really could invest that much money, it would be an excellent hands-on opportunity. What is Miss Fong's expected salary? Gao Yan asked. Fong Jinjin pondered and replied, my annual salary in the US was $300,000. Of course, domestic compensation can't compare to the US, so my expected salary would be around 800,000 to 1.2 million yuan. Gao Yan said, here's my offer, I'll give you a 1-month probation period with an annual salary of 800,000 yuan. If you perform well, it will be raised to 1.2 million after becoming a regular employee. Thank you, boss. Fong Jinjin didn't dwell on the issue and nodded in agreement. Then, Gao Yan took out an employment contract and signed it. When can Mr. Fong start work? After signing the contract, Gao Yan asked. I still have some personal matters to handle. I'll start work in 2 days. Fong Jinjin thought for a moment and replied. Then it's settled. Welcome aboard, President Fong. Gao Yan extended his hand. After all, the company was still being renovated, and the registration matters had been entrusted to Zheng Hui to handle. After seeing Fong Jinjin off, Gao Yan continued to wait for the next interviewee. Soon, the next candidate arrived. His name was Han Weilin, a 27-year-old senior programmer dressed in a white shirt and jeans. He seemed somewhat inarticulate. After graduating from university, he joined a game company and has been working there ever since. There were 2 reasons for his resignation. First, the housing prices in Shanghai were too expensive for him to afford. Second, his family is from Nanjing, where they arranged a blind date for him. He took a liking to the match and has plans to marry. His fiancée is a teacher at a middle school in Nanjing. Once married, either the wife would have to follow him to Demon City, or he would resign and return to Southern Capital to develop his career. But the living pressure in Demon City was just too high. So, in the end, he chose to return to Southern Capital to pursue his career. Coincidentally, the owner of the headhunting company was his classmate, so when they found out Gao Yan was looking for programmers, they recommended him for the interview. After a round of discussions, Gao Yan was quite satisfied with Han Weilin. Thus, the 2 parties directly signed an employment contract with a monthly salary of 25,000 yuan. Gao Yan also entrusted Han to help recruit some senior programmers, offering him a 3,000 yuan referral fee for each one successfully signed. Then, Han Weilin thumped his chest and confidently promised he could help recruit at least 10 senior programmers. After all, having been in this industry for so long, he knew plenty of programmers. Moreover, he was about to get married and needed money for a house, a car, and the wedding expenses. Why not earn some extra cash from the boss when the opportunity was right there? After finishing with the last interviewee, Gao Yan also drove off toward the university district. He first strolled around the milk tea shops on the snack street and found that business was just as booming as the day before, so he headed back to his rented place to study. Unexpectedly, just as he stepped out of the snack street, someone blocked his way. "Anything I can do for you, gorgeous Ms. Yang?" Gao Yan smiled warmly as he looked at Yang Yu. Last Friday, Yang Yu, who tried to steal a chicken only to lose her rice, grew angrier the more she thought about it these past 2 days. She had gained nothing but instead was thoroughly taken advantage of by that scoundrel Gao Yan. So today, she deliberately came here to confront him and settle the score. "Gao Yan, don't you owe me an explanation?" Yang Yu said with a cold face. "Sorry, but I already have a girlfriend." Gao Yan chuckled lightly with a flippant smile. "Bastard!" Yang Yu's anger flared up again as she glared at him with hostility. "After what you did to me at the hotel, did you really think it would just go away like that? You brought that on yourself." Gao Yan didn't show the slightest embarrassment. "Don't you have any self-awareness about what you were trying to do? If you'd succeeded, I'd be saddled with 100 million in breach penalties. Do you think anyone else would let you off so easily?" Yang Yu's imposing manner faltered as she replied resentfully, "I admit I was wrong to do that, but you didn't have to treat me like that either. That was to teach you a lesson." Gao Yan said with a cold laugh. "You bastard." Yang Yu could no longer restrain herself and raised her hand to slap Gao Yan across the face, but Gao Yan caught her wrist. With a stern gaze, he said, "Listen carefully, Yang Yu. The only reason I'm letting this go is because we're classmates and you didn't actually succeed in your scheme. But if you dare to keep causing trouble, don't blame me for opening a hot pot shop right next to or across from every single one of your family's locations." Last Friday, Gao Yan still didn't have the means to oppose the Yang family. Who would have thought how miraculous things could be in just 3 short days? He'd already gained the capability to measure swords with the Yang clan. "Ha, as if you could." Yang Yu said disdainfully, "You only hold a small share in Chang Hao's hot pot restaurant. Do you really think the Chang family would listen to you? Come, let me show you something." Gao Yan directly ordered the system to transfer 300 million to his bank account, and the transfer notification immediately appeared on his phone. He took out his phone, showed it to Yang Yu, and continued, "With these 300 million, I'll use 100 million to pay the penalty for breach of contract. Are the remaining 200 million enough to open 23 hot pot restaurants? How do you have so much money?" Yang Yu's face was full of astonishment. She exclaimed, "Do I have to report how much money I have to you?" Gao Yan scoffed dismissively, "Remember, if you don't want your family's hot pot restaurant to go bankrupt, don't harass me again. Otherwise, don't blame me for not sparing any old schoolmate courtesy." With that, Gao Yan put away his phone and strode off. Watching Gao Yan walk away, Yang Yu's eyes were filled with complexity. After all, despite the Yang family's assets totaling billions, they couldn't readily produce 300 million in cash all at once. Yet this penniless Gao Yan, who had to work odd jobs to pay for tuition and living expenses, was somehow able to produce 300 million cash upfront. What kind of background or family did he come from? Chapter 49, Refusing to Follow the Investment. That night, Gao Yan was once again tallying today's earnings. As expected, all 450 fruit phones from the 3 milk tea shops were completely sold out. With the 7-fold rebate, the funds in his system account directly increased by 1,417,500 yuan. As for milk tea sales, they were also quite impressive. The milk tea shop on Snack Street broke sales records again, reaching 22,000 yuan. The first day sales at the Wanlong Mall store reached 15,000 yuan. The first day sales at the Hangda Mall branch were slightly lower, but still reached 13,000 yuan. The sales of the 3 stores just exceeded 50,000, bringing Gao Yan a rebate of 350,000. Even after withdrawing 300 million from the system account, there were still over 80 million left. The upgrade experience had accumulated to 18.24 million again. Unfortunately, there were still 10 unused golden eye opportunities left today. Thinking about this, Gao Yan asked the system, "Can the usage count for the golden eye ability accumulate?" The system replied, "No." Having long suspected this answer, Gao Yan finally gave up hope. In the blink of an eye, it was already Thursday. The funds in the system account exceeded 100 million again, with upgrade experience reaching 22.84 million. It's worth mentioning, Fang Jinjin officially assumed her position yesterday. Since she wanted practice, Gao Yan, as her boss, showed full confidence in her by directly transferring 10 million yuan for purchasing office supplies and company vehicles. He even tossed the task of handling headhunters' recommended candidates for interviews to her. This left Fang Jinjin both delighted and slightly exasperated. Whose startup is this anyway, Gao Yan's or mine? However, Fang Jinjin's capabilities were truly impressive. In just one day, she completed purchases of computers, office supplies, and vehicles while simultaneously recruiting over a dozen programmers for the company, 5 recommended by Han Weilin, and 8 more she poached through her own connections. Moreover, Fang Jinjin had always shown respect towards Gao Yan by reporting all her expenses to him, ensuring him that she hadn't squandered any money. Gao Yan, on the other hand, felt grateful for having chosen Fang Jinjin back then, otherwise, his life wouldn't have been this carefree. Speaking of the stock price of Aomei Pharmaceutical, the closing price on Monday was 29 yuan. On Tuesday, it rose by 7 points, closing at 31.03 yuan. On Wednesday, it hit the daily limit up, closing at 34.13 yuan. Compared to the purchase price, the increase has already approached 20 yuan. Gao Yan, hurry up and submit your leave request, hand it to me. As soon as Gao Yan arrived in the classroom, class monitor Su Lingfeng came straight to his seat. Monitor, just a moment, I'll write it right away. Gao Yan took out pen and paper, swiftly wrote a leave request slip, and handed it to Su Lingfeng. You've been quite the star lately, kid. By the way, before the holiday, our class has a group outing planned. Are you joining? Su Lingfeng said with a smile, never expecting their class to have 2 wolves in sheep's clothing. Fortunately, he was a fair person and had never bullied others by abusing his authority. When? Gao Yan asked. In the past, he would avoid class group activities whenever possible, but now that money was no longer an issue, there was no reason to keep refusing them. It must be after the exam. Fine, I'm in. Gao Yan nodded. Su Lingfeng left with the leave request slip, and shortly after, the spirited Cheng Hao arrived. It had been 10 days since the opening of Brothers Hot Pot. The business was growing more prosperous with each passing day. Although the hot pot restaurant's success was largely due to the hot pot base recipe, Cheng Hao still received plenty of praise from his parents. Moreover, his reputation had already spread to his parents' social circle. When this topic came up, even his parents felt honored. Brother Yan, do you know what our highest daily sales at the hot pot restaurant reached? Cheng Hao asked proudly. Did it break 200,000? It's broken. It surpassed 230,000 last Friday, and then sales have consistently stabilized at 200,000, never falling below that. Cheng Hao exclaimed excitedly. With 10-day average daily sales reaching 200,000, monthly revenue hits at least 6 million. Calculating at a 30% profit margin, that's still 1.8 million. One store could generate annual profits exceeding 20 million. This is a terrifyingly high profit. To put it in perspective, many listed companies don't even generate 20 million in annual profits. By the way, let's find somewhere to chat after class. Cheng Hao spoke again. Alright, Gao Yan nodded, guessing that Cheng Hao was probably planning to open a branch. After a review session ended, Gao Yan and Cheng Hao arrived at a cafe. Brother Yan, I'm planning to expand our brother's hot pot restaurant chain by opening 2 new branches simultaneously in Nandu. Are you in for co-investing? Would you like some? Cheng Hao asked. I'll pass on this round. Gao Yan shook his head. The fact that Cheng Hao was willing to give him 30% ownership of this restaurant was already due to their close brotherhood. If he insisted on increasing his investment further, although Cheng Hao wouldn't be displeased, but his family would definitely have opinions about it, because everyone knew that Brothers Hot Pot was a goldmine. You're really not going to invest? Cheng Hao asked again, is it because you're short on cash? If money's tight, I can front you the capital, and this month alone, you'll get at least a 500,000 yuan dividend from your share. Thanks, Haozi, I appreciate your kindness, but I've opened 2 more milk tea shops in 2 different plazas and really don't have spare funds right now. Gao Yan said tactfully. Alright then. Cheng Hao didn't say anything more. After leaving the cafe, Cheng Hao returned to his brother's hot pot restaurant. To Tang Ye's surprise, she was sitting in his office. Did you go find Gao Yan? Asked Tang Yi. Yeah, Cheng Hao nodded. Were you asking if he wanted to keep investing? Tang Yi pressed further. That's right. What did he say? He's not willing to invest. Cheng Hao shook his head. He's opened 2 more milk tea shops in 2 different plazas. Probably doesn't have any money left in hand. Hearing this, Tang Yi fell silent for a moment before saying, your friend seems like a good guy, definitely worth getting to know. Just earlier at Hongyun Stone Workshop, Gao Yan had made a cool 9 million, how could he possibly be broke? To be honest, even she now wanted to invest in Cheng Hao's hot pot restaurant, because everyone knew that Brothers Hot Pot had a bright future. Once it went public, it would undoubtedly become a multi-billion-dollar company. If Gao Yan continued to invest alongside, even if his shares were heavily diluted before the IPO, his net worth could still soar to 10 billion yuan. Yet he was able to resist such temptation. Tell me something I don't know. Cheng Hao responded with obvious displeasure. Honestly, I still hold a bit of a grudge against Tang Yi. I suspect Gao Yan's reluctance to continue investing is probably because of him. After all, he had even offered to front the money himself, but Gao Yan still refused. Sorry, I was wrong last time, as your elder sister. Tang Yi could also read Cheng Hao's thoughts. It's alright, I know you meant well. Chang Hao waved his hand dismissively. After leaving the brothers' hot pot restaurant, Tang Yi found himself feeling intensely curious about Gao Yan. He vaguely sensed that Gao Yan had deliberately sold the hot pot base recipe to Chang Hao in order to help him out. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for someone who could casually spend 7 million on raw jade to sell such a valuable hot pot base recipe for just 500,000 yuan. If that were really the case, then she would become the villain who harmed the brotherly bond between Chang Hao and Gao Yan. At this thought, she felt it necessary to reinvestigate Gao Yan. Chapter 50. By Wei comes knocking. Today, the milk tea shop trend on the snack street is gradually fading, and sales are unlikely to surpass 20,000. However, the two milk tea shops in Wanlong Shopping Mall and Hangda Shopping Mall have already established their reputation. Since opening, their daily sales have been steadily climbing. Yesterday, the Wanlong branch already exceeded 20,000. The Hangda branch may be slightly inferior, but it's catching up quickly. That same afternoon, after inspecting the milk tea shop at the snack street, Gao Yan drove back to his rented apartment. Just as he pulled up outside the residential complex, Gao Yan noticed a tall figure standing by the entrance. However, the person's posture was slightly hunched, their face pale and bloodless, as if suffering from a serious illness. "Get in the car!" Gao Yan rolled down the window and shouted at him. After a slight hesitation, Li Feng walked over and opened the car door, settling into the passenger seat. Not long after, Gao Yan parked the car by the unit building and asked, "You're quite skilled, so how did you end up injured like this?" Li Feng replied, "The opponent was a Muay Thai expert. After my fight with you, I broke through to the pinnacle of Mingjin. I should have been able to defeat him steadily, but unexpectedly, he injected a banned drug. His strength surged dramatically, and he temporarily lost all sense of pain. Though I killed him in the end, I suffered severe injuries myself. That's why I only came to see you today. However you decide to deal with me, even if you demand my death, I won't so much as blink. Can your injuries still heal properly?" Gao Yan asked. "Can do, but the injuries are severe. It'll take at least 3 months of recuperation for full recovery," said Li Feng. Now, his mother had completed the surgery, been discharged from the ICU, and was making good progress in her recovery. Although he had failed the mission and returned the second payment, that initial sum was already enough to cover his mother's treatment until discharge, leaving him free from future worries. "Why did you become a killer?" Gao Yan asked again. After a brief silence, Li Feng still explained his situation. Hearing this, Gao Yan frowned. "How could a Mingjin master like you end up in such a sorry state? With Li Feng's skills, even if he couldn't earn 1 million per year as a bodyguard for the wealthy, shouldn't 50 or 60,000 be achievable? To have fallen so low that he couldn't even afford his elderly mother's medical bills, he truly couldn't understand how things had come to this." Li Feng's face flushed with anger. "Initially, the Wei family saw my abilities and wanted to recruit me. I refused, and then they started suppressing me. I planned to take my mother away from Nandu, but who knew she'd suddenly fall seriously ill? The Wei family is that powerful? They can suppress even a Mingjin-level martial artist like you?" Gao Yan questioned in disbelief. Li Feng looked at Gao Yan with some surprise. "You don't know about the Wei family? Should I?" Li Feng grew even more astonished. "Your strength should be at the hidden force level, right? Don't you know there are 3 great martial arts families in Yangdong province?" "I truly don't know. Why don't you tell me everything you know?" Gao Yan became intrigued. There actually existed martial arts families. Li Feng organized his thoughts and explained, "In our Yangdong province, there are roughly 50 to 60 martial arts families, large and small. Among them, the Sun, Wei, and Qin families are the strongest, each with a Grandmaster of Transformation Realm presiding. The Wei family dominates Nan City, the Sun family is rooted in Nandong City, and the Qin family holds sway in Hanyang City. The Wei family controls the medicinal herb market in Yangdong province, while the Sun family owns the largest security company in the region. Over 80% of the wealthy in Yangdong province hire personal bodyguards from the Sun family's security firm. However, the strongest bodyguards sent out are only at the Mingjin level. Experts at the Yanjin level disdain working as mere bodyguards. As for the Qin family, they deal in antiques, jade pieces, emeralds, and similar items. They are also the most historically established among the 3 families, with antique shops and jade gambling houses in our Nanhai city. Rumor has it the Qin family even owns raw jade mines in Black Myanmar. You know how chaotic things are in Black Myanmar. Without substantial power, it's impossible to protect those raw jade mines." Gao Yan nodded. He'd indeed heard about this, before continuing. "Even if the Wei family failed to recruit you, was there any need for them to suppress you?" Li Feng smiled bitterly and said, "At that time, I injured someone from the Wei family, which angered them, and that's why they came after me. Would you be interested in working under me?" Suddenly, Gao Yan extended an invitation to Li Feng. Hearing this, Li Feng couldn't help but look at Gao Yan in surprise. "You dare to take me in? Aren't you afraid the Wei family will cause trouble for you?" "Why not?" Gao Yan smiled. "Although I'm not as powerful as the Wei family, I'm not afraid of them." Hearing this, Li Feng thought Gao Yan must have some sort of backing. but considering how young he was to already be a dark strength expert, he must have been trained and guided by a master at the transforming strength level or above since childhood. However, don't reveal this matter until you've fully recovered. Gao Yan added that if it were just ordinary people's world, it would be fine, but now that something like martial arts families has emerged, he needs to be careful. He should recruit some experts in advance so that he wouldn't have to personally intervene every time there's a need for martial artists in the future. Besides, isn't Li Feng supposed to take 3 months to recover from his injuries? In 3 months, he estimates his own strength should break through to the transformation realm, giving him the capability to protect Li Feng. Thank you, boss. I won't reveal a thing, Li Feng quickly assured him. Previously, he had been full of arrogance, but then life had dealt him quite a few harsh lessons. If he were alone, it wouldn't matter much if Yangdong became untenable, he could always move elsewhere. But he had a mother who had just undergone surgery, making it essential to find a powerful patron to rely on. Here's the deal, while you recover, I'll pay you 50,000 a month. Once you've healed, your salary will increase. Gao Yan spoke again. No need for now, boss. You can pay me once I officially start working. Enough with the drama, you're seriously injured and need money for medicine. Gao Yan said impatiently. Just give me your bank account number, I'll transfer the money to you. Thank you, boss. Li Feng stopped refusing. In the past, he would have definitely declined, but having fallen to such a state now, why cling to that pitiful shred of pride? Soon after, Gao Yan transferred 150,000 over to Li Feng, adding, the 150,000 is your salary from me, the rest is a loan. We'll deduct it from your paycheck gradually once you start working. Li Feng thanked him again, his eyes slightly moist with emotion. Watching Li Feng leave, Gao Yan turned and went upstairs. First, he brewed himself a pot of tea, then took out his phone to log into the stock trading app. He noticed that compared to yesterday, the stock had risen another 5 points, and according to the information in his mind, it would rise 9 points today. Close the stock trading software. Pouring a cup of tea from the teapot, Gao Yan picked up a book and began reading. These days, he would seize every available moment to absorb knowledge from books. If the system ever disappeared, he could still rely on this acquired knowledge to safeguard his wealth. He had barely read for 10 minutes. Then there was a knock at the door. Putting down the book in his hand and rising to open it, Gao Yan frowned slightly when he saw Bai Wei standing outside. Why are you here? Bai Wei, Gao Yan, I've already broken up with that jerk Zhou Yuchao. Do you still want me back? Upon hearing this, Gao Yan was taken aback. Chang Hao had actually hit the nail on the head. He just hadn't expected Bai Wei to dump Zhou Yuchao so quickly. What's amusing, though, is that Bai Wei actually had the nerve to come crawling back to him as a fallback option. With that, he replied coolly, sorry, but I don't deal in second-hand goods. After uttering these words, Gao Yan shut the door without another glance. Chapter 51, Planning to Buy a House. Bang! Staring at the forcefully slammed door, Bai Wei wore an expression of stunned disbelief before anger surged through her, especially as Gao Yan's words, I'm not a junk collector, pierced her deeply. At this thought, she began pounding on the door with all her might, shouting, Gao Yan, what do you mean? Open this door right now and explain yourself. Gao Yan couldn't even muster the slightest interest in exchanging words with this kind of woman, let alone opening the door for her. After Bai Wei ranted outside for a while, realizing Gao Yan still showed no intention of opening the door, she had no choice but to slink away in humiliation. 3 p.m. Gao Yan arrived at the apartment rented by Gao Weilan to teach her combat techniques. This was already his third visit. He had also come by on Tuesday and noticed that Gao Weilan's mastery of the three-body posture was quite good. Her physical coordination and control over her own strength had improved significantly. Has Officer Gao had some happy news? Gao Yanxiao asked with a smile, noticing Gao Weilan's happy expression. I had a match against the second best fighter in our team this morning, and I won, Gao Weilan said proudly. Due to her father's intervention, she had only been assigned menial tasks in the criminal police squad. In her teammates' eyes, she was merely a decorative vase there to burnish her credentials. But today, after successfully challenging Chen Yong, the team's second-best fighter, everyone's attitude toward her changed. Even Captain Wang Dong's gaze held a new respect. She took the opportunity to suggest to Wang Dong whether he could take her along on the next case investigation. Unlike before, Wang Dong didn't outright refuse but instead said he would consider it. Clearly, he now recognized her capabilities. The Great Xia Kingdom is different from the United States. In the US, police officers will fire their weapons if they feel threatened, but in Great Xia, firearm regulations are extremely strict. Even for police officers, they're not allowed to shoot unless it's absolutely necessary or an extremely dangerous situation arises. Therefore, any police officer working on the front lines requires considerable physical skills and stamina. Congratulations, Officer Gao. Gao Yan quickly offered his congratulations. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching. I feel like I've made huge progress after just 2 lessons. Gao Weilan took the opportunity to compliment Gao Yan as well. Gao Weilan had already changed into her training uniform in advance. Shortly after, Gao Yan also changed into his training uniform and arrived at the training room. This time, Gao Yan first tested Gao Weilan's grasp of the grappling techniques, pointed out areas where she fell short, and after correcting them, proceeded to teach new techniques. Having tasted the benefits of learning, Gao Weilan applied herself even more diligently in today's lesson. Before they knew it, the class was over. Gao Yan changed out of his training clothes and was about to leave when Gao Weilan called out to him. She handed him a craft paper bag and said, "This is your bonus. I collected it for you, 50,000 yuan in total. It should have been issued last week, but there were some delays. I hope you don't mind." "No problem." Gao Yan smiled as he took the bonus and thanked Gao Weilan. Though to be honest, 50,000 yuan meant little to him now. But even a mosquito's flesh is still meat. It'll at least add 50,000 upgrade experience points. "You're welcome, it was no trouble," Gao Weilan continued. "By the way, are you free this weekend? I'd like to treat you to a meal." Although she had paid Gao Yan for his coaching, her skills had improved significantly after just 2 sessions, so she felt genuinely grateful to him. "Sorry, Officer Gao, I have to spend the weekend with my girlfriend." Gao Yan replied apologetically. "What about Monday?" Gao Weilan asked again. "No problem." Gao Yan couldn't refuse any further, so he had to agree. That night, Gao Yan checked the Aussie American stock again, and indeed it had risen by 9 points, closing at 37.20 yuan. The revenue from the 3 milk tea shops was: Snack Street Shop, 18,000 yuan. Wanlong Branch, 25,000 yuan. Hongda Store, 23,000 yen. Total revenue, 66,000 yen. At the same time, all 3 stores sold 450 smartphones through the recharge promotion. Particularly at Wanlong Store and Hongda Store, they reported that smartphones were running low in stock. However, Gao Yan had no intention of increasing iPhone purchases. Slow and steady wins the race. Correspondingly, the upgrade experience also increased by 2.09 million. The system rebate also increased by 14.63 million yuan. Even if he doesn't open new revenue streams in the future, his daily income could still exceed 14 million, with monthly system rebates surpassing 400 million. Calculating his monthly income, Gao Yan felt a sudden urge to quit working altogether. But he suppressed this thought nonetheless. To be honest, it's quite remarkable that he still managed to stay true to himself after obtaining the system. Think about those who hit the jackpot. Who wouldn't indulge in some revenge spending? In contrast, Gao Yan, aside from purchasing an Audi A4 and some branded clothes, hadn't made any significant splurges. Should I buy an apartment? The thought of property ownership surfaced again in Gao Yan's mind. After all, he planned to sever ties with his adoptive parents for good. He's already started a company in Nandu, so settling there permanently is a given. Therefore, buying property becomes essential. Moreover, he believes housing prices will likely continue to rise in the coming years. Although Dengyu compensated him with a villa, he has no intention of living in it. Who knows what Dengyu might have done there. After the idea of buying a house resurfaced, Gao Yan began to consider whether to purchase one in the city or near the university district. Properties near the university district are all school district homes, with prices even higher than those in the city. Take the apartment he's currently renting as an example. If the landlord hadn't cared so little about the rental income, he wouldn't have been able to afford it at all. Then, Gao Yan laughed. Anyway, he wasn't short of money now, so why worry about where to buy? Better to buy an apartment near the university district. After all, he still had 2 years of college left. And why not a villa in the city while he was at it? That's settled then. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Fang Jinjin calling. She mainly reported 2 things. She had recruited over a dozen new employees today, and appointed Han Weilin as the head of the technical team to lead the newly hired programmers in building the website. Secondly, the company registration process has been completed, but he needs to go tomorrow for capital verification, name selection, signing, and so on. Naturally, Gao Yan agreed to this without hesitation. The following morning, Gao Yan completed 2 crucial tasks: capital verification and naming the company. The full name of the company is Nandu Starry Sky Internet Technology Company, Limited. Registered capital of 300 million yuan. When he actually produced 300 million yuan in real money, it shocked the staff at the registration agency. Fang Jinjin, who accompanied him, also felt much more at ease and began to entertain thoughts of ambitious ventures. After completing the company registration process, this morning, Gao Yan had already searched for villa listings in Nandu using his phone. Among them, the most prestigious villa community was the Zijin Lake Villa Community, which boasted exceptionally complete surroundings and amenities. Unfortunately, the developer of this villa community was the Deng family. Although Deng Yu had already apologized to him, Gao Yan, who viewed the Deng family as his enemy, naturally wouldn't let them profit from him. Slightly inferior to Purple Gold Lake Community is Yujing Garden, which is also a villa-style residential complex. Apart from these, there's also another development called South Lake Scenic View, though this one isn't exclusively a villa neighborhood. Chapter 52, Senior Classmate. Driving arrived at Eugene Garden. It was the midday break time now. The sales office appeared somewhat quiet. Only 3 women at the front desk were chatting softly inside the counter. Judging by their uniforms, one was the receptionist while the other 2 were sales agents from the property department. "Shall see, go ask what that handsome guy is here for?" Senior employee Wang Jin said to intern Siyu. "The cheapest villa here costs at least 4 or 5 million per unit. Only successful middle-aged men or wealthy women could afford them." She certainly didn't think a young man like Gao Yan could afford one, so she simply instructed the intern to go ask. "Got it, Sister Wang." Siyu was actually quite delighted and didn't show any disdain. She had just started working here not long ago, and her usual tasks involved memorizing materials or shadowing senior employees to learn the ropes. She had never hosted clients before. "Good day, sir. I'm Siyu, a trainee at the sales department. Are you here to view properties?" "That's right." Gao Yan nodded. "I'm planning to buy a villa." This intern named Siyu is quite beautiful, with outstanding looks and figure, scoring at least 92 points overall, giving Gao Yan the protagonist treatment for once. "Wonderful. Here we go," Siyu shouted inwardly, then guided Gao Yan to the reception area before busying herself with pouring him some water. Seeing this, Wang Jin frowned slightly. Meanwhile, the front desk employee smiled and said, "Sister Wang, seems like this might be a client. Perhaps Siyu will luck out today." "Impossible." Wang Jin curled his lip dismissively. "The guy looks barely 20. How could he possibly afford a villa? What if he's from a wealthy family?" The receptionist chimed in. "So what if he's rich?" Wang Jin's tone grew even more disdainful. "You can count on one hand the number of young rich guys in Nan City who can fork out 4 or 5 million. I bet that kid just thinks Miss C is pretty and is using house hunting as an excuse to hit on her. Should we remind her?" "No need." Wang Jin waved his hand. "Let this be a lesson to her not to treat everyone as a customer. It's just a waste of time and energy." "Fair point." The receptionist nodded in agreement. According to Siyua's introduction, the villas in Eugene Garden come in 2 types. Townhouses priced between 4.5 to 6 million yuan. The other type consists of large standalone villas. Their prices range from 12 to 20 million yuan. Since money isn't an issue, naturally one would buy the best. Therefore, Gao Yan took a fancy to that large villa priced at 16 million and requested to view it. Siyu grew even more excited upon hearing this. She asked Gao Yan to wait momentarily before hurrying to the front desk to seek help from Wang Jin. Since the sun was scorching hot and the standalone villa was quite far from the sales office, they needed to take an electric cart to get there. Siyu didn't know how to drive, so she had to ask Wang Jin for assistance. Upon hearing that Gao Yan wanted to view the property, Wang Jin frowned and said to Siyu, "Go tell him that viewing is possible, but only after verifying his funds." "This isn't appropriate." Siyu hesitated, worried about offending Gao Yan since he was still her first customer. "Silly girl, I'm doing this for your own good. What if the other party can't afford it? Wouldn't that just be a waste of effort?" Wang Jin said impatiently. "Alright then." Siyu approached somewhat nervously. "I'm sorry, Mr. Gao, but if you want to view the property, we'll need to verify your funds first." "How do we verify that?" "We just need to check the balance in your bank card," Siyu said. "Alright, take me to verify the funds." Gao Yan wasn't upset either. On the way to the front desk, Gao Yan had the system transfer 30 million to his bank card, then handed it over to the front desk to check the balance. When the front desk employee saw the balance in Gao Yan's card, she was initially indifferent but suddenly startled. This young man actually had over 30 million in his account. Wang Jin, standing nearby, noticed her expression and also turned to look at the computer screen. A wave of intense regret washed over him. He never expected the young man he had looked down upon to actually possess over 30 million in wealth. 10 minutes later, Gao Yan and his 2 companions entered villa number 3. After a brief tour, Gao Yan found it quite satisfactory. "Mr. Gao, how do you feel?" Wang Jin asked. "Not bad. If the price could be a bit more favorable, I could sign the contract today," Gao Yan replied. "Young Master Gao, I can reduce it by 2 points on my own authority," Wang Jin responded. "Let's do this, 15 million, and I'll sign and pay today." Gao Yan spoke again. "Mr. Gao, please wait a moment. I'll go consult with the manager." Wang Jin quickly responded. "Go ahead." Gao Yan waved his hand. In no time, Wang Jin completed the application and informed Gao Yan that he could finalize the deal for 15 million today by signing the contract and making the payment. Gao Yan had no objections to this and returned to the sales office to sign the contract and complete the payment. After swiping his card, Gao Yan asked, "When can I get the property deed?" Wang Jin replied, "Since you've paid the full amount, Mr. Gao, you can receive the property deed in at most 3 days. Alright, Miss Siyu, let's add each other on WeChat. Once the property deed is ready, you can notify me directly." Gao Yan then said to Siyu, "Certainly, Mr. Gao." The villa was already fully furnished, complete with appliances and furniture, ready for immediate move-in. "I'm a homeowner now." Leaving the sales center, Gao Yan couldn't help but clench his fists excitedly. He made up his mind to secure his second property today as well. So he drove back to the university district, found a real estate agency, and made his purchase requirements known. Then the agent recommended Unit 5, 6th floor, Apartment 603 in Shangjing Community to him. Immediately, Gao Yan's expression turned peculiar, because this apartment happened to be located exactly above the one he currently rented. This unit was a two-bedroom layout, identical to his landlord's place, 72 square meters, a second-hand property priced at 2.13 million yuan, including a parking space. Can the price be a bit lower? Gao Yan asked. I'm sorry, Mr. Gao, the agent said apologetically. Shangjing residential area is a school district property. You're quite lucky actually, this listing was just posted today. We've already contacted several clients who plan to view the apartment this afternoon. Gao Yan smiled, not taking the agent's words too seriously. Let's see the place first, then we can discuss the price, he said. After viewing the apartment, Gao Yan was quite satisfied. The unit was well maintained, tidy and clean throughout. It was clear the previous owner had taken good care of it. In that case, call the landlord. If they'll accept 2 million, I can sign the contract today, Gao Yan said. Mr. Gao, let me give it a try. Shortly after, the agent finished making calls and came back to report, Mr. Gao, I've spoken with the landlord. The most they're willing to lower is 30,000 yuan, but they'll cover the transfer fees. Alright, tell them to come sign the contract. Returning to the real estate agency and waiting a while longer, when the landlord arrived, Gao Yan was surprised to find it was actually a young and beautiful woman. He faintly felt she looked somewhat familiar. After a brief recollection, he remembered who this girl was. She turned out to be Qian Bauer, the former student union president of their university. This Qian Bauer was quite the campus celebrity. Gao Yan recalled that during his freshman year, she had performed a guzheng solo at the welcome party while wearing traditional Hanfu attire, worshipped as a goddess by countless boys. Hello Senior Qian, I'm Gao Yan. I didn't expect apartment 603 to be yours. Gao Yan took the initiative to greet her. Chapter 53, An Unexpected Investment. You're also from Nandu University? Qian Bauer asked with some surprise. Gao Yan replied with a smile, yes, senior. I happened to see your guzheng solo performance at the freshman welcome ceremony the year I enrolled, and it remains fresh in my memory. Really? Qian Bauer smiled knowingly, but a trace of worry lingered between her brows. So Miss Qian and Mr. Gao know each other? That makes things much easier then. The intermediary staff member chimed in at just the right moment. Little Junior, are you the one looking to buy property? Qian Bauer asked with evident surprise. Yes, Gao Yan nodded. Qian Bauer smiled and said, since we're all from the same university, how about this? I'll set the property price at 2.05 million, and I'll still cover the transfer fees. Hearing this, Gao Yan was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected simply establishing this connection would directly save him 50,000 yuan. Gao Yan didn't stand on ceremony and said gratefully, then I really appreciate it, senior. Thus, both parties quickly signed the house transfer agreement, with Gao Yan also paying a 30% deposit. As for the remaining amount, it would be paid only after the property transfer was completed. Sister Zhao, when can this property transfer be finalized? Qian Bauer asked the agency employee, as she was still waiting to use the money. The agency employee, Sister Zhao, said, Miss Qian, we will submit the documents today. We have a good relationship with the property bureau, so if nothing unexpected happens, the transfer procedures can be completed by Monday. Not until Monday. Qian Bauer's face showed increased anxiety. Miss Qian, tomorrow is the weekend. The property bureau won't be working, and there's nothing we can do. Monday is already the fastest we can manage. Sister Zhao explained. Qian Bauer added, can you get it done today? I'm in urgent need of the money. If the transfer can be completed today, I'll pay an extra 20,000 in agency fees. Miss Qian, please wait a moment. Let me call my boss. Sister Zhao, hearing that Qian Bauer was willing to pay an extra 20,000 in agency fees, was immediately tempted and promptly stepped aside to call her boss and report the situation. Senior, if I may ask, are you in some kind of trouble and need the money urgently? Gao Yan hesitated slightly and inquired in a low voice. Qian Bauer, already agitated, didn't want to answer at first, but then it struck her, since Gao Yan could casually spend over 2 million on a house, he clearly wasn't an ordinary student. She nodded and said, yes, my company has indeed hit a rough patch and urgently needs funds to weather the storm. Could you elaborate? Gao Yan probed cautiously. Damn it, ran into some shady bastards. Just mentioning this made Qian Bauer furious. My company just developed a new game that was on the verge of success when part of the source code was sabotaged by a spy from a rival company. And wouldn't you know it, that same competitor has a similar game about to launch. If their version hits the market first, all our initial investments will go down the drain. So now I need funds to speed up development and try to beat them to launch. So that's what happened. Gao Yan expressed sympathy for her situation. Hey Junior, you must be pretty well off, right? Suddenly, Qian Bauer changed her tone and asked in a lowered voice. Not bad, Gao Yan replied modestly. Have you ever thought about investing that money? Qian Bauer pressed further. Are you suggesting I should invest in your gaming company, senior? Gao Yan asked with a knowing smile. Exactly. Qian Bauer nodded. Although my company was only established a little over a year ago, we've already developed a pretty decent game. Our whole team has great confidence in the second game. Once it's launched, the subscription numbers will definitely be impressive. This? Gao Yan hesitated slightly. Please, Junior, didn't you enjoy listening to me play the guzheng? If you agree to invest, I'll play an exclusive piece just for you. Qian Bauer tempted him. Hearing this, Gao Yan couldn't help but laugh ruefully. He then said, how about this, senior, let me visit your company first. If everything looks good, I'll invest. What are we waiting for? Let's go now. As she spoke, Qian Bauer excitedly grabbed Gao Yan's hand and pulled him toward the exit. Gao Yan felt somewhat speechless. This girl was way too impatient. Senior, no need to rush. Let's say goodbye to the agent first. Gao Yan reminded her. That's right. Half an hour later, two cars parked beneath an office building in the high-tech district. Coincidentally, Gao Yan's rented office was also in this building. Senior, is your company in this office building? Gao Yan asked after getting out of the car. Yes, it's on the 15th floor. Hearing this, Gao Yan suddenly felt that he and Qian Bauer were destined to meet, as his new company was right above hers, while her apartment was conveniently located above the one he rented. Taking the elevator up to the 15th floor, it was only 1:30 in the afternoon. Yet the employees at Qian Bauer's company were still diligently at work. Tap tap. Qian Bauer clapped her hands to grab everyone's attention, then announced loudly, let me introduce everyone, this is my university junior Gao Yan, and more importantly, the investor I brought in. Let's give him a warm applause. Hearing that Gao Yan was here to invest, everyone's eyes lit up as they enthusiastically broke into applause. Gao Yan didn't feel embarrassed by this, but rather found it both amusing and frustrating. Clearly, this was Qian Bauer's little trick, setting him up so high that he wouldn't be able to refuse later. Afterward, Qian Bauer gave Gao Yan a tour of her gaming company. The company's space isn't large, just over 100 square meters, yet more than 50 employees work here, making it rather cramped. Even Qian Bauer, the boss, has only a tiny partitioned office. What would you like to drink, Junior? Qian Bauer greeted warmly. No need to trouble yourself, Senior. Gao Yan waved his hand. So, what do you think of my company? Would you like to invest? Qian Bauer asked anxiously, her voice tinged with pleading. Senior, why don't you tell me about your new game first? After a moment's thought, Gao Yan said. Alright, listen up, Junior. Let me tell you about the design philosophy behind our game. As soon as she started talking about her company's new game, Qian Bauer immediately became radiant with enthusiasm, completely shedding her earlier nervousness. 10 minutes later, Gao Yan roughly understood the content of this game and raised his hand. Alright, Senior, I think I get it now. By the way, how much investment do you need, and what percentage of shares can I get? According to the system's requirements, to receive the kickback, he must acquire 50% of the shares. Qian Bauer pondered slightly before looking at Gao Yan and saying, Junior, how about 3 million for 30% of the shares? She currently held 90% of the company's shares, with the remaining 10% distributed among employees. By selling 30%, she would still retain 60% ownership, maintaining full control of the company. 30% is too little. How about this? I'll invest 5 million for 50% of the shares. Gao Yan bargained. No. Qian Bauer refused decisively. 40% is the most I can give you. 6 million, still for 50% ownership, Gao Yan countered unhurriedly. This? Qian Bauer hesitated. With these 6 million, not only could the second game launch on schedule, but the remaining funds could also be used for advertising. Honestly, she was somewhat tempted. Senior, I'm only making a pure financial investment. What if I don't participate in the company's management? Gao Yan continued. For real? Qian Bauer grew even more tempted. Of course, I don't really understand gaming, I just genuinely believe in this game's potential, explained Gao Yan. In that case, you put in 5 million and take 50% of the shares, said Qian Bauer. Great, looking forward to our cooperation. Gao Yan extended his hand. Looking forward to it too. Qian Bauer cheerfully reached out as well. Then, Gao Yan couldn't help noticing how pleasantly soft the senior's hand felt. Chapter 54, Taking a Senior Home, First Update. After finalizing the investment amount and respective equity shares, everything proceeded with astonishing smoothness. Junior, when are you transferring the funds to the company account? Our operation is literally waiting for this rice to cook. Qian Bauer asked with a smile. Senior, just send me the corporate account details, I'll transfer the money immediately. Gao Yan replied. Great. Let's add each other on WeChat. I'll send you the account details through WeChat. Ding. Added successfully. Qian Bauer's WeChat nickname was simply Bauer. Gao Yan didn't hesitate either. Upon receiving the account details Qian Bauer sent over, he immediately had the system transfer 5 million to her. Not long after, the company's accountant came in to report that 5 million had been received in the corporate account. Junior, I love you to death. Hearing that the money arrived so quickly, Shen Bauer blew Gao Yan a flying kiss. Suddenly, Shen Bauer thought of something and cautiously asked, Junior, I originally sold the apartment to raise funds for the company, but now that the company no longer needs money, could I possibly not sell it after all? Senior, you're really kicking away the ladder after crossing the bridge. Gao Yan responded with a teasing half-smile. Upon hearing this, Shen Bauer blushed and said sheepishly, Junior, to be honest, that apartment was left to me by my grandfather. I'd never sell it unless absolutely necessary. I was actually planning to buy it back once my company's game launches and starts making money. Gao Yan replied, Senior, backing out now won't be easy. First, we've already signed a contract and should honor it. Second, at your own urging, the agency has already submitted the documents to the Housing Authority for review. Once approved, it'll be nearly impossible to reverse the deal. Junior, I'm begging you as your senior, Shen Bauer pleaded while clutching his arm. How about I pay you a termination fee? Plus, if I sell this place, your senior will be homeless. Senior, how about this? You still sell me the house, but I'll rent it back to you, what do you think? Are you sure there's no room for negotiation? Shen Bauer still felt somewhat unwilling to accept. No. Alright then. Shen Bauer wore a frustrated expression, but I have one condition, unless I choose to stop renting, you can't force me out of this apartment. I can agree to that. Gao Yan nodded. Then thank you, Junior. Shen Bauer said happily. Come on, Junior. You're now our company's largest shareholder. Let's go greet your employees. There's no need for that. Gao Yan waved his hand dismissively. Like I said earlier, I'm just making a financial investment. I won't interfere with the company's management, so there's no need for me to meet the employees. Hearing this, Shen Bauer felt both moved and thoughtful. After all, people like Gao Yan investing 5 million without interfering in management were exceptionally rare. Junior, let me thank you again. No need. Oh, by the way, Senior, when are you going to fulfill that promise you made earlier? Gao Yan asked with a playful smile. What did I promise? Shen Bauer began playing dumb. To play a tune just for me. Gao Yan reminded her. Oh that. Don't worry, when I have time, I'll definitely play it for you. You've got to give me a specific time, haven't you? Gao Yan smiled with playful amusement. Shen Bauer's mind raced. I've been swamped lately, trying to get our company's game launched before competitors. You just invested 5 million, surely you don't want to lose money? Then it's settled for after the game's release. Seeing Shen Bauer searching for another excuse, Gao Yan quickly added, no more excuses, or I won't rent to you. Fine. Shen Bauer reluctantly agreed. Alright, Senior, let's call it a day. I'll take my leave now. Let me walk you out. No need to see me off, Senior. Outside the company, Gao Yan waved at Shen Bauer and then stepped into the elevator. However, instead of going downstairs, Gao Yan took the elevator up to the 16th floor. After all, since he was already at his company's building, he might as well take a look. After asking the construction workers, he learned that the renovation progress was excellent. It was well ahead of schedule and could be completed in at most 6 days. Zhang Qin's cousin was also very dedicated to overseeing this renovation, personally supervising the work every day. In the evening, Gao Yan drove to Yangdong University to pick up Zhuo Jianyue. They had dinner together, watched a movie, and then he drove back to the rented residential area. After parking and turning off the engine, pushing the car door open and stepping out, Gao Yan was about to walk toward the building entrance. Unexpectedly, as soon as he reached the entrance, he noticed a woman swaying unsteadily in front of it, shouting something. As he moved closer, he finally heard the other person repeatedly muttering the phrase "Open Sesame." At the same time, he also caught a strong whiff of alcohol emanating from the person. At this sight, Gao Yan couldn't help but feel amused. Silently, he took out his phone and started snapping photos of Shen Bauer. Indeed, the one shouting "Open Sesame" was none other than Shen Bauer. After a short while, Gao Yan put away his phone and shouted, "Senior, how much have you drunk? Who are you?" Shen Bauer, hearing the voice, squinted her large eyes and looked at Gao Yan with a puzzled expression. "I'm Gao Yan, remember me? Oh, you're Gao Yan. Quick, come help me shout 'Open Sesame.' What the heck kind of open sesame is this?" Gao Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he input the password on the keypad and pushed the door open for Shen Bauer to enter. "Wow, you're amazing, it opened right away." Shen Bauer clapped her hands. "How much did you drink to end up like this?" Gao Yan was speechless. Seeing that Shen Bauer was still standing outside the door, he simply reached out and pulled her inside. They took the elevator up to the 6th floor. Supporting Shen Bauer to the door of room 603, he then asked, "Senior, where are your keys?" In the bag." So Gao Yan lowered his head and rummaged through Shen Bauer's bag, but after searching for quite a while, he still couldn't find the key. "Senior, it's not in the bag. Can you think again?" "Ah, what?" Shen Bauer looked at Gao Yan in confusion. "Senior, I apologize for offending you. Qian Bauer was wearing jeans. Gao Yan reached into the pockets to search but couldn't find the keys at all. What should we do now? After a slight hesitation, Gao Yan decided to take her to his apartment. Supporting Qian Bauer, they re-entered the elevator and went up to the 5th floor. After opening the door and turning on the lights, he first settled Qian Bauer on the sofa. He let her stay on the sofa for a while, as Gao Yan was worried she might throw up. He found a trash can and placed it in front of the sofa. Gao Yan then headed to the bathroom, grabbed a set of clothes, and went in to take a shower. While showering, Gao Yan summoned the system interface. Today's earnings showed little change from yesterday, but the sales from the 3 milk tea shops had exceeded 70,000 yuan, and all 450 phones had been sold out. As a result, the upgrade experience points increased by 2.09 million. The rebate earnings have reached 14.66 million yuan. At the current pace, it would probably take over a month to level up again. Therefore, Gao Yan decided to take Zhuo Jiangyue to Hongyun Stone Gambling House tomorrow to see if he could gain some level-up experience through stone gambling. After showering, Gao Yan came to the living room wearing beach shorts and flip-flops. Suddenly, his gaze froze, then his eyes widened completely as even his breathing became rapid. Only to see Qian Bauer had actually. Chapter 55, Returning to the Jade Gambling House, Second Update. That's right, Qian Bauer had stripped off her outer clothes and pants, wearing only her undergarments. Taking a deep breath, Gao Yan suppressed the restlessness in his heart. He quickly entered the bedroom, fetched a new lightweight blanket from the wardrobe, and returned to the living room to cover Qian Bauer's alluring figure with it. Then, Gao Yan sat down on the other side of the sofa with his phone. He decided to keep watch for a while, just in case Qian Bauer started vomiting later, he'd have to help clean up. I haven't checked the stock price of Almay yet today. So, Gao Yan logged into the stock trading software and nodded with satisfaction. The stock price of Almay Pharmaceutical had risen another 7 points today, reaching 39.80 yuan, just 20 cents shy of hitting the 40 yuan mark. His holdings in this stock were now worth 20.54 million yuan, with a pure profit of 12.54 million. Including the 7-fold return bonus, his net worth would skyrocket by another 100 million yuan. And all this had happened in just 8 days. And this stock would keep rising for more than 20 additional days. Closing the stock trading app, Gao Yan glanced at Qian Bauer again, only to find that the summer quilt covering her had slipped down quite a bit. At the sight before him, he couldn't help but gulp. The restless stirring in his heart surged up once more. Hurriedly stepping forward, he pulled the summer quilt back over Qian Bauer's body before retreating to his original spot. Then, he began reciting Buddhist scriptures aloud, when Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva was practicing the profound Prajnaparamita. After a while, Gao Yan's restless emotions gradually subsided. I glanced at Qian Bauer again. Fortunately, the summer blanket was still covering her. To distract himself, Gao Yan sent a WeChat message to Zhuo Jiangyue. Are you still up? Zhuo Jiangyue replied, not yet, waiting for someone to say goodnight to me. Heaven sent talent, sweetheart, I miss you. What should I do? Zhuo Jiangyue, shameless, who's your wife? Born with talent, whoever answers is the one. After chatting with Zhuo Jiangyue for half an hour, noticing it was almost 11, Gao Yan decided to end the conversation himself. He glanced at Qian Bauer again to ensure she wasn't up to any more mischief, then headed into his room to sleep. As for giving up his bedroom to Qian Bauer since she had already stripped naked, allowing her into his room would only make things harder to explain later. A night without dreams. The moment Gao Yan woke up, he immediately sensed something was wrong, because he realized someone's arms were tightly wrapped around his neck, and a pair of legs were tangled around his body. Oh no, it's Qian Bauer. Even if you've never eaten pork, you've seen pigs run. Somehow, Qian Bauer must have wandered into his room last night. Damn it, this is a huge misunderstanding. Gao Yan carefully extricated himself from Qian Bauer's embrace and was about to sneak out of bed when he noticed her wide eyes staring straight at him. Qian Bauer's eyes showed a hint of confusion, but then, her pupils abruptly contracted, and her expression turned extremely grim. Seeing this, Gao Yan hurriedly explained, Senior, don't get the wrong idea. Last night when I came back, I just happened to see you drunk outside the apartment building. Gao Yan recounted the entire incident in the most concise terms possible. After listening, Qian Bauer vaguely began to recall fragments. It seemed she had woken up in the middle of the night, gotten up from the sofa to use the bathroom, and then walked straight into Gao Yan's bedroom afterward. Moreover, since childhood she had always slept hugging a teddy bear, so she habitually mistook Gao Yan for one. Junior, step outside for a moment. Qian Bauer struggled to maintain composure as she spoke. All right. Gao Yan hurriedly exited the bedroom, closing the door behind him. Seeing Gao Yan leave, Qian Bauer also let out a sigh of relief, her pretty face flushing crimson with embarrassment. How mortifying, she couldn't believe she'd done something like that. The company matters had been weighing heavily on her lately. But after Gao Yan invested 5 million in her yesterday, all that pressure vanished. So she'd invited her secretary out for drinks at a quiet bar, only to accidentally overindulge. The secretary was supposed to take her all the way home, but she insisted she was fine and only asked to be dropped off at the entrance of the residential area. After getting out of the car, the night breeze hit her, and the alcohol rushed to her head. Then this embarrassing incident ensued. Suddenly, Qian Bauer thought of something. She quickly checked herself and, reassured that nothing seemed amiss, let out a relieved sigh. At the same time, she felt somewhat relieved that she had encountered someone as honorable as Gao Yan. Had it been any other man, wouldn't she have lost the chastity she preserved for over 20 years in such a muddled manner? I must drink more moderately in the future and absolutely must not overindulge, Qian Bauer silently vowed to herself. Just as she was about to get up, Qian Bauer noticed her clothes weren't in the bedroom, so she could only call out loudly, "Junior, are you still there?" "What is it, Senior?" Gao Yan's voice came from outside the door. "My clothes are out there, could you grab them for me?" "Sure, just a moment." Soon after, Gao Yan knocked and entered, tossing the clothes and pants to Qian Bauer on the bed. Because of the awkward situation, Qian Bauer didn't feel comfortable staying at Gao Yan's place for long, so she came out of the bedroom and prepared to say goodbye. At that moment, Gao Yan said, "Senior, didn't you bring your keys? Do you need to freshen up at my place? If so, I can go to the convenience store in the neighborhood to buy you a towel and toothbrush." "Thank you, but no need. Actually, I keep my spare key hidden under the doormat." Qian Bauer waved her hand. Watching Qian Bauer leave, Gao Yan also let out a sigh of relief. Having held each other so closely for so long, their bodies now carried each other's scent. Since Gao Yan was about to meet Zhuo Jiangyue for a date later, he decided to take a shower first to avoid any potential misunderstanding. 9 in the morning. Gao Yan picked up Zhuo Jiangyue at the gate of Yangdong University. "Gao Yan, where are we going today?" Zhuo Jiangyue asked. "I'm planning to sell you off," Gao Yan teased. "Would you bear to part with me?" "Of course not. To me, you're utterly priceless." "Ugh, you're so cringeworthy." The whole way there, the two flirted playfully until they arrived at the antique street. After parking the car, Gao Yan, incredibly familiar with the place, took Zhuo Jiangyue's soft and delicate hand as they headed straight for Hongyun Stone Shop. "What kind of place is this?" Upon entering Hongyun Stone Workshop, Zhuo Yue couldn't help but look around curiously as she asked, "Do you know about jadeite?" Gao Yan inquired. "Of course, I even have a jadeite pendant that my mother gave me for my birthday," Zhuo Yue replied. "Then do you know where jadeite comes from? It looks like it was cut from a raw stone." "That's right." Gao Yan nodded. "This place specializes in selling raw stones. You purchase the raw stones at a low price, and if you cut them to reveal high-value jade, it's called a win. If nothing comes out or you find low-value jade, it's called a loss." "Is this rock gambling? I think I've heard people talk about it before," Zhuo Jiangyue remarked thoughtfully. "Hey, looks like someone's cutting stones over there. Come on, let's go take a look." Suddenly, Gao Yan noticed a crowd gathering again in the stone cutting area, so he decisively dragged Zhuo Jiangyue over to join them. "Young Master Gao is here. It's been a while since young Master Gao last came. Make way for young Master Gao and his girlfriend, let them come to the front." At the previous outing in Hongyun Stone Workshop, Gao Yan had made quite a name for himself in one decisive move. So many people present recognized him this time, eliminating the need to push through the crowd like last time. Instead, folks deliberately cleared a path for him to reach the front. "Thanks, everyone." Gao Yan flashed a smile at the crowd, then turned his gaze toward a sizable raw stone. At that moment, the cutting master was securing the stone in place, while Lu Dong stood nearby, looking visibly uneasy. "Mr. Lu, we meet again." Gao Yan took the initiative to greet him. After all, the rough stone he'd bought from the man previously had earned him quite a profit. "Good to see you, young Master Gao." Lu Dong forced out a strained smile in response before shifting his gaze back to the uncut jade. "Manager-son, Mr. Lu seems to be in an unusual state." Gao Yan turned his head to ask the manager of Dafu Jewelry beside him. Hearing this, Manager Song revealed a gleeful expression. "Didn't this guy make a few million from young Master Gao last time?" After that, he got cocky. Before, he was just playing small, but now he dares to gamble on high-priced raw stones. As a result, not only did he lose all the money he earned from you, but he also pooled together another 1.5 million to buy this raw stone, hoping to turn his luck around. Chapter 56, Taking My Girlfriend to Gamble on Raw Stones, third update. Hearing this, Gao Yan shook his head inwardly. Lu Dong was clearly being greedy, of course. It was also possible that he had been provoked by Gao Yan's success and wanted to strike it rich. Gao Yan activated his golden pupils on a whim and took a look at Lu Dong's rough stone. He immediately knew Lu Dong was doomed to lose on this one. True, the stone did contain jade, but the jade inside was only worth about 100,000 yuan. Once cut open, Lu Dong would lose 1.4 million. Soon, the stone-cutting master secured the raw stone and began slicing it. Whoosh! Whoosh! A piercing sound rang out, accompanied by flying stone dust and sparks. After a long while, the basin-sized raw stone was split right down the middle. But when he saw the colors revealed on the two cut surfaces, Lu Dong's face paled slightly. "Boss Lu, shall we continue cutting?" the stone-cutting master asked. "Old Lu, if you give up now, I'll take these 2 raw stones off your hands for 500,000 yuan, at least you won't lose too much. At this moment, Qin Lin, manager of Hongyun Gambling Stone Workshop, intervened while speaking to Lu Dong. Lu Dong had been gambling at their workshop for some time. Qin Lin knew that by this point, Lu had already mortgaged his house and car, and even borrowed several hundred thousand from others. If this piece of raw stone completely loses its value after cutting, he won't just lose his house and car, he'll also be saddled with hundreds of thousands in debt. As the saying goes, even ghosts won't take money earned from desperate gambles. If Lu Dong can't handle the shock and chooses to end his life, it wouldn't be good for their jade gambling house either. That's why he's willing to buy back the raw stone for 500,000 yuan. After all, the original cost of this stone wasn't as high as one might think. It came from the Qin family's raw jade mines in Burma. Manager Qin, I appreciate your kindness, but even if I'm going to die, I want to die knowing the truth. Lu Dong shook his head, refusing Qin Lin's goodwill, and gritted his teeth as he shouted, keep cutting. Old Lu, why won't you listen to reason? Manager Qin is just trying to help, sell it now while you still can. Yeah, old Lu, cutting your losses is still better than nothing. This raw stone is already worthless. Seeing this, some familiar customers in the crowd also started trying to persuade Lu Dong. But like a gambler who had lost all reason, Lu Dong was in no mood to listen. Instead, he snapped ungraciously, shut up, all of you. What's it to you even if I lose everything? No good advice can reach doomed ears. Gao Yan had initially intended to intervene with a word of caution, but upon hearing Lu Dong's reaction, he realized any appeals would surely fall on deaf ears. Gao Yan, did he lose the bet? Shuo Jianyue said. It's hard to say for sure yet, but it's almost certain. Come on, let's go pick a couple of raw stones to cut ourselves. Gao Yan led Zhuo Jianyue out of the crowd. Since he already knew the outcome, there was no need to keep watching. Hongyun Stone Workshop divides its rough stones into 2 types. One type has no open cuts, with a lower price tag, and is mostly just scrap material, hardly likely to yield anything valuable. One type is those with a window cut open, where the presence of jade inside the raw stone has been confirmed, consequently commanding a much higher price. Gao Yan's golden eyes had only 9 uses left. Using it on the uncut jade with exposed windows is clearly more cost-effective. How about this, we each pick a piece of uncut jade to cut open, what do you say? Gao Yan turned back to Zhuo Jianyue and suggested. However, as soon as Zhuo Jianyue saw the price tags on these raw stones, she quickly shook her head. No need, these pieces are all way too expensive. Because even the cheapest priced rough stone with an open window exceeds 100,000 yuan, while the more expensive ones can reach tens of millions. At this moment, Gao Yan whispered in Zhuo Jianyue's ear, honey, there's something I didn't tell you. Last time I spent 7 million to buy a rough stone. After cutting out the jadeite and reselling it, I made a direct profit of 9 million. So go ahead and pick whatever you like, no need to worry about me not having enough money. Really? Zhuo Jianyue exclaimed in delight. Of course, otherwise those people wouldn't have been so enthusiastic about me just now. Gao Yan said with a laugh. Peck. Suddenly, Zhuo Jianyue gave Gao Yan a kiss on the cheek, blushing slightly as she said, Gao Yan, you're amazing. Although her family wasn't short of money, 9 million yuan was still a huge sum for her. She never expected Gao Yan to be so capable, earning 9 million all at once. You dare ambush me? I'll get you back. Gao Yan pretended to kiss her in retaliation, making Zhuo Jianyue giggle and flee. After their playful scuffle, the pair began selecting raw stones. In the end, Zhuo Jianyue chose a stone priced just over 100,000 yuan. Though its cut surface revealed jade, it was only of mediocre bean-grade quality. Moreover, the size of this raw stone isn't large, so even if it doesn't cut poorly, the chances of a significant gain aren't high. Thinking of this, Gao Yan used his golden eye ability on Zhuo Jianyue's selected raw stone, and just as he expected, the jade inside this raw stone is only worth 80,000 yuan, resulting in a loss of over 20,000. During this time, Gao Yan had also crammed a lot of knowledge about gemstone gambling in jade. There were over 200 open raw stones, making it impossible to scan them all with the golden pupil. So, he first selected the 8 most promising stones from the area, then used the golden pupil on them to pick the ones with the highest potential profit. Accompanied by Zhuo Jianyue, Gao Yan spent over half an hour examining every single raw stone. Eventually, he chose 8 stones numbered A009, A087, A098, A099, A118, A129, A188, and A203. Immediately afterward, Gao Yan activated the golden pupil to scrutinize these 8 selected stones. In the end, A118 had the highest value. According to the information provided by the golden pupil, this rough stone contained a piece of imperial green ice jade worth 24.8 million yuan. The selling price of this rough stone was 5.2 million yuan. Purchasing and cutting it would mean a staggering profit of 19.6 million yuan. Gao Yan called a waiter over and stated he wanted to buy these 2 rough stones. After the contract was signed and payment completed, the 2 rough stones now belonged to Gao Yan. Though Zhuo Jianyue didn't voice any objections, she was visibly tense, evidently worried on Gao Yan's behalf. After all, it was over 5 million at stake. If the stones turned out worthless, the loss would be devastating. When they returned to the stone cutting area, most of the crowd that had gathered earlier had dispersed. Lu Dong's rough stone had already been divided into 16 smaller pieces, but only one piece cut out a jade surface, and it was just the lowest grade beam variety. Even if fully cut out, the price wouldn't exceed 100,000 yuan. As a result, Lu Dong now looked utterly defeated, his expression filled with regret. If he had chosen to sell the rough stone to Qin Lin earlier, he could have saved himself several 100,000 yuan in losses. Soon, the stone-cutting master polished out the piece of rough stone containing jade. It was a medium-sized beam variety jade, and Qin Lin offered to purchase it for 100,000 yuan. Slap! Lu Dong gave himself a hard slap, then staggered and began to collapse to the ground. Fortunately, Qin Lin caught him in time and had a waiter help him to the lounge to recover. It's our turn now. Gao Yan signaled the waiter to put down the 2 raw stones belonging to him and Zhuo Jianyue. Master Gao, which piece should we cut first? Asked the stone-cutting master. Cut the piece my girlfriend picked first, Gao Yan said. Soon, the stone-cutting master began his work. Since the raw stone wasn't large, the jade was quickly revealed and appraised at 80,000. The risks of gambling on raw stones are way too high, losing over 20,000 in just this short while. Zhuo Jianyue clicked her tongue in dismay, thinking to herself that if Gao Yan's stone also turned out worthless, she'd definitely have to persuade him. The risks of stone gambling were simply too great. Don't lose heart yet. My raw stone hasn't been opened, after all. Who knows, we might win back much more. Gao Yan comforted her. Let's hope so. Zhuo Jianyue truly had little confidence left. Master Gao, how would you like this raw stone to be cut? The gem-cutting craftsman asked at this moment. Make an incision first, Gao Yan declared. Got it. The stone-cutting master quickly secured the raw stone in place, then activated the cutting machine to slice off a 2-centimeter thick layer of its skin. But as the exposed cut revealed its hue, the cutting master hurriedly exclaimed, Master Gao, your luck strikes again, another successful cut. Chapter 57, Tanya's Guess, Part 1. Hurry, rinse it off and let's see what kind of jadeite we're dealing with. Before Gao Yan could speak, Manager Song from Dafu Jewelry shouted first. The stone-cutting master quickly washed the surface with a small water gun, revealing the jadeite's clarity and grade. It's ice-grade jadeite. Holy crap, that looks like imperial green jade. A massive win. Young Master Gao hits another jackpot. Watching the excited crowd around them, Zhuo Jianyue asked in confusion, Gao Yan, did we just make a fortune? Yes, it surged after cutting. Gao Yan nodded and whispered into Zhuo Jianyue's ear. The value of jade mainly depends on its grade and transparency. The grades include glass grade, ice grade. Young Master Gao, would you consider selling this rough stone? Our Dafu Jewelry is willing to offer 8 million. Manager Song of Dafu Jewelry looked at him with eager eyes. Now that 2 cuts had been made into this jade, the risk level had significantly dropped, and the chances of yielding high-quality material were very high. Likewise, the manager of Hangjin Jewelry also wanted to make an offer. However, Gao Yan waved his hand and said, no rush for now, let's wait until it's fully cut. Immediately, the manager of Hangjin Jewelry swallowed his words. From their previous interaction, he had already concluded that Gao Yan was a man of firm decisions, and it would be difficult to change his mind easily. Nevertheless, he took 2 photos of the raw stone and sent them to Tang Yi. President, the raw stone Gao Yan picked has yielded another profit. When will you arrive? Tang Yi, on my way, 10 minutes max. Tang Yi had previously instructed the manager to notify her whenever Gao Yan came for stone gambling. Inside a speeding Ferrari 488. Putting down her phone, Tang Yi couldn't help muttering to herself, that guy's getting more mysterious by the day. He actually won on his second stone gamble too. Since Gao Yan refused to co-invest last time, she had hired a private detective to conduct a thorough investigation on him. Today, that private detective had compiled all the gathered information and sent it to her. After reviewing the materials, she realized just how deeply Gao Yan had been hiding his tracks. Firstly, Gao Yan already owned 3 milk tea shops. She had known this all along, but never paid much attention to it. According to the private investigator's report, however, these 3 milk tea shops shouldn't be underestimated. They possess 6 premium-flavored milk teas. This gives the 3 shops exceptionally good sales. Wanlong and Hengda shopping centers have stabilized their daily sales at 20,000 yuan each, while the University Town Snack Street maintains steady sales of 15,000 yuan daily. The 3 milk tea shops have a daily sales volume exceeding 50,000. Even calculated at the minimum of 50,000 per day, the monthly revenue of the milk tea shops reaches 1.5 million. The operating costs for milk tea shops are very low. Even after deducting labor, rent, utilities, and raw materials, the profit margin is at least 50%. This means Gao Yan can earn 750,000 a month just from these 3 milk tea shops. The annual profit could reach 9 million yuan. And milk tea shops are highly replicable. Gao Yan could easily open 10 stores in Nandu City, pushing the profit to 90 million yuan. Then, he could continue expanding throughout the entire Yangdong province. And accommodating 100 milk tea shops across the entire Yangdong province wouldn't be a problem at all. In that case, Gao Yan's milk tea shops could generate an annual profit of 900 million. What if it expanded nationwide? The potential profits would be simply unimaginable. Its growth potential might even surpass that of Brothers Hot Pot. After all, duplicating a milk tea shop is much easier than replicating a hot pot restaurant. It requires less space and smaller investments. By then, going public again could create another multi-billion-dollar enterprise. No wonder Gao Yan was unwilling to reinvest in the hot pot chain. The capital he'd pour into a single hot pot restaurant could launch several milk tea shops. Secondly, Gao Yan also established an internet company. The registered capital directly reached 300 million yuan. Given Gao Yan's family circumstances, there was no way he could come up with 300 million yuan. So, where did these 300 million come from? As for whether these 300 million funds could be problematic, she believed there couldn't possibly be any issues. If there were really problems, the relevant authorities would have already approached Gao Yan. How could he have so brazenly put up 300 million as registered capital? What's even more interesting is that Fang Jinjin has also gotten involved with Gao Yan. She and Fang Jinjin had been sworn rivals since childhood. Because both of them were exceptionally outstanding, with beauty that could match each other, people often compared them. Originally, the Fang family was slightly weaker than their Tang family. But in recent years, the Fang family's business had exploded, surpassing the Tang family in one fell swoop. And both of them chose to study abroad. Only after returning home did she take over her family's jewelry business, while Fang Jinjin went to work for Gao Yan. In her view, a privileged girl like Fang Jinjin would never work for someone without good reason. Rather, she must know Gao Yan's true identity and wants to connect with the connections behind him. Indeed, she suspected that Gao Yan's identity was problematic. In fact, the Cheng family had previously investigated and discovered that Gao Yan's current parents were not his biological ones. Before Gao Yan sold the hot pot base to Cheng Hao, he was just an ordinary college student. Yet during this period, he had not only obtained milk tea recipes but also acquired substantial funds. Tang Yi had reason to believe it was most likely Gao Yan's biological parents who had come forward, offering this compensation. But what kind of family could casually produce hundreds of millions in funds for a student still in the ivory tower to play around with? Even their Tang family would find it difficult to scrape together 300 million in capital, let alone handing out 300 million for the younger generation to start a business. Therefore, the background of Gao Yan's biological parents must be unimaginably formidable. Thinking about this, she deeply regretted it. She shouldn't have been so aggressive towards Gao Yan, which ended up affecting his relationship with Chang Hao. The fact that Gao Yan could invest 300 million to start a company proves he could have continued investing in the hot pot restaurant, but he deliberately chose not to. This clearly shows there were already reservations in his heart. Fortunately, Chang Hao had insisted on giving Gao Yan 30% of the shares back then. He had initially thought Chang Hao was a bit foolish for doing so, but now it seemed Chang Hao was the blessed simpleton who stumbled upon good fortune. Hongyun Stone Workshop. Gao Yan decided not to bid early for the raw stone, so the master cutter continued splitting it. Whoosh, whoosh, sparks flew alongside stone dust. In no time, another notch was carved into the stone. As the green hue of the cut surface revealed itself, the crowd's expression shifted with profound complexity. Clearly, this young master Gao has scored another lucrative cut. As the water gun washed away the stone powder from the cut surface, a deep green jade was revealed beneath. Manager Song secretly swallowed hard. If he had offered 10 million earlier, he might have actually secured this rough stone. As for now, even if he offered 12 million, they probably wouldn't even bother responding to him. Next, everyone congratulated Gao Yan once again. Gao Yan smiled calmly and signaled the stone-cutting master to continue opening the other side. The stone-cutting master was quite pleased to extract good materials. Generally, when raw stones yielded substantial profits, their owners would give him a generous red envelope as a reward. Secured the gemstone again and started the cutting machine. Whoosh, whoosh, the piercing screech rang out once more. At that moment, Tang Yi came hurrying over in her high heels. "How's it going?" she asked her manager. "Double cuts, both sides showing significant gains," said the manager of Hangjin Jewelry with appreciative envy. "Gao Yan, congratulations on another big profit." Tang Yi walked up to Gao Yan and looked at Zhuo Jiangyue. "This must be your girlfriend. She's really beautiful." "Miss Tang, you're too kind. This is my girlfriend Zhuo Jiangyue. Jiangyue, this is Cheng Hao's cousin." "Hello, Miss Tang." "Hello, Jiangyue." Tang Yi greeted her with a smile, but felt inexplicably displeased inside, because Gao Yan introduced her as Cheng Hao's cousin, clearly not treating her as a friend. Chapter 58 Petty, Double Update. Since the noise from the cutting machine made conversation difficult, everyone fell silent after exchanging greetings, focusing their attention on the raw stone being cut. Soon, the third side of the raw stone was cut open. Similarly, after rinsing with the water gun, 1/3 of the cross-section revealed an emerald green hue. Although it wasn't a massive surge in value, this already proved the jadeite inside the rough stone was of considerable volume. Master Gao, shall we continue cutting? The stone-cutting master inquired. Fully untie it, exclaimed Gao Yan. Wait. At that moment, Tang Yi called out, Gao Yan, how about selling it to me for 20 million? That wouldn't be right. Gao Yan waved his hand dismissively. Cheng Hao and I are like brothers. Even though we've made 4 cuts now, who knows if there might be voids or fractures inside. Better wait until it's completely split open before deciding. Tang Yi truly couldn't find a good rebuttal to Gao Yan's reasoning. At the same time, she increasingly felt that this guy Gao Yan was just petty. Even after apologizing twice, he still held a grudge. Alright then. The next 20 minutes were spent with the cutting master meticulously extracting the entire piece of jade. It was a substantial chunk of ice jadeite. Though it had some flaws, they couldn't overshadow its excellence. Young Master Gao, DeFu Jewelry offers 22 million. Manager Song immediately shouted, having already reported in advance and been granted considerable authority from above. 25 million. Tang Yi promptly countered. Damn it. Hearing Tang Yi's offer, Manager Song cursed inwardly. This woman was downright unreasonable, because this piece of jade was barely worth 25 million at most. However, with a skilled carving master crafting it, there could still be a profit of 2 to 3 million. Then, through gritted teeth, he declared, 26 million. 27 million. Tang Yi countered without hesitation. Madwoman. Manager Song couldn't help but curse out loud. What did you say? Say it again. Tang Yi's eyes turned cold as he fixed Manager Song with an interrogating glare. Sorry Chairman Tang, my words were uncouth. I apologize to you. Manager Song had no choice but to apologize, as their statuses weren't on the same level. Humph. Tang Yi snorted coldly, mind your tongue. If there's a next time, don't blame me for being unkind. Got it. Manager Song hastily replied. So Gao Yan, are you selling this jadeite? Tang Yi turned to Gao Yan again, her expression softening with a faint smile. Truth be told, even if she acquired this jadeite for 27 million, the profit margin would be razor thin after crafting it into jewelry. However, this was an opportunity to build goodwill with Gao Yan, who could blame the guy for being stingy. Then I'll gratefully accept Sister Tang's generosity. Gao Yan nodded. His golden pupils had appraised this piece of jade at 24.8 million yuan, and now Tang Yi was offering an extra 2.2 million. Why wouldn't he sell? Cheers to a pleasant partnership. Pleasure doing business with you. Next, the two signed the transfer agreement inside the gambling stone workshop. Immediately afterwards, after making a phone call, Tang Yi transferred 27 million into Gao Yan's account. Instantly, the system upgrade experience skyrocketed by 27 million, reaching a total of 53.78 million. At the same time, the sevenfold rebate was also deposited into the system account, adding 189 million to the system's funds. The stored capital once again surpassed 300 million, reaching 331.6 million. For a moment, Gao Yan couldn't help wishing he could visit the gambling stone workshop every day to grind experience and money. But he quickly suppressed this thought. First of all, winning big every single day would be far too conspicuous. Secondly, the gambling stone shop belongs to the Qin family. If he draws too much attention, he might easily be targeted by them. Therefore, he decided to visit the gambling stone shop just once a month. After all, it's still a period of discreet growth, and lying low would be wiser. Gao Yan, thank you for selling the jade to me. How about I treat you and your girlfriend to a meal? Tang Yi extended the invitation once more. No thanks, Sister Tang, Zhang Yu and I still plan to do some sightseeing. We'll talk when we're free. Gao Yan politely declined. What was the point of having dinner with Tang Yi? After 2 rounds of emotional whiplash, his current obsession was pursuing Zhuo Jiangyue. He had no interest in diplomatic niceties with Tang Yi. A flash of disappointment crossed Tang Yi's eyes. Alright, another time then. Sounds good, Sister Tang, we'll head off first. Gao Yan waved toward Tang Yi and left the gambling den hand in hand with Zhuo Jiangyue. As she watched Gao Yan's retreating figure, Tang Yi's eyes held a trace of resentment and frustration. Despite her repeated demonstrations of sincerity, that guy still wouldn't accept her goodwill. At this moment, in the gambling stone workshop's office, General Manager Qin Lin unhurriedly picked up a cup of tea and brought it to his lips. After putting down the teacup, he said to the tall, burly man standing before him, Old Zhou, arrange for someone to investigate Gao Yan's background. Find out exactly who this guy is. I'll make the arrangements right away. The tall, sturdy man nodded, then turned and left the office. The reason Qin Lin ordered Gao Yan's investigation was his suspicion that this young man might have some special method for identifying raw gemstones. The Qin family has been in the jade business for many years. They have quite a few stone gambling experts under their command. Both times, he had observed Gao Yan, who seemed extremely confident in the raw stones he selected, as if he could see right through them. If the man truly possessed such skill, he would recommend that the family recruit him. Because every 3 years, the Qin family engages in a gemstone betting duel with major raw jade mine owners. This duel determines each family's supply quota for the next 3 years. As the saying goes, scarcity breeds value. All these years, they've been controlling raw stone output and hyping up jadeite prices. Among them, the largest rough stone suppliers numbered 7 in total, and the Qin family was one of them. They divided the shipments into 10 equal portions. Each of the 7 families received a 10% share, while the remaining 30% of the output was distributed through a competitive wager system. Last session, the Qin family barely managed to secure 3rd place in the gambling tournament. Therefore, over the next 3 years, only 15% of shipments will be allocated, while the top-ranking company can exclusively claim 25%, and the second position still gets 20%. If the Qin family secured the top spot, they could earn over 10 billion more annually, amounting to more than 30 billion in 3 years. Unfortunately, with several veteran jade appraisal experts of the Qin family passing away one after another, they now face a talent gap. Gao Yan remained unaware of this. Even though he had decided to keep a low profile, Xin Lin still had his eye on him. It was the height of summer now. The sun in the sky was especially scorching. Climbing mountains was clearly not a suitable option. Originally, Gao Yan had planned to go swimming, but after some thought, he felt it was quite a loss to let Zhuo Jiangyue wear a swimsuit in front of so many people. His own girlfriend, how could he let other men feast their eyes on her? Suddenly, he remembered he still had a diamond membership card for Tianyun Club. He heard this club offered all kinds of entertainment, food, drinks, and fun. Why not spend the day there instead? Jiangyu, I'll take you to a fun place. Whatever you say. Zhuo Jiangyue was still in a daze, finding it hard to process the overwhelming scene at the Jade Gambling House. In just over an hour, Gao Yan had actually earned more than 20 million yuan. From childhood to adulthood, her family had never let her want for money. But that doesn't mean she doesn't understand what over 20 million signifies. At the same time, a hint of worry crept into her heart. Could someone like her really hold on to such an exceptional guy? The enhancement of his mental faculties didn't just make Gao Yan smarter, it also sharpened his ability to read people's hearts and emotions. With one glance at Zhuo Jiangyue's expression, he could already guess what she was thinking. So he reached out and grasped her hand, smiling gently. Silly girl, what nonsense are you imagining? Do you lack confidence in yourself, or in me? As the saying goes, a good drum doesn't need heavy pounding. Zhuo Jiangyue immediately grasped the meaning behind Gao Yan's words. However, she pretended to be coy out of slight embarrassment, putting on an arrogant air as she said, I'm a fairy maiden, how could I possibly feel inferior? Chapter 59, Tianyun Clubhouse, 3rd update. The Tianyun Clubhouse was far more luxurious and vast than Gao Yan had imagined. Its area was no less than that of Southern Capital University, and it was located right in the city center. Such a large piece of land located in the city center isn't something just anyone could acquire. For a moment, Gao Yan couldn't help feeling curious about the backer behind this private club. 8 imposing young security guards stood at the main entrance. Their posture and aura made it clear they were far from ordinary guards. Moreover, inside the gates was a spacious security booth with additional personnel stationed there, ready to provide immediate backup if the situation outside became unmanageable. Gao Yan's car had barely approached when 2 security guards intercepted it. Do you have a membership card, sir? The security guard asked in an indifferent tone. Will this do? Gao Yan took out the diamond card and handed it to the guard. The other party took the card and scanned it with a machine before returning it to Gao Yan with both hands, saying, Respected diamond member, welcome to Tianyun Club. Thank you. A smile appeared on the security guard's face. You're welcome, sir. After entering, drive straight ahead for 100 meters, and there will be a dedicated reception. Thanks for the reminder. The gate swung open, allowing Gao Yan to drive in. The 2 security guards returned to their posts, unable to suppress whispering. Who'd have thought an Audi A4 driver would be a diamond card holder? Shut it! Have you forgotten our rules? No casually discussing clients, the other guard sternly reminded. Tianyun Club's membership cards came in 5 tiers, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and crown. The annual fee for the bronze card is 1 million, the silver card's annual fee is 2 million, the gold card's annual fee is 5 million, and the diamond card's annual fee is 10 million. And this is just the membership fee. Spending at Tianyun Club requires additional payment. The different cards merely grant access to varying levels of service and discounts. Take the lowest tier bronze card as an example. It only permits consumption in the standard area, with a 5% discount on all purchases. The silver card allows unrestricted access to both standard and intermediate areas, offering a 10% discount on all expenditures. The gold card allows unrestricted spending in the regular, intermediate, and premium zones with a 20% discount on all expenses. Diamond card holders can spend in any zone and may also commission certain tasks to Tianyun Club, which will endeavor to fulfill them. As for the crown card, unlike the previous 4 membership tiers, it cannot be purchased with money, it is exclusively gifted by the owner. Holders of the Crown card enjoy all expenses within the club completely free. However, security personnel have yet to encounter a Crown card holder, making the Diamond card currently the most prestigious membership status. Under the security guard's direction, Gao Yan drove forward for about 100 meters. There stood a building. 4 people were waiting at the gate to receive Gao Yan and his companion. Among them were a middle-aged man dressed as a butler and a young man in a white uniform, along with 2 stunning cheapao-clad beauties who scored 90+ in looks. The car had barely come to a stop when the middle-aged man leaned forward to open the door for Gao Yan, smiling warmly as he said, "Respected Mr. Gao, I'm Henry, your personal steward for today. It's a pleasure to serve you." "Thank you." Gao Yan smiled at him as he stepped out of the car, then moved to the passenger side to open the door for Zhuo Jiangyue. Soon after, 2 beauties in kipeos approached to greet Gao Yan and Zhuo Jiangyue, guiding them into the reception hall, while the young attendant remained behind to take the car for cleaning and maintenance. After settling into the genuine leather sofa, 2 beauties in cheapao promptly served tea and hot towels. "Henry, this is my first time visiting. Could you introduce the services here to me and my girlfriend?" Gao Yan asked the butler Henry. "Of course, Mr. Gao. May I see your membership card first?" Henry asked politely. Gao Yan took out his membership card once more, and after Henry scanned it, he respectfully returned it with both hands before slightly bowing and beginning his introduction. First of all, Tianyun Club offers a multitude of activities such as basketball, football, badminton, bowling, horse riding, archery, shooting, indoor skiing, golf, table tennis, swimming, a movie theater, an opera house, party venues, murder mystery games, and more. In addition, there are also a KTV, bar, beauty salon, jade gambling house, and fencing. What surprised Gao Yan even more was the presence of martial arts fighting rings here. In short, just about every activity you can imagine can be found here. Of course, aside from entertainment options, there are also all kinds of delicacies here, everything from the 8 great cuisines to French and Italian dishes. Even street food is available. "Jiangyue, what would you like to do?" After listening to Henry's introduction, Gao Yan asked Zhuo Jiangyue. "There are so many options, I don't even know what to choose." Zhuo Jiangyue was struck by indecision. "Since you don't know, then try whatever interests you, we've got plenty of time anyway," Gao Yan suggested. Before long, under the guidance of 2 stunning women in Cheongsam, Gao Yan and Zhuo Jiangyue arrived at the badminton hall. The service here is very attentive. It also provided specialized workout attire. Gao Yan and Zhuo Jiangyue changed into their sportswear and started playing around. Gao Yan had initially assumed that Zhuo Jiangyue wouldn't have great stamina, but to his surprise, after more than 20 minutes of playing, she only showed slight perspiration on her forehead, evidently someone who exercised regularly. Intermission. The pair moved to a bench beside the court to rest. The accompanying cheapao-clad beauty thoughtfully brought them towels and premium mineral water. After the break, they resumed their game. After about 40 minutes of play, Zhuo Jiangyue suggested switching venues, so the 2 of them moved to the bowling alley. There were specialized coaches available for guidance. Both Gao Yan and Zhuo Jiangyue were quick learners, grasping the essentials swiftly, and soon became engrossed in a lively competition. Next, the 2 went on to try their hands at archery and table tennis. By then, it was already noon. When it came to choosing a restaurant for lunch, they wordlessly agreed on a Sichuan cuisine place. It had to be said. The chefs at Tianyun Club were exceptionally skilled, undoubtedly top-tier culinary masters. After tasting the dishes, Gao Yan even felt that the food cooked by the chefs here was only slightly inferior to those enhanced with the super seasoning. However, in terms of presentation, plating, and knife skills, they far surpassed the dishes Gao Yan made using the super seasoning. After dinner, Gao Yan and Zhuo Jiangyue strolled hand in hand along the tree-shaded path. "Gao Yan, isn't the spending here quite high?" Zhuo Jiangyue asked softly. "I'm not sure either, since it's my first time here too. But do you know how I got my membership card?" Gao Yan asked with a smile. "How did you get it?" "Dang, you gave it to me. How could this be?" Zhuo Jiangyue was utterly surprised. "Remember last week when we went boating and I asked you to buy drinks after we got ashore?" Gao Yan asked. "I remember. That was me intentionally sending you away because I realized someone meant harm to me and feared you might get caught in the crossfire. Later, the men Deng you sent attacked me, but ended up getting beaten by me instead." Instantly, Zhuo Jiangyue's face darkened. "He's gone too far, daring to attack you repeatedly like this. We must report this to the police." "Don't be angry, I'm fine, aren't I?" Gao Yan gently squeezed Zhuo Jiangyue's hand to comfort her. "After failing twice in a row, Deng you sent someone to negotiate peace with me. Worried I wouldn't agree, they compensated me with 3 valuable gifts. It's not that I'm greedy for these things, but I was mainly concerned they might target you. So, I pretended to agree for now. We'll settle the score with him when the time comes. Gao Yan, you've suffered because of this." Zhuo Jiangyue was deeply moved and stood on tiptoe to plant a kiss on Gao Yan's cheek. However, Gao Yan had anticipated it this time. He swiftly pulled her into his arms and said, "Sneak attacking me again? This time I won't let you escape." With those words, he pressed his lips firmly against her cherry-red mouth. Chapter 60, Sun Menglong, First Update. After a long moment, Zhuo Jianyue broke free from Gao Yan's embrace and ran ahead along the tree-lined path, her face flushed. Don't run, I haven't kissed you enough yet. Gao Yan shouted playfully, yet leisurely followed after her. With one leading and the other following, they passed through the shaded path only to be greeted by the sight of a vast artificial lake. Standing by the lakeside were rows of detached villas. Henry had previously explained to Gao Yan that these standalone villas were only available for rent to gold card members or higher, perfect for hosting parties or banquets. However, with just Gao Yan and Zhuo Jianyue present and no plans to stay overnight, there was naturally no need to rent a villa. Got you. Gao Yan made a tiger-like pounce and pulled Zhuo Jianyue into his embrace. At that very moment, upstairs in a villa not far away, a muscular young man, bare-chested, held a glass of red wine in one hand while pressing a phone to his ear with the other. A deferential voice rang through the device. Young Master Sun, it's all taken care of. The guy was a total coward. We barely threatened him before he nearly pissed himself. Fearing we'd come back after him, he skipped town immediately. Perfect. Sun Menglong smirked in satisfaction. And what about the woman? The voice on the phone said, hee. At first she was still thinking of suicide, but after we worked on her and told her that her boyfriend had already run away, she seemed to accept her fate. Xiao Jia, well done. I'll recommend you to Uncle to be the deputy manager of the Nanjing branch. Thank you, young Master Sun. You're my benefactor. From now on, your words are my command. I'll do whatever you ask. Xiao Jia quickly expressed his loyalty. Alright, that's settled then. Sun Menglong hung up the phone, his mind flashing back to last night's events. He had a peculiar hobby, stealing other people's girlfriends. Last night, when he first arrived in Nandu, he encountered a couple at a bar. Since they were already together, he began to scheme. Unfortunately, he had already made an appointment to discuss business at Tianyun Club today, otherwise he would definitely have stayed longer to enjoy himself. Suddenly, Sun Menglong's gaze inadvertently swept over a couple by the lake, and his old habits resurfaced. The woman before him was far more beautiful than the one he just conquered last night. Men! Young master, what are your orders? Two burly men in suits promptly entered upon hearing the call, bowing slightly as they awaited instructions. Sun Menglong glanced at Gao Yan and Zhuo Jianyue by the lakeside, and a wicked smile involuntarily curled at the corners of his mouth. Go invite that couple down there up here. Yes. Hearing this, the two men in suits turned and descended the stairs without hesitation. In no time, two men in suits stepped out of the villa and approached the lakeside. Gao Yan, now a peak-level hidden strength expert, had already sensed their presence when they were still meters away. He released Zhuo Jianyue and addressed the two suit-clad men now standing a meter in front of him. Can I help you, gentlemen? Our young master requests your presence. Please accompany us. One of the burly men in suits replied in a stiff tone. Who is your young master? Gao Yan asked. None of your business. Stop asking questions, you'll find out when we get there, the other party replied impatiently. At that moment, Gao Yan suddenly looked up toward the balcony and caught sight of a shirtless man holding a glass of red wine. Though separated by some distance, Gao Yan could still clearly make out the man's features. He was certain he didn't recognize him at all. Is that man on the balcony your young master? Enough nonsense, looking for a beating, aren't you? The suited strongman grew increasingly impatient. Faced with the increasingly rude suited strongman, a surge of anger welled up in Gao Yan's heart. Yet, he suppressed his fury and said in a heavy voice, Fine, I'll go with you. It wasn't that he feared the other party, but rather he wanted to clarify their intentions. Humph. The suited burly man let out a disdainful snort and turned to leave, while the other suited bruiser positioned himself behind Gao Yan and Zhuo Jianyue. Will Gao Yan be okay? Zhuo Jianyue asked nervously in a hushed voice. It's nothing. Gao Yan smiled at her. Even if something happens, as long as I'm here, there won't be any danger. After all, he had reached the peak of hidden strength, and according to Li Feng, even the top experts from the three major martial arts families in Yangdong province were only at the level of transformative strength. So unless he encountered a transformative strength expert or someone armed with firearms, he feared no one. And transformative strength masters were all elder martial artists. As for firearms, with the Xia nation's strict control, how could anyone openly carry guns? The two burly men in suits walking ahead and behind couldn't help but sneer at Gao Yan's words. Once inside the villa, you won't have a say anymore. Soon, Gao Yan and Zhuo Jianyue entered the villa and arrived at the main hall. The young man who had been on the balcony earlier had now come to the hall, leaning against a genuine leather sofa while still showing off his toned upper body. Young master, we've brought them. The two burly men in suits reported briefly, then silently took their positions behind the man. At this moment, the young man addressed as young master shamelessly let his greedy gaze roam over Zhuo Jianyue from head to toe. Previously, the distance had obscured his view, but now that he was closer, his attraction to the woman before him grew even stronger. That look made Zhuo Jianyue extremely uncomfortable, so she shot back an equally icy glare without hesitation. Ha! How dare you glare at me? You've got spirit, woman. I like that. Sun Menglong couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Then, his gaze fell upon Gao Yan with a hint of amusement. Is she your girlfriend? None of your damn business. Gao Yan responded with extreme impoliteness. From the other's gaze, Gao Yan had already guessed the man came for Zhuo Jiangyue. Moreover, openly flirting with Zhuo Jiangyue in his presence clearly showed no regard for him, so why should he show any courtesy in return? Seeking death. The suited gorilla behind the sofa narrowed his eyes with a cold glint, rounding the couch as his footsteps abruptly quickened. The instant he approached Gao Yan, the man swung his palm toward his face with a vicious grin. Bang! But Gao Yan's leg was faster, his kick sent the suited thug flying backward, slamming directly toward Sun Menglong seated on the sofa. Holy crap! Sun Menglong, who'd been ready to enjoy the show, paled in panic and scrambled sideways to dodge. But just then, a figure flashed by. A powerful slap landed squarely on Sun Menglong's cheek, sending his body flying over the sofa before crashing heavily onto the carpet. As he lay sprawled on the ground, Sun Menglong suddenly felt something foreign in his mouth. Spitting it out instinctively, he saw it was a bloody molar. You offended my girlfriend. Losing one tooth is your punishment. Dare to try it again, and you won't keep a single tooth in your mouth. Gao Yan retreated to his original spot, his voice laced with threat. Do you know who I am? Sun Menglong was absolutely furious. Slowly rising from the ground, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared at Gao Yan with venomous eyes as he questioned him. I don't care who you are. If you dare insult my girlfriend, you deserve to be hit. Noticing the intense hatred in Sun Menglong's gaze, Gao Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, a dangerous glint flickering in them once more. If not for the inappropriateness of the setting, he wouldn't have stopped at simply knocking out one of Sun's teeth. Moreover, he realized that both the two men in suits and Sun Menglong had martial skills, especially Sun Menglong, who was a Mingjin warrior. Although not as strong as Li Feng, he had reached mid-level Mingjin. What a big mouth. I'm from the Sun family of Nandong City, Sun Menglong said coldly. Whether it's the Sun family or the Qin family, neither gives you the right to insult my girlfriend. Gao Yan was slightly shocked inside, not expecting the other party to be from the Sun family, one of the three major martial arts families in Yangdong City. However, the Sun family's influence was concentrated in Nandong City, and their Huajin warriors had to guard the family headquarters, not daring to leave easily. As long as it wasn't a Huajin expert, he had nothing to fear. Fine, fine. You dare to look down on our Sun family. How about leaving your name if you're so bold? Listen up, I'm your father, Gao Yan said unhurriedly. Poof! The somewhat tense atmosphere instantly dissipated, and Zhuo Jiangyue couldn't help but laugh at Gao Yan's remark. Let's go! Gao Yan grabbed Zhu Jiangyue's hand again and walked out of the villa. Staring at the departing figures of the two, Sun Menglong's expression flickered several times. In the end, he gave up any thought of stopping them. He had absolutely no confidence left. By now, he had cooled down and realized that this young man, who had utterly dismissed him, was very likely a martial arts expert at the hidden force level. Even with 2 bodyguards added, such a master would still be far beyond his match. Young master, are you alright? The 2 burly men in suits spoke with shame, admitting their failure to protect him properly. Does saying any of this now help? Dalong, go investigate who this guy really is immediately. Erlong, drive me to the hospital right now. Sun Menglong touched his badly swollen cheek, a flash of murderous intent crossing his eyes. Outside the villa. Gao Yan, maybe we should leave this place, Zhuo Jiangyue said. Because of what just happened. Zhuo Jiangyue gave a slight nod. Alright, let's go then. Gao Yan thought that after what had just happened, Zhuo Jiangyue probably wasn't in the mood for sightseeing anymore. After driving away from Tianyun Club, Gao Yan said, how about we watch a movie to relax a bit? Let's go to the hotel instead. Zhuo Jiangyue whispered softly. What? Gao Yan abruptly turned his head to look at Zhuo Jiangyue, still wearing an expression of disbelief. If you didn't hear it, forget it, Zhuo Jiangyue said with a flushed face. Haha, I heard it, going to a hotel. Gao Yan was overjoyed and unconsciously pressed harder on the accelerator. Chapter 61, Sunruoshi, Second Update. Gao Yan hadn't expected happiness to arrive so quickly. He had originally thought it would take more time to win over Zhuo Jiangyue. Unexpectedly, Zhuo Jiangyue took the initiative to suggest going to a hotel. In truth, he quickly guessed the reason behind Zhuo Jiangyue's proposal. It stemmed from her desire to compensate him. After all, their romantic relationship had only been officially established for just over a week. Yet because of her, Gao Yan had already suffered 2 assaults from Dongyu, and now today he defended Sun Menglong on her account as well. Since so many people covet her, it would be better to give herself to Gao Yan early on, so others can give up their hopes. Although they only officially became a couple just over a week ago, their feelings for each other have been growing since high school, even though they hadn't been in contact at all these past 2 years. But she never forgot Gao Yan. Thus, she was certain that she loved him. Moreover, when they met again, Gao Yan appeared before her completely transformed, more outstanding than before, having become even better because of her. How could she not be moved? If you love him, there's no need to hesitate over so many considerations. Better to surrender yourself wholly to this man without reservation. She also had faith in her own judgment. This man would surely not let her down. 20 minutes later, Gao Yan drove to the Hilton Hotel, then hand in hand, they entered the splendid hotel lobby. Here you go. Zhuo Jianyue stuffed something into Gao Yan's hand. Looking down, Gao Yan saw it was her ID card, and once again couldn't help but chuckle with a sly grin as he led her by the hand to the front desk. This was his girlfriend's first time, so Gao Yan didn't want to let her down in any aspect. He immediately booked the presidential suite priced at 58,888 yuan. The hotel had originally arranged for a private butler. However, as soon as she led the two to their room, Gao Yan dismissed her. Mr. Gao, Miss Xue, if you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask. Enjoy your stay. With those words, the private butler politely withdrew. After opening the door and entering the room, Gao Yan immediately embraced Zhuo Jianyue, sensing her nervousness as her body trembled slightly. So, he paused his next move and instead gazed deeply at Zhuo Jianyue's beautiful, innocent face. Jianyue, I love you. Gao Yan, me too. Can we promise to never be apart from now on? I'll listen to you. After this confession, Zhuo Jianyue visibly relaxed. Then, Gao Yan gently lifted her chin and pressed a soft kiss to her lips. Gao Yan's movements were tender, and Zhuo Jianyue responded in kind. She grew more proactive, wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing her body closer to his. Nandong City, Sun Family Security Company Headquarters. Vice President's Office. A young woman in office attire entered excitedly and reported to Vice President Sun Ruoshi, who was sitting in her executive chair watching TV dramas. Fifth Miss, good news. I just heard that Sun Menglong had one of his front teeth knocked out by someone. What? Such a thing really happened? Sun Ruoshi, who had been binge-watching shows, suddenly perked up with interest. Quick, tell me all the details. Although she and Sun Menglong were siblings, their relationship was strained, especially as she particularly despised his peculiar hobby. Even the elders in the family had voiced their disapproval about it. As the young master of the Sun family, finding women should have been easy for you, whether through dating or spending money to maintain relationships. Neither would have been an issue. But no, you just had to insist on stealing other people's girlfriends. Although the Sun family is powerful and influential, this incident shouldn't cause much trouble. However, once it spreads, it would still tarnish the Sun family's reputation, especially since the engagement is already arranged. Fortunately, the fiancé's family is a martial arts clan from another province. If it were a family from the same province who learned about Sun Menglong's unusual preferences, they would have already called off the engagement. The young office lady is an orphan adopted by the Sun family, named Sun Xue, currently serving as Sun Ruoshi's assistant. Sun Ruoshi wasn't surprised by this gloating expression of hers. She continued, I learned about this from Erlong. Originally, that guy Sun Menglong had arranged to discuss cooperation with Starlight Entertainment at Tianyun Club. But before Starlight Entertainment's people arrived, Sun Menglong's old habits resurfaced. He took a fancy to someone's girlfriend again and had Dalong and Erlong bring her to the villa. Wait, Sun Ruoshi exclaimed, is Sun Menglong that reckless? Doesn't he know Tianyun Club is that woman's property? How dare he cause trouble there? Tianyun Club isn't just in Nandu, it exists in every major city across the country. Moreover, the owner of Tianyun Club is a woman of extraordinary capability and cunning. She's a woman even Sun Ruoshi admires. This woman was originally the widow of the eldest son of the Zhao family, who had been a prodigious figure in the martial arts world back in the day. By the age of 24, he was already at the late stage of Dark Force, a sure bet to reach the transformation realm by 30. Yet, shockingly enough, during a martial arts competition, he was severely injured and defeated by a prodigy from the land of the rising sun. It said he couldn't bear the blow of failure and soon succumbed to his severe injuries, passing away shortly after. Most people believed there was something suspicious about the whole matter. Because of this, old Mr. Zhao, already over 80 years of age, became so enraged that he coughed up blood. Not long after, he too departed this world. You must understand old Master Zhao is currently one of the very few remaining grandmasters of Dantian Force in the martial arts world. The successive loss of both their promising prodigy and their pillar of strength has dealt an enormous blow to the Zhao family. Yet the problem is, the Zhao family currently has no truly outstanding figures to present. Consequently, since old Master Zhao's passing, many parties, both overt and covert, have begun scheming against the Zhao family, while internal discord reigns within the household itself. At this moment, the widow of young Master Zhao stepped forward, swiftly consolidating the Zhao family with decisive actions, then aggressively dealing with several families eyeing the Zhao assets, forcing other competitors to retreat. In the end, she somehow managed to invite a grandmaster of Danjin realm to support the Zhao family's cause. With this, the Zhao family was completely stabilized once more. Yet surprisingly, Tuyin showed no intention of continuing the Zhao family's original businesses. Within a year, she sold all the Zhao family's former assets at below-market prices to several major martial arts families. Thus, he fostered good relations with major martial arts families. Even their Sun family benefited partially from this arrangement. Subsequently, Tu Yun utilized the funds from selling the Zhao family's assets to establish the Tianyun Club. Within just 6 years, Tianyun Club branches spread across the entire nation. It became an extraordinarily unique force within the country. Some grew envious of Tianyun Club, but then Tu Yun revealed her prowess as a Huajin martial artist, even boasting 2 Huajin masters as her personal bodyguards. With a Danjin expert backing her from the shadows, no one dared to set their sights on Tianyun Club ever again. Yet none of this was what impressed Sun Ruwashi the most about Tu Yun. What she admired most about Tu Yun was how she secretly eliminated the Japanese prodigy who had defeated young Master Zhao back then, and then went on to eliminate several more Japanese geniuses one after another. Yet her methods were so covert that even though the Japanese side clearly knew it was her doing, they couldn't do anything about it. They even sent assassins after Tu Yun multiple times, only for her to successfully counterkill them. Because of this, Tu Yun gained another nickname, the Poisonous Widow. Chapter 62, The Canyon Newcomer, Third Update. Maybe Sun Menglong got kicked in the head by a donkey. Sun Shui also couldn't understand why Sun Menglong dared to start trouble at Tianyun Club. You're absolutely right. Sun Ruwashi nodded. That guy's brain really isn't right. So what happened next? Sun Shui continued. What happened next was simple. Sun Menglong was harassing someone's girlfriend right in front of her boyfriend, only to find out the man was actually a hidden martial arts master. He slapped Sun Menglong flying and even knocked out one of his teeth. Nice shot. Sun Ruwashi couldn't help but burst into laughter. That guy finally paid the price for his peculiar tastes. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Who is that hidden energy master? Any leads? Sun Shui replied, no concrete information yet, only that it's a young man in his 20s. A 20-year-old hidden energy master. Sun Ruwashi narrowed her eyes. It seems this person is no ordinary individual. Her martial arts talent is exceptional. She started training at 8 and has practiced for 14 years. Yet only reached the peak of visible force. And that's with ample cultivation resources and guidance from masters. The other person is around the same age but has already stepped into hidden force. Either they possess extraordinary talent, or they come from a martial arts family like the Suns. Xiaoxue, send someone to investigate that person's background. As soon as you uncover any details, report back to me immediately. Understood. Fifth young miss. In a villa somewhere in Yunjing. A stunning woman with her hair elegantly coiled high and flawless fair skin, dressed in matronly attire, clicked open a video file on her computer. Had Gao Yan been present, he would have recognized the footage playing, showing him first knocking away the burly man in a suit, then swiftly backhanding Sun Menglong into the air. The beautiful woman watched the entire video 3 full times. Then she murmured softly, how intriguing. Yangdong actually produced such a youthful peak-level dark energy practitioner. She herself was a master of transformed energy, with extraordinary vision. Although Gao Yan hadn't exerted his full strength and held much in reserve, she still accurately assessed his true capabilities. The beautiful lady then lifted her gaze to the coldly indifferent woman in black standing not far away and asked, Shout I, do we have any intelligence on this person? Reporting to Madam, this man is named Gao Yan. He's a sophomore in the business school of Nandu University, originally an orphan later adopted by the Gao couple. Until half a month ago, he was no different from an ordinary college student. But in just 2 short weeks, he's undergone earth-shaking changes. Firstly, he somehow obtained 2 extremely valuable recipes, one for hot pot base and another for milk tea. Beyond that, after listening to Xiaodia's introduction about Gao Yan, a faint smile suddenly appeared on the beautiful lady's face. The moment she saw that smile, Xiaodai, who had served the lady for many years, immediately understood that her mistress had taken a considerable interest in that fellow Gao Yan. She couldn't decide whether to call Gao Yan fortunate or unfortunate because of it. By the way, madam, how should we handle this matter? Xiaodai inquired again. Notify the Sun family, demand they give me an explanation. The beautiful woman's expression turned icy. As the mastermind behind an extensive intelligence network, she knew exactly what kind of scum Sun Menglong was. Though this time, it was Sun Menglong who suffered the loss. But if he hadn't coveted another man's girlfriend, Gao Yan would never have struck him. Plainly speaking, Sun Menglong had grown too accustomed to his arrogance. Even on her turf, he refused to restrain himself, utterly disregarding her reputation as the notorious Poison Widow. Indeed, this beautiful woman was none other than the infamous widow Tu Yun, whom Sun Ruwashi greatly admired. Yes, madam. Xiaodai immediately withdrew. At this moment, inside the Hilton presidential suite, Gao Yan stood alone in the bathroom, letting the spray from the shower pelt his body. Little did he ever dream that he would turn out to be such a quick shooter. The battle was over in just 2 minutes, leaving him completely spent. It made him feel utterly humiliated. It doesn't make sense. With my physique over 90, how could? Knock knock. The sound of knocking at the door jolted Gao Yan out of his shame-filled daze. Gao Yan, are you alright? Zhuo Jiangyue's worried voice came from outside. I'm fine. Gao Yan turned off the shower, hastily wiped off the water droplets, wrapped himself in a towel and stepped out of the bathroom, directly meeting Zhuo Jianyue's concerned eyes. Jianyue, Gao Yan, I just checked online, your body shouldn't have any problems. Zhuo Jianyue handed her phone to Gao Yan. Gao Yan took the phone, quickly scanning the entire article with a glance, and his lost confidence came flooding back. At this moment, Zhuo Jianyue pressed close to him and whispered, "Husband, maybe we should try again." Instantly, Gao Yan's body grew feverish once more. But considering it was Zhuo Jianyue's first time, he hesitated and said, "After all, it's your first time. Maybe next time? It's okay, it doesn't hurt anymore. Shall we give it a try then?" Encouraged by his girlfriend, Gao Yan once again joined Zhuo Jianyue in entering the canyon battlefield. Having no prior experience playing canyon games, they had their crystal destroyed immediately during their first attempt. This time, he learned his lesson and fought with steady composure. He first farmed jungle creeps to accumulate gold, then purchased equipment. Half an hour later, his opponent Zhuo Jianyue initiated a surrender. Feeling compassion since his girlfriend was also a beginner, Gao Yan accepted her surrender. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy, but here it was more like once tasted, forever enchanted. Both of them, having savored the joy of gaming, became utterly addicted, spending the next 2 days eating, drinking, and playing in the presidential suite. Their gaming experience soared rapidly. Monday, Gao Yan drove Zhu Jianyue back to Yangdong Science University before heading to Southern Capital University himself. With a thought, he summoned the system interface to check his earnings from the past 2 days. First, the 3 milk tea shops sold a total of 900 mobile phones over these 2 days. Second, the milk tea sales at these 3 shops were also quite impressive, with a turnover of 172,000 yuan over 2 days, setting a new sales record. Both Wanlong and Hengda branches set new performance highs, each exceeding 30,000 yuan in a single day. As it was the weekend, the Snack Street branch also saw improved performance, and now the system's cashback rate is 7-fold. Thus, the system's reserve funds increased by another 52.54 million, pushing the total reserve beyond 380 million. The upgrade experience points grow by another 4.22 million, totaling 58 million, just 42 million shy of the next level up threshold. If the 3 milk tea shops maintain this profit margin, another upgrade could be achieved in just 10 days maximum. He hadn't shown his face for 2 days, so Gao Yan first went to the milk tea shop on the Snack Street. Working hours started at 8 o'clock. There were still 10 minutes left, but there was already a figure bustling inside the milk tea shop. "Senior, you're here." Chen Yue, who was wiping the counter, hurriedly greeted Gao Yan when she saw him. "Why didn't you wait for everyone to clean together?" Gao Yan asked with a laugh. "There's not much work, I can finish it quickly," Chen Yue replied casually. Others might assume Chen Yue was putting on a show for the boss, but Gao Yan knew for certain that she wasn't that kind of person. She genuinely wanted to help him with more tasks. Without stopping her, Gao Yan asked instead, "Have you had breakfast yet?" Chen Yue said, "I'll go eat at the cafeteria later." "In that case, considering how hard you've been working, I'll treat you to breakfast." "No need, senior. Breakfast outside isn't cost-effective." Chen Yue shook her head. "No refusing, or I'll dock your pay," Gao Yan said fiercely. "Oh." Seeing Chen Yue's meek expression, Gao Yan couldn't resist pinching her cheek. "Senior you, this is your punishment for disobedience. Hurry up and clean while I go buy breakfast." With those words, Gao Yan turned and headed straight for the breakfast shop. Watching Gao Yan's retreating figure, Chen Yue's cheeks flushed red, and she quickly lowered her head to continue cleaning. Chapter 63, Pitching Medicinal Wine. In the morning, Gao Yan attended a single class at school before returning to his rented apartment. The 2 types of medicinal wine he had brewed were now ready to drink, so he decided to test their effects. That morning when he woke up, he actually felt some soreness in his waist, which gave him quite a scare. As the old saying goes, the field never gets worn out, only the ox collapses from exhaustion. He fetched 2 glasses. He poured a small half-cup of medicinal wine into each. "First, drink this kidney-tonifying one." Within just 2 minutes after swallowing the medicinal liquor, Gao Yan distinctly felt a warming sensation spreading through both of his kidneys. This lasted a full 5 minutes. As the sensation normalized, Gao Yan twisted his waist experimentally and discovered that all traces of lower back soreness had completely vanished. "What a great thing, it's practically a godsend for men." Gao Yan muttered to himself before picking up another glass of wine and drinking it down. "Also takes effect in 2 minutes. However, the effect wasn't as intense as the first cup, yet it left his entire body feeling pleasantly warm and exceptionally energized. With a thought, bring up the system interface. The physique attribute still reads 92 points, but consistently drinking this body-enhancing liquor could definitely improve physical fitness. How should these 2 types of liquor be promoted then? A contemplative look crossed Gao Yan's face. Such a great item definitely shouldn't be priced too low. Therefore, the target consumers can't be ordinary people. But before obtaining the system, he was just an ordinary student who didn't know any wealthy individuals. Suddenly, two potential candidates flashed through Gao Yan's mind. One was his landlady Lin Xiaomin, the other was his student Cao Weilan. Neither of them were short of money. If they discovered the medicinal wine's effects, they certainly wouldn't hesitate to spend. So how should he price it? He was absolutely certain these two types of medicinal wine were one of a kind. Selling at a low price would be meaningless. After all, he's no longer short on money. After some deliberation, he decided to sell it for 100,000 yuan per bottle. Each bottle contains the same volume as a standard mineral water bottle. But directly asking Lin Xiaomin and Gao Weilan to buy the medicinal wine might not work. They need to experience its miraculous effects first. Coincidentally, Gao Weilan was scheduled to learn combat skills that very afternoon. At 3 o'clock that day, Gao Yan arrived at the house where he was to teach Gao Weilan combat techniques, bringing the medicinal wine with him. "Teacher Gao, is that medicinal wine in your hand?" Gao Weilan asked curiously. "This is really good stuff. Drinking it can enhance your physical constitution. Are you sure?" Gao Weilan clearly looked somewhat skeptical. Gao Yan replied with great confidence, "Of course. Do you really think I'd lie to you? Find a cup and taste it." "Teacher Gao, you're not trying to get me drunk for some ulterior motive, are you?" Gao Weilan teased. "If I had ulterior motives, would I need to get you drunk? With your level of strength, do you think you'd have any chance of resisting if I really wanted to do something?" Gao Yan retorted irritably. "That's true." Gao Weilan nodded in agreement. Through these past few lessons, she had gained an increasingly clear understanding of Gao Yan's abilities. Despite her recent progress, she still couldn't compare to him. After a short while, Gao Weilan came over with her water cup, which she had emptied. Gao Yan unscrewed the cap and poured in a small amount of medicinal wine. He gestured for her to try it. Though beautiful, Gao Weilan was no delicate flower. She downed the medicinal wine in one gulp and nodded. "It tastes good," she said. "Taste doesn't matter. What matters is the effect. Wait 2 minutes and you'll discover its benefits. I'll go change clothes first." Gao Yan set down the medicinal wine and swiftly went into the room to change into his training outfit. Then the two of them entered the training room together. By now, the medicinal wine had begun to take effect. Gao Weilan felt a warm sensation spreading throughout her entire body. Even her strength seemed to have increased significantly. "Teacher Gao, that medicinal liquor of yours is truly miraculous. I'm feeling great." "Told you so." Gao Yan laughed. Gao Weilan nodded vigorously, then her eyes lit up. "Teacher Gao, could you spare me some of that liquor?" "That won't do." Gao Yan shook his head decisively. Creating this medicinal liquor took considerable effort and rare ingredients. "If you want some, you'll have to pay." "How much?" Gao Weilan asked. 100,000 per bottle. "Want it?" Gao Weilan's expression froze. "Can it be cheaper?" "Can't go lower." "Let me ask you, can you find anything on the market comparable to my medicinal liquor?" Gao Yan countered. "No." Gao Yan chuckled. "Isn't that obvious? If it weren't for our acquaintance, I wouldn't sell it to you even for 1,000,000, let alone 100,000. Gao Weilan thought it over and realized that actually made perfect sense. Her family was also well off, but she had never heard of medicinal wine with such remarkably potent effects. "Alright, I'll take 1 bottle. That's more like it." Gao Yan nodded in satisfaction. "After finishing this bottle of medicinal wine, your physical constitution will improve by at least 20%. The slow effect on him was due to his already strong physique, but Gao Weilan was different. Her constitution was only slightly better than an ordinary person's. After receiving the transfer from Gao Weilan, in high spirits, Gao Yan continued to instruct Gao Weilan in her combat techniques. After class, Gao Yan reminded Gao Weilan that this wine is best consumed before bedtime. Just half a small cup each time should suffice. "Thank you for the reminder, Teacher Gao, but I have a question. When this bottle is finished, can I still buy more wine from you?" Gao Weilan asked. "Of course." Gao Yan nodded. "The first 3 times will be calculated at 100,000 yuan each, but after that, the price goes up." "Thank you." Gao Weilan expressed her gratitude, because over the past hour, she had increasingly experienced the miraculous effects of that medicinal wine. In the past, she would feel exhausted after just 1 class, but today, she not only wasn't tired, but instead remained full of energy, with plenty of stamina. The man and woman who had just crossed boundaries were exceptionally clinging with each other. Gao Yan and Zhuo Jianyue were no exception. Thus, after returning home to shower and change clothes, Gao Yan drove straight to Yangdong Science and Technology College. After waiting outside the school for a while, Zhuo Jianyue's figure appeared outside the gate, but with an extra third wheel. "Song Yufei, Gao Yan, you're something else. You've already won over my Jianyue so quickly." As soon as she got in the car, Song Yufei couldn't resist teasing them. To be honest, she genuinely didn't think Gao Yan could outperform all of Zhuo Jianyue's other suitors. Why on earth did her best friend fall for someone like him? Gao Yan chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to respond, while Zhuo Jianyue blushed with embarrassment and couldn't resist tickling Song Yufei in retaliation. The two girls soon tumbled into playful chaos in the back seat as Gao Yan started the car and drove toward the restaurant. The dining venue had been chosen by Gao Yan himself, a Hunan-style restaurant, with a private booth reserved. After the dishes were served, Gao Yan smiled and took out the medicinal liquor stored in a mineral water bottle. Yufei, you're in luck today. This liquor is truly exceptional. Ordinary people rarely get to taste it, Gao Yan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Song Yufei glanced at the mineral water bottle, deeply skeptical. He had the waiter bring 2 wine glasses, then poured only half a glass from each bottle before handing them to Zhuo Jiangyue and Song Yufei. Give it a taste, you definitely won't regret it. Hesitant yet curious, Song Yufei picked up the glass and took a sip, then remarked, the taste is acceptable, though not as impressive as I'd imagined. It's far from top-tier fine wine. The charm of this medicinal wine isn't about making people like you'll understand soon. Jiangyue, have some too. Zhuo Jiangyue had already entrusted herself entirely to Gao Yan. Though not blindly obedient, she still placed considerable trust in his words. Here, eat up. Gao Yan served Zhuo Jiangyue a piece of chicken and urged Song Yufei to start eating without delay. Chapter 64. Everything's going well. The three chatted over dinner, with Song Yufei and Zhuo Jiangyue occasionally taking small sips of the medicinal wine, creating a rather pleasant atmosphere. Suddenly, Song Yufei noticed something unusual in her body and instinctively looked at the medicinal wine in her glass. This wine. Feel it now? Gao Yan smirked triumphantly. This medicinal liquor isn't ordinary. Drinking it can enhance your physique and vitality. Could it really be this miraculous? Gao Yan said, haven't you figured it out? Indeed. Zhuo Jiangyue also chimed in, I feel wonderfully warm all over, so comfortable, and full of energy too. For the past 2 days, she and Gao Yan had been playing canyon games inside the hotel. Today, she had been feeling slightly unwell, but now that discomfort had completely vanished, instead, she felt full of energy. As a result, her appreciation for the medicinal wine ran even deeper than Song Yufei's. Song Yufei came from a fairly well-off family and had far broader horizons than her peers, yet this medicinal liquor Gao Yan brought was something she'd never encountered before. Right then, she had a thought and asked, Gao Yan, where did you get this medicinal wine from? Call me Brother Yan, and I'll tell you. Gao Yan teased. Brother Yan. Song Yufei made the decisive call. Her grandmother was getting on in years, and despite having a health specialist by her side, the elderly woman's bodily functions were gradually declining. If she could get her hands on a few bottles of medicinal wine for the old lady, it would surely add several more years to her life. Gao Yan said, this wine was brewed using ancient methods. Since I owe you a favor, if you're willing to exchange it, I can give you 3 bottles. Upon hearing this, Song Yufei was momentarily taken aback before smiling. I think I'd rather keep that favor, Brother Yan. How about I pay for it instead? Forget it, I'll just give you this bottle as a gift. Gao Yan shook his head helplessly, feeling somewhat disappointed. Then I really appreciate it, Brother Yan. Song Yufei reached out to take the medicinal wine and placed it into her bag with utmost solemnity. Meanwhile, at the family compound, Gao Zhibin returned home carrying a black briefcase and spotted his daughter on the living room sofa. He couldn't help teasing, what breeze blew you home today? Although Gao Weilan worked at the municipal bureau, she rarely came home, mainly expressing dissatisfaction with her parents interfering in her work. I came back to see my mom, said Gao Weilan. What about me, your dad? Gao Zhibin, who held a high position at work, was usually stern and reserved at the office but became notably gentle around his wife and daughter. Just thought I'd check in on you too, Gao Weilan said. In no time. As the dishes were served, Gao Zhibin instructed his daughter, Xiaolan, go get that half-empty bottle of mutai from the liquor cabinet. Let's have a couple drinks, just us father and daughter. Let's drink this instead. Gao Weilan proudly produced a bottle of medicinal liquor stored in a mineral water bottle and placed it on the table. Alright, let's go with this one. Gao Zhibin didn't refuse. The family of 3 chatted while they ate, untroubled by any rules about silence during meals or bedtime. However, the conversation mainly revolved around Gao Weilan's work and personal life. This medicinal liquor? As the effects took hold, Gao Zhibin froze momentarily before instinctively looking towards Gao Weilan. Dad, how do you feel? Gao Weilan asked proudly. Where did you get this medicinal liquor from? Feeling the fatigue in his body rapidly dissipate, his energy levels replenishing, Gao Zhibin's expression grew solemn. Bought with money, Gao Weilan said. Where did you buy it? Gao Zhibin pressed further. What do you think of this medicinal liquor? Where I bought it remains a secret for now, Gao Weilan said smugly. Unless you promise not to interfere with my work from now on, I'll tell you. As for this medicinal liquor, it's absolutely wonderful. It strengthens your constitution and gives you incredible energy. Hey, Mom, you should try some too. Alright, let me try it. Mrs. Gao quickly fetched a cup, and Gao Weilan poured her a small half-glass. When the effects kicked in, Mrs. Gao also realized the marvel of the medicinal liquor. Old Gao, this wine. Gao Zhibin waved his hand. Let's eat first. After dinner, I'll have a proper chat with this girl. After dinner. Study. Gao Jibin said in a deep voice. Tell me, Xiaolan, where did this wine really come from? First agree to my terms. What terms? Gao Jibin began playing dumb. Dad, stop pretending, you have to promise not to interfere with my work anymore, Gao Weilan said somewhat exasperatedly. Darling, you must understand your mother's concerns. You're our only daughter, if anything were to happen to you, how could we bear to live on while sending our child to the grave? Gao Jibin said with profound earnestness. I don't want to hear this. Besides, I'm already the second strongest fighter in my unit. Getting hurt isn't that easy, Gao Weilan retorted stubbornly. Even the best swimmers drown. No matter how skilled you are, can you really withstand bullets? Gao Jibin snapped in exasperation. Our great Xia nation strictly controls firearms, ordinary criminals can't possibly get their hands on guns. Gao Weilan grew even more defiant. Girl, can't you try to understand us parents for once? Seeing that tough love wasn't working, Gao Jibin switched to playing the sympathy card. Dad, I'm begging you. But Gao Weilan wasn't falling for it. She immediately grabbed her father's arm and turned on the charm. Gao Jibin secretly enjoyed this immensely, though he took care not to let it show on his face. Seeing her coquetry was ineffective, Gao Weilan released her father and turned to stride out of the study. Wait! Gao Jibin called out, Girl, if you want me to agree, you'll have to agree to my condition too. What's the catch? Gao Weilan's face lit up with joy. Gao Jibin solemnly declared, You can carry out missions, that's not a problem, but you absolutely cannot act alone. You must follow superior's orders and never act recklessly. If you make a mistake, you'll be transferred to clerical duties without question. Thank you, Dad. I'll definitely follow my superior's orders. Gao Weilan happily agreed. Good, now let's talk about the medicinal wine. This time, Gao Weilan didn't try to manipulate Gao Jibin anymore and told him about buying the medicinal wine from Gao Yan. In that case, I'll transfer 300,000 to you. Buy 2 more bottles from him. Gao Jibin said he had just experienced the benefits of the medicinal wine and planned to wait a few more days. If the effects were truly as remarkable as claimed, he might consider gifting a bottle to someone. 9:30 p.m. Gao Yan dropped Zhuoyue Jiang and Song Yufei off at Yangdong Science University. After a brief goodbye kiss, he drove back to his rental apartment. On the way, Gao Yan pulled up the system interface to check the data. The 3 milk tea shops provided him with a total of 4.135 million experience points. Of these, 4.05 million came from phone sales, while the remaining 85,000 were from milk tea sales. Both Wanlong Mall and Hangda Mall exceeded 30,000 in sales. Although the actual revenue was higher, the system didn't show the turnover from recharge cards. However, sales at the Snack Street shop saw a decline. In addition, with the 7-fold rebate, the system's stored funds had exceeded 400 million, reaching 411 million. Upon returning home, after sending Zhuang Jianyuet a WeChat message to inform her of his arrival, he reopened the stock trading app. Today, Ame Pharmaceuticals had hit the daily limit up in the morning and rose another 5 points in the afternoon, closing at 45.77 yuan. Chapter 65, Untraceable. After a quick freshening up, Gao Yan first drank 2 glasses of medicinal wine. Then he picked up a book and went into the bedroom, lying down on the bed to read. Meanwhile, in Yunjing, the same grand villa stood as before. Xiao Dai, what have you found out so far? Tu Yun, dressed in pajamas, lounged lazily on the sofa while enjoying a maid's massage and asked, Madam, I've let you down, Xiao Dai. Suddenly, Xiao Dai lowered her head with a shameful expression as she spoke. To outsiders, Tianyun Club appears to be nothing more than an upscale entertainment venue, a den of extravagance in ordinary people's eyes. But in truth, Tianyun Club's greatest profits come from trading intelligence. And Xiao Dai was the leader of this intelligence force, with her strength at the late stage of hidden force. What's going on? Tu Yin waved her hand, dismissing the maids who had been massaging her, then sat up from the sofa. Xiao Dai continued her report. I've thoroughly investigated Gao Yan's past, but strangely, there's no trace of where his strength came from. Besides that, I also tracked his financial sources to an overseas futures account opened under Gao Yan's name. The odd thing is, Gao Yan has never had any involvement with futures, he's only just started dabbling in stocks now. How intriguing! A glint sparked in Tu Yun's alluring eyes. Keep a close watch on his futures account and see if he makes any moves soon. Then we'll follow the clues. Also, his strength couldn't have appeared out of thin air, there must be a master behind him. Keep him under tight surveillance. I refuse to believe he won't slip up. Understood, my lord. Go on. Tu Yun waved her hand. Your subordinate takes leave. After Xiao Dai left, a look of interest appeared on Tu Yun's charming face. I've been so bored lately, and now someone has finally caught my interest. Time for some fun. Thinking this, she called out, and a cold-faced woman entered, bowing as she asked, Madam, what are your orders? Get things ready. I'm heading to Southern Capital tomorrow. Very well, Madam. Nandu, Zijin Lake Villa. Sun Menglong pushed open the door to the villa study with an irritated expression, addressing the middle-aged man seated behind the desk. Uncle, when exactly can I leave this damned villa? Sun Wei gave Sun Menglong a casual glance. Xiaolong, it's not that I won't let you go out, it's eldest brother who issued the house arrest order. The moment Sun Menglong heard eldest brother from Sun Wei's mouth, he instantly deflated and changed his tone. Second uncle, have you figured out that guy's background yet? Sun Wei frowned. We've sort of figured it out, but then again, we haven't. Second uncle, could you be more straightforward? Sun Menglong was stunned, saying with utter exasperation. Sun Wei said, the guy's surface identity has been verified, but his hidden background remains unclear for now. I've already sent someone to Tianyun Club to gather intel on him. Let's wait and see. Second uncle, can I get my revenge then? The memory of getting slapped so hard that he lost a molar sent a surge of resentment boiling up in Sun Menglong's chest. Sun Wei sighed lightly. Xiaolong, you're no longer a child at an age for reckless behavior. That young man is even younger than you, yet he's already a dark force martial artist. Our Sun family's younger generation can hardly match him. Do you think such a genius just appeared out of thin air? Until we fully understand his origins, it's best not to act rashly unless you want to bring calamity upon our family. But Sun Menglong refused to accept this. Second uncle, you're giving that punk way too much credit. It's not about overestimating, but being cautious. Sun Wei pointed out, our Sun family has stood unshaken for so many years for two reasons. First, we've always had a transformed master in each generation to uphold our strength, and second, we know when to advance and when to retreat. Sun Menglong gradually calmed down and asked, Uncle, can you put in a good word for me with Dad? Don't blame me for not helping you this time, nephew. In the past, your antics were tolerable since you never provoked anyone formidable. But this time, you acted out at the Tianyun clubhouse. Behind Tianyun stands someone even our patriarch treads carefully around. After the incident, that person demanded an explanation from your father through a phone call. Thankfully, you weren't in Nandong at the time, otherwise, your father would have broken your legs without hesitation. For now, it's best you stay out of your father's sight, or else. Upon hearing this, Sun Menglong couldn't help but shudder. Thank you for the warning, uncle. I understand. Don't worry, I'll sit tight in the villa these next few days. The next morning, Gao Yan received a call from Gao Weilan. Then he returned to his rented apartment to fetch 2 jars of medicinal wine before heading to the neighborhood entrance. In no time, a white Jeep Grand Cherokee soon arrived. Here you go. Gao Yan handed the 2 bottles of medicinal wine to Gao Weilan. Thank you, I'll transfer the money to you right away. You're welcome. After chatting for a few more sentences, Gao Weilan had to leave for work and drove off. At that moment, Song Yufei drove into a quiet alley. Deep in the alley stands an ancient ancestral house. This mansion is the ancestral home of the Song family. Third young miss, you've returned. The elderly gatekeeper's face lit up with a smile upon seeing Song Yufei. Grandma Wang, how has my grandmother's health been recently? Song Yufei affectionately hugged the old housekeeper's arm. Grandma Wan was the maid who accompanied her grandmother when she got married. Because she never married, she held a unique position in the Song family. The young mistress is still quite healthy, though she misses the third young lady very much. The old butler said with a kindly expression, by the way, if I remember correctly, the third young lady should still be in school, shouldn't she? I've gotten something really good. Brought it back for Grandma. As they spoke, the two of them walked through the front courtyard and the middle courtyard, arriving at the rear courtyard. Right then, they saw a white-haired old woman lying on a grandmaster chair in the courtyard, basking in the sun. Grandma, I'm back to see you. Song Yufei trotted forward. My little darlings, come home. Let Grandma take a good look at you. The elderly woman rose slowly from her wooden armchair. Song Yufei quickened her pace and reached out to support the old lady's arm. Grandma, don't get too excited. Be careful not to strain your back. All right, I'll listen to my dear granddaughter. The old lady laughed happily. Watching this grandmother-granddaughter pair, the old butler withdrew with a pleased expression to prepare refreshments and tea. The grandmother and granddaughter chatted for a while. Song Yufei suddenly took out a bottle of medicinal wine like a prized treasure. Grandma, I brought something really good for you. Good, my dear girl is so thoughtful. The old lady nodded contentedly. She didn't care what her granddaughter had brought as long as it was given with love. That made her happy. Grandma, don't underestimate this medicinal liquor. I'll go find a cup right now so you can try it. Soon, Song Yufei found a wine glass and poured half a cup of the medicinal liquor for the elderly lady. Grandma, try it quickly. The old woman had always been a decent drinker. Even at her advanced age, she still liked to have a couple of sips every day. So she didn't refuse, but took the glass and took a sip, smiling brightly as she said, delicious. If it's delicious, then you should quickly finish what's in your glass. Good. Grandma will drink it right away. Song Yufei didn't explain the medicinal wine's effects, intending to give the old lady a pleasant surprise instead. Indeed, after 2 minutes, the old lady felt the miraculous effects of the medicinal wine. However, she didn't show any astonishment, merely asking calmly, Nan, where did you get this wine? Chapter 66, Revisiting Tianyun Club. Grandma, what do you think of this medicinal wine? Isn't it amazing? Upon hearing the old lady mention the medicinal wine, Song Yufei immediately realized that its effects had taken hold. The old lady nodded. It truly is extraordinary, but what I'm more curious about, dear, is where you got this medicinal wine. Song Yufei stopped keeping her in suspense and laughed. A friend gave it to me. Well, your friend must be incredibly generous. Is it a man or a woman? Could it be your boyfriend? The old lady teased with a smile. Song Yufei waved her hand. No, he's actually my best friend's boyfriend. He gave me a bottle because I helped him out before. I knew you, Grandma, being older, could really use this medicinal wine, so I drove over to bring it to you. The old lady nodded. Do you know the value of this medicinal liquor, dear? It must be extremely precious at the very least. I've never heard of such miraculous medicinal liquor before. Song Yufei said earnestly. Indeed, such a treasure is beyond price. The elderly lady nodded in agreement. Actually, when I was young, Grandma's health was quite frail. Later, your grandfather went to great lengths and spent a fortune to obtain 3 ancestral medicinal pills from a miracle doctor. He had me take 1 pill each month. After finishing all 3, my body became strong and robust, and I've rarely fallen ill since. Without those 3 pills, I probably would have passed away before your grandfather. At this point, the old lady paused before continuing. This medicinal wine has effects very similar to those pills, but it works even faster. After just half a cup, I feel 5 or 6 years younger. Hearing her grandmother's words, Song Yufei instantly realized she had severely underestimated the potency of the wine. At the same time, she hesitated over whether to leverage the favor Gao Yan owed her to obtain more of it. Nan, just leave a small half bottle of this wine for Grandma. Keep half the rest for yourself, and give the other half to your parents, the old lady added. No need. Song Yufei waved her hand. Grandma, I can actually get more of this medicinal liquor. Really? The old woman suddenly became excited. Although she was already advanced in years, she still couldn't resist the temptation of this life-extending medicinal liquor. In her view, obtaining even 1 bottle of such precious medicinal liquor would be remarkable enough. She never expected her beloved granddaughter could keep acquiring more. Of course it's true. How would I dare lie to you, Grandma? Song Yufei quickly responded. Then where did your best friend's boyfriend get this wine from? The elderly woman pressed. I heard him say he brewed it using ancient methods, and used quite a few precious medicinal herbs, Song Yufei explained. At that moment, the old butler arrived bearing pastries and tea. After he set it down, the old lady said to her, Sure, go fetch my brocade box. Yes, miss. The old butler entered the house and soon returned holding a brocade box. The old lady took the box and opened it, retrieving 2 items. One was a bank card, and the other was a bracelet card from imperial-grade emerald green glass jade. My dear, this card holds all of Grandma's funeral savings, over 50 million. Use it all to buy the medicinal wine. As for this bracelet, I originally planned to pass it to you right before I died, but I'm giving it to you now in advance. As she spoke, the old woman took out the bank card and handed it to Song Yufei, even slipping the bracelet onto her wrist. No, Grandma, I can't accept this. Song Yufei hurriedly declined. Sweetheart, are you disobeying your grandma now? The old lady pulled a long face. Discovering this medicinal wine is a great service to our family, and this is your grandmother's reward. If you refuse, I'll be truly angry. Song Yufei declined a few more times, but when she saw the old lady was genuinely getting upset, she reluctantly accepted the gift. That afternoon, Gao Yan was reading in the classroom. He had already finished reviewing this period's coursework long ago, and now in class he was reading extracurricular books. At this moment, his phone vibrated faintly. Glancing at it, he saw it was a WeChat message from Song Yufei. Brother Yan, I'd like to buy some medicinal wine from you again. Would that be okay? Born to be great. Of course I have some. It depends on how much you want to buy. Song Yufei, of course, the more the better. Born talent, I can sell you up to 3 bottles at most. Anything more than 3 will cost you a favor. Song Yufei, deal. I'll come find you at Nandu University. Only about 10 minutes remained before class ended, so Gao Yan agreed to her request. 20 minutes later, at the entrance of Nandu University, Gao Yan walked straight toward a red BMW parked nearby, opened the passenger door, and got in. He then said to Song Yufei, drive forward. Got it. Gao Yan asked, how much do you want to buy? Song Yufei replied, that depends on how much you're selling it for per bottle. Gao Yan said, the first 3 bottles are 100,000, and from the 4th bottle onwards, 1 million each. How about that? Song Yufei didn't even hesitate to haggle. Deal. In no time, Gao Yan took Song Yufei to the rented apartment, directly filling 5 empty water bottles he had prepared in advance with the medicinal liquor and handing them to her. Here's 5 bottles for now. If you want more, you'll have to wait a while. Wait, isn't this one full? Song Yufei pointed to the large medicinal wine jar beside her. Gao Yan said with a half-smile, the effects of this infused wine are different. So what benefits does this wine have? Song Yufei asked curiously. Kidney tonic. Gao Yan replied. Song Yufei's face instantly turned bright red. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she looked at Gao Yan. Could it be you're using this for yourself? That's where you're being narrow-minded, he said. Kidneys aren't exclusive to men, women have them too. The kidneys are the foundation of one's innate constitution. The stronger they are, the more vigorous one's energy becomes. The medicinal wine I'm selling you is all around nourishing, very comprehensive. This particular one, however, specializes in kidney reinforcement. Song Yufei nodded thoughtfully. In that case, could you sell me a bottle of this kidney-strengthening wine too? Aloud. Gao Yan nodded and swiftly handed Song Yufei another bottle of kidney-tonifying medicinal liquor. Once she received the liquor, Song Yufei asked Gao Yan for his bank account number and immediately logged into her mobile banking app to transfer the money. Soon, in no time, Gao Yan's bank account balance increased by 3.3 million yuan. After seeing Song Yufei off, Gao Yan went back to the market to buy 10 soaking liquor bottles and 100 caddies of white liquor. Then he purchased plenty of medicinal herbs and prepared 10 bottles of medicinal wine. Among them were 8 bottles to enhance physical constitution and 2 bottles to tonify the kidneys. After finishing all these tasks, Gao Yan suddenly felt somewhat at a loss about what to do. I pulled up the system panel to check. The upgrade experience had already exceeded 6.5 million. Seems like Tianyun Club also has a gambling stone shop. Might as well go gamble on stones to farm upgrade experience. With that thought, he immediately drove toward Tianyun Club. As soon as his car entered the Tianyun Club, Tuyun received the news of Gao Yan's arrival. She couldn't help but chuckle lightly. I was just thinking of how to approach him, and here he comes delivered right to my doorstep. With clear purpose, Gao Yan went straight to the club's gambling stone arena. In comparison, the Jade Gambling House at Tianyun Club is more upscale and high-end. There aren't many raw stones here, totaling just over 100 pieces. Yet regardless of whether these stones have been windowed or not, each carries a price tag exceeding 1 million yuan. Particularly notable is that towering king stone reaching human height, valued at a staggering 88 million yuan. With a thought, Gao Yan directly used his golden pupil on that prized stone king. When the golden pupil revealed the true value of this raw stone, Gao Yan's heartbeat couldn't help but suddenly accelerate. Chapter 67, Seizing the Stone King. This stone king had been windowed, not just with one window, but 3 windows cut into it. The first window revealed glass-type imperial jade, but the second window exposed beam-grade jade. The third window uncovered no jadeite at all. Glass-type imperial jade represents the highest grade of jadeite, which is precisely why this king of stones was priced at 80 million. According to the accompanying waiter, this stone was acquired by the boss at a hefty price from black market Burmese sources. However, due to its exorbitant listing price, it has been displayed here for over half a year with no one daring to make a move. The year was 2015 in the Great Xia calendar. Housing prices weren't so outrageous then. The average property price in southern capital hovered around 20,000 per square meter. With 80 million, one could buy 40 units of 100 square meter apartments. Therefore, even if a window reveals imperial green glass-type jade, no one dares to gamble on it. While glass-type jade is indeed valuable, its worth depends on size. If it's just a tiny piece, fetching a few million would already be fortunate. Moreover, 80 million is truly not a small sum. Even a company with a market value of billions would find it difficult to mobilize 80 million in funds, let alone a private individual. Many people assume that billionaire tycoons should easily be able to produce tens or hundreds of millions at will. In reality, that's not the case. Most wealthy individuals' assets primarily consist of company equity, stocks, real estate, and funds rather than holding substantial cash. Similarly, for average people, their main assets usually revolve around houses and cars, and having 1 or 200,000 in cash is considered quite good. Returning to the main topic, Gao Yan had already discerned the true value of this king of stones through his golden pupil, so he turned to the waitress beside him and said, "I'd like to buy this raw stone. How do we proceed with the transaction?" Hearing these words, the waitress' gaze towards Gao Yan instantly changed, filled with admiration, fervor, and eagerness. "Mr. Gao, please wait a moment. I'll go fetch the betting stone shop manager for you right away." "Got it." With nothing else to do, Gao Yan turned his golden pupils on another 5 raw stones. It must be said that the quality of the stones here was quite superb. Among the 5 raw stones, 2 actually contain jade. Buying one of them could easily net a profit of 5 million yuan. "Shall we take it together?" After a slight hesitation, Gao Yan decided to let it go. As the saying goes, going too far is as bad as not going far enough. The Jade King was already going to make him a hefty profit. Soon, the manager of the Stone Gambling House arrived. "Mr. Gao, hello, I am." The manager of the Stone Gambling House first politely introduced himself before discussing the purchase of the Stone King. He explained that as a diamond-tier client of their establishment, Gao Yan was entitled to a 30% discount on all purchases. Therefore, he only needed to pay 56 million to secure the prized stone. Hearing this, Gao Yan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He had momentarily forgotten about his diamond membership privileges. At this point, he had to thank Deng Yu. That guy was practically a lucky charm delivering wealth right to his doorstep. Maybe next time he messed with him, he'd go a little easier on him out of gratitude. Signed the purchase contract, transfer the funds. In just a few short minutes, the Stone King that had remained unsold for over half a year now belonged to Gao Yan. Inside the office. Shout, I came to report, madam, Gao Yan has bought that Stone King. Oh, Tu Yun froze momentarily. That Stone King was actually a token of gratitude from a warlord in Black Myanmar. It had been sitting here for more than half a year but still hadn't found a buyer. Come, let's go see the spectacle. That young man has struck twice at the Chin family's Hong Yun stone workshop, and both times he made huge profits. At this moment, the Stone King, standing as tall as a person, had already been transported to the cutting area. Due to its enormous size, 3 cutting masters were required to operate simultaneously. The news that the Stone King had been purchased quickly spread. Not only did members within the gambling stone workshop rush over to see the spectacle, but even other members of the clubhouse came upon hearing the news. Young man, what a bold move. To be honest, I also had my eye on this Stone King, but because of the price, I never dared to make a move. You truly have courage. A middle-aged man with a square face praised while secretly guessing Gao Yan's background. Gao Yan smiled without speaking. By the way, young man, here's my business card. May I know your name? The middle-aged man took out and handed over his business card. Gao Yan took the name card and glanced at it. The other party was the president of a real estate company named Yi Haiba. Hello, President Yi. My name is Gao Yan. Might I ask who your esteemed father is? Yi Haiba continued inquiring, as he hadn't heard of any big shot surnamed Gao in Nandu. Mr. Yi, I'm not actually from Nandu, I'm just here for university. Gao Yan explained, realizing the other man was probing into his background. I see. Yi Haiba suddenly understood. No wonder the details didn't match up, he wasn't a local. By the way, young Master Gao, my company recently developed a new luxury villa community called Yujing Garden. If you're interested in purchasing a villa, you can come straight to me, I'll give you a discount. Hearing that the man was the developer of Yujing Garden, Gao Yan's expression turned peculiar. Mr. Yi, if only I'd met you a few days earlier. I just bought a villa there recently. Ha! Doesn't this mean I'm fated with young Master Gao? Yi Haiba laughed heartily. Alright then, since you've already purchased a villa from my company in advance, how about I gift you a set of high-end furniture? No need for that. Gao Yan waved his hand. If I purchase again next time, just give me a discount, President Yi. As the saying goes, one shouldn't accept favors without merit. How could Gao Yan lightly accept gifts from others? Seeing Gao Yan politely decline, Yi Haiba didn't press further. Alright then, if young Master Gao wants to buy again next time, I'll give you a 20% discount. Thank you, President Yi. As the two were chatting, the King's Stone had already been secured. At that moment, Gao Yan noticed Yi Haiba's expression had shifted. Following his gaze, he saw a woman dressed in a russet Chong salmon high heels walk into the gambling den with an exceptionally graceful figure, her aura both enchanting and noble. Behind her followed a young woman clad in black. Yi Haiba quickly averted his gaze after just a glance, afraid of offending her. Soon, the woman walked up to Gao Yan and his companion. Yi Haiba tensed up and hurriedly greeted politely, "Hello, President Tu." Tu Yan nodded slightly, but her eyes fixed on Gao Yan instead. "Hello, Gao Yan. I'm the owner of Tianyun Clubhouse. Nice to meet you." As she spoke, Tu Yan extended her hand. "Hello, President Tu." Gao Yan also reached out to shake hands with her. He had expected her hand to be delicate, but to his surprise, he felt calluses on her fingers and palms during the handshake. Meanwhile, Yi Haiba's expression changed subtly. As far as he knew, President Tu was an extremely mysterious figure. Even though he had been a member of Tianyun Club for several years, he had only met her twice. Moreover, during each meeting, she had carried herself like a queen, aloof and untouchable. At first, some people couldn't stand it. They wanted to try something with this domineering beauty. But that very night, misfortune struck. A car accident left them with both legs broken. After several similar incidents occurred later, everyone suddenly realized she was a rose with thorns, not to be trifled with. Now, this thorny rose is clearly coming for Gao Yan, whom he had just met. Could Gao Yan, who managed to catch Tu Yan's eye, really be just an ordinary rich second-generation heir? Chapter 68, The King of Stones. The King of Stones. Instantly, Gao Yan realized that Director Tu was probably no ordinary person either, most likely a martial artist. However, this is the real world, not like in novels where one could judge another's cultivation level and realm just by their aura. Although Gao Yan suspected Tu Yun to be a martial artist, he could only determine her true level by either sparring with her or witnessing her in action. "Gao Yan, after we finish cutting the stones, would you like to have a drink with me?" Tu Yun extended the invitation. "Great." Gao Yan nodded. Since she was the owner of the Tianyun Club, he had to give her this courtesy. Just then, the stone-cutting master greeted Tu Yun, his top superior, before asking Gao Yan if he had any preferences regarding how the stones should be cut. I don't know much about stone cutting either, you guys discuss it among yourselves. Gao Yan waved his hand. Although he had already felt the entire piece of raw stone clearly through his golden eyes, there was no need to reveal anything. After some discussion, the stone-cutting master decided on a more conservative approach, starting from the glassy jadeite interface to gradually expand the surface. After all, this was the reigning Stone King worth 80 million. No room for carelessness. At this moment, the members who came to watch the spectacle were whispering about Gao Yan's identity and background. The pressure Tu Yun exerted on him was simply too great. Once the stone cutting began, Yi Haiba voluntarily stepped back to maintain his distance. When asked by acquaintances, he gave a brief introduction about Gao Yan's identity. Not a local from Nandu, likely a super-rich second-generation heir from elsewhere. The reason they were convinced he was an ultra-rich second-generation heir was simple. Everyone standing here had a certain social status, and they understood the dynamics of this privileged circle all too well. It sounds quite lofty and impressive, but in reality, it's not as mystifying as one might imagine. Before taking over the family business, rich second-generation heirs typically just receive slightly higher living allowances than ordinary people. Not to mention ordinary rich second generations, even 99% of the people present couldn't effortlessly fork out tens of millions. Whoosh, whoosh. The piercing sound of grinding persisted, accompanied by swirling stone dust. Under the careful work of several master stone cutters, the glass-like jadeite surface rapidly expanded. In no time, one cutter rinsed the stone with a small water jet, revealing that both polished surfaces were indeed high-grade glass jadeite. What had been a 3-centimeter diameter of glass-quality jade now measured more than double its original size. At once, the stone-cutting masters showed excited expressions as they continued expanding the section toward where the jade was located. Time gradually passed. Half an hour later, a brand new glass-grade imperial green jade surface emerged, measuring over 20 centimeters in diameter. After illuminating it with a strong flashlight, it could be determined that the depth of this glass-grade jade exceeded 10 centimeters. Thus, the volume of this glass-grade jadeite could almost be estimated. Master Gao, congratulations. This raw stone is bound to yield huge returns. Yi Haiba stepped forward to congratulate him. Just based on the exposed glass-like jadeite, its value had already surpassed the price of the raw stone. At this point, Gao Yan had already made a small profit of several million. Thanks. Gao Yan smiled calmly, maintaining his composure, but deep down he thought, this is just the beginning, what comes next will shock you even more. After estimating the approximate volume of the jadeite, the master stonecutters became even more cautious, employing the most conservative cutting method. Time slipped by unnoticed. 2 hours passed. The entire imperial green glass-type jade had been completely extracted. At that moment, everyone present looked at Gao Yan with envy, because those in the know had already estimated its price at least 120 million, and they had only cut out less than 1/6 of the entire King of Stones. Mr. Gao, are you selling this jade? Tu Yun asked with a smile. Does President Tu have an idea? Gao Yan inquired. Indeed, this jade has good volume, it's perfect for carving into a decorative piece. Tu Yun nodded. Upon hearing this, everyone around felt somewhat unsettled. Such masterpieces carved from top-tier jadeite were truly wasted this way. After all, they could have been used to craft the finest jadeite jewelry like bracelets, earrings, rings, and more. This also fully revealed Tu Yun's extravagant wealth, how she didn't even bat an eye at over 100 million. So, Manager Tu, how much are you willing to offer? Gao Yan asked. How about 130 million? Tu Yun asked with a playful smile. Let's make it 120 million. Gao Yan said, after all, this King of Stones is priced at 80 million, and I only spent 56 million to buy it. I've already gotten a great deal. But I have one condition. What do you want? Tu Yun asked. Could it be that you have some thoughts about me? President Tu, don't get me wrong, my request is whether this 120 million can be transferred to me in installments. Gao Yan quickly explained, if the 120 million is directly deposited into the account, the extra experience points after leveling up would just be swallowed by the system. No problem at all. In the end, both parties agreed to transfer 35 million first, with the remaining 85 million to be sent to him 10 minutes later. Soon, both parties signed the transfer agreement. Tu Yun also instructed someone to deposit the huge sum of 35 million into Gao Yan's account. Along with the 35 million, the experience points also arrived, pushing the upgrade requirement past 100 million. Ding! The system has met the upgrade requirement. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Upgrade! Soon, the system upgrade was completed, granting him an additional premium lottery draw, 2 free attribute points, and the system's reward multiplier had now reached 8 times. However, the experience required to advance from level 8 to level 9 had skyrocketed to 500 million. When Gao Yan returned to the stone-cutting area, he tipped each of the stone-cutting masters 18,800 yuan, instructing them to continue their work. The subsequent stone cutting process proceeded much faster, no longer requiring the same level of caution as before. System: use premium lottery. Since there wasn't much else to do during the stone cutting process, Gao Yan decided this was the perfect time to use his lottery draws. Ding, initiating premium lottery. Ding, congratulations host for obtaining the skill data I. Would the host like to integrate it immediately? Wait a moment, Gao Yan shouted. Having experienced fusing with the golden pupils before, he anticipated some abnormal reactions in his eyes and knew it wouldn't be appropriate to undergo the fusion in front of everyone. So, he strode directly towards the restroom. After locking himself in a toilet stall, Gao Yan gave the order to fuse with the data eyes, just as he had expected. The moment the fusion began, his eyes started burning unbearably, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Fortunately, he'd made it to the restroom. If this had happened in public, people would have thought he'd gone mad from crying for no apparent reason. Soon, fusion complete. Gao Yan also learned how to use the data eye. The data eye was somewhat similar to the golden pupil. While the golden pupil analyzed the data and value of inanimate objects, the data eye read the data of women. Gao Yan strongly suspected that the creator of data eye was a perverted old man. Unlike the golden pupil, however, the data eye had no usage restrictions. After splashing some water on his face, Gao Yan stepped out of the restroom and returned to the stone inspection area. Then, he cast the data eye on Tu Yun. Right after, the other party's information instantly appeared in his mind. Name: Tu Yun. Age: 27. Height: 175 centimeters, 5 feet 9 inches. Appearance score: 96 out of 100. Figure: 95. Charm: 98. Constitution: 90. Spirit: 85. Strength: mid-stage Huajin. Status: owner of Tianyun Club. Favorability: 50. Special: 100. Her looks, figure, and charm were all qualities that could be directly perceived, but what truly surprised Gao Yan was that Tu Yun was actually a mid-stage Huajin master in traditional martial arts. No wonder her hands bore calluses. However, her physical constitution score was only 90 points, while his, despite being only at the peak of Anjin level, reached 92 points. This was mainly due to the attribute boosts he had allocated. Otherwise, someone at the peak of Anjin wouldn't naturally possess such a formidable physique. He still had 2 free attribute points left. Having previously offended Sun Menglong of the Sun family, he hesitated slightly before deciding to allocate both points to his physique to strengthen his combat ability. Chapter 69, Soaring Wealth, Part 1. Gao Yan willed it, adding 1 point to his physique. A surge of heat flowed through his body, vanishing after a while, but Gao Yan could feel his constitution had grown slightly stronger. Keep adding points. Once again, the familiar surge of warmth flowed through him. Pulling up the system interface again, the data in the physique attribute column had now changed to 94 points. In terms of pure physical constitution alone, he could likely be compared to a martial artist at the late stage of Huajin realm, since even Tu Yun, who was at the mid-stage of Huajin, only had a physique rating of 90 points. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. Another 85 million had been deposited. Now that the system had upgraded to level 8, this 85 million would receive an 8-fold refund from the system. The previous 35 million still received a 7-fold refund. When purchasing the raw stones earlier, 20 million was transferred from the system account, leaving a balance of 402 million. 35 million with a 7-fold return equals 245 million. 85 million with an 8-fold return equals 680 million. Thus, the funds stored in the system account have now reached 1.327 billion. Looking at this figure, Gao Yan's expression was slightly dazed. Just a few weeks ago, he was still a poor student working odd jobs to cover his living expenses and tuition. Never did he imagine that in such a short time, he would possess wealth that many people couldn't earn in a lifetime. For a moment, an impulse surged within him. Should I go on a revenge spending spree? But having been poor before, with so much money at hand, the only things that came to mind were buying houses, cars, and clothes. What else could he possibly spend it on? But now there are so many talented people online. When I get back, I'll look up how to spend money properly. Time slowly passed by. Over the course of more than an hour, the Stone King steadily shrank in size. Thanks to the efforts of several master stonecutters, over 10 pieces of jadeite, large and small, were extracted. These jades varied in size and quality, with the finest being a small piece of imperial green ice jade, appraised at around 8 million yuan. The remaining 10 plus pieces combined were worth over 10 million yuan. The other members watched on with endless admiration. The previously cut glass-type imperial green jade had already sold for 120 million. Even if the rest turned out worthless, it would still be a massive profit. Now, another piece worth 18 million had been cut from the stone, and crucially, half of this king of rocks remained untouched. Another 2 hours passed. The remaining half of the rough stone was finally fully cut, yielding over 20 more jade pieces of varying value, appraised at 32 million. As bystanders put it, they'd struck the mother lode of jade. 120 million plus 0.18 plus 0.32 is equal to 170 million. The emerald cut from the King of Stones was worth 170 million. After deducting 56 million, that left 114 million. In just a few hours, he'd pocketed over a minor financial target. Little did they know Gao Yan also had system rebates, otherwise, they'd be green with envy. Surrounding voices were filled with praise and flattery for Gao Yan, and he found himself holding dozens of business cards. Later, Gao Yan took photos of several dozen pieces of jade with his phone and sent them to Manager Song of Defu Jewelry via WeChat, asking, "Manager Song, are you interested in purchasing these?" Manager Song replied almost instantly, "Mr. Gao, where are you? I'll come find you right away." Since this guy had participated in 2 rounds of bidding and helped drive up the prices, Gao Yan decided to give him a little benefit in return. 30 minutes later, Manager Song was led into a private room at Tianyun Club by Gao Yan's butler, accompanied by a jade appraiser. After a round of appraisal, Manager Song offered a price of 48 million. Gao Yan stated, 50 million, non-negotiable. After a slight hesitation, Manager Song agreed, as Dafu Jewelry had recently received a batch of high-end jade jewelry orders and was worrying about where to source the jade. And as it happened, among Gao Yan's batch of jade stones, there were 2 pieces of ice crystal jade. It was truly a case of someone offering a pillow when you're sleepy. Moreover, through their 2 interactions, he had come to know Gao Yan as a man of his word, which is why he agreed to the price so readily. Shortly after signing the contract, Gao Yan's bank account received another 50 million, increasing his total earnings to 135 million. The system account rose by 400 million, reaching 1.727 billion. Seeing Gao Yan had received the payment, Manager Song hastily left with the jade in tow. "Mr. Gao, our mistress requests your presence." Just as the transaction concluded, the woman in black standing beside Tu Yun came over to invite him. Following her onto an electric scooter, Gao Yan took out his phone and logged into the stock trading app. Today, Almay Pharmaceuticals' stock price hadn't surged significantly, rising only 3 points. According to the information in his mind, Almay Pharmaceuticals' stock price wouldn't experience a major increase from Tuesday through Friday. After reading numerous books on stocks, Gao Yan faintly grasped the intentions of the big players, most likely aiming to shake out the remaining retail investors still holding Almay Pharmaceutical shares. After all, Almay Pharmaceuticals had been falling for so long, and in less than 2 weeks, it had already risen by $30, which could be considered cashing out at a high point. But next week, the stock price will surge again. Because next week, Almay Pharmaceuticals' new drug will officially hit the market. Several minutes later, the electric bike arrived at a lakeside pavilion. The lake breeze carried a pungent hot pot aroma swirling towards Gao Yan. Looking towards the pavilion, he noticed a fully set hot pot feast awaiting inside. "You're here, come sit inside." Tu Yun, now changed into fresh clothes, beckoned Gao Yan inside. "I know you're from the southwest, so I had a hot pot feast prepared just for you." "President Tu, you're too thoughtful," Gao Yan replied politely. After taking their seats, Gao Yan didn't stand on ceremony. Seeing the broth was already boiling, he immediately began dipping ingredients into the pot. The dipping sauce was already prepared. A dozen seconds later, Gao Yan picked up a slice of freshly cooked fatty beef with his chopsticks, swirled it in the sauce, and popped it into his mouth. To be honest, the flavor of this hot pot couldn't compare to the ones made with super hot pot base, but Gao Yan noticed that the fatty beef had an exceptionally delicious texture. This made up for the lack of flavor in the hot pot base. Then, Gao Yan tried all the other dishes one by one, and he found that the taste of these dishes far surpassed that of those available on the market. What surprised Gao Yan even more? Tu Yun also picked up her chopsticks and started dipping ingredients into the hot pot with him. Her table manners were extremely graceful, yet she ate just as quickly as he did. Thus, in less than 20 minutes, the 20-plus generously portioned dishes they'd prepared were completely devoured by the pair. If Tu Yun were an ordinary person, Gao Yan would have been astonished by her appetite. But since she was a martial artist at the transforming gene stage, this was perfectly understandable. Generally speaking, the stronger one's physique, the greater their appetite becomes. Soon, fresh ingredients were delivered, and the two resumed their feast. More than 10 minutes passed. Gao Yan finally ate his fill, then casually poured himself a glass of chilled watermelon juice before declaring with satisfaction, "That hit the spot. Many thanks for your hospitality, President Tuesday. Since I'm a blunt person by nature, why not speak plainly if you have something to say?" "What? Can't I just treat you to hot pot without an agenda?" Tu Yun asked with a smile. "So, President Tu simply invited me for hot pot with no ulterior motives? Otherwise, in that case, I'm already full, so I'll take my leave first." As soon as the words fell, Gao Yan stood up and walked out of the pavilion. Tu Yun didn't react at all, save for a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips, because she firmly believed that this little brat Gao Yan was playing some kind of reverse psychology game. Gradually, her expression became vacant, then she let out a somewhat speechless laugh, because that fellow Gao Yan had genuinely vanished without returning. "Madam, shall we send someone to fetch him back?" Xiao Dai, who'd been standing outside the pavilion all along, asked. "No need." Tu Yun waved her hand. Although she was a bit frustrated, she found it more amusing. After all, this kid was right here in Nandu, there would be plenty of opportunities to mess with him in the future. Chapter 70, High School Classmate, Second Update. After driving away from Tianyun Club, Gao Yan's brows furrowed. He couldn't quite understand why Tu Yun had taken such a special interest in him. If she were merely a wealthy woman, that would be one thing, but the fact that she was also a mid-stage Huajin master made him wary. His slightly inflated mindset settled back into cautious stability. Returning to his rented room, he took a shower first. Then he proceeded to flirt mischievously with Zhuo Jianyue on WeChat. However, Gao Yan soon regretted it, because after breaking through that barrier, the previously quite reserved Zhuo Jianyue unexpectedly became bolder too. After being teased by him, she also started to retaliate, sending him a few photos that made him feel burning hot. Finishing their chat, Gao Yan picked up the last book and started flipping through it. It took her less than 10 minutes. He finished the remaining content, closed his eyes to savor it, and felt he had gained a great deal. "I've decided to go buy some more books tomorrow. I've already finished reading the dozen or so books I bought last time." With a thought, the system panel materialized before me again. Today, the combined revenue from the 3 milk tea shops increased by several thousand yuan, just hitting the 90,000 mark. However, the growth primarily came from the Wanlong and Hangda locations, as the snack street shop has limited potential. Maintaining daily revenues above 15,000 yuan there is already quite satisfactory. The upgrade experience increased by another 2.11 million points. With an 8-fold rebate, the system funds grew by another 16.88 million. At this moment, at Tianyun Club, inside a villa, Xiao Dai was reporting, "Madam, the futures account you asked me to monitor has made new moves today, earning at least $200 million in the foreign futures market." "That impressive?" Tu Yun was slightly taken aback. "Seems I underestimated that kid. There must be an exceptionally skilled trading team behind him. Any way to uncover that team?" Xiao Dai shook her head. "Xiaohei has tried his best but couldn't catch the slightest trace of them." Tu Yun waved her hand. "Fine, keep watching them." Unfortunately, she had no idea that the account was being manipulated by the system. No matter how powerful Xiaohei's hacking skills were, catching the system off guard was simply impossible. As for their discovery of that account, it was merely the system intentionally revealing it to provide Gao Yan's funds with a legitimate source. The night passed without incident. On Wednesday morning, despite it being early autumn, the weather grew increasingly sweltering. Suddenly, Gao Yan felt his body grow significantly stronger. Pulling up the system interface, he saw his physique had reached 95 points. If he hadn't guessed wrong, this improvement in physique came from the medicinal liquor. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "My physique is stronger than Tu Yun's at mid-stage Huajin. Maybe I can try breaking through to Huajin on my own." With this thought in mind, Gao Yan quickly washed up, changed his clothes, and went downstairs to practice his martial arts routines. After going through several sets, Gao Yan felt completely refreshed and invigorated. Having already reached the pinnacle of Dark Gene, he could faintly sense the threshold of Transforming Gene. This thrilled him beyond measure. If he could break through to Transforming Gene through his own abilities, he'd save an upgrade card. Any future upgrade cards obtained could then be used to push his strength to Dan Gene. The strongest in the entire Yangdong province merely reached Transforming Gene. If he attained Dan Gene, wouldn't he be free to act as recklessly as he pleased? After returning to the rental apartment for a quick shower and changing into fresh clothes, I headed back downstairs. Just as I entered the elevator, I unexpectedly found Xian Bauer inside as well. Gao Yan flashed her a smile. "Good morning, senior." "Good morning, junior." Xian Bauer's eyes flickered slightly as she spoke. Though she had appeared relatively composed that morning, every time she recalled the incident, she couldn't help but blush crimson. Because of this, she hadn't returned home these past few days, afraid of running into Gao Yan. She'd even deliberately scheduled her visit to the housing bureau to avoid overlapping with him. Yet on her first night back home, the very next morning as she stepped out, she bumped straight into Gao Yan. "Had breakfast yet? If not, shall we eat together?" Gao Yan took the initiative to extend an invitation. No need." Xian Bauer quickly declined. "There's still a meeting at the company, I need to hurry over for it." "Senior must be exhausted, but no matter how busy you are, you must take care of your health," Gao Yan said with a smile. "Thank you, I'll keep that in mind." The elevator reached the first floor, and Xian Bauer sped out of the unit door before driving away swiftly. Seeing this, Gao Yan quietly rubbed his nose. "Seems like this senior sister is a little afraid of me." In the blink of an eye, it was Friday again, and exams for this term would begin next week. On Wednesday, Alme Pharmaceuticals' stock price rose by just 2 points, and on Thursday, it increased by only 1 point. Just as Gao Yan had anticipated, many retail investors were cashing out at high prices. Unfortunately, the stocks were snatched up immediately after being listed, leaving no chance for him to buy. This morning, not only did Almay Pharmaceuticals' stock price fail to rise, but it actually dropped by 2 points. Gao Yan searched for news about Almay Pharmaceutical on his phone and, sure enough, found unfavorable reports about the company circulating online. If he hadn't known the outcome in advance, he might have followed the herd and cashed out his stocks like other retail investors. As for the milk tea shop's profits, both Wednesday and Thursday entered a stable period, generating 2.11 million upgrade experience daily, with the system rebate reaching 16.88 million per day. This meant he earned over 16 million yuan every single day. A month's earnings would amount to nearly 500 million. During lunchtime, Gao Yan's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Hello, this is Gao Yan speaking. Who might this be? I am Gao Yan, and Xia Tao is me. Hearing the name, Gao Yan took a moment to recall who it was. Xia Tao was his high school classmate. Their relationship couldn't be called good or bad, just classmates who hadn't spoken in 2 years. Such a sudden call naturally surprised Gao Yan. So Gao Yan asked, Xia Tao, what brings you to call? Xia Tao, hey, so here's the thing, I'm accompanying Han Fei to Nandu to buy a car, and since I remembered you're at Nandu University, I thought I'd call you out for a meal together. The Han Fei that Xia Tao mentioned was also their high school classmate, and what's more, he had been a pursuer of Zhuo Jiangyue. During high school, he confessed his feelings to her 3 times, the first 2 times, she simply rejected him. Seeing that he still refused to give up, Zhuo Jiangyue reported him to their teacher after his 3rd confession. Since Zhuo Jiangyue was a top student and college entrance exams were approaching, the teacher scolded Han Fei harshly in front of the whole class, leaving him thoroughly humiliated. Recalling this, Gao Yan suddenly realized that Han Fei's invitation to dinner was merely a pretense. His true intention was likely to ask him to invite Zhuo Jiangyue, since back in high school, he was the only one who could really talk to her. So, Gao Yan asked, who else is coming besides me? Xia Tao replied, the school belle was also invited, but she declined. Weren't you closest to her in high school? See if you can get her to join us for dinner. Hearing this, Gao Yan smirked. Most likely, after failing to invite Zhuo Jiangyue himself, Han Fei had turned to him for help in setting up the meeting, but they had no idea that Zhuo Jiangyue was already his girlfriend. Thinking of this, he said, alright, I'll call her right now. It shouldn't be a problem. Xia Tao happily replied, Ha, Gao Yan, you're really getting the hang of it. Don't worry, Brother Fei said if you actually manage to invite her out, he'll send you a 500 yuan red packet. Chapter 71, She's My Girlfriend, 3rd update. After hanging up Xia Tao's call, Gao Yan called Zhuo Jiangyue to tell her about Han Fei's invitation he relayed, wanting to ask her out to dinner. Zhuo Jiangyue found this utterly ridiculous but joked that Han Fei is quite something, asking my own boyfriend to help him ask his girlfriend out. Exactly. Gao Yan laughed too. How about we just go for the meal together? That should make him give up once and for all. Fine, I'll leave it up to you. Zhuo Jiangyue replied. Gao Yan, then I'll pick you up at 5 this afternoon. Zhuo Jiangyue, sounds good. Gao Yan, give me a kiss. Zhuo Jiangyue, moi. After hanging up, Gao Yan called Xia Tao again to inform him that Zhu Jiangyue had agreed. About 2 minutes later, Gao Yan received a WeChat friend request, and the profile picture was indeed that rascal Han Fei. His profile photo showed him sitting in a BMW, sporting a pretentious pair of sunglasses. After clicking to accept, Han Fei sent a voice message, is this Gao Yan? It's Han Fei. Born talented, it's me. Soaring life, bro, thanks for inviting Zhu Jiangyue. The restaurant's been decided, we're going to Brother's Hot Pot. Hearing Han Fei chose Brother Hot Pot as the dining location, his expression turned somewhat peculiar. Born talented, okay, understood. What time is the reservation for? Soaring life, let's make it 6. Please pass the message along to Zhuo Jiangyue. Born talented, will do. Then, Han Fei sent over a 500 yuan transfer. Looking at the 500 yuan red envelope Han Fei had sent, Gao Yan felt rather speechless. Would someone with a net worth of over $1 billion even care about 500 yuan? Thus, he didn't accept it. Meanwhile, at a restaurant, Xia Tao and Han Fei were also having a meal. Taozi, do you think my confession will succeed this time? Han Fei asked nervously. Absolutely it will. Xia Tao said with certainty, Fij, you're now a man driving a BMW X3. What's more, you've prepared an 88,000 yuan luxury watch for her. If I were a woman, I'd be so moved I'd throw myself into your arms. Go to hell. Han Fei replied irritably, though his mood had improved considerably. He then picked up his phone to check and sneered, that idiot Gao Yan actually didn't accept the red packet. Xia Tao teased, the poorer someone is, the heavier their pride weighs. Of course, it's also possible that Guy wanted to take this chance to suck up to you, Brother Fei. That's true. Han Fei nodded in agreement. Over the past 2 years, his father had managed to curry favor with a major business tycoon. That boss had given his father 2 projects, which had earned them nearly 10 million yuan in total. So he seized the opportunity to ask his father for money to buy a car. He attends Southern Media University, so he could have simply bought the car in Southern City. Though Southern City isn't a provincial capital, it's still quite developed. However, knowing that Zhuo Jianyue studies in Nandu, he deliberately came here to buy the car to flaunt his wealth. He even gritted his teeth and bought an 88,000 yuan watch, hoping to impress Zhuo Jianyue and persuade her to become his girlfriend. Qin family ancestral residence, Hanyang City. Currently, the head of the Qin family isn't the eldest son, Qin Jijun, but the second son, Qin Jiawei. The reason is simple. The eldest son, Qin Jijun, serves in the military as the chief combat instructor of a special forces unit. Second master, here are the documents you requested. A subordinate handed a file folder to Qin Jiawei. Although Qin Jiawei could use a computer, he had a habit of preferring to read printed materials over viewing them on a screen. Taking the folder and opening it, Qin Jiawei lowered his head to examine its contents. 5 minutes later, he looked up at his subordinate. What do you think of this, Gao Yan? The subordinate responded gravely, Second master, according to our investigation, this Gao Yan has participated in 3 rounds of gambling on raw jade, and each time he struck it big. As the saying goes, all good things come in threes. Even with the best luck, it's impossible to win every single bet. Therefore, I conclude that this person must have extraordinary skills in jade gambling. It wouldn't hurt for us to make contact with him. Hearing this, Qin Jiawei couldn't help but show a contemplative expression. By late August, the Qin family would be sending representatives to Black Burma for their triennial gambling duel. This gambling duel would determine the Qin family's shipment quotas for the next 3 years, involving profits amounting to tens of billions. Yet the Qin family currently had no confidence whatsoever in securing victory. Originally, the Qin family had 2 master gamblers specializing in jadeite stones. One passed away 5 years ago due to advanced age, while the other suffered an accident 1 month before the previous duel, leaving him severely injured and bedridden with paralysis. Although the Qin family had deliberately trained many gambling stone experts, they still fell far short compared to those 2 gambling stone masters. Otherwise, in the previous competition, they wouldn't have only secured 3rd place. Now, with the gambling showdown imminent, the Qin family had also gathered considerable information about the other 6 families. Those 6 families had all invited top-tier gambling stone experts to compete, making it clear they intended to push the Qin family out of the top 3. Therefore, Qin Jiawei was quite troubled by this matter. A while ago, Qin Lin, the manager of Nandu Hongyun Stone Workshop, reported some news to him. They had discovered a master gambler of jade stones. So, he ordered someone to investigate further. Although Nandu wasn't the Qin family's territory, gathering information about a person was still relatively easy for them. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Jiawei made a decision: send someone to approach Gao Yan. If his stone gambling skills are truly exceptional, we can recruit him into our Qin family. Very well, second master. I'll personally handle this matter. The subordinate nodded in acknowledgement. The time came to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Gao Yan arrived right on time outside the entrance of Yangdong University of Science and Technology. Zhuo Jianyue had been waiting by the gate in advance. Spotting Gao Yan's car, she quickly opened the door and got in. Wipe it off. Gao Yan handed Zhuo Jianyue a tissue. The weather was truly scorching. Even after standing by the school gate for just a few minutes, sweat had already formed on her forehead. Help me do it. Zhuo Jianyue cooed. Gao Yan chuckled, picked up a tissue, and carefully wiped the sweat from Zhuo Jianyue's forehead. After finishing, he gave her moist lips a butterfly-like peck. Ugh, you always take advantage of me. Zhuo Jianyue pouted teasingly. Would you prefer I take advantage of someone else? Gao Yan started the car while speaking. You dare. Zhuo Jianyue immediately bristled like a startled cat. Just as Gao Yan was driving Zhuo Jianyue to Brother Hot Pot Restaurant, Han Fei and Xia Tao had already arrived at the Hot Pot Restaurant ahead of them. And Han Fei was carrying a bouquet of blazing red roses in his hands, his expression brimming with excitement, mixed with a touch of anticipation and a hint of nervousness. 5:25. An Audi A4 pulled up outside Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant. After parking the car, Gao Yan and Zhuo Jianyue stepped out together, pushing open the car doors. Then Zhuo Jiang hooked her arm through Gao Yan's. Standing at the entrance of the Hot Pot Restaurant, Han Fei was dumbfounded at the sight. His longtime crush was intimately holding onto another man's arm. Holy shit, isn't that guy Gao Yan? Xia Tao exclaimed in shock. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that a loser like Gao Yan could actually win Zhuo Jiang over. In his opinion, while Gao Yan might have been close to her, the only thing he had going for him was academic performance, and even that had crashed and burned during the college entrance exams. To Xia Tao and Han Fei, the idea of Gao Yan ending up with Zhuo Jiang was downright impossible. But just for a moment, beyond envy, a surge of intense jealousy and a hint of schadenfreude welled up in his heart. Because Han Fei had been scheming relentlessly to pursue Zhuo Jianyue, only to find out she already had a boyfriend, one who was inferior to him in every way. Now things were about to get interesting. The next moment, Han Fei stormed over furiously, glaring at Gao Yan with venom. Gao Yan, what the hell do you think you're doing? It's nothing special. Gao Yan calmly stated, I forgot to mention earlier, Jiang Yu is my girlfriend. You're not worthy of her. Let go of her right now. Han Fei couldn't accept this reality and roared in anger. Chapter 72, Chang Hao's Invitation Again, Part 1. Zhuo Jiangyue's pretty face turned cold at this moment, and she snapped at Han Fei with displeasure. Han Fei, I won't allow you to insult Gao Yan. Apologize to him immediately. Why should I? Faced with Zhuo Jiangyue's scolding, Han Fei's anger flared up even more, mixed with a deep sense of frustration. Pointing at Gao Yan, he demanded, Zhuo Jiangyue, tell me, what does he have that I don't? You could have chosen anyone else, yet you picked this deadbeat loser. To be honest, before obtaining the system, Gao Yan was genuinely inferior to Han Fei in terms of family background, looks, and wealth. Even now, with Gao Yan enhancing his appearance through attribute allocation, there's still a noticeable gap compared to Han Fei. Upon hearing Han Fei belittle Gao Yan, Zhuo Jiangyue grew furious and retorted angrily, Han Fei, listen up. In my eyes, Gao Yan is the best, he surpasses you in every way. So save your efforts. Gao Yan, let's go. I can't stand seeing someone like this any longer. Great. Gao Yan nodded in agreement. He hadn't expected Han Fei to behave so poorly. Just at this moment, Cheng Hao stepped out from the shop and shouted loudly, Brother Yan, this isn't right. As a shareholder of our hot pot restaurant, it's one thing not to show up usually, but today you're here and won't even step inside? That's really crossing the line. At this point, Cheng Hao greeted Zhu Jiangyue again, saying, hello, sister-in-law. Zhu Jiangyue smiled shyly at Cheng Hao. However, Han Fei and Xia Tao found Cheng Hao's words somewhat hard to believe. Though Brothers Hot Pot had only appeared in Nandu for a few short weeks, under Cheng Hao's management, it had not only gained fame throughout the entire city but also made a name for itself across Yangdong province. Moreover, Cheng Hao also hired many people to write promotional articles and post them online. Subsequently, influencers started coming to the store one after another to check in. Seeing the good traffic, other influencers followed suit. Therefore, Brother Hot Pot Restaurant has now become a popular influencer check-in spot. Han Fei chose the Brother Hot Pot Restaurant for their meal, drawn by its reputation. But he never expected that Gao Yan would turn out to be a shareholder of this establishment. Just then, Xia Tao, who'd been watching the scene with interest, stepped forward and asked curiously, Gao Yan, are you really an investor in this restaurant? That's right. The owner, Cheng Hao, is my classmate, so I hold a small stake in the business. Gao Yan didn't want to show off with this matter, but Cheng Hao mischievously quipped, Bro Yan, stop being modest. You own 30% shares in our hot pot restaurant, how can you call yourself a minor shareholder? Besides, our hot pot base recipe comes from you. Without you, there wouldn't be any Brothers Hot Pot at all. Hearing Cheng Hao's words, Xia Tao secretly gasped in astonishment. Although he didn't know exactly how profitable running a hot pot restaurant could be, judging from the shop's overwhelming popularity, he could tell this establishment earned huge money. With Gao Yan holding 30% ownership in this hot pot shop, he must be earning at least 200,000 to 300,000 yuan per month. In a year, the dividends alone would amount to 2 or 3 million yuan. As for Han Fei, even though he bought a BMW X3, he had to ask his family for the money. One is self-made rich, the other is born into wealth. The difference is clear at a glance. No wonder Zhuo Jiangyue chose Gao Yan. As for Han Fei, his face darkened instantly. He angrily threw the bouquet of flowers to the ground, turned around, and stormed off. Seeing this, Xia Tao hesitated for a moment before saying to Gao Yan, Zhuo Jiangyue, my apologies. I didn't realize you two were together, or I wouldn't have made that call. I'll take my leave now. Let's catch up during summer break. After finishing his explanation, Xia Tao chased after Han Fei. Although Gao Yan was now more impressive than Han Fei, Xia Tao had no personal connection with Gao Yan. Besides, they didn't even attend school in the same city. Even if Xia Tao wanted to curry favor, he wouldn't have the chance. Still, he didn't want to offend Gao Yan, so he made a deliberate effort to explain himself and distance his involvement. Alright, let's hang out during summer break. Gao Yan nodded in response. Brother Yan, how did I do with the teamwork? Cheng Hao bloated as he took credit. Gao Yan rolled his eyes at him. Alright, cut the clowning around. Any spots left in the shop? Absolutely. Those two guys just reserved a private room, and now that they've left, it's perfect for you and your wife. Before long, the trio arrived at a small private room on the second floor. Ordering dishes wasn't left to Gao Yan to worry about, as Cheng Hao took charge directly. Cheng Hao ate with them for a while, but seemed hesitant to speak multiple times. Got a problem? Having spent 2 years together, Gao Yan knew Cheng Hao extremely well. One glance at that expression told him something was on his friend's mind. Bro Yan, our hot pot restaurant business is getting better and better. This week's daily revenue has already reached 300,000 yuan. The 2 new branches are almost finished with renovations, so our brother's hot pot has huge potential. Are you really not going to continue investing? House, I made myself crystal clear last time, no need to persuade me anymore. Gao Yan waved his hand dismissively. Alright. Cheng Hao's mood visibly sank. Not long after Chung Hao left the private room, there were matters at the restaurant demanding his attention. Gao Yan, a hot pot restaurant is doing so well, surely a branch would also be very successful, why aren't you investing in it? Zhuo Jiangyue also found it rather puzzling. After some thought, Gao Yan replied, initially, I sold the hot pot base recipe to Chung Hao for 500,000 yuan, but later, he gave me a 30% stake in return. Chung Hao might not mind, but his family has opinions about it. Remember Tang Yi? Zhuo Jiangyue nodded. Gao Yan continued, she's Chung Hao's cousin. Last time when the hot pot restaurant opened, she approached me privately, compensated me with 1.5 million yuan, and had me sign a supplementary agreement for the recipe transfer. At this point, Gao Yan paused again. Zhuo Jiangyue, however, looked thoughtful. If I'm not mistaken, Chung Hao's parents have high hopes for the hot pot restaurant's future. That 1.5 million yuan was meant to buy you out to prevent you from having any chance to reinvest. Clever. Gao Yan praised her insight. Chung Hao tends to act on impulse, and his parents probably understand that. That's why they used the 1.5 million to draw a clear line between us. Zhuo Jiangyue gently laughed and asked, then, do you regret taking that 1.5 million? Why would I regret it? Gao Yan shrugged it off with a smile. After I sold the hot pot base recipe to Chung Hao, it had nothing to do with me anymore. It was Chung Hao who insisted I take 30% of the shares in this restaurant. Anyway, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's finish our meal, and after that, I'll take you somewhere. After dinner, he planned to take Zhuo Jiangyue to Yujing Garden. The newly purchased villa was already decorated and furnished, but it lacked daily necessities. So, he asked Simone to help with the shopping again. After dinner, Gao Yan drove Zhuo Jiangyue to Yujing Garden. They got out of the car. Zhuo Jiangyue eyed the villa curiously before turning to Gao Yan. Don't tell me you bought this place? That's right. Let me show you around. Gao Yan took Zhuo Jiangyue's hand and led her inside, giving her a full tour of every floor and corner of the villa. Do you like it? With his arm around Zhuo Jiangyue on the villa's balcony, Gao Yan asked with a smile. You'll love this. If you like it, you can come live here permanently. Bringing me here under the guise of staying overnight, wasn't it just an excuse because someone wanted to do something naughty? Zhuo Jiangyue teased with a knowing smile. Damn right, I wanted to do something naughty. Gao Yan grinned cheekily, turning Zhuo Jiangyue's body towards him before pressing his lips against her cherry-red mouth. Chapter 73, Wealth Attracts Distant Relatives Even in Remote Mountains, Part 2. Early the next morning, Gao Yan woke up full of energy, showing no trace of fatigue. This was all thanks to the medicinal wine's effects, which strengthened his kidneys. Even after a night of exertion, just a few hours of sleep had him fully rejuvenated. Jiangyu, time to get up. Gao Yan gently shook Zhuo Jiangyue's body. No way, I want to sleep a bit longer. In front of others, Zhuo appeared quite aloof, but around Gao Yan, she acted like a spoiled little girl. Seeing this, Gao Yan pinched Zhuo's nose playfully. Only when she struggled to breathe did she finally open her eyes. So annoying, let me sleep a bit more. Gao Yan smiled and said, get up. We still have to make a trip to Magic City. I've already booked the tickets. If you haven't slept enough, you can sleep in the car. What are we going to Magic City for? Zhuo Jiangyue asked. To buy watches, Gao Yan replied. Can't we just buy them in South Capital? Zhuo Jiangyue was puzzled. The watch I want to buy is only available in Magic City. Gao Yan said that this trip to Magic City wasn't just about buying himself a watch, he planned to get one for Zhuo Jiangyue too. After all, since they'd gotten together, he hadn't given her any gifts apart from that bottle of medicinal wine. If he were just some penniless guy, that would be one thing. But now that he possessed over $1 billion in cash, not giving any gifts would make him seem extremely stingy. Moreover, after yesterday's incident where Han Fei looked down on him and treated him like a poor loser, he came to understand a principle. Sometimes, one shouldn't be too low-key and should appropriately demonstrate one's capabilities. Zhuo Jiangyue was so beautiful that even knowing she had a boyfriend, many people probably wouldn't give up their pursuit. If he could demonstrate sufficient capability, those who try to steal someone else's partner should first weigh their own capabilities. Thus, Gao Yan didn't just want to buy a watch, he also wanted to purchase a supercar for himself. 9 a.m. Gao Yan and Zhuo Jiangyue made a joint appearance at Nandu High-Speed Rail Station. Their mere presence immediately drew numerous gazes their way. However, the main attraction was Zhuo Jiangyue, who seemed even more radiant after benefiting from Gao Yan's nurturing. Many people were probably silently cursing about a beautiful flower planted on a pile of cow dung. Soon, the two boarded the train after checking their tickets. Gao Yan had booked business class seats after all, it didn't cost much more, and there was no reason to skimp, especially with his girlfriend accompanying him. It takes about 3 hours to travel from southern capital to Magic City. Shortly after boarding, therefore, Zhuo Jiangyue nestled her head against Gao Yan's shoulder and quickly fell asleep, having expended considerable energy the night before. Gao Yan, meanwhile, remained wide awake. With a thought, he summoned the system interface. Yesterday's upgrade experience had increased by another 2.11 million points, while the system account balance had grown by 16.88 million. Leveling up from 8 to 9 requires 500 million XP, but my current XP is just over 140 million. At a daily rate of 2 million XP, that's only 60 million per month. At this pace, reaching the next level will probably take half a year. Fortunately, progress at the internet company is going smoothly, the renovations are complete, and the employees have already moved in and started working. However, as the boss, Gao Yan only showed his face briefly before resuming his hands-off managerial style. This made Feng Jinjin both love and hate the situation. What she loved was having such a hands-off boss, allowing her to fully spread her wings. What she hated was that in this startup, with the boss being so uninvolved, she had to oversee every little thing, despite her high qualifications and prior experience as a manager at a major Wall Street firm. Yet, when it came to managing an entire company, she still felt a bit overwhelmed. Under Feng Jinjin's arrangement, Han Weilin and the programmers had already started working ahead of schedule, so the Discounted Mall's PC website had been successfully set up, and the mobile app was currently under development. It's estimated to be completed within 3 days. Meanwhile, Gao Yan had given Feng Jinjin an order: the website must go live within a month. As a result, Feng Jinjin was so busy that she barely had time to touch the ground. She had to rush non-stop to contact suppliers or manufacturers. "Sir, would you like to have a meal later?" At this moment, the business class flight attendant arrived. "Shoo!" Gao Yan placed a finger to his lips and then pointed at the sleeping Zhuo Jiangyue. The attendant immediately understood and lowered her voice. "Thank you, but we won't be dining," Gao Yan whispered. "Very well, sir." The attendant smiled at Gao Yan before moving on to attend to other passengers. Taking out his phone, Gao Yan logged into the stock trading app. Yesterday morning, Almay Pharmaceutical stock price dropped by 3 points, shaking out some retail investors, but it rallied back in the afternoon. Overall, it still gained 1 point by Friday's close. Wait until next Monday, Almay Pharmaceutical stock price will surge again. According to the information in his mind, from Monday to Wednesday next week, the stock will hit the daily limit up every single day. The market will close for half a day on Thursday and rise another 8 points after reopening in the afternoon. On Friday, it will climb by 9 points, bringing the stock price to 76.82 yuan. Gao Yan's purchase price was only 15.5 yuan per share, meaning by the end of next week, he stands to gain 61 yuan per share, with his total holdings approaching 40 million yuan in value. Just then, Gao Yan received a WeChat friend request. After clicking to open it, I saw the profile picture was a cartoon avatar with the username Rainy Treasure. After adding as a friend, the other party immediately sent a message. "Tall handsome guy, I'm Zhang Xiaoyu, do you still remember me?" After a brief moment of thought, Gao Yan remembered who she was. He was also her high school classmate. However, Gao Yan had a rather distinct impression of Zhang Xiaoyu. Why? Because in their class, Zhang Xiaoyu was second only to Zhuo Jiangyue in terms of looks. She knew how to dress well, and her figure was exceptional. Many of the boys couldn't help sneaking glances at her. Back then, although Gao Yan was somewhat quiet and reserved, he was still just a teenage boy at heart and no exception to the rule. Zhang Xiaoyu had even teased him once, leaving him blushing furiously. "Born to be great, hey Zhang Xiaoyu, how did you get my WeChat ID?" During high school, Gao Yan didn't have a phone, and after entering university, he lost contact with all his classmates. That's why he never joined the class WeChat group. He did join the QQ group, but he was so busy with schoolwork and part-time jobs that he hardly ever logged in. "Rainy baby, I got it from Xia Tao. Rumor has it you've made a fortune and become a shareholder at Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant?" Reading Zhang Xiaoyu's reply, Gao Yan felt a complex mix of emotions. It truly was a case of no one visits the poor in the bustling city, but distant relatives seek out the wealthy in deep mountains. If Xia Tao hadn't mentioned that he was now a shareholder in a hot pot restaurant, still the same penniless guy from before, Zhang Xiaoyu likely wouldn't have bothered adding him proactively. After chatting briefly with Zhang Xiaoyu, Gao Yan took the initiative to end the conversation. He had no intention of delving into deeper exchanges with her. At this moment, in an apartment near Shanghai University of Media and Communication, Zhang Xiaoyu glanced at her phone screen and couldn't help but sigh. She probably wouldn't be able to complete this month's guild tasks. Thinking of her guild manager's hints, Zhang Xiaoyu frowned slightly. Did she really have to take that step? She had started live streaming during last year's summer vacation. With her stunning looks and sizzling figure, she immediately began receiving generous gifts the moment she started streaming. By the end of the first month, her cut of the earnings had surprisingly reached $35,000. In an instant, she realized that money could be made ridiculously easily. Then, she signed with a well-reputed guild, and after the guild invested considerable resources in her, both her popularity and income skyrocketed the following month. That month, his income directly surpassed 100,000 yuan. Chapter 74, Zhang Xiaoyu, third update. With money in hand, Zhang Xiaoyu promptly moved out of the school dormitory and rented a nice apartment near campus. Next came upgrading from a sparrow to a phoenix. She splurged on designer handbags and clothes. She threw away all her cheap cosmetics and replaced them with high-end sets costing 5 or 6,000 yuan each. After all these expenses, she had pretty much spent every penny she earned from live streaming. But she wasn't worried. After all, if she ran out of money, she could always earn more by going live again. In the third month, her income reached a new breakthrough when a generous viewer gifted her over 200,000 yuan in one go. Including gifts from other fans, her monthly income reached a staggering 220,000 renminbi. But by the fourth month, problems emerged in her live streams. The top contributor who had gifted over 200,000 renminbi last month asked to meet her privately. After she tactfully declined, that supporter never returned to her live stream room again. Without the support of her top donor, her live stream viewership plummeted sharply. As a result, her live stream earnings in the fourth month dropped to just 80,000 yuan. This sharp decline in income indirectly affected Zhang Xiaoyu's streaming mentality, causing her fifth-month earnings to fall further to 50,000 yuan. At this point, the agency's manager had a heart-to-heart with her, urging her to quickly win back the big spender. But Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't let go of that face. However, under the pressure from the guild, she pulled herself together in the sixth month and barely regained some popularity. In the following months, new big spenders appeared, and after showering her with gifts, they would ask to meet her privately. Their intentions were self-evident. After her harsh rejection, those big spenders gradually drifted away. Moreover, these big spenders had their own exclusive circles. After word spread, Zhang Xiaoyu's live stream room never saw another major patron again. Naturally, her income took a nosedive. Especially during this past May, her earnings shockingly amounted to just over 10,000 yuan. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go back from luxury to frugality. Her monthly rent, utilities, cosmetics, living expenses, and other costs totaled 15,000 yuan, and if she bought a few outfits, nearly 20,000 would be gone. When she was earning money, she didn't save any, and now that times are tough, she can't come up with the cash. Now, her savings are less than 20,000 yuan. If her popularity remains this dismal, she simply won't be able to last much longer. As for moving back to the dorm, she hadn't even considered it. Ever since she moved out by earning money through live streaming, those so-called roommates never stopped making snide remarks behind her back. Going back now would just give them more ammunition to laugh at her, wouldn't it? Just yesterday, her agency manager called again to pressure her. Feeling irritable, she stumbled upon her high school WeChat class group and happened to see Xietao discussing Gao Yan. Her impression of Gao Yan wasn't particularly deep. She only remembered him as a rather ordinary guy. The one thing that stood out was that he had been Zhuo Jianyue's deskmate for a very long time. Out of curiosity, she searched online for Brother Hot Pot Restaurant and discovered that the place was genuinely popular. Recently, many influencers had been visiting the Hot Pot Restaurant to take photos and film videos. So she privately asked Xietao for Gao Yan's WeChat ID. As for the reason, of course, she wanted to lure Gao Yan into supporting her. After all, Gao Yan was a shareholder in that viral hot pot restaurant and probably wasn't short on money. However, she hesitated until this morning before finally deciding to add Gao Yan's WeChat ID. But after chatting, she still couldn't bring herself to ask, finding it hard to swallow her pride. At that moment, the phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Zhang Xiaoyu's brows knitted together. After hesitating for a while, she finally answered, "Sisterly, what's the matter?" Sisterly was the agent from the talent agency behind her. Adley said, "Xiaoyu, the company just received news that at the end of this month, Tiger Entertainment Network is collaborating with major guilds to organize a large-scale PK competition. Manager Zhao stated that as long as we make it to the finals, the company will provide an S-tier sponsorship package." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyu wasn't as thrilled as one might expect. She definitely wanted that S-tier sponsorship, but the real question was, could she even make it to the finals given her current popularity? Forget the finals, she'd be lucky to survive the preliminary rounds. Sensing the silence on the other end of the line, Adley advised, "Xiaoyu, sometimes you have to be flexible. You know exactly how these past few months have gone for you. The company isn't running a charity. Even though your performance this month has been lacking, the guild might still throw you a bone. But if your popularity still doesn't break through, I'm afraid the company will have no choice but to give up on you. The live streaming industry, to be blunt, thrives on youth. Once the company abandons you, you won't get any promotional resources. Unless you leave this industry, making a comeback will be extremely hard." Zhang Xiaoyu said bitterly, "I know, sisterly." Sisterly continued, "Xiaoyu, to be frank with you, although President Shen hasn't visited your live stream these past few months, he still admires you quite a bit. As long as you agree to meet him for dinner, he guarantees you a spot in the semi-finals." Ha ha! Zhang Xiaoyu scoffed inwardly. Though it was framed as just a meeting over dinner, once she met him, certain things would be out of her control. Breaking the bottom line only happens 0 times or countless times. If she abandoned her principles this time, picking them back up would likely prove difficult. The main reason was that Mr. Shin had rather unfortunate looks, hard to stomach. Had he been slightly more presentable, she might not have been so conflicted. Still, she didn't outright refuse and instead responded, "Sisterly, let me think it over." "Fine, I won't push you," Sisterly said, "but Xiaoyu, more than half of this month has passed, and you're still 80,000 short of your sales target. You didn't meet your quota last month either. If you fail again this month, I'm afraid even your base salary will be cancelled." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't help but clench her fists. Since signing with the company, she had earned them substantial profits, yet her base salary was only 3,000 yuan. She had merely failed to meet the target for 1 month, and they were already threatening to revoke her base salary. How ruthlessly cold-blooded. As for the Sisterly, while claiming not to pressure her, she was essentially coercing her by dangling the quota and the threat of cancelling her base salary. So she said, "Don't worry, Sisterly. I'll definitely complete the task this month." Sisterly replied, "Good. And don't keep President Shin waiting too long either." Hearing Sisterly mention that President Shin again, Zhang Xiaoyu was so angry she hung up the phone immediately. On the other end of the line, seeing that Zhang Xiaoyu had hung up first, a cold smile surfaced on Sisterly's face. "You ungrateful little brat, putting on airs with me, huh? Just wait, I've got plenty of ways to deal with you. You must know, President Shin has promised that as long as she helps bring Zhang Xiaoyu to heel, she'll receive a benefit of 100,000 yuan too. Dear passengers, the train you're taking." As the announcement echoed through the train car, Gao Yan put away his phone and gently called out to Zhuo Jiangyue, who was sleeping soundly with her head against his shoulder. "Sweetheart, wake up, it's time to get off." Still half asleep, Zhuo Jiangyue opened her eyes. "We're here already? Still fast? You've been asleep for over 2 hours. It's all your fault. Who told you to last night?" However, Zhuo Jiangyue quickly realized they were still in the car and immediately swallowed the rest of her words. "Here, wipe it off. Didn't expect you to drool in your sleep." Gao Yan handed Zhuo Jiangyue a tissue. She instinctively took it, then turned away to wipe, only to find nothing there. Realizing her boyfriend had tricked her, she immediately glared at him. "You always bully me." Seeing Zhuo Jiangyue pouting, Gao Yan couldn't resist leaning in to kiss her, then pulled her into his arms. "Alright, don't be angry. After we get off, I'll treat you to a big meal." "Really? Of course it's true." As they chatted, the high-speed train slowly pulled into the station. A few minutes later, Gao Yan held Zhuo Jiangyue's hand as they walked out of the high-speed rail station and hailed a taxi straight to the Bulgari Hotel. Chapter 75, Buying a Watch. Though Bulgari is also a hotel, their restaurant is even more renowned. For this trip to Shanghai, Gao Yan had prepared an itinerary in advance. Lunch will be at Bulgari today, followed by check-in. At 2 p.m., we'll visit Patek Philippe to look at watches. After buying the watch, we'll go shopping. In the evening, we'll hit the bars to broaden our horizons. Tomorrow morning, I'll go check out the cars at the auto show again. If there's a suitable one, I'll seal the deal. In the afternoon, I'll take the high-speed rail back to Nandu. Several dozen minutes later, the taxi arrived at the Bulgari Hotel. After completing the check-in and reserving a table at the restaurant, the two freshened up briefly in their room before heading to the restaurant hand in hand. As soon as they were seated, Zhuo Jiangyue whispered, "This place isn't cheap, is it?" Gao Yan nodded. "I ordered the chef's tasting menu, 1,688 yuan per person plus a 15% service fee. Way too expensive." Zhuo Jiangyue secretly stuck out her tongue. Although her family was well off, this was her first time dining at such a high-end place. "Don't worry, sweetheart, I'm not short on money now. No need to fear our future child going without milk powder." Gao Yan gave Zhuo Jiangyue a soft, smooth-handed gentle squeeze. "Shameless, I never said I'd marry you." Zhuo Jiangyue spat out playfully. "If not me, then who else would you marry?" As the two continued their flirtatious banter, the pre-meal bread arrived. Though it appeared coarse and rustic at first glance, breaking it open released a puff of steam, revealing piping hot, fragrant insides. Then came the appetizer soup, followed by the main course featuring Australian veal, tender in texture with a hint of creamy richness. The entire meal lasted over an hour. However, Gao Yan couldn't help but complain that the portions were too small. He only felt half full after eating. When the bill finally arrived, it came to over 4,000 yuan. Overall, the dining experience here was quite enjoyable, and the food tasted great, but Gao Yan still had a stronger preference for Chinese cuisine. Upon returning to his room, Gao Yan immediately summoned the butler of the presidential suite and expressed his need to rent a car for the afternoon. The butler informed him that as a guest of the presidential suite, the hotel could provide a complimentary Mercedes-Benz S-Class for his use. However, if he desired a higher-end vehicle, additional charges would apply. The Mercedes-Benz S-Class is quite nice, and Gao Yan didn't deliberately pursue more expensive cars. There were still 10 minutes left until 2 o'clock. Gao Yan and Zhuo Jiangyue took the hotel's car to the Patek Philippe flagship store in Jing'an district. "Welcome to the Patek Philippe flagship store, sir and miss. I'm Lisa, and I'm delighted to serve you." A beautiful shop attendant greeted him as soon as he entered. "Hello, Lisa." The Though it was his first time visiting such a place, Gao Yan showed no trace of nervousness. With over a billion yuan to his name, enough to buy the entire shop outright, why would he feel uneasy? May I ask your name, sir? Do you have a reservation? Lisa continued asking. Gao, this is my girlfriend Manhwa. My phone number ends with 0749, replied Gao Yan. Very well, Mr. Gao. Manhwa, please follow me. Lisa directly escorted Gao Yan and Zhuo Jianyue to a private room, served them tea and beverages, then inquired about Gao Yan's requirements. Gao Yan stated, I intend to purchase 2 watches, one for myself and one for my girlfriend. Also, I want current inventory items. Don't recommend anything that requires pre-ordering. As for the price range, keep it under 2 million. Very well, Mr. Gao and Miss Shua, I believe we have several timepieces that would perfectly suit your distinguished tastes. Allow me to fetch them for your consideration. Please enjoy a brief moment while I retrieve them. Lisa stood up and left. Gao Yan, are you crazy? Buying such an expensive watch? As soon as Lisa left, Zhu Jianyue couldn't help but whisper under her breath. Gao Yan wrapped his arms around Zhuo Jianyue. Don't worry, sweetheart, our family really isn't short on money. Remember Tianyun Club? I went back there again and bought a raw stone at the Jade Gambling Hall. The jade cut from it earned me over 100 million. You ended up with me so casually, I never even confessed properly or gave you a gift. If I were broke, fine, but now that I have money, shouldn't I finally show how much you mean to me? So, you can't refuse this watch today. Hearing these words from Gao Yan, Zhuo Jianyue was genuinely touched. She and Gao Yan had indeed gotten together without any formal confession, and he had never given her gifts before, something she had secretly regretted. Little did she expect Gao Yan to still remember it. In that moment, her affection for him grew even deeper. However, the thought of Gao Yan buying such an expensive watch still made her heart ache a little. After a brief hesitation, she nodded softly and said, There are many ways to express your feelings, you don't have to spend so much money. This time I'll accept it, but next time, you mustn't spend this much on me. She was a thoughtful and intelligent girl who understood that sometimes she needed to give face to her boyfriend, accepting his affection rather than lecturing him under the guise of doing what was best for him. Sure enough, hearing Zhuo Jianyue's words, Gao Yan was greatly pleased. Don't worry, baby. Although I've earned some money, my mindset hasn't gotten carried away. This time in Shanghai, you'll have to listen to me. In the future, if I buy you anything else, I'll ask for your opinion first, okay? Thank you, hubby. You're so sweet. Zhuo Jianyue kissed Gao Yan on the cheek. Soon, Lisa came back with several watches. 3 men's watches and 3 women's watches. The men's watches were priced at 880,000, 1.28 million, and 1.6 million respectively. The women's watches were priced at 378,000, 608,000, and 1.7 million. After some deliberation, Gao Yan set his sights on the 5.27 million yuan 5270 P001 model. Meanwhile, Zhuo Jianyue was drawn to the most affordable option, the 18K rose gold piece. Made your choice? Gao Yan asked Zhuo Jianyue, not looking at anything else. I'll take this one. I really like it, Zhuo Jianyue said. Alright, these 2 then. Lisa, where do we check out? Gao Yan pointed at the 2 watches and asked. Hearing this, Lisa was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected these 2 young customers to be so decisive, deciding to purchase nearly 2 million yuan worth of watches in just over 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Lisa considerately escorted Gao Yan and Zhuo Jianyue out of the store and handed them the gift bags. Congratulations, Lisa, you've closed 2 more deals today. You're treating us tonight. After seeing Gao Yan and his companion off, Lisa returned to the store and was immediately congratulated by her colleagues. Feeling her co-workers' envy mixed with some jealousy, Lisa was inwardly delighted as she smiled and said, I just got lucky. Who would have thought that young Mr. Gao, despite looking so casual, wouldn't hesitate at all when swiping his card? It was easily the smoothest sale I've made since I joined this industry. Working long enough in the luxury sector teaches you one thing: while the wealthy may not care about price tags, they're extremely particular about the products themselves. Closing a single deal often takes days, even months of effort. She once spent over 2 months persistently negotiating with a wealthy client just to secure one deal. Do you like it? Inside the car, Zhuo Jianyue extended her wrist toward Gao Yan and asked. Beautiful. The watch is lovely, but the wrist is even more exquisite. Gao Yan said with a smile. You're quite the smooth talker. Confess honestly, how many girlfriends have you had before? Zhuo Jianyue teased. In order to appear before you in the most perfect form, I practiced with dozens of girls to gain experience. Gao Yan joked. Wow, you actually have dozens of ex-girlfriends. Zhuo Jianyue pretended to be angry, but she knew Gao Yan was just teasing her. She was well aware of his family background. Such a drastic transformation in just 2 years wouldn't have left him any time for dating. Besides, if he were truly a playboy, he wouldn't have been so ashamed of his underwhelming first performance that he hid in the bathroom. The thought of it made her burst into laughter. Chapter 76, A Chance Encounter. Global Shopping Mall, one of the most high-end shopping centers in Shanghai. It offers a comprehensive range of brands, housing flagship stores of numerous top-tier luxury labels. Most girls have a particular fondness for shopping and browsing around malls. Zhuo Jianyue's beauty was rare, but her hobbies were quite similar to most girls. Walking hand in hand into the mall, Gao Yan clearly sensed her mood becoming livelier. We have nothing else planned this afternoon. If you want to visit every single shop, that's totally fine. Gao Yan said considerately. That's what you said, no complaining about being tired? Zhuo Jianyue laughed before eagerly pulling him into a clothing store. Over an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Zhuo Jianyue had already browsed through more than 10 clothing stores without buying a single item. Baby, don't just window shop without buying anything, at least pick up a few pieces? Gao Yan persuaded. You wouldn't understand. Zhuo Jianyue shook her head. For us girls, the browsing itself is the greatest joy. By the way, are you tired? If so, let's take a break. Truth be told, with Gao Yan's physical condition, this level of activity was nothing to him, but for some reason, he felt inexplicably weary inside. In contrast, Zhuo Jiang, whose physical stamina was clearly far inferior to his, had visited over 10 shops without showing any fatigue. In fact, she seemed even more energetic. This made him wonder, do women activate some kind of buff effect when shopping? Since you're not tired, let's go to that one. Zhuo Jiang pointed at a men's clothing store. That's a men's clothing store, Gao Yan reminded. I know, Zhuo Jianyue responded. After entering the men's clothing store, Zhuo Jianyue quickly picked out 2 outfits and asked Gao Yan to try them on. Obediently, Gao Yan went to the fitting room and changed into one set of clothes. As he stepped out of the fitting room, Zhuo Jianyue, who had been waiting outside, stood slightly on her toes to adjust his collar. Breathing in the faint fragrance emanating from his girlfriend, Gao Yan felt warmth flooding his heart. Handsome? Striking a pose before the full-length mirror, Gao Yan asked. Handsome, the most handsome in my eyes. Zhuo Jianyue praised him. As the saying goes, beauty lies in the lover's eyes. Though Gao Yan's looks were only slightly above average among male students, the more she looked at him, the more pleasing he became to her eyes, and the more utterly smitten she grew. Then, under Zhu Jianyue's urging, Gao Yan went back into the fitting room to change into the second outfit. It must be said, Zhu Jianyue indeed had a very good eye. The 2 outfits she picked out perfectly accentuated Gao Yan's temperament and figure. Originally, his charm was only at 80 points, but after changing into the clothes selected by Zhu Jianyue, it directly increased by 5 points. Waiter, we'll take these 2 outfits. Where do we check out? Zhu Jianyue asked the attendant. Ma'am, please come here to settle the bill. I'll do it. Gao Yan was about to pay, but Zhuo Jianyue held onto his arm. Honey, these 2 outfits are my return gift to you, so I should be the one to pay. But my allowance isn't much, so I couldn't afford anything too expensive, please don't mind. Of course I don't mind. I'll love anything you choose. Gao Yan said with a smile, reaching out to pat Zhuo Jianyue's head. His heart swelled with emotion. He truly was lucky to have such a thoughtful girlfriend. It's unclear when it started, but girls now seem to take it for granted that boys should treat them well, threatening to break up at the slightest dissatisfaction. Zhuo Jianyue wasn't just beautiful with a great figure and pleasant personality, she was also exceptionally considerate. To be honest, finding such a girlfriend would be difficult even with a lantern in hand. Therefore, Gao Yan decided he would never let go of such a girlfriend in this lifetime. Let's go. After paying the bill, Zhuo Jianyue returned to Gao Yan's side, intimately wrapping her arm around his as they walked out of the men's clothing store. As for how much was spent, Gao Yan didn't ask. However, while trying on the clothes, his eyes had glanced at the price tags. Those 2 outfits probably cost 7 or 8,000. Although Zhuo Jianyue's family circumstances were relatively comfortable, her monthly allowance from home was probably no more than 5,000 at best. Is this girl going to just eat instant noodles when she gets back to school? As for giving her money directly, she probably wouldn't accept it anyway. Fortunately, she still has a good friend like Song Yufei. I can quietly reach out to her and ask her to take better care of this silly girl. Before I knew it, the time had already reached 5:30. After Zhuo Jianyue bought 2 outfits for Gao Yan, he also bought several sets for her in return. Originally, he wanted to purchase top luxury brands, but Zhuo Jianyue refused them all, so he settled for some domestic label items instead. The 3 sets together came to about 8,000 yuan. That's about enough, let's find somewhere to eat in the mall, Gao Yan suggested. They arrived at the floor specializing in dining within the mall and eventually decided to have a meal at a barbecue restaurant. Just as they reached the entrance of the barbecue restaurant, they happened to see a beautiful girl walking towards them from the opposite side, seemingly also heading to the barbecue restaurant. Zhuo Jianyue? The other person called out tentatively. Are you Zhang Xiaoyu? Zhuo Jianyue turned to look and realized the other person was actually her high school classmate Zhang Xiaoyu. Is it her? Gao Yan also thought to himself what a coincidence, they had just exchanged WeChat on the bus earlier and chatted for a while, never expecting to run into each other here. Seeing Zhuo Jianyue holding hands with Gao Yan, fingers intertwined, Zhang Xiaoyu asked curiously, is this your boyfriend? Aren't you going to introduce him? Before obtaining the system, Gao Yan hadn't changed much, but after acquiring the system, he developed an air of unwavering confidence. Combined with his significantly improved looks, and since Zhang Xiaoyu didn't have a strong impression of him to begin with, she failed to recognize Gao Yan at first glance. Of course, Zhang Xiaoyu had undergone quite a few changes herself over those 2 years. Her features had matured, her figure had become even more striking, and her assets had notably upgraded since high school. On a whim, Gao Yan activated his data eye on Zhang Xiaoyu, and instantly, her stats materialized before him. Name, Zhang Xiaoyu. Age, 20. Height, 169 centimeters. Appearance, 91. Figure, 98. Charm, 95. Constitution, 62. Spirit, 77. Combat power, 5. Identity, student and online female streamer. Favorability rating, 0. Special, 100. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyu's identity, Gao Yan finally understood why her WeChat nickname was Yubao. Wasn't that the naming convention for online streamers? However, he was somewhat surprised to see her special attribute at 100 points. Special 100 means the other person is still untouched. If she already has a boyfriend, the special rating would drop to 95, and if she's had 2 boyfriends, it would decrease by another 5 points. Noticing Zhang Xiaoyu didn't recognize Gao Yan, Zhuo Jiangyue chuckled lightly and said, "You don't remember? This is Gao Yan? Gao Yan? You're actually Gao Yan? You've changed so much, I didn't even recognize you." Zhang Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. "You've changed quite a bit too. Since we've run into each other here, let's have a meal together." Gao Yan generously extended the invitation. "I see you're also coming to this shop. Why don't we go together?" Zhuo Jiangyue also extended the invitation. Zhang Xiaoyu hesitated slightly before agreeing. After entering the shop, the 3 of them took a table in the corner. After ordering, Zhuo Jiangyue and Zhang Xiaoyu started chatting. Gao Yan, who was being ignored, didn't take offense. He poured each of the girls a glass of lemon tea, and when the food arrived, he proactively started grilling the meat. They chatted for a while. Zhuo Jiangyue went to the restroom. Zhang Xiaoyu's gaze shifted to Gao Yan. "Gao Yan, you've become even more handsome than before. What really surprised me is that you actually managed to win over school beauty Zhuo. I bet many boys in our class are heartbroken."